like an angel's. Come on, little bird, when you sing your sweet melody. Come on, little bird, don't leave me yet again, 'cause I swear you stole my heart, flew away, little magpie. Come on, little bird, 'twas you. If you want me to chase, it's a game way too easy for you. And with my mating dance, you're impressed, I can tell. A little bird told me the truth. Come on, little bird, I didn't mean to scare you. Oh, if my eager words, little bird, return. 'Cause I swear you stole my heart, flew away, little magpie. Come on, little bird, 'twas you. Oh, you can fly, fly, fly away from me, but you can't escape. I will try, try, try to reach the sun for you, just you. Come on, little bird, you wake me up at sparrows. Come on, little bird, I believe you are here to stay. Come on, little bird, I'm really fond of you, 'cause I swear you stole my heart, flew away, little magpie. Come on, little bird, with me.
There's no one else here in outer space, and all I can see is her beautiful face. There's nothing quite like a stellar escape, so take a stellar escape with me. I'm fading out, and she is floating right beside me. Been in the clouds all afternoon. We're blazing loud, but something about her feels so serene. We're twirling round, cheek to cheek. There's no one else here in outer space, and all I can see is her beautiful face. There's nothing quite like a stellar escape, so take a stellar escape with me. Yeah, yeah. We're heaven bound, the kind of love that has no limits. She needs a crown, 'cause she's my queen. Yeah, yeah. There's no one else here in outer space, and all I can see is her beautiful face. There's nothing quite like a stellar escape, so take a stellar escape with me. There's no one else here in outer space. No one and all I can see is a beautiful face. All I can see. There's nothing quite like a stellar escape. Nothing so quite like a stellar escape. There's no one else here in outer space, and all I can see is a beautiful face. There's nothing quite like a stellar escape. So take a stellar escape. Just take a stellar escape.
Never had any diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. Still drunk as sheep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind the door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985.
One night in New York is like a lifetime anywhere. Dancing in the dark up in Central Park or the bright lights of Times Square. This town is champagne. So shake the bottle, pop the cork. All the deadliest sins are like one night in New York. Put on your silk and your satin. We're stepping out in style. We'll be the toast of Manhattan, cruising the Golden Mile. This town is alive. Go wild and let your money talk. Any man can be king and reign one night in New York. All right. Come on, put on your silk and your satin. We're stepping out in style. We'll be the toast of Manhattan, cruising the Golden Mile. One night in New York is like a lifetime anywhere. Dancing in the dark up in Central Park or the bright lights of Times Square. This town is champagne. So shake the bottle, pop that cork. All the deadliest sins are like one night in New York. Don't you know all the deadliest sins are like one night in New York?
I've been walking through the valley of the shadows. I let them tell me who I was. I've been talking myself up onto the gallows. Every time I tried to walk away, I couldn't make it through another day. Everything seems being up an uphill battle. I was trying to make it on my own, my way. You were knocking on the door that I've been looking for. It was right in front of me. I was lost, but now I'm free. And I was blind, but now I see that your love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life.
need diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. It's the darkest sheep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind the door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. Paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 21 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Welcome everyone to the final day of a DreamLeague Season 21. It was a quick event, but still one with a lot of nail-biting games and maybe a nail-biter finisher as well, because we've got a best of 3 and a best of 5 lined up for you today. I'm your host, Tsunami. I'm taking over the morning shift for today, and I'm doing it with my favorite culprit. It's Cinderin!
I like that.
You see what I did there?
I see it.
Yeah?
I get it.
Yeah, because I know Danish.
I know what my name means.
I don't, though. I need Liquipedia to tell me Cinderin.
What's up?
Welcome.
It's gonna be a good day today. I have a feeling, I have a feeling we might get more than just 5 games total today. I think, the last couple of days, maybe some of the series were maybe a little bit lopsided, but now we're back to the top 3, and I got a good feeling about it.
The range, I suppose, is between 5 games, which is a 2-0 into a 3-0, to 8 games, which is a 2-1 into a 3-2.
Do you want to predict how many games we're gonna get?
Between 5 and 8. I'll say that. I'll say 7. I think we're gonna have a 2-1 lower bracket final and a 3-1 grand final.
That's 7. That is
7.
correct. I had to do a double take.
Pre-calculated the math.
Yeah, I can do the numbers. I can't read. I'll say 6.
You'll say 6?
Yeah.
You're expecting a 2-0 into a 3-1 or a 2-1 into a 3-0?
2-0, 3-1.
Okay.
Is my guess.
What if we brought a +2 to this couch, though, Cinderin? Because I want to welcome our casters. It's Cap and SVG! Now this is high fashion right here.
Right.
What's that movie called where they do that walk by each other and they stare back with the camera? Zoolander.
Zoolander, yeah.
No, you see, today is the time that NA Dota.
We don't need you to talk, Avery. We just need you to sit there and look pretty.
Is this a metaphor for NA Dota?
Yes.
Today's the day that NA Dota we're muted.
Dies. Are they going to have a voice in the
Unlucky.
grand finals? No, not at all.
They're all out of batteries. Okay, he will momentarily return after he looks twice as
He
fashionable.
worked very hard on this bit, too.
It's okay. We'll give you another walk down. In the meanwhile, Cap,
Hey,
what's up?
I have no bit.
I can't wait for you to solo cast this
I
series.
just came here to sit
so
down.
good.
And, yeah, you want to cast with me, Cinderin?
Sure. Why not?
Wow,
please.
he really gave
You're gonna
up
have
his seat next
another-
to you so quickly.
You're going to have a muted co-host. What do you
Not
think?
another co-host is gonna leave me.
Yo.
No.
Gone.
Oh no!
Okay,
we
there
have
you
you.
Oh,
All right.
is it on?
He's here.
It's on.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so what was the bit?
Put
I
the
don't even. It's dead.
You were wearing the cloak.
You were wearing the
The
cloak.
wolf cloak.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
Put it on.
NA Dota. No, it's done.
And a Dota.
Yes. Something about
Today's the day that
the
NA
king is
Dota
here.
Yeah, the liege is here. Our Tor Snow will rise, claim the throne. Who has a better story than Bulba the Broken? It's time.
Who's
Time
the
to claim, to break the wheel of third place finishes for Shopify Rebellion.
And get
Time
back
for
into
North
old-
America to reclaim glory.
That's right. And that was the whole wolf pelt thing, but it.
That's
yeah,
the
we're done
So,
with that now.
so if they break the wheel of third places, then we're back to second places.
Yeah.
Which is what they got 100 of.
well, then we'll break that wheel too.
Oh,
We break all the wheels. And then what are you left with, Synderen?
the broken. Well, who was the Bulba the Broken?
Bulba the Broken.
Bulba, blah, blah.
Bulba the Broken.
Who has a better story than Bulba the Broken?
I can think of a few, but it's okay.
yeah.
It's a good one.
I think in the actual show they were probably better stories as well, but
Are you sold?
no.
Are you sold on the story?
Not
Are you
really.
sold on the story?
That was a story?
Yeah. North America.
Who's the,
Shopify's gonna do it.
I couldn't hear it. The story was muted for me.
So then which one is the villain that they stab in like 1 second? Is it Spirit or Bet Boom Team?
And GPK.
Wow, that's a serious spoiler right there. You can't just go ahead and say that.
No one cares about that.
GP
In Game of
Daenerys.
Thrones, somebody gets stabbed, just in case you haven't watched.
There's a lot of stabbings. GPK, you're saying?
GP Daenerys.
Okay.
That's the stretchiest stretch I've ever heard.
Yeah, this story's going off the rails.
There's Nightfall. No, so I feel like nobody actually is buying into this story. Is anybody at home buying into this story? Are you guys buying into it?
All I heard
I
was
don't
no.
think they are.
It was either that or the cricket sound effect.
I think
Not the
listen.
Hey, at least I came out here with something. What the hell did you come out here with? Nothing.
What? I'm not saying. I'm just no. I'm saying
He's
that
the one
I don't think
supporting
people
you.
are sold on the
He's
story
trying
of
to help
Shopify
you.
being able to win the final.
Oh, you were okay.
Despite
yeah,
it being
continue.
a great story, I don't think people are sold on it. I know I'm not sold on it. I had a lot of faith in Shopify. I think they look the best that they have ever looked.
Ever.
As Shopify.
As Shopify Rebellion. Yes.
Okay.
And I was hopeful, but I don't think they're there yet. Not for this tournament.
Okay. What if I refresh?
I am more hopeful about their performance TI than I was 1 week ago. I'll tell you that.
Okay, sure. That's progress.
Yeah. So I don't think this is their tournament, but I think they're on the up.
Well, I don't think this is your tournament.
Well, that's
How's that
true.
make
We're
you feel?
casting lower bracket finals, so it's not our tournament. It's Owen and Fogg's tournament.
Not touche.
What if
And where are you?
What if
Yeah,
I took
I'm
you
here.
through the story of the entire tournament? What if we start from chapter 1? What if we start off with the bracket and I show you
Okay.
how Shopify came to this point? Because they have already written this chapter before in the upper bracket semifinals. Shopify Rebellion faced off against Bet Boom Team, and Nightfall fell to his former teammates. But was it really a Bet Boom Team loss? On paper it was. In execution, I feel like most people, including Save himself, feel like Bet Boom Team probably should have had that game. And serious.
Yep.
I still think you look at that series and let's say you want to call the third game a fluke or whatever, which I think is not really fair to Shopify either. You know, they had the backs against the wall. It's a really hard game and they had to do everything right. They had the heroes to do it with, but it was still not, you know, a game that they were just going to win. So I think they did really well under pressure in that game. And then they go to the next series and they take a game off Spirit that had looked basically invincible since the group stage.
Yeah.
They lost one game in the groups, which was to Bet Boom. So the 3 teams we have left, we have two teams that are, this is kind of like The Bachelor, you know, you have 2 teams that are trying to win over Team Spirit, and these are the ones that went the distance and got to the top 3, and now we'll see if anyone can actually, you know, I don't know how The Bachelor actually goes.
I actually think it's a twist ending. Actually,
Isn't there one of those where you can choose love or the money or something in the end? Is that The Bachelor?
Oh, you want to talk about the money, Sin? Let me tell you about the money.
I like
Because
that.
Spirit
Good.
always likes to play when there's money on the line, of which they potentially can win $300,000 US. Second place will get $175,000. So if you win this lower bracket final, $55K in the pocket, up from $120K to $175K.
All right, quick round around here on the panel.
Yeah.
What would you choose, marrying Yatoro or 300 grand?
Yatoro, best carry in the world right now.
When we divorce, I'm taking half. That's way more than 300,000.
So he's signing a prenup.
The arithmetic just doesn't add up here, Synderen.
You don't know what he did with his winnings already.
I don't think Avery's going to justify this question with an answer.
I take neither.
Oh.
I'm already married to the game.
Heyo.
In the story of Bachelor, though, I think Bet Boom are going to be chosen by Team Spirit. And I think they're going to be the ones taking the money.
Really?
I think they're going to get the revenge against Shopify, and then they'll go up into the finals, and they're going to bring down Team Spirit. And all of a sudden, we have another contender for the best team going into TI, where they may or may not flop. But at this tournament, they got it on lock.
They weren't able to do it in DreamLeague Season 20. They made it to the Grand Finals, faced off against Gaming Gladiators. But this time, there are no Western European teams in the top 3. Avery, do you know the last time
You got to celebrate that one.
that we have not had a Western European team in the top 3 before?
First?
As in, for the past, 3 years of competitive Dota.
That's what you think, Neil. But we're bringing Gaming Gladiators
No.
back to the finals today, boys and girls. Special surprise. They're here in the studio. Come on out, Quinn. It's time.
It's Quinn!
It's
Quinn Callahan, everybody! It's Quinn Callahan! Oh, no.
I know, everybody's sad that we don't have a Western European team, but I, for one, at least, I think I'm a rare specimen in that I'm enjoying it. Good riddance.
Because it's been so long. Tsunami, when was the last time?
Take a guess. I'll tell you.
I just remember Animajor was the last time I could possibly think of.
Arlington.
Arlington was.
So Animajor's top 3 was
Spirit
LGD, EG, and
LGD.
Talon.
Yeah.
And Arlington was Spirit versus LGD in Grand Finals. Do you remember who third was with them?
Probably Western European team.
No, it was
Gaming Gladiators before their inception.
no.
Ladies and gentlemen, Quinn, everybody.
Who was it?
Quinn got third alone.
You're right. It is Arlington. That is the last
Yeah, it
tournament
was
that did
some
not
other weird team. I don't
It
know.
was a team that ended up getting top 4 at that TI.
We didn't work that major, so I don't care about it.
It was
Whatever.
Aster. Aster was
Ah,
yes.
that's right, yeah.
I was thinking it was another Chinese team.
There you go.
Now,
remember.
bonus question: when was the Arlington Major? Which year?
January.
That's not a
That's
year.
not accurate in terms of month or year.
Which year? 2 years ago.
No.
Yeah. So we rolled over another one, so
I don't think that's how it works.
2021, end of 2021?
How is January end of 2021?
Why are you asking me timelines here? I didn't write the source material.
I guess yes. It's roughly 2 and wait, am I crazy?
Is this
It was
leading to-
2020, right?
Why did you ask?
No.
No.
Was it 2021?
I'm wondering this too.
Why did
Where's
you
the
ask
payout
this,
for
nerd?
this?
2020 was Singapore Major into Animajor.
Oh, so you were right about the year, but January
Yeah.
was very wrong. Or
January
was
was a meme, obviously.
I mean, you're just throwing random numbers and dates and years out there and hoping.
Look, I remember.
following one
Look, I've been
was-
to a lot of Dota lands, man.
The following
That is
year
true.
was Stockholm into it was last year. Am I losing my mind?
Was
right?
Arlington 2022?
Yes.
No, well, I mean, yeah, January.
Yeah, it probably was.
Yeah, it was in the
It was-
2021-2022 season.
Exactly.
And Arlington was the last major.
Yeah, see, I think
that
of it as
season.
season.
And then Aster got top 4 at the subsequent TI, which was last TI. Am I losing my mind right now?
Yes.
No, I'm sure you're right.
I mean, I would definitely trust you over me on this, so you're
Same.
probably right. Yeah.
Great. What were the 3 majors this year? Send.
This is not a quiz show.
January.
It's the January Major.
Lima, Berlin, Bali.
Yes.
There you
I
go.
worked all those,
Wow, this
so I
guy's
care
good.
about them.
That's how
guy's
you
good.
determine things.
Okay, in all fairness, I could have mentioned them.
Well, you
Sure
didn't,
you could have,
Trust.
Sindrin.
Trust.
Sure you could.
Of course.
And DreamLeague season 19, 20, and Riyadh, who were the champions for this?
Is this the whole segment? Just quizzing Cinder?
I'm going to say Gaiman, Gaiman, and Gaiman.
So close.
Gaiman, Gaiman, and Spirit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Quinn Callahan.
Gaiman, and
everyone.
Spirit.
Gaiman, Gaiman, Spirit. And now
I watched Dota. I worked Dota. I
he
know
comes
things.
back with a throwback, you know?
I mean, we did actually want to bring Quinn on the show, but his behavior score is too low.
do I have my card?
that was actually his
Was it this
microphone
one?
because he's actually muted. That was the whole
Yeah, it's
joke.
supposed to be Quinn's mic.
It's Quinn's mic back.
No, not quite yet. He's allowed to text chat though, so he can tweet about the show. Hashtag ESL Pro Tour.
Yeah, Quinn, let us know if you're enjoying the
Let
show.
us know in the comments. Like, comment, subscribe if you're enjoying the show right now.
Can't wait for Quinn to get muted on X for being toxic.
Ooh.
Spicy takes, Sindrin. Thank you.
There you go.
Cap, do you have any other thoughts about the upcoming 2 series that we have upon us?
No,
Really?
I think I think I should go. I think this was a train wreck of a a panel segment.
Beautiful.
Thank you so
And I
much.
mostly blame Sinrin for that.
That's what I do. I wreck trains.
Are you ready?
What year
It's a
is
side
it?
hustle. What
When
year?
was 2021?
It was
How
actually
many
a trick
majors
question.
are there?
I'll
in
give a
year?
bold prediction.
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna have a game where Abed has one of those 15-1, 15-0 games and loses.
Oh no! I knew you
That's
were gonna.
not really
I
bold.
knew that
I
was
feel like
gonna
that's
be
happened a
yes
couple
to
times.
But they're rare.
All right. Do
They're
you wanna step it up kick it up a notch?
Sure.
Which hero?
Oh.
If you say Queen of Pain, you're wrong by default. So you have to
100%
pick another
wrong,
hero.
yeah.
Primal Beast.
Okay.
We're not going Storm Spirit. GPK and Abed love the Storm Spirit.
No, now
When has he
Thirst
ever
Spirit.
played
Oh
Storm?
yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Abed's
Has Abed played Storm this tournament? Maybe once.
They actually banned Shopify banned it in the
saw
last two
that.
of one of those games.
It's like they just needed a big enough sample size. They needed to play 20 lands where they pick Storm and it doesn't go too well. And then they were like, what if we ban it?
You think
Get
Fly bans it? Like Bulbo's like, let's pick Storm. He's, oh, I misclicked it. Oh,
Sorry, I thought it was our pick. I thought it was
well,
our
what
pick.
can you do? Yeah, I accidentally banned it. Maybe next game.
He pulled an Insania. That's what happened. Yeah.
It's a new draft order. You know, I got confused with
The Insania is running last pick gyro mid for Abed. As if that's ever getting to last pick.
I think I misclicked on my couch as well. So
Oh, unlucky.
Cap and SVG, as much as I appreciate your time here, I think I want to hear you in game rather than out of game. So let's send you over there as we get ready for our lower bracket finals.
Bye-bye.
Avery is really milking this departure, walking ever so slowly, removing his microphone.
Get off
gently.
the stage!
He's gone now.
I mean, you're the one who keeps waving to somebody who left like 30 seconds ago. You're still just waving.
That's the beauty of this.
Hey.
No one knows what's going on behind the camera.
That's true. Hey, Avery.
Holy shit, it's Quinn.
Oh,
Nah, he's not there. It's just you and me now, Send.
oh, nice.
But I'm glad you're here because, like I said, co-hosts have a tendency to leave me. Lucky for me, though, word on the street is I got two new panelists. Let's welcome Fear and Kazu! We're really scrounging around for whatever you can find at this point.
This
one's for you.
This is my favorite part of the day, is watching what Fear brings on the set, you know? Today it's
A pitcher.
Picture of monster.
Oh,
that pitcher?
good one.
Thank you.
It's full, actually. 1.5 liters.
I'd like to heat it up a little bit.
Of raw monster energy.
Wait, what am I doing with this?
It's your
Hacking
award
things.
Figure it out.
for your last day.
See, I have a fidgeting problem, so I might just slowly start breaking this apart.
That's fine. I gave it to you. You can do what you want.
What do you think?
It looks great. I think this is fashion.
Here's a bird.
Yeah.
It's high fashion? Okay,
Yeah.
where do I put...
We saw Avery.
In your mouth.
It's an earring.
Just to eat the bird? This doesn't really fit anywhere, does it?
Clip it onto your ear.
Try it.
Or
Flip it on your nose. Now you just look like a serial killer.
That was what the look I was going for.
Welcome to DreamLeague.
It took the bird to finish that look. Well, thank you so much for the gifts, guys. I really
you're
appreciate
welcome.
it. Here you go. Here's a bird for you.
I felt you've been doing a very good job, so I wanted to give you a special present.
Kazu.
Hello.
Oh, this reminds me of building Legos.
I know you're Danish.
Don't
Chill.
scrape that next
Actually,
to the mic.
isn't the plural of Lego Lego? Isn't that something that they're very sensitive about?
I wouldn't
know,
know. I'm not.
I wouldn't know that.
Didn't they invent Legos in Denmark?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, they're called Lego in plural. Stop saying Legos.
We're here in Sweden, though, so we're here to talk about Volvo, specifically a Volvo game, Dota 2.
Someone mute this guy's mic. Fear, can you reach over to the co-host and press down?
I actually have.
Tsunami, you were saying what?
I was saying that we are getting ready for lower bracket finals, Kazu. So I want you to tell me a little bit
really
something about Shopify while this child
Right,
my
he needs to.
side.
I'm never bringing anything on the set
You need some
ever
chill,
again.
Bro, chill.
Let this be a lesson.
Thank you. Hey, Shopify Rebellion.
Can I see your other drums?
Shopify Rebellion, Kessie. Yes, correct.
I'll wait. The tantrum is not over yet.
Fear with his true father energy.
Good job, Fear.
Grab that. Can I see that, please?
This one's mine.
Can we share?
This moment.
Please, can we share?
Oh wow, this one. Nice.
You're not being a good listener, Syndrin. Thank you, Syndrin.
All right, Sin,
Wow,
you done?
this was. Thank you so much, guys.
You're welcome.
Okay, now let me try this.
Oh my
All right,
god.
let's go with Shopify Rebellion. The whole monster, man.
Tell me about Shopify Rebellion. They are here now in lower bracket finals. They faced off against a Bet Boom team earlier in the bracket, and now they're looking for redemption.
Shopify are looking good. People are still hating. You know, I'm listening to Avery. He's like, Abed will have his next desperation game when he's just going to get depressed, 15-0 and lose. Could happen, but they're actually looking pretty good. You know, if Saberlight gets his hands on some Dawnbreaker, I would say the last time they played Bet Boom, I don't know if they should have won. It was a pretty illegal PA pick, or rather game. I don't know if they'll get that again, but they're looking good. This could be it.
That's illegal.
It could be. I mean, that's the thing. Their Shopify Rebellion, typically, when they get this top 3, they have a good idea how to play the game. But it's not a varied idea. It's pretty much just one singular idea of how to play the game. And that has already been exploited earlier in the upper bracket by Team Spirit. So teams know what to look for nowadays. They need to look for the Arteezy Morta, not to let that go later on in the draft. Of course, PA is going to be banned early phase. Sven's going to be banned early phase. I think you could probably play against the Gyrocopter. That is the one hero that is playable. But that is a hero they're going to be comfortable with as well. Maybe try give him the Gyro, see if you can beat it. If you beat it, then you're pretty comfortable. But outside of that, don't let Arteezy get one of those 4 heroes in a good game for it. At least have a plan if you're going to give him those heroes, because they're very comfortable on them.
Spirit's most successful game, I think, was that game 3 where they did ban out all 4 of Arteezy's heroes.
Yeah.
And he was left to pick up the Bloodseeker, which in theory would have been good against that Terrorblade pick that Spirit ran. But that does seem to be like the most logical way to attack Shopify's draft, is to just ban out Arteezy in first phase.
I think it's also fair to say, which is, it sounds kind of weird to say it, but I think among these 3 teams that are remaining, Shopify might actually be the weakest laning team. And
Yes.
that's kind of strange because that's been this team's like bread and butter for like 5 years. They've always been insane in early laning phase, and then sometimes later on in the game things can get a little bit hairy. But these 2 teams they're up against have had phenomenal laning, and I think they have more hero variety as well, especially in the. We've seen a couple of situations with Shopify's safe lane giving away a kill too many here and there. We talked to Collapse about the matchup. He had the Beastmaster against Bloodseeker where he was like, yeah, they kind of dropped the ball. They shouldn't have lost that lane. That doesn't fly against what's left here. Like you have to be clean in the lanes. You can't make key mistakes early on because the caliber of teams that are left just don't mess up with the lead.
No, and CIS laning is scary. I've been there, like this Nightfall safe lane with Toronto, Tokyo, and like all of these players were like, what, 18, 19, 20 years old that just play this game like 14 hours a day. They're going to destroy you if you make even just the slightest mistake. And I think right now, if you mess up early, sure, it's okay to like come back, but your map will crumble and you need the space on a lot of heroes right now.
So I guess it's no coincidence that the top 3 teams that we're looking at are laning specialists. Because I find that Dota goes through many phases where people are either like laning matters too much or laning doesn't matter at all. And if these 3 teams are in top 3, that leads me to believe that our current patch is a very laning-centric patch.
It is. I think it has been for a very long time now, but there's different changes to the map that make teams like BetBoom, Spirit, and recently Shopify Rebellion strong teams right now. It's like what you do with that laning stage right now. And a lot of teams, they win the laning stage and they kind of get picked off a lot and like throw away their advantage. Every kill in this patch matters so much. And I feel like Shopify Rebellion is a team that they've stepped it up a lot in this regard, where they're making more plays on the map. They're not being that methodical team that just goes from tower to tower. They're finding the plays. Abed's making kills. Arteezy's getting a bit more active too. But you're playing against CS Dota. They've been playing this way since day one, right? So like I think this patch really favors these Eastern European teams in that regard.
And Nightfall was briefly one of those Eastern European players that took a tour on Evil Geniuses, but now he's back in his carry position. And I am also, for the longest time, I was like, yeah, but Pierre's playing offlane, but he's truly like a carry player. Pure has very much come into his own as an offlaner at this point.
Yeah, but he is kind of playing carry from the offlane.
Yeah.
We see him
He
at
can
the...
get away with
But he was playing offlane from the carry position.
Yeah. Maybe he just has an identity crisis. He just can't play the role he's supposed to in the lane he's in.
Grassville was greener.
The thing that's interesting about how this team plays is that they manage to find incredibly high amounts of farm on both their carry and their offlane. And I actually feel like GPK is more often than not just third in net worth at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the time they kind of, I wouldn't say they sacrifice him, but he has changed his playstyle the most out of all of them, in my opinion. He used to be very static and play a lot of like heavy laning and keep farming and scaling and building up his like Lina carry, I say, from the mid lane, for example, or his Storm and just farming along the jungle. Now, he's roaming around quite a bit, and Pure is just becoming this monstrous offlane Beastmaster, Legion Commander, farming a ton. So it's interesting to see that they have changed that dynamic, and it's working well so far.
I would say, though, with how Dota is and how big the map is, doesn't it just make the most sense that your mid is like your playmaker? Like, there's so many camps to farm for your offlaner here, for your carry there. Your mid lane is going to get the most experience. I feel like a lot of supports also help your mid like make moves, whether it's some Grimstrokes or you have some AAs who are just running around helping you get the kill. So kind of checks out to me. And I think
Runes
Pure
in
has...
the mid lane too.
That is also true. You get the active rune for your boy Quinn.
Yeah, or either that or the...
He's coming. People keep telling me, where is he?
Either that or your mid laner goes and helps out with like the wisdom runes also.
Yeah.
So mid laner has a lot of responsibilities that involve not being able to hit creeps anymore.
Yeah, which hit heroes.
Yeah.
Farm the heroes instead.
Well, the thing is, you could imagine a dynamic where the mid laner gets ahead and then uses the advantage from mid to just farm the map very effectively, right? Like, you could make that dynamic and then essentially the offlaner could go and play make. That's the classic way of playing Dota, right? It's just... I wouldn't say there's like it's like solved that this is the way to play, because I also feel like BetBoom and, for example, Team Spirit have a different dynamic in this regard. And I would also say Saberlight is not... Like, out of the 3 teams that are left, Pure is the greediest one, I would say.
Yeah.
Clearly. Saberlight has games where he farms quite a bit, but it's not to the same extent. And it's also not the same heroes they're necessarily playing a lot, so...
and Collapse just manages to make net worth out of nothing, it seems, sometimes.
I mean,
This guy doesn't need net worth. Yeah.
We won't talk about Collapse now, but when it comes to Saberlight, I think he has the biggest shoes to fill in this like top 3 situation, because like he's probably the slowest farmer, and he's also the least aggressive of all of them. So like, what does he bring to the table? I think he is the more supportive. He will play more support heroes like the Dawnbreaker and stuff like that, which puts a lot more weight when we talk about what is Arteezy going to play, because I think Saberlight enables his carry better than the other offlaners in that regard.
Well, we have a lot of ideas about these teams, but we actually got a chance to speak to both these teams in the lower bracket final and see their expectations for this series.
It's nice to finally play as good as we all know we can play. I think this is like finally an event where we're all like doing as well as we feel like we should be doing, as in like, you know, we're all really good players, and then finally like everybody's doing their job and everybody's playing super well, so it just comes together like this.
Checking out the area, it's gonna go in again. They found the 3 of the Furies in with the Roar, he's gonna put the refresher. Arteezy, they have the feed script as well. Arteezy completely locked down. He's gonna jump to the side. He's actually still alive. He's gonna get back in. What? He survived for it. The crits are coming out. Arteezy's gonna be able to take down the 2 of them. He's ticking down low though. He's floating away. He's actually gonna live. No way. He actually lives. The rest of Shopify step up. They look towards Toronto. Arteezy's there ready and waiting. He can jump in with the Phantom Strike. Get the triple. Arteezy survives.
And look at GPK, he's gonna get caught as well.
Could go for more. Another jump on him.
Holy moly.
Arteezy strikes back hard off the brink of death.
Shopify Rebellion's a team that I enjoy watching, because whether they're winning, they look really good, or they're losing, there's a lot of memes and it's funny, and of course I know the team personally, so there's that emotional investment as well. So yeah, Shopify Rebellion's probably one of the most fun teams to watch.
Team of old stars, like they're okay, but we will win them, yeah.
I think they're pretty average team, like they perform sometimes better, sometimes worse, but I just got no words, you know, like I can't describe you, because it's like an average team, literally.
BetBoom, for me, my opinions have been pretty similar throughout the years. Like, this is a team that going into every tournament, there's at least one analyst who'll be like, BetBoom's, they're gonna win, but they never manage to get a win.
Yeah, of course we are making some conclusions after games, and we're learning from our mistakes, trying to keep growing.
Playing BetBoom, I think they're the best early game team in the world. Usually they're like really strong on lane. Nightfall is like a very active carry player. He wants to dominate the map, so some PA shenanigans happened against him last time, so I think this time will be a little different. We'll have to try to beat these guys on lanes, you know.
I would like Shopify Rebellion to win, and I would like that to breathe some passion into that team. I don't care what happens afterwards, I just want them to have like a good moment where they actually win a tournament and smile.
So we can go through to the final straight, you know, lower bracket, kinda tough.
It's inspiring stuff. Shopify Rebellion, and high praise coming out of Fly as well. You had the theory saying that these are the best 3 laning teams, and despite Shopify always kind of having the crown of the best laning team in Dota, he's willing to pass that crown on to BetBoom.
Yeah, I'm not really surprising, right? He holds them in very high regard in the laning, and BetBoom says they are an average team. So there you go. It kind of checks out, right? I do think it's kind of an interesting perspective, though, coming out from Pure there to call them an average team, because I think the way he's thinking about it, he's almost looking at it as a math equation, right? They're like really good sometimes, and other times they're down here.
Right.
So at the end of the day, it's probably average, right? I don't think his point was that they're average in this tournament. I think they respect what Shopify have done. They understand that they lost the series to them.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think they are obviously recognizing that, okay, they're playing really well right now, so it's not going to cut it if BetBoom themselves show up with an average performance.
Yeah,
and they haven't been.
It's like a metrics thing where at any given tournament, Shopify is usually the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
They're usually not last place, but they haven't been top 4 since Lima, and so kind of put them
Which
right
year
in
was
the middle.
that?
That was 2023.
I mean,
it was January.
Sometimes
Not January.
It was close.
Like sometimes a team like this, I think they need a break. I think they did take some time off now, and they're kind of showing that. I think some of the ideas they had, maybe like going into pubs, like you had all this Dawnbreaker from Saberlight coming into the tournament in the start. Like sometimes you just need some time off, some new ideas to come in and like kind of just be fresh. Because I think people probably underrated Shopify until now. I think now you need to say that, yeah, I wouldn't really call them that average anymore. They're performing well. They're top 3. I think they have a chance of beating you. But I would say it all will start with the lanes. Because Fear was saying Saberlight has a big shoe to fill. Yeah. And I think he does. And the better you do in the lane, the easier it will be for you. And Nightfall, they will just shut you down from the start.
I mean, I think BetBoom's underestimating Shopify Rebellion. It really does sound like that they're confident in BetBoom, and they think they're just going to win this, from my perspective. So calling them average means like they think they should win this. And they think they're the favorites. I give a little energy to Shopify Rebellion.
If the record is accurate, they lost to an average team in upper brackets. So
what does that make them, huh?
What does that make them? Below average?
Below average top 3.
These are the bars that we raised in our elitist game of Dota 2. Top 3, not good enough. Oh man, okay, but Saberlight's definitely getting targeted as we get ready for a game number 1 of lower bracket finals. Dawnbreaker and Brewmaster immediately targeted out. And Shopify take out the Sven, the Gyro, the Pango, and the Invoker.
That is 7 cores banned. I guess it's nothing too strange nowadays, but I feel like most of the busted heroes of this patch kind of are these cores. I am happy at least that, the heroes that are too good, I think teams have figured out, okay, we don't want to give PA away anymore.
Yep.
It's just a done deal.
And if there was any team to know that, it's BetBoom.
Yeah.
So what I want to see now, okay, so interesting, BetBoom are going to open with a heavy laning hero here that can also rotate in the end. I would like to see Shopify not pick Muerta now. We talked about this yesterday, Fear, right? That this hero is probably not good enough to first phase, and they won't. So
I think they learned their lesson.
Yeah.
But do you like them not first phasing a carry? Or not necessarily a carry, but any core role whatsoever? Because Shopify has been regularly doing that.
No, they have been, but they've always gotten the carry of their choice. But it's late enough into the tournament now. They tried doing that 4th hero in the Muerta early on. It didn't work out, right? Yeah. So you have to adapt, and you have to find a new way to play, because you can't just force it. There's not enough carries that are first phaseable to get away with it.
Yeah.
You also even heard it from Fly in the interview. Like, he was even saying there that they will have to try to do good in lanes or try to beat them in lanes. So we will see a lot of that coming out here. I think 3, of course, is a strong 5. We've seen it many times. You help your carry early on. You can rotate if you want. You can help around with the living armor. So I would say not too surprising to have these early picks that kind of just help your draft furthermore to try and play fast and have strong laning.
And more Arteezy focusing here.
Seriously.
Very interesting to see BetBoom ban Terrorblade. considering how Nightfall's been playing that so far.
Yeah, but Rebellion also has to ban their own spin and gyro just because Bedboom is so good with it.
Yep.
Just a lot of respect here. They realize how Shopify has won most of their games, and it's basically been RTZ coming online. Right? And these are the heroes of the patch that he's shown can do it. Maybe he hasn't played a lot of Terrorblade, but we all know RTZ plays a good Terrorblade, right? So they're just getting that out of the equation right now.
I really like this opening from Shopify in general. This is a bit different from what we've seen them do the previous days, but I think this is a very good adaptation to what is hitting right now from especially Team Spirit, but also Bedboom running this Dark Willow 4, and they banned the Beastmaster that I think is just flat out been Pure's best hero. So
And I definitely like to see this because Crit's a really good Dark Willow. I saw early on in the tournament, he was playing more of like the Hoodwink style. But now going later into the tournament, he's doing something that's really important if they want to win this tournament, and that's like taking away heroes that the enemy's winning with. And he knows how to play it as well, so this is a good step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's just like a double dipper. It's good for you, you take it away from them. I think for Bedboom, there's maybe like some heroes that they've looked at before. I think Legion can make sense against both of these heroes in the game. You've got some Dispel, you have strong laning. I would also say in terms of supporting cast, if you want more teamfight, there's some heroes like, I would have probably said Phoenix for some teamfight, but Bane, just a sick hero. I think Save also on this year has had some phenomenal performances, like some double kills, setting up kills around the map, nightmare saves, just the whole thing.
First 4 picks are all support heroes.
Yep.
That's a change of pace from most of this tournament.
Most of the cores are banned, right? Like, not a single support ban in any of those. So they're taking what got through, and I think more than anything, what are you going to pick here? I think now, if you're a BB team, you're going to be picking some cores. You have that 18 pick, which is going to be really nice.
Yeah.
So if you're in this position, you have to kind of decide. It's an interesting pick here because they don't see anything. So this is going to be the first true blind core pick we're going to see in a while.
How about an Earth Spirit?
I mean, I like the Legion suggestion from Kezo. I think it's solid here. You can purge off Leech Seed in lane. You're playing with Bane, which is a stupidly strong dual lane. Enfeeble is also going to be really good here against the Treant. So I just think there's a lot of upside to this.
Oh, there's the
fast one.
Oh yeah, it's been a while since Shopify got their hands on TA.
I like this pick a lot, mainly just because you are second pick, and you can flex it between carry and mid. So that's always going to... And we've seen that a lot of teams have been struggling with this 24 pick, getting a really good hero for it, and we haven't seen this flex that we normally see in previous patches to enable that. So... And that's mainly just because mid lane, we haven't seen a lot of like carries going into the mid lane, right? Like TA mid isn't one of the few that we do see. So this kind of works, and a lot of teams have banned this TA against Shopify Rebellion because they were scared of this. Abed, I think, is the only one who has played it so far, but I wouldn't be surprised to see RTZ play it against a Legion commander, something like that. Not a bad lane.
Yeah, he definitely plays a good TA. Also, like having some of these traps later in the game against a hero like Bane in nighttime, you don't want to underestimate having more vision, some silence around. Overall, just a good lane. Like you said, I think the flex as well. So, yeah, I like this response here from Shopify quite a bit.
Like the Centaur?
I'm more on the fence with that one, but I see the idea against like laning against Ents, you have high HP region. If you ever get him out of position, I think you kind of burst her out, but I mean, not necessarily the best against Elsie or Bane.
Yeah, Stampede doesn't look like a particularly useful tool in this game so far. Okay.
Are they the only ones that, like these 2 games, did they both come from Mr. Boombox?
Boombox.
I know that they played it at least once.
Yeah, at least one of them.
They might be the only Jug team of
That's
this tournament.
Only one I've seen.
Jug has been picked twice in this tournament, and it was both Nightfall.
Okay, so it's about to be the 3rd one.
This hero is like good and bad versus TA. I mean, you are a Mantic carrier, which is good. But you do have like overwhelming physical damage against the Jug as the TA.
Yeah.
But you are kind of high armor at the same time, so he knows what he's doing. And I think against the Centaur, I would assume you can do well with Jug. But if like one first blood or something like that happens and Centaur gets an early Vanguard, it slides out. But if it's a normal laning stage, it should be okay.
Yeah, it could be a lane that just easily like turns just into like a wash.
Yeah.
Where I feel like Centaur just kind of gets away with it. If you're BB team, I feel like you've got a lot of... Like in the mid game, I think you want to go together and also try to contest this timing of Shopify where maybe you can fight You can fight the Roche, maybe take the Roche yourself. I'm looking at a hero such as Dazzle, perhaps, for them. I don't know how much TPK has played that. But I think for now, the only thing Shopify have is a Centaur getting on top of you. which isn't that bad. Stampede will help his team too, but never mind.
They ban out the Dazzle, but GPK hasn't played it.
Okay.
But he also hadn't played Earth Spirit before yesterday, and was able to pull that one off.
Yeah, you better be able to play the Earth Spirit man at this point.
I'm looking at Bedboom's entire lineup right now, and I think, theoretically speaking, Slark looks quite crazy good for Shopify, but it's only under the condition that they get to the stage of the game where the hero really works. Depth Shroud is incredible this game. It counters out Legion really hard. Slark is very good against Jug because he has, you know, just the ability to full-on reset the fight and get away from Omnislash. I think he trades relatively well with Legion after a couple of levels, but is a hero like that just not pickable because it's not strong enough in the first 5 minutes against this team, or can you offset it with a Treant? Or is it just a bad idea
Probably
altogether?
fine, but I think that all eyes are going to be on what they pick mid, right? Because I think the first question for Shopify Rebellion is going to be, is this TA going to crush mid lane?
Right.
If the answer is no, then we'll probably just go carry and they'll pick Ovid something else.
Okay.
But if they pick something that's very uncomfortable for TA to go mid, there's no point putting TA mid if you can't win your lane, right? So that's going to be pretty useless in that regard. So,
and that's why they banned Dazzle.
Yeah, exactly. So if TA can win the mid lane, they'll go ahead and put TA mid and they'll pick Artesia Slark or something like that. If the mid lane matchup's too hard, then Artesia he'll be fine in the safe lane, I think, against the Legion. He'll just play that matchup and they'll pick something else for Abed here. And that's a tricky thing for BB team as well, because whatever beats TA mid might not be the hero you want for your draft, right?
Yeah, it's a little weird because I'm thinking, okay, Earthshaker is a great hero, and I think you want to pick Shaker here. They're just going to put TA mid, then also pick a new carry that will beat your Legion. I think your entire draft just, it kind of falls flat. I was thinking maybe they want Quab, it can like lane okay, maybe not against the TA, but it would help your kind of draft. I think it will help your Bane with damage, your Legion, but then they wouldn't have banned Primal Beast either, or at least that doesn't really make sense. So I think this last pick for BB team is actually quite hard.
We saw GPK diversify yesterday and play Earth Spirit. Is that a hero here?
Sorry, what was that?
Earth Spirit. He played that yesterday for the first time. GPK.
It's still pretty good, I think.
I think it's really hard against the TA. Any of these strength heroes are really hard to play versus TA. You just get Meld Strike over and over again and you just get forced out of the lane and then TA is going to free farm. This one, you can just farm with your nukes. If you get level 6, you can kill the TA.
Is he going mid against the TA? What do Shopify want to do with this TA now?
That becomes the question, right? Like, you definitely don't want to Slark anymore.
Yeah, this makes Slark so much worse.
Do you want to... The TA for Slash mid is... I'm not an expert in this matchup. I imagine it's playable for both sides. So they could still do it if they want to, and it looks like they'll just pick the Razor, which has been good for Selesh. The question is it going to go mid, or is Arteezy going to play?
I think it's got to be Arteezy Razor against Legion,
It could be either.
I've seen the mid Razors against Leshes as a counter as well.
Yeah,
this was like a few weeks ago.
I mean, they're still deciding. They don't know. Yeah. They're having a nice little chat about it.
This is actually, I think, we first noticed on Tundra. 9 used to run it mid against
Razor mid.
And it will be a mid Razor.
So why is this matchup good for Razor? What does he do against Lesh, who's generally just a spell farming hero, and usually Razor wins with static link damage drain?
I mean, generally from what I've seen from this is you just have the minus armor, you have overwhelming damage, you just kill him. Like, he ramps up faster than Lush does in damage. And normally it's with an IO on the side of the Razor, which helps him sustain. But other than that, like, you got TA, Razor, this Leshrac is going to need armor badly.
Yeah.
He's going to melt pretty quick if they don't deal with that.
There's also a lot of sustain in mid with, like, your bottle and whatever. I think it's not like some unplayable lane for the Lesh, but I think Abed should be pretty happy. And Shopify's mid game is very good. I mean, that is at least what they have to play for. But these early laning movements from Toronto, Tokyo, like maybe coming mid and slowing down this Razor, I think that is something that you cannot let happen. It will change the entire game.
We've seen mids almost more than anyone else in this patch build Blade Mail like every single game. Is this a Blade Mail game for the Razor? Or can you not do it without
Blade Mail Heart?
Blade Mail Heart? Every single mid laner. Who needs anything else?
Razor ramps up faster than Lesh. Let's go Blade Mail Heart.
I think that's kind of griefing. I think the whole Blade Mail is for strength heroes that build the heart.
Okay.
Yeah. But like just the casual Blade Mail and Razor might feel good for the first like 15 minutes. After that, it's going to start feeling pretty bad.
Yeah.
Probably like some Yasha BKB maybe. You just want to like get in there, have your BKB against the Lesh, get in with some 3 armor and just take the fight. I'm kind of vibing with Shopify, but it's going to be up to their early game, mid game, and getting this first Aegis, and I think going forward in the game.
Well, it's time to actually define who might be the best early game team as we get ready for game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome everybody to the lower bracket finals, where we have 2 teams battling against each other for a chance to be able to go against the best team at this tournament in a best of 5. On one side, we got Shopify Rebellion, who look like they have life breathed into them, playing with a kind of aggression that makes them look like a new team again, and that aggression might just be able to pay out in a first blood, but no. BetBoom ready to go for the response. Both teams understanding how important it is to be able to get an early lead here, as the panel has talked a lot about. These are the 2 best early game teams in Dota, Avery?
I think they're the best laning mechanic teams.
Okay.
Early game, I mean, there's a lot more that goes on in the early game. I think sometimes some of that can fall flat for Shopify. I think it's one of the reasons they're doing better at this tournament. The support movement has been a lot better than we've seen it in the past.
Yeah.
And it's what Crit was kind of known for, right? These 4 roamers, especially the melee 4 roamers. He brought the Tusk back. He had some really good games on it. I think that's a big component of a lot of the early game, as the Frog cheers them on. Where are these supports going to move, and how impactful are they beyond just the individual laning mechanics? Because, yeah, all the core players in this game are tremendous individual laners in terms of CSing, keeping equilibrium, D-wards, pulls, all that, right? My big question in this game is the support impact in the first 10 minutes, because BetBoom have been abusing these gates, especially Toronto, Tokyo, getting numbers advantage and skewing both the side lanes. Are you prepared for that if you're Shopify Rebellion, or do you just do it back to them too? Because you have a very strong support duo as well. We saw all these supports get taken early in the draft, a lot of very strong laners here, and it might come down to it, but damn, Bane Enchantress, that is some heavy committal in terms of just trying to win the support on support matchups here in the early game, and I expect the Enchantress to still be king of that to some degree. So Toronto Tokyo is going to have some freedom in terms of where he wants to go and what he wants to influence. And it could be mid as well if you can nuke this Razor down a bit. Always an option that would be really nice for BetBoom if they get it going.
BetBoom coming at this for an opportunity, not just in this match, revenge. After all, they did get knocked down to the lower bracket by Shopify in the first place, in a series that they probably feel like they should have been the victors and gone through the upper bracket. They have a chance of revenge against Shopify Rebellion, and if they do successfully get their revenge, they'll head to the finals where they get a chance at redemption. Another chance at the Dream League finals, one that they failed to claim against Game and Gladiators last time.
And they were in the lead in that series as well, so they have been there. They have been up, but then they get knocked down. I mean, it's tough. It's tough going up against these average teams, you know? Sometimes they surprise you. And so far, lane's going pretty damn well for Shopify, especially mid for Abed. He is making this matchup work. 10-2, a little bit of a regen advantage over GBK. I think if you get into the mid game fairly even or in a little bit of a better position on this Razor, you should be happy. I think they just wanted a fast BKB buyer versus the Lesh potentially. Not sure what other build Abed's really eyeing at here. Maybe he just wants to tank and scale up Sange and Yasha type territory. I don't think we're going to see a Midas here. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy. It can be a hard matchup for the Lesh if you get to that BKB timing, or if you're just able to stay in your ground and link him up. Also a very fast hero. Generally, fast MS heroes are difficult for Lesh to play around because all of his spell damage is close proximity.
Right.
And it's something you underestimate about Razor is he becomes one of the fastest heroes on the map by default. You can just kite around this Lesh. It's hard to land a split earth. I mean, you look at the setups here for BetBoom, it's really just duel and sleep/grip. That's it. They don't have any other stuns or lockdown for GPK and Nightfall to play off of, so those spells need to work for them. They need to land hard. If you get some fast utility up for Shopify in the form of either the BKBs or just Lotus Orbs, Greaves, whatever it is, it's going to make your team fight a lot more difficult on the side of BetBoom. And sometimes the downside of these double single target support lineups, like Enchantress Bane, there's no AoE to fall back on here.
This does look like a lineup where
Lincolns and Lotus Orbs are going to be super effective.
Yes.
Right? All their initiation, and all their big spells, Omni Slash, Fiend's Grip, Duel. The only other spell that they have that can go through, you know, like be single target and tank up the Lincolns would be Enchant and Lightning Storm.
That's what I'm saying. The utility for Shopify, it looks really good on paper here. I feel like this is one of the more even traps.
There it is. First rotation coming out from Crit, but is it going to work? Nabbed him with the Brambles, thanks in part to the slow, but all of it may not be enough. They hit the Blood Grenade. Shadow Realm hit is going to do some damage. Another Blood Grenade
so
as
tanky.
Fly tries to chase after him, but he's not nearly fast enough, not without trees.
Just pure stats for Pure here. Branches, Bracer, Stick, and of course the early press the attack because he got almost first blooded.
You do relieve a lot of the pressure on Arteezy. He was doing perfectly fine in CS, and it looks like they may be able to pick up a kill on save with Pure gone.
He's also tanky.
Yeah, they really are.
This lane is going well for Shopify. They really would have liked that first blood. That would have solidified the win here. Still, very even across the board, and that's probably a good sign for Rebellion here, as if you can go even with Beppu in the lanes, I think you negate one of their huge advantages over a lot of teams.
Yeah, it was something that Fly talked about in the interview. Very scary team when it comes to lanes, and something that he, admitted they would have to focus more on in their rematch series against Betboom.
I think it showed in the draft. They didn't want to give up a lot of bad core matchups. Were willing to pick a flex hero just to make sure the 1 and 2 were in a solid position. And TA has been pretty robust on these lanes overall.
It's particularly good for Shopify if Abed has a good start to the game, because I feel like, Abed has always been the person who kind of like carries Shopify through a lot of their mid game, but I feel like he's doing it with a higher ceiling and more consistently at this tournament than he used to in the past.
Definitely one of the better terms we've seen from him in a long time. Had some games where he just popped off straight 1v5.
Yeah, when you talk about like the best mids in the world, Abed, he was used to be a name that you would always throw in the ring, but I haven't felt that way in the last year or two, but this performance definitely puts him back in that top 3, at least for me.
We'll see. We'll see how it ends today. I'm sure that'll sway it one way or the other as well. But on the up and up. And Shopify being able to give their off lane and safe lane some independence here. All 6 heroes converging to mid. Both teams want to contest the runes. It'll be DD for GPK.
That first blood is still available. It'd be a massive pickup, but Abed is going to come to the rescue. He's going to focus down GPK. It pushed him into the Leshrac. Maybe not the play that Toronto Tokyo wanted there, and Crit knows he messed up. Gives away the tip, while Crit enjoys watching Abed get a double kill for that.
Rare misplay out of Toronto Tokyo. Honestly, he tends to be one of the most mechanically gifted on these sports because, of course, he was a core player. No way around it. He just messed that one up. Ends up getting GPK killed in a situation where he might have lived if you throw him the other way. And Rune Contest goes horribly wrong. That's also the power of the Razor in this Lesh matchup. He melts your armor early. And Lesh is really bad versus armor melting physical damage.
Right. It's something he has to contend with. Doubly so.
Payback.
Templar Assassin. Big kill if they can get it, but the Centaur Stampede comes out alongside the living armor. That's enough to keep Abed alive. It would have been a great turnaround for Betboom. Not enough, though.
This is shaping out to be a really strong early game for Shopify. They've shut down a lot of what Betboom traditionally want to do, and a lot of it has been sucking Toronto Tokyo into these ganks that haven't panned out. We never saw a single gate rotation. This mid play on the runes didn't work out for him. There's another attempt on the Razor which fails. That's basically 3 things that Betboom normally would have some momentum off of. They're sitting at 0 kills. It's about as good as you can hope for here. Centaur on Centaur action.
Saberlight with a Vanguard and those double ring of protection and a Lotus. He's not going to be an easy hero to bring down. May have a chance, though. Nightfall does have his level 6, so we'll see when he puts that Omni Slash to use here with a smoke gank coming in as well. Not going to land. If save could have gotten there in time, get a Nightmare into GPK's follow-up stun.
They're just going to go back for the Rune Contest. 8 minutes. Razor's really strong here.
Brambles going out alongside the Plasma Field. They quickly burst down save. No problem there.
Again, the numbers.
Yeah.
They are meeting Betboom at every one of these runes.
Oh, and look at that. Arteezy being left at a 1v1 is actually chasing down Pure See if he can get this kill. Pure's going to try and juke him around the trees, but Arteezy, you can't hide. Now they get the Bramble back into mid onto GPK. Oh, gee, Shopify beginning to run away with this 6-0, 2,000 net worth lead. And just a blitz of movement there from Shopify. They win the mid and bottom lanes.
Supports just can't keep up right now. It's Tree and Willow skewing this mid matchup so heavily, and you have a full level advantage on both of them over Bet Boom on an Enchantress Bane that are falling behind. They're going to be food on the map. Arteezy with the solo kill, everything clicking right now. His team ain't looking too average.
Lightning getting thrown around. They will be able to hold this tower for now.
And it's going to be a really fast BKB for Abed. He is absolutely blitzing it here. No small item in between, just treads BKB for the Razor. It's going to come out like...
agree with that?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, that's why you're picking it here, right? What is the Leshrac supposed to do against Abed in any of these fights? You pretty much have to grip or duel him, and that's kind of what Shopify want. You have Tree and Armor to throw on top. You have Overgrowth, Terrorize to bail him out. Gives a free fight to the TA. Just going to be a nuisance. And he's going to get it very fast here.
I guess I would have expected Sanj Yasha, especially since the status resistance is helpful against duel and Fiend's Grip.
I think you could have made an argument for that as well. Maybe Tree and Armor skews it a bit. I mean, it's something we should mention. This Treen's been a very early pick for the laning, but the armor is pretty damn nice this game on a lot of these cores. This is very aggressive.
Oh, Arteezy trying to make move by himself and gets baited. Pure knew that Arteezy wanted to continue his dominance here in this bottom lane in the 1v1. Gets baited into a 1v3. They do get a trade out. Toronto Tokyo dies, but well worth it for Bet Boom. They get a dual victory. They kill the enemy carry. And they're shut down some of Arteezy's aggression, I'm sure.
I still like the idea, though, from Artor. Like, forcing Bet Boom to react to you in this one-on-one that is really pressuring Pure out of the lane. It's still going to reflect in the net worth. Like, Pure, he gets a duel, he's happy about the outcome, but he's not happy about why that outcome existed in the first place, which is these lanes are crumbling for Bet Boom. And you get the trade-off mid. Another kill for Abed, and a tier 1 tower gone. This Razor is absolutely out of control. 2,000 up on GPK right now. He almost has BKB at 11 minutes.
That is pretty crazy.
He's 400 off.
Does not have level 5 on save, nor does he have the mana. So he's just trying to keep Arteezy a little bit honest here, but the rest of Shopify are going to start mowing down more towers, and this is scary. You start getting into more and more of a network deficit against Shopify, because they also have the Train Protector to hold their own towers.
Yes, and I think they're definitely going to think about it. This tier 1 safe lane is very high HP. It's a great fight for Shopify with TA traps, plus Treant, who can defensively orient himself there with the Overgrowth. Even Terrorize pretty good in these situations. I mean, who's going to force this tower? I feel like it's only Nightfall at this point. I don't think GPK is strong enough to be forcing objectives in this game.
And Nightfall actually made the rotation down here, but I think he very wisely made the read that, like, we're just not strong enough to try and trade towers. It's pointless. So while he was there, he's farmed his way back up to top now.
I mean, you're still looking for level 6 on your 2 supports. What are you going to take this fight with?
Yeah.
The Death Sentence. And if Shopify understand this, they're going to keep holding it down here with the Templar Assassin. Downside is you don't get to farm some Ancients right now if you're Arteezy, but you're going to be really high level just off the solo XP. And the map control is really going to pay off here in the next few minutes. The lead is going to start to build, and there's not going to be a lot of space for Pure to go. Pure cannot fall back to those Ancients with something like the Beastmaster he traditionally would do here. Kind of just has to suck it out. And here is the gank from Shopify to try and break this position. Blink already up on Saberlight.
Fortunately for Pure, he has backed out of the lane, doesn't get caught by this smoke rotation, which is still hunting through that dire triangle.
It's just so slow and inefficient for him.
I saw that ending from miles away.
Successful scan, save sitting here to break the smokes.
That is the BKB for the Razor. That has got to be one of the fastest. I was just about to say, they were faster than me. That has to be one of the fastest BKBs this past.
Whole minute faster than the fastest. Wow.
Just ridiculous here. It's just going to prevent any sort of aggressive play on him. It basically makes him immortal. Outside of you smoke grip him. And even then, he might not die. And he'll go straight into the Sanj and Yasha. So the two items we were debating, he'll go the safer choice here. And it's not going to hurt him too much. Like, your farm rate's a little worse, but if you're taking the farm off of the enemy side of the map because you're way more confident in being able to stand there due to the BKB, then the economic difference you're creating is similar.
Sure. Yeah.
That aspect I like, especially if you're taking Ancients away from Bet Boom here. Sure, you're going to get this Battle Fury on Nightfall. What's he going to be able to clear with it? You can't enter his triangle ever again.
Now, that is something, while a lot of things are going right for Shopify in this first 15 minutes, they've got a 5,000 net worth lead. That's pretty massive. Bet Boom do have really scary late game, in particular Nightfall's Juggernaut.
They always have good late game, right?
Yeah. Jump forward, stomp on a Pure. His Legion commander has had some slow starts before. This one would be pretty rough. Goes for the duel, but he's going to be overwhelmed pretty quickly by Shopify just bringing all of their cores down to this bottom lane. Won't be able to get anything else for it. Smooth move by Abed, removing the Nightmare with his own illusions.
Well, some extra damage for the Centaur here. Probably not the best hero to utilize it, but hey, moral victory. And it's just some frustration from Pure. He hasn't had any sort of early laning phase game here. We saw this once before, and he did end up recovering it and ended up with, like, you know, 300 duel damage.
Yep.
So slow start for him is not a death sentence. We've seen his Legion come back time and time again. It's going to be tough, though, into Razor TA. These aren't easy heroes to go in and duel with max living armor to back them up. They're very tanky. Another benefit of the early BKB rush, right? You have max living armor to throw on top of the Razor. You're basically immune to the spell damage, and then what's going to cut through you in terms of physical? Oh,
big hiccup. Arteezy too aggressive again. Too far forward in lane, gets caught by Save.
Yeah.
Cutler Toy put to use.
I mean, that's just a kill you have to avoid with the traps, right? You have to make Save commit the smoke for you. And if he wants to smoke, expend grip on you, okay. But that was just too easy.
You got to beware of Save's Bane. We talk about him as being one of the best players to set up. See, Nightfall was ready for that move. Boy, he was really, really fast and being able to spin out of that stomp from Saberlight.
And his TA death, it's going to open up some space. They're going to be able to push bottom in. It's going to force a decision out of here, or out of Shopify here in terms of how much do they rack the bottom. It'll be Artura going straight back there. So this TA does not want to give up control of the max HP safe lane tower here. Again, he's not getting the Ancient farm she traditionally would do with this hero.
And he's not going to be alone. His team is going to join him. They smoke sweep across the map. Run into Pure in the triangle. Should be able to run him down, no problem. Saberlight cuts him down with the double edge.
Nice little combo. We've seen this Dark Willow Centaur pop off in a lot of these games. Bedlam on the Centaur just gives him the extra damage to punch through these heroes off the hoof stomp. It really helps him out. I guess Centaur is one of the better targets to throw the Bedlam on, not because he's tanky, but you can also just stampede chase him.
Yep.
Keep it straight on top.
Yeah, that phase movement helping a lot. Toronto Tokyo just get a TP away. The damage comes pretty fast, but no other source of damage or stun to help out.
Shopify doing a decent job controlling the map.
Oh, Shadow Realm goes off, but so does the Nightmare. He's fine, though. I really like the Bedlam Centaur combo because Centaur really reminds me of Nyx Assassin in some ways, in that he's got kind of a limited amount of burst. And a lot of times I feel like he just doesn't do quite enough. And you need that extra helping hand.
Centaur reminds you of Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
Right.
What? How do you not get that?
I don't think these heroes are similar in any capacity.
Well, I just explained how they look similar, but that's...
I disagree with your point.
Okay. 9-2, 6,000 net worth lead for Shopify Rebellion. And they continue to try and hunt down Bet Boom. Silence goes off. Was that a TA silence? Oh, somehow they messed up some of that, but the overgrowth is still going to be there to catch Nightfall. Unable to spin away, and yeah, an early pickup by Arteezy got the shard. That is going to make things a lot harder for Nightfall when it comes to pushing out and staying out on the map.
It's also a cancel for the grip.
Oh yeah, that's also true.
And they're going to catch Pure. Might be able to run this off. There's a trap.
That was pretty smart. He got to his creep wave and then TP'd out, so the Bedlam damage would be split around.
Really nice heads-up play here. No Charades to come out in time. Still, it's Shopify routing Bet Boom right now. They'll find more damage on to Save here.
They just keep on finding heroes. Save not directly under a ward, but they knew where he was because of the lane ward there to the right. And
I don't think BetBoom really got any Ancients out of this game. This triangle's been all Shopify's for most of it, and the only question now is when do you do Roche? I think it's pretty soon. You have this Deso Templar Assassin, putting an Aegis on your Razor here, or even the TA would be really strong with the amount of skirmish power you have.
They going at it right now.
Yep, Medallion on the tree. You don't even need your whole team to do this, right? I think just flying Artor is probably enough. Keep farming the map with everybody else, unless Abed wants the Aegis for himself here, which I think would be a consideration. Triple bounty rune for Saberlight bottom as well. Oh, wow. Man, 9k gold lead out of nowhere. It's about to get bigger. I mean, what's your comeback potential if you're BetBoom? It's got to be a defensive-oriented fight where you get a really good grip. Grip's your best spell here. And it's, again, the downside of these drafts where the early game goes even for you. I think you'll still end up being a little bit behind because like, you'd rather have Terrorized Bedlam Overgrowth here than Grip.
Yeah, particularly since Terrorize is a good counter to Grip. Right? Long range disable can actually find the Bane in the back.
Aegis will fall. Aegis on Artor plus Blink Dagger coming out for the Templar Assassin. So his aggressive potential skyrocketing right now. Still the highest level in the game. Time to ratchet it up a notch if you're Shopify. Try and close this map out. Prevent the Juggernaut from continuing to scale.
They'll get this kill on Fly, yes, but is Pure going to be able to get out? No, not the case. Yule Scepter is going to be able to stomp him, and the stomp goes over on Toronto Tokyo at the same time. Wait, Pure, he somehow is getting away from them. Oh, the Psyblade hit onto the neutral creep. Well played by Arteezy, making use of that Ogre Bruiser. Well, Abed chases Toronto Tokyo down to the tier 2. Nobody from BetBoom is coming to save him.
And line instantly drawn to just go to the Ancients here. 21-minute Wisdom Rune coming up as well. More Psyblade action.
If he runs, is there a TA trap somewhere?
No.
There's one in the lane.
The only one. So he's out. But this TA is shutting down the map very fast here. And if Shopify can reach this 21 Wisdom Rune, they're probably going to get a kill out of it. As they're just smoke crossing the entire map right now.
A move that BetBoom used a number of times in their series yesterday.
Turn it against them. Arteezy showing mid as well might help bait this out. Looks like they're going to get the rune, but no kills. BetBoom are just grouping up. They are tired of getting picked off right now. More XP into the Dark Willow's pocket.
Good little D word there. So important for BetBoom to limit the vision that Shopify has. I mean, they already control so much of the game.
I guess Enfeeble can definitely help you here. You get some more points in it. Just throw it on the TA or the Razor. It will help you take an extended fight.
Yeah, helps burn through the refraction, which they jump onto Arteezy. Now that's going to be the Aegis, but Fly immediately overgrowth on 2. Pure's going to be able to cleanse that one off himself, but thanks to the shard, Fly gets double root onto Pure, and Pure will fall. GPK goes for a TP out, but the stomp comes in from Saberlight.
I think he was dead anyway.
Both those cores.
So much physical burst damage when this Eye of the Storm starts heating up with the Meld and the Deso coming in from Arteezy. This 1 and 2 pack, a heavy physical punch. So you're going to get an Aegis down for that duel. Do get the victory. Maybe it prevents this high ground. That's what BetBoom are thinking. Heavy price to pay, though. You're giving Deso charges away and, of course, multiple core lives. Treant Shard paying off as well with the new Living Vines. And I really like this Razor Centaur combo. It's done work every fight. Extra move speed for Abed. Guarantees this long duration Link and Eye of the Storm hits. It's just not enough armor on BetBoom's side. Pure not liking what he sees.
They have yet to take a tower, by the way. BetBoom, Fly is not giving them anything here. They took the enemy Tormentor on the side of Shopify, so BetBoom don't have that objective to play with, but they are going to smoke out. They just picked up a Manta recently on Nightfall, and maybe because they see the Train Protector top, or maybe they just feel like they have to be
more Tor.
A successful scan. No Blink Dagger for 4. Got him on the duel. Big pickup for BetBoom. So that move on mid does pay out dividends in the end. They took away that Aegis, and that leads to an opportunity to actually kill Arteezy. A kill worth 1,300 gold for BetBoom.
More dual damage, and Nightfall gets involved. So it's going to boost his levels straight up to 16 here to match the Templar Assassin. Can they get a tower off it? This is the big question. Will they finally get an objective in this game at 23 minutes?
Yeah.
And open up some of the lanes for Nightfall to use this Manta.
Shopify's like, all right, you can have one. You can have one.
No way you're fighting without the TA. So Fly is going to TP bottom and maybe set up here. Maybe catch the hero that stays and lingers after Bet-Boom vacate the area. But instead, it looks like they just want to use the gate. There's a TA trap on this gate. So Shopify should know.
Abed starts making a break for it, though Arteezy is going to TP up here, so it looks like maybe Shopify are going to follow him through the gate and play for a fight up there.
I mean, they definitely want to fight right now.
Yeah.
They know they're stronger in the straight 5-on-5. Bet-Boom, they're just creating space for the Leshrac to catch up.
They also have this great ward. Seeing a lot of Bet-Boom. They do manage to get out of it, though, behind their tier 2. Once again, Bet-Boom. I mean, I think they have a pretty good read of the game, which it is a terrible situation for them. All they can do is stall, and they're really limiting how many pickoffs they give to Shopify.
I mean, it's only terrible if you don't believe in the Juggernaut scale.
Yeah.
If you think Juggernaut carries this game with 5 or 6 slots, then you're okay trading here. Especially if you're
3 slots, Butterfly is a big pickup.
Yeah, it's very big.
Well, it's very big if Arteezy wasn't already thinking about a MKB.
Still, there's no Lotuses or Lincolns out yet, so the Omni Slash should still be fairly effective here. Nothing really to soak it up either.
Yeah.
That might be what this next fight comes down to. How good of an Omni Slash do you get? Who does it take out? If you can get to the Butterfly before that, your odds go up tremendously here.
Man, look at Abed's build. BKB, SNY, now he's going to go Lincolns. So he may not have it yet, but he's going to have it soon.
Makes sense. Just tank up. You're going to deal the damage through Eye of the Storm. And your TA staying alive with you.
And the MKB is done before the Butterfly. Wow.
That feels pretty good. This is where you switch it up and you go E-Blade. Classic E-Blade Juggernaut.
Of course. Great synergy.
That way when Pure goes in and duels somebody and he's losing it, you can E-Blade Pure.
Right, yeah.
Alright, Toro on the bottom gate. Somebody didn't expect this.
The TPs are coming in, but they're going to be too late. Pure's already won that duel. Oh, we got hit by an Ogre.
The Bruiser.
Oh, that is betrayed by the neutral creeps. Feels a little bad, but still a big move there for Bet-Boom. Pure picking up that duel victory.
Huge. Huge here, and he's tipping Toronto Tokyo perhaps for the call or
I saw that ending
being in the right place at the right time. Picking up this TA is just massive. So much time for Nightfall to continue to farm and take so much pressure off the map. And now they can potentially go for another play here.
Omni Slash really not doing that much work against Abed, who has a Shield Rune, and Saberlight, who has a Heart. That is a little bit disheartening for Bet-Boom, watching that damage go down.
They're still
Saberlight chases into the tier 3 to be able to get this kill, and they almost have it too. Nightfall's healing up thanks to the healing ward, and it'll keep him alive. Well, GPK does manage to get the kill on Centaur, but he has to back away behind his tier 3 before they surge again.
That healing ward did a lot of work there, and I can't help but think what would have happened if Abed just BKB'd earlier. I feel like Nightfall's dead. Instead, he got Yules, then they chase, then he BKBs later. The healing ward stays up that entire time, doesn't die. And Toronto Tokyo with these impetuses is enough to dissuade him. But this is just a bad read, right? He had Shield Rune. There is no way you're going on him here. And here, if you BKB out, I feel like he's gone. Maybe underestimating just how strong they really were.
Yeah, it really does seem like that. That said, Shopify caught slipping a little bit.
Yeah, they're giving up some big core kills. Slipping on the map, slipping in the fights, and you're giving some big items to Bet-Boom. They're going to try and protect their ward. Butterfly done for Nightfall, so damage just ramped up very fast here, as well as Hurricane Pike for Toronto Tokyo. A very good Hurricane Pike game. This item is always very strong versus Razor. Even versus the TA, you can Pike him out of the fight. You're going to be pretty happy about that. And even just the 4-staff component versus the single target stun jump.
GPK, that last fight, he used his BKB, so he didn't have anything to protect him there. Not that it really would against that amount of physical damage.
No. He either needs ethereal in the form of like Nihilism E-Blade, or he needs just armor and Shivas plus probably a Bloodstone or something to tank up.
Yeah.
That's a long way away in either category. It looks like he's aiming for the E-Blade off the Kaya here, so that's like the cheaper, faster option here for the Leshrac. Maybe also the more vulnerable if you end up with Nullifier on the side of Shopify.
It's also weird, like, there's more control. If he goes Nihilism, right, then that messes with the Omni Slash and Duel a bit, so.
Not the greatest Nihilism game, but maybe in Ultra Late I could see it being pretty good.
And frankly, I feel like there's not enough armor in the world.
No, not really.
TA plus Razor, that combination of minus armor, physical damage when you're behind 13k, you just won't be able to get there.
Ghost Scepter's definitely going to do more in the short term. Just has to stay alive. Bait out the fight for his other cores to do the work. Another smoke from Bet Boom, man. They are expending a lot here in the last few minutes. Just trying to get these pickoffs for Pure to get his duel damage back up. They'll find the Centaur. Do they want to duel him, though? They don't. Just a bad target to go on.
Yeah, 3,300 HP with a plate mail. Not that easy to bring him down.
And that will be the Lotus for Saberlight. So once that Lotus comes out, your frontline potential in the Razor and T goes up by a lot. Even when you just go in and duel, if you Lotus the guy, you can't follow it up with Omni.
Right. It also puts them in a situation where if Shopify get this next Roshan, their high ground is really strong at that point. They put it on RTZ, they put him a Lincoln, so you put him a Lotus. Like, how do you initiate? How do you start that fight?
I mean, you probably just got to go in and sacrifice somebody again.
Yeah.
Either the Lesh or the Legion.
Now, they have to go through the portal. Oh, okay. That was a little bit of GPK is like, wait, they're coming through the portal, guys. No, it's just the Enchantress Courier.
Baiting his own team or what?
Yeah.
They actually were thinking about going through the portal. Instead, they're going to mass TP bottom a 5-man TP smoke. This is a very cool play if it works, but the ward is going to break this entirely.
Yeah, Pure, he was well positioned to break the smoke. The ward gives them the vision.
Actually want to fight here? This is such a weird place to fight.
Stampede goes off immediately. Plasma's Field to slow him down. They're going to catch up. Now Bet Boom have to either give up on heroes or turn around and fight. It's already looking bad for GPK. His damage is being drained away. And Nightfall thrown up in the air. They get a duel off onto the Razor, trying to soak up the damage, but GPK still dies. The ultimate goes to work, and Pure can't deal with the damage from Arteezy, though Arteezy taking a lot. Got him out, and the bounce over into Roshan. So much damage. Nightfall still dies. It's Roshan will take his head.
And straight into the pit with the minus armor. I guess Nightfall is happy that it didn't go Shopify's way, but the fight is all Shopify, and it's just Abed charging in 1v5 with the Stampede. Tanks the duel, tanks everything here. Omni Slash bounces almost get the Templar Assassin, but almost is not enough. And that's a great fight read from Shopify. Just run it in. If Bet Boom are going to linger there like that, you need to just run at them. Cannot let them walk it off when you have more AoE control, and especially Abed on a monster of a game here. 9-0 and 7 for the Razor. Doesn't even want the Aegis. He will just take a simple cheese for his efforts. And that'll also be the Lotus completed.
Well, now we get to that puzzle we were talking about earlier. How does Bet Boom hold their high ground against an Aegis hero that has Lincolns and Lotus put on them?
We'll see if Shopify want to push it. I think it is doable. It's a little scary if they kill your TA once and it doesn't cost them too much. Potentially still have duel up or they have buybacks. But outside of that, it's a pretty safe siege. I guess Toronto, Tokyo, and GPK, decent amount of outspam. Silver Edge for Arteezy and a double damage. All right, surely this is something you got to do.
Yeah.
You're hitting
even better if you get a
damage power spike.
Nightmare plus... That's really weird. You can Nightmare the BKB unit and it makes him invulnerable for a second, but he's still able to move around.
I guess that makes sense.
Did I see that right?
Could have been a visual thing too.
Very interesting.
You just gotta stall this map. Anti-illusions, this smoke.
Ooh.
Careful.
Oh, tried to use the TA trap deny trick to finish off save.
That was very close.
It really was.
Almost two-shot him here. Smooth moves from Artur. Hasn't had the cleanest game, but he has gotten there.
Well, they get the Tormentor, so that's a little bit more. Toronto, Tokyo, I mean, he's going to be pretty crucial when it comes to holding this high ground.
I think
Getting into Shard is nice.
He's kind of the backbone right now, to be honest. It's the Enchu who might win them the fight if it comes down to it. Because there's not a lot of big damage over time. I'm kind of expecting either Pure or GPK to have to die at the start of the fight to the Razor BKB and the TA jump, right? Like, it's probably going to be one of them, and then you buy back. It's going to be the Enchantress sitting there that outputs the damage that maybe gets you in a position where you can swing it.
Shopify just sweeping back and forth, hoping for a pickoff that makes their high ground attempt a little bit easier, but they still have 2 minutes and 20 seconds till that Aegis goes away, so.
They're just continuing to build the lead, 21K now. Items flowing in. I just keep building utility. Keep getting some more Lotus Orbs, Vlads, Shivas, AC, whatever you want to get. Make Nightfall's life as hard as possible. This Jug cannot carry this game. It looks pretty difficult.
Yeah,
they'll find Arteezy solo again.
Take away that Aegis. Now get out.
I mean, he has a blink on the TA.
They're going to try and kill him a second time.
Didn't get it?
And they get him. The Fiend's Grip holds him in place. Now Abed is going to go to work on this team. They got to be rare. There is more than one carry in this mix. You can see GPK is being diced up by him. Nightmare goes down, but the damage over time is still there. GPK dies, but look at the damage from Charades to Tokyo. Had that cheese though. Abed always ready to go with that in the back pocket. Scarfs it down real quickly. And now Pure, he's going to get bonked, but the BKB still lets him TP out. No problem there. A 1-for-3 exchange. Yeah, they got Arteezy, but this does give an opening for Shopify to hit high ground.
Abed's just way too big in this game. I mean, that's about as good as it's going to get for Petboom. You find the TA instantly twice, 0 damage comes out from Arteezy. But hey, it's the Abed show. 6,000 damage coming out from this Razor. Toronto, Tokyo, maybe you win that fight if you don't have the cheese. That's the advantage of a second carry here for Shopify. You have a bunch of single target physical jump in the Omni Slash in the duel, but you can only use it on one person. Grid caught him on the second life as well.
Nightfall. Always ready for Saberlight's jumps. I don't think they can get this barracks anymore, though.
The building damage is all in the Templar Assassin.
Does Pure jump after them? No.
Man, Abed's so big. He has a full Shiva's Titan Sliver. Level 20i of the Storm Talon as well. Still having a perfect game here. 11-0.
Avery, you did.
I know. I did make a prediction.
But you said it was Primal Beast. I'm sure Abed is feeling confident that this Razor game will finish off for him.
The thing about Razor is one of these heroes that he doesn't really fall off.
Yeah.
Like, you could argue, okay, if you're 11-0, 12-0 on Storm or Primal or something, you know, you die once or twice, the game can become weird. Razor doesn't have that problem in general. I mean, there's rare games where it becomes very difficult, but in this type of game, he's just going to be a powerhouse.
Nice Shadow Realm use there from Crit. Gets him away from the attempted duel up here. He won't die. Save Will instead.
Cut their losses. Get the hell out of there. Save their gem. Silver Edge done for Nightfall. So this is about the only big item you're going to get here. The next 4 or 5 minutes for Petboom to try and change something. Just amp the damage up as much as possible. Again, it has to come down to dual Omni Slash hitting a big target. At this point, you might even want to try and take the Razor out over the Templar Assassin. I feel like it opens the fight more. Is it doable, however? I don't know. With Lotus Orbs, with Treant Armor, Overgrowth, TA Trap Silences, Terrorize, Yule Scepters, there's so much interrupt here.
Yeah, if you decide to make that shakeup, but you don't get that kill,
the game ends.
The game, yeah, it just straight up ends. It's a risky maneuver, but frankly, Petboom, they are running out of options in some ways. They haven't lost a lane of barracks or anything like that, but Shopify's built up a hefty net worth lead. They're probably going to play for that third Roshan.
And the utility on the supports is really what should secure these fights. I mean, you have another Lotus Orb on Fly now. So Lotus Orbs are huge. You can just stack them on the single target jump, prevents the Omni Slash, makes Nightfall's life really hard.
This is a 4-slotted Juggernaut, though. You said if you believe in the 5 or 6 slotted Juggernaut to be able to carry that game. Do you believe? Because obviously, Petboom, that's their plan Well, probably not plan A, but it was their plan B.
I don't know. It's weird. I can see it happen. But it does sound difficult if you're fully kitted on the Razor and the Tia. I don't see Jug beating both of them. He's going to need help.
Yeah. It's the problem that, like, Centaur and Razor, even if he gets around the Lincolns and the Lotus and somehow successfully casts Omni Slash on somebody, there is some serious damage soak of just the Razor and the Centaur being on the field. That
Centaur can just blink in.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take some of those bounces for you.
Yeah.
That's the issue I'm having. This is not... Juggernaut is one of those heroes where it's very dependent on his ult. And a lot of times you can play around it. Nice Bramble Latch.
Four Staves trying to get Toronto Tokyo back a lot of heal. They do deal with the healing ward, though. An important component for Bet Boom in these fights around their tier 3s.
Shopify not giving them a single ward on the map. Controlling all 3 lanes, and the lead continues to build. Where it was 21K at the start of that Aegis, it's now 28,000. Gold just rolling in.
Roshan is up. They don't actually have a trap in either pit. Interesting enough, but
that's a refresher for Abed. My God, he is massive.
With him buying that refresher, I think you won an Aghanim Scepter out of the Roche thing, right? Give the axe to Razor.
That'd be pretty damn nice.
Refresher shard.
This is high ground ward for Bet Boom.
They're going to deal with the ward. Saberlight, knowing how important the vision is to Bet Boom. Abed does get a decent amount of damage stolen away from the Juggernaut, and GPK gets blown up by Arteezy. Not the target this time. Arteezy's going to have a pretty free reign in this team fight, and it looks like Bet Boom have already given up on it. Trying to get out with as many heroes as possible, but any and all disables being put to use for even a single extra hero kill. Toronto Tokyo tanks the Terrorize. And Pure running for his tier 4s. Pops the BKB finally as Saberlight looks to stop his retreat.
Oh,
Nightfall's going to join in. They're going to go for the duel with the Omni Slash. Ooh. Oh, he does lose the duel, but the Omni Slash finished off the Templar Assassin. His Saberlight's actually very low, but Nightfall can't commit for that kill. Not with Abed in tow.
Does Abed want to chase here? Damn straight he does.
He'll hit him with the stomp to chase after him, but immediately cleansed up by Pure. Saberlight's still a bit low, but the heart regen is kicking in. Looks like Baby Fly's going to be left behind. Yeah, Yule Sceptered into the stun. Crit and Abed watch from afar. The overgrowth will not be the saving grace for Fly. Now Bet Boom pushing out, looking for more.
They really want something else off this double core buyback there between Pure and GPK. And they got a treant out of it basically, right?
Yeah.
Severe economic blow. And it's just Abed pushing it to the limit. Doesn't get caught. Continues not to give away that streak, and he is looking into building his own Ags here. Well, that'll be a game ender if you lose a fight off double Ags Eye of the Storm here. It's going to be nasty. However, if you get a Roshan, this is not an objective Shopify were willing or thinking they were going to give up in this game. 30 seconds, no TA.
I mean, you said it. They wanted to get more off of that. They didn't get the Centaur kill, which would have been nice, but getting Roshan, that'll help pay for those buybacks. But Shopify around.
There's a lot of net worth here. The Nightfall taking it.
They're going to be taken in. They got the duel on the Centaur. A hard target to bring down without an Omni Slash, but with enough heroes, maybe. Terrorize pushed away 2 of them as Saberlight pops that Stampede and does get away safely. Bet Boom, the Aghanim Scepter is going to go to the Juggernaut, which, not a real surprise there. That'll help out a bit more when it comes to bursting down these heroes. Now with Swift Slash next to an Omni
And
Slash.
he's suddenly top net worth in the game.
Yeah.
One little bad team fight. Buybacks pay off a bit here for Bet Boom, evens it back out. They get an Aegis, a cheese on the Leshrac, which is pretty nice, and GPK has just been melted every fight. And that Swift Slash, I mean, you got to give it to the Jug. Damn. Do you wish you could have given it to, like, the Bane or something? Or an Ag's Grip, but there is no option here. It has to go on Nightfall. He is everything in terms of your potential to come back and win this game. You need as many Omni Slashes as you can get.
Bet Boom get a lot off of that. That isn't in the net worth exchange. It's still 28,000, but as you said, the Aghanim Scepter, Aegis Cheese, all good. They also get out on the map, get, you know, tier 4 items for anybody who is missing some, and really showcase that they can actually bring heroes down with that Omni Slash.
Yeah, that Omni did some serious work there. it's going to be a lot stronger. You're also approaching this level 25 talent. You can buff it up even more if you really want to. We have seen more people take the Healing Ward talent because it is quite good in the late game fights. We'll see what Nightfall opts for. Maybe more damage.
Smoke wraparound. That confidence from Bet Boom may play against them as they are outside of their base. They're going to be caught. Oh, the Lotus Storm. It catches the Swift Slash. Nightfall is underneath Abed and having his damage drained away. This is going to be troublesome, but he does have an Aghanim Scepter. When he comes back on his second life, Swift Slash and Omni Slash are available, but he needs some help. Immediately silenced up. Pops to Manta. Now Omni Slash on Abed. Does a decent amount, but the Glimmer Cape actually helps to revive that one, and Nightfall can't get away in time. The damage from RTZ is too much to handle, and Abed, yep, he got his hands on a GPK. He'll drag him back in with the help of the Overgrowth. That is going to be Bet Boom losing game one. They had a strong holdout. 20 minutes, it feels like. They've been sitting their base, pushing this game later, but it did pay out that the double carry of Razor and Templar Assassin was too much for the Juggernaut.
Just really nice synergy between the whole lineup as well. The way the utility plays off these 1 and 2 with the double minus armor going into this Leshrac, GPK had no game at all, right? Every single fight, the Leshrac disappears, and there's not much he can do about it. There's no spells on Bet Boom's side to help him, not a lot of items either. I really like how this draft panned out. Strong laning as well, so you countered that out of Bet Boom, and you just put them in a position where Nightfall has to carry against like 2.5 scaling cores. It's too much to handle, and of course, I mean, MVP of this one's got to be Abed, right? He puts up a perfect game one from laning phase to finish. Shopify played around him, 13-0 and 15 for the Razor here with almost 700 GPM. It's just ridiculous what he got out of this game. In every single fight, there is absolutely no answer for him. This last pick, Razor, I mean, it got you.
Shopify, one game up in this series. Very curious what's going to be happening in the draft going into game two, because if the laning phase is so important, and in game one, you pick Train Protector, Bane, Enchantress, Centaur, Razor, like, both teams were focused on the laning phase, and game one proved it is very important. What are the teams going to do in this second draft? We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully our panel has some ideas about that.
I don't know, seemed like a pretty average performance out of Shopify Rebellion to me in this game number one, but definitely some above average moments overall. Shopify, not content with, you know, it's like a Sun Tzu Art of War type situation. Fly is like, oh yeah, you know, Bet Boom's one of the best early game teams, and then bam, slaps them around. Finally see a productive 24th pick as well, because this Razor being flexed with the Templar Assassin, I think, was the ace in the hole that ultimately made this Bet Boom draft fall to pieces and made Shopify look so clean.
Yeah, that was a pretty, I would say that was an average performance from Abed in the mid lane.
Yeah, average performance.
Above average for Arteezy.
Everyone's just average, it's fine.
A little bit above average.
But overall, yeah, Shopify Rebellion, like, I think the safe lane was something that you really need to look at for Shopify Rebellion a lot when it goes into this series specifically. Yeah. And if they advance, just these two opponents, right? Is Arteezy going to have a good laning stage? He had a really good laning stage this game. And I want to credit it a lot to Crit on that one, where he made the rotation early. He knocked out the Legion, made him go back and heal. Then they went yet again on the Bane. He had to go heal. That secured a free lane for Arteezy at that point. And at the same time, if you checked where Saberlight's lane was, it was in front of his tower. Yeah. So he was just chilling and farming against two heroes there. And of course, what more can you say about Abed? He just like styled on GPK throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, Abed popped off in this game. And people like to shit, I think, on Bulba's drafting and Shopify's drafting overall. I think they had Bet Boom's number in this game. They started with the Treant, just solid laning there. I think their double pick as well with the Centaur TA later. I think Bet Boom did not have a good response to that at all. I think going back in the game, they will probably pick a different hero compared to the Jugger on 18. I think they'd also pick a different hero at the very end instead of the Ledge. So I think already starting there and then Shopify having good lanes and Abed performing as well as he did, they just made it look easy.
Yeah, and Fear, you were talking about Arteezy and Hero Pool, and you know that they've mainly been playing 4 carries. Yeah. Obviously here he diversifies with his first TA of the tournament, but what's the... Is there also maybe a little bit of limitations on the side of Bet Boom here, that now that they have to go for the Lesh on GPK and the Jug on Nightfall in a game where neither hero really looked particularly good, were they running out of ideas, or do you think they had an idea that just failed in the lanes?
I think the TA on second pick really got him by surprise, right? I think that's going to be the big thing because they picked this TA and GPK didn't want to play a lot of the heroes that you normally see in the mid lane because TA is good against them. But then all of a sudden he picks the Lesh, what he thinks he has to cover his bases against the TA. Then Abed gets that Razor, and now all of a sudden Arteezy, he's playing the TA, which is his first TA of the tournament. Kind of just caught him by surprise here. I was a little underwhelmed by the carry pick though. There are a lot of carry bans, right? So both these players are going to have to reach a little further back into their pocket, see what's good. And the Juggernaut, it just was a hard jug game. You're playing versus TA already. You're not countering the Centaur in the laning stage, and Razor kind of shits on your hero too. So it wasn't the right pick. And they're going to have to go back and look like, what else can we pick? And I'm not sure. Maybe they have more ideas, or maybe they got surprised.
I feel like in this past week, I've learned that most of my preconceived notions about how certain carry matchups and certain offlane matchups go, I've just been completely thrown out the window. Like, we asked Collapse about the Bloodseeker versus Beastmaster, and that matchup is apparently different than what we remember. We saw Pure play the Legion Commander versus... Who did he play?
Ursa.
Legion Commander Ursa is different. And now apparently Jug and Centaur is not what it used to be.
I mean, Centaur just enjoys that. Like, Centaur to me is a type of hero where if you just let him be, this hero is very good because he scales well with items, well with levels, which is why generally you want heroes like Sven. You want eventual overwhelming damage that will kill him. Obviously, Sven is S tier hero, so he's out. But I think this hero needs to be addressed with a hero that will eventually be able to kill him. I was thinking maybe they can go for some Morphling 18. I think Fear was also about some Medusa, where eventually you just stand your ground and you don't care about him. Because this Stabilized Centaur, he just goes in with 5k HP and they have no answer. Then Abed comes in with a Stampede. What do you know? You have no answer and you can't play.
And how could you have an answer to Abed as we take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head for this game number 1? Average performance.
I mean, if you take these two and combine them, then it's a pretty average KDA.
Average KDA.
For a mid player. If you add them up, it's like 15, 8, and 18. That's an average mid game, you know?
I mean, this is definitely an average Abed game. And a below average GPK game.
Very below average.
True. But these are the numbers that we expect out of the Shopify mid laner. He is, and on a Razor also.
I mean, that's the thing about Abed. He actually can play a lot of heroes. A lot of people forget this because he doesn't play many heroes, but he has a really big hero pool, and he's just a damn good Dota player. And if he gets the last pick that has the opportunity not only win mid, but counter the carry as well, and he pops off, it's going to look like this. And you got to be very careful when playing versus Abed to not give him a situation just like this one.
Well, let's see if a BetBoom team will be able to come correct in game number 2, or if they're going to lose to Shopify 2 times in one tournament. Find out as we get ready for game number 2.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
In Dota 2, it is commonly thought that the laning stage sets the pace for the entire game, and the first creep wave sets the pace for the entire laning stage. So, naturally, optimizing how to play the first wave is an easy way to snowball and win a lot of games. As an offlaner, This guy is the primary problem of the first wave, because usually he's way too close to the enemy tower to safely last hit, and as a result, the enemy team can deny it and hit level 2 before you do. Then, if they're good, they will use this 4-spell versus 2-spell timing to kill you. So, to avoid this, pro teams have come up with some pretty ingenious ways of dealing with this first range creep. The simplest and most obvious way of dealing with it is using nukes to secure the last hit. However, this is still not 100% guaranteed, so some teams have experimented with hiding near the tier 2 tower at the start of the game and killing the range creep as it's walking to lane. Some people take this method a step further and kill the entire creep wave before it hits the lane by using spells. Another method that you can employ near the tier 2 tower is to hard body block the enemy creep wave. The result of this is your creep wave running into their tower, bouncing the lane equilibrium back towards your tower, granting you the tower closeness advantage that the safe laner normally has. Currently in Dota, this same method can be accomplished at the cost of a sentry ward. Simply drop it in the tier 2 tower range as the enemy creep wave is approaching, and the creeps will stop to attack it, launching the lane equilibrium in your favor.
Welcome back, everyone, to lower bracket finals. But first things first, did you enjoy that DHL pro tip from Jenkins? Because if you did, then you should go to esl.gg/DHL pro tips and answer the following question. Do you know what the most important creep in the first creep wave is? I can actually tell you what the options are on esl.gg/DHL pro tips. Is it A, the easy camp? Is it B, melee creep? Is it C, ranged creep? Or is it D, flag bearer creep? Don't answer there. I don't give you anything if you go there. But if you go to esl.gg/DHL pro tips, you might have an opportunity to win a €200 Steam voucher. Yes! Which one is it?
Yeah, don't tell your dog.
Or is it E. Roshan?
E. Roshan, F.
Catapult.
Catapult. G.
Large camp.
Is Roshan a creep?
Sure. Hero creep something.
It's considered an ancient.
I consider ancients creeps.
Oh my!
Oh my!
It's a Pangolier!
Roshan's not an ancient because Radiance doesn't work on him.
Got him.
Got him.
That's why he's the
Get him.
analyst.
You have a point.
Good job here. That's why you
Get
won
him,
TI.
boys. He's a liar.
What if they
He's
made
a fraud.
What if they made Roshan a universal hero?
Oh, then yes. How would that even work?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Pretty sure Roshan has more magic resist than ancients too.
He does for sure.
Yeah. Tsunami's.
All right, fine then, Fear. If you're so smart, then why did they let Pango through? What did they not ban this, or what did they ban this time that they didn't ban last time? Yeah, not so smart now, are ya?
I mean, their first pick this time instead of second pick.
Yeah.
But what did Bab Boom ban? Well, I think overall,
I don't have a memory. I'm old.
No, like the one thing that
You're
people,
an ancient creep.
the one thing that people have done for a while already is to the one answer I've seen over and over and over again is the TA into Pango mid. You lane well against it, you can kill him in his role. So I think sure they did give away the Pango, but at least they got one of the better responses. Like they just kind of had to choose, okay, what are we playing against? And I guess Pango was their go-to.
What about EG Crit 2018 with a POS 4 Pango?
It's back, baby. I think it's pretty trash, but it might be back this game.
What about Abed 2017 Invoker, which was not banned out this time?
Oh, that went through. That's right.
Versus TA. None of these heroes sound good versus TA. Personally, I think Pango is an exclusive. Well, half exclusive, mostly exclusive to the mid lane.
Pango's mid, baby.
It can be played by Saberlight in the off lane, potentially.
I'm pretty sure mostly exclusive is not a saying.
Partially exclusive.
I am very unique. Partially exclusive.
No, I mean, the thing is, Saberlight does play the hero. It's a trash Pangolier game.
Yeah,
it's really bad.
Like, I think now you can still just play it mid. I think it will be fine, but you need an answer to this, like, Bane in the back line. If Pango's the only one rolling in,
we're going game 3.
Yeah.
I mean, TA's second pick seems too OP. We learned something.
Back it up, everyone. It's been called.
Because like, even if you put this Pango in this off lane, you just follow it.
Okay, but what if you just play Pango 5 like Fata did?
That was when Shield Crash was really broken.
Yeah, but what if it still is and they just don't know?
Yeah, I think they don't know.
These kids just don't know.
You got me there. Cat got my tongue on that one.
I do think, though, that you guys' trail of thought of maybe you have to deviate from mid might be a valid way of thinking about this.
I would rather put it mid and give it heroes that will help it be mid and to play the game.
I would rather it lose mid than lose in the offlane. And POS 5, it has not crossed my mind, but I think that's probably the trashiest of all options.
Just wait until we get there.
It's happening.
So then who would be able to help a Pango mid against a Templar Assassin? Maybe pick a tree and protector or something?
It's banned, so probably can't do it this game unless we're playing Revival mode again.
That would add up.
That would be nice.
No, just, I would say a secondary hero that goes in, so it's not just on Pango like, oh, herb derp, I roll in, I get grip melded, and I'm dead. Yeah. But you have the Venge Swab, I think, to help him out. Maybe later on you get some Saberlight hero who can go in. You get some auras, like maybe some Darkseer, you know, like whatever it may be.
What if they just resurrected Brewmaster here?
Yeah, I think that's a sick one.
Maybe a pretty good pick this game.
Maybe next Dream League.
Maybe next Dream League.
I mean, we have some good ideas of really bad ideas.
Roche
Good ideas for bad ideas for later. But in this draft specifically, they're just going to take the Morta right away for Arteezy. This is the hero that he's very comfortable with. It seems that he's kind of added TA to the list of heroes that are working for the squad.
Yeah.
And seeing all the other ones are banned, he will just go back for the Morta. Morta isn't particularly good or bad versus the TA. So this is clearly just a comfort pick, right?
Yeah.
It's a strong laner. He likes the hero. It can carry any given game, but it's not necessarily picked because of what BetBoom is showing.
If you're BetBoom, does Pure play Primal Beast? I feel like what you want against Morta are heroes that can get in the back line.
Pure has not played any Primal.
And it's good against Pango because you can take him out of the role, but I don't know if that really goes like into his hero pool. They would have loved to pick Centaur, so Shopify, of course, they prepared for this. They take that hero out to protect the Arteezy old Muerta lady.
An added benefit of this Muerta pick is that the hero is pretty good against Legion Commander, right? Which is what...
That's what Team Spirit did right there.
Now we're getting to the point where Pure has to diversify a bit. His Beastmaster's banned. The Centaur got banned. The Legion wasn't good.
He's not diversifying.
He's gonna have to. The only hero left that he's played in this tournament is Dazzle.
Yeah, but he's played a lot of Axe.
Oh, sorry.
He's Axe.
Maybe not this tournament, I'm not sure.
I mean, I was talking about this tournament in specific.
Yeah,
he has not played this hero yet.
He's very comfortable in this.
Yeah.
So I think this is taking a half page out of Team Spirit's book here. They also did the Phoenix versus the Morta, and first I was like, hey, the Morta's pretty good versus the Egg, why would you do that? But the other two spells are really good versus Morta, slowing her attack speed, the Sunray going through the calling as well, like, not the calling, what's the ult even called? I don't even remember.
Pierce the Veil.
Pierce the Veil, yeah, so all your spells go through Pierce the Veil, which is super annoying.
Yeah.
And that's when Morta becomes a hero that isn't as strong, because much like a TA, Morta is a hero that doesn't want to buy a BKB, but these heroes kind of like force you into a weird spot. You're playing versus Axe, you don't want BKB, but you kind of have to because you're versus Phoenix. You're also playing versus the Bane, so BKB is not great as well. I like the responses so far to the Morta.
Do you guys know how many instances of damage Sprout does per second?
I think 1 or 2.
I feel like it does more, but
1 or 2.
I would guess that'd be 0.5 seconds.
Yeah, I'd say 2. It's like tick.
I'm trying to wrap my head around what makes this a good Nature's Prophet game, so I was at least thinking, okay, does it do something against TA, for example? Because, like, what's the... Is it literally just we're going to try to run over the lanes, or...
I don't like that pick at all.
I'm not a big fan of it either, to be honest.
It is a hero that can... I mean, yeah, you can TP mid, I guess, and try to do something. Because even if you can eat the tree instantly, it does buy enough time for maybe a Rolling Thunder to hit or something like that.
I mean, there must be something about them just liking the potential where the Nature's Prophet helps the Venge and the Pango, like, make moves. You add in, like, early Solar Crest on top of the Howl early on, and with, like, a lot of minus armor, like, try to speed up the game, maybe. But I was also kind of looking more so at other supports. I don't think there's much way of this Nature's Prophet being a flex. I think offline Nature's Prophet looks dead. And I would not want to lane it into TA either. So I think this just has got to be a crit hero.
We have received confirmation from production that Tsunami is right. For the first time this event.
It was every half second?
Every half second.
Let's go.
That was my second guess.
Tick,
This
tick,
is not good enough.
Tick, tick.
It was his first guess.
I said 1 or maybe 0.5.
The carry
I get a
pool is
half
getting
point,
pretty
0.5.
slim for Nightfall.
Can you gank...
Faceless Void is taken out.
Sorry, can you gank a mid TA with Nature's Prophet Pango? Is it a killable lane? Is it possible?
Anything is possible, but it's not good.
If you put your mind to it.
I mean, how do you TP in and you sprout him? Doesn't sound great to me.
It sounds like you need +1.
Yeah, sounds like he is not the +1.
If Venge comes... I mean, I really don't like the NP pick for what they need, but if you kind of look at what's left, there's not a lot, right? The Bane and Willow seem to be the POS4s of the patch right now, and those are gone. And we've seen other adaptations of trying to get that stun from another hero like a Shadow Shaman. Gaming Gladiators, rest in peace for trying that one. A lot of these heroes just like aren't working in this patch.
Could have seen maybe like some SD, but either way, they've got the natures. They'll have to focus on something else now. This is going to be your Saberlight hero, most likely.
Shopify used to love Grimstroke. What happened to that hero?
Yeah. Well, I guess this game they don't have the best swell
They've got
carrier.
an idea, and we'll see.
Okay.
I don't know what their idea is. To me, it doesn't look like the best idea.
Maybe the
but
offlaner pick will convince you.
That's why they're pros, and I'm on the couch. And that's a hero that I feel like should get exploited here. Like, is there... Oh, Monkey's banned. Okay.
Yeah. They did ban for it decently.
Because you have the freedom here, if you are a BB team.
Isn't this a godly morph game?
I was going to say, you have the freedom to not be greedy if you want to. Because you do have a TA mid. I mean, the TA could also go versus Tide. That's a really good matchup for TA. However, I think you want that TA Pango matchup. So I'm thinking,
like
what can you pick that can just like dump on this hero?
The only thing I would
Razor? Could just pick a Razor carry here.
Razor could work. I would also like a secondary hero who can maybe jump in. I've said something similar last time. I don't know if Nightfall would want to play a hero like Alchemist. I mean, I think you can play double range with TA and +1, and I kind of play for this mid game, but I would like a hero that can go in. Like mid Earth Spirit or a safe link carry that will like buy a blink in the mid game.
Oh, why not?
His stats aren't updated.
Yeah,
this
that's
guy's
a lie.
2-1.
What makes this better than our suggestions? I mean, we don't have to agree, but I'm trying to understand what's the appeal.
I mean,
you're picking Jug into Muerta.
Jug should be good versus Muerta.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you do, I think it's 80% magic resistance in Blade Fury. So pop Pierce the Veil, pop Blade Fury, you're good.
I mean, I think you match up very well with your team's mid game. Like when TA is strong, when Axe wants to fight, Jug will help do the same. You got the healing ward, you can go Roche. So I think it's more perhaps for them and just having a chill lane against Tide.
Just like Jug versus Centaur, Jug versus Tide is an old matchup counter.
Yeah, well.
Is it still, though?
I don't think...
I mean, it's pretty good against Pango too, actually, the Jug. You can just Omni his ass.
That's very
It is. I think Razor's the best possible pick, but this is Comfort. And I think Comfort beats the best pick almost always. So we'll see. It's a better Jug game than last game. Much better.
They also have more teamfight this time around with the Phoenix later on. So, I mean, I think Shopify have a good draft, but this time I prefer Bedboom. This is a 3-game series.
Yeah, I think Shopify has a pretty average draft, and I'm going to go with that this game.
You think we're going to get another average performance out of Abed?
He always has an average performance.
Pango against Jug, Bane, and Templar Assassin. Let's see if he can pull out another rabbit out of his hat, or if we're going to game number 3 as we get ready for PogChamp Pandas.
Shook up. They lost the series in the upper bracket against Shopify. Now they go into elimination, a lower bracket finals, a game down in this series. But they stick to their guns, Avery. They're going to stick to the Nightfall Juggernaut. And, well, Shopify are also sticking to guns as they pick up the pistol-wielding Muerta.
I like it. I'm not sure why they took it on that slot, though. There's no way BetBoom are going to play this hero. Like, if you're going to take the Furion anyway, why not take the Furion and then hold it? But it won't really matter in the end. They probably would have ended up with the same draft regardless. And it's all about Pangolier. You're talking Morta. I mean, this is Pango. Pango has been the premier hero of the tournament if you can get your hands on it. We saw Abed pop off last game, so I expect something similar here, though he does have to play into the grip and Juggernaut TA. Not the easiest Pango game, however, that's why you pick Pango, so he can play in anything. We'll see if it proves true. I think BetBoom have a lot more going for them this time around in terms of game security than last time. That last draft was pretty dependent on the game snowballing a bit more for them, and the lanes went even. This time around, they have this Phoenix, they have Axe to pick up some stuns and more utility, not as dependent on like being a carry like the Legion was, because you have a TA and a Jug to deal with objectives. This lineup's a lot more straightforward. You just go in, drop the Phoenix spells, should have a good team fight. Grip for the Pangolier. There's not a lot of counterplay from Shopify, other than they're just jumping you first or building snowball momentum off the Furion. Tidehunter going in with all of his utility. Maybe he can just tank up the Omni Slash and some of the meld hits, but it sounds difficult. I don't know. I feel like if BetBoom get Roshans in this game, they're going to win. So Shopify need to put themselves in a position where they stop that objective falling to the Templar Assassin Juggernaut.
So once again, looking to be able to win the lanes, get some momentum, secure those Roshans for yourself. Matchup-wise, though, Pango, the Templar Assassin, as a counterpick to Pango in the mid lane. Are you confident about that?
It does fine. I think Pango can get out of this lane, but TA should definitely free farm it for the most part. One murky area is if you get killed by Rolling Thunder or something. And if either hero gets roamed on, can get pretty spicy for sure with the level advantage. But otherwise, I expect it to be pretty even here. Abed getting the upper hand early on. Good sign for him.
Early damage. Some stats for you. Pango is 15 games in Dream League. Very often, first phase, 60% win rate.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good for a first phase, first pick hero.
Yeah.
He's probably been literally first pick every one of those. I doubt his hero has gotten through to second phase, so that is a very good win rate for an absolute first pick. And there's a reason teams are favoring it.
Now, what about another matchup that you were talking about? The Juggernaut pick against... Ooh, dive in, dive away, die. Fly.
Straight back to top.
Gets first blood and TP's away, yeah. So, it's the advantage of having a Furion. The laning phase, straight up, he's good at being able to win your lane, but he's even better at being able to win somebody else's lane.
A nice little start for him, especially with the first blood. It's going to propel him into a fast earn. And if you start getting those charges, then your kill threat becomes that much better. So that's the trajectory Fly is trying to get towards here. Morta is also a very strong laner, though. It's not generally here you just want to leave alone, because she gets kind of abused in the 2-on-1s a lot of time. In the 2-on-2, she's very strong, so you enjoy fighting with her. That's going to be one downside here. Whenever Fly leaves the lane, Arteezy will become a bit susceptible to just getting forced off of the creep waves. So far, he's doing fine.
Which means like being able to have the pull available to you is super important, and they do have that.
Yep. So these lanes are once again going cruisingly for Shopify Rebellion, as they are not going to get outlaned by BetBoom this series, that is for sure. Bringing the heat, it's going to come down to the mid game. I also like this Phoenix Morta matchup. I think Phoenix is one of the better supports versus hero. Though people always talk about, oh, you can like double shoot versus the egg and this type of nonsense. But at the end of the day, Phoenix has an AoE attack slow that can always go into you, as well as just going in the fight and disrupting it with egg and taking some of the time away from those shots. And I feel like that is decent enough value to justify the matchup a lot of times. And there's the roam. Abed happy about that one.
Abed was already putting a lot of pressure. They were pretty even on CS, but when it comes to the trade-off on regen, Abed was really putting the screws to GBK, and then that sets up the rotation from Shopify. They're perfectly fine with leaving this Tidehunter alone in this lane.
It's going to be another good start for Abed, and Shopify should prioritize him here. This is a lane that's very gankable, especially when you have the Furion. You put the TA behind, it's going to be ancient catch-up duty for GBK, and that just means Abed's going to be able to rotate to maybe some of the other lanes and return the favor. Saberlight will escape.
Yeah, he's got boots, so it won't be too badly harmed by the fact he has to TP back to the fountain. You talked about the Phoenix versus Muerta matchup. How do you feel about the Juggernaut versus Muerta matchup? That was I mean, they chose, there was a lot of different ideas, right? They could have done TA safe lane or mid. They had a lot of different cores available to them. They opted for the Juggernaut. Do you feel like this is a good hero against Muerta? Because the stats do not back it up. The pub stats.
I mean, generally no, because Juggernaut ultimately is about Omnislash, and Omnislash versus Muerta is pretty sad. I guess the rest of his kit is pretty good. So if you have a secondary carry, maybe that helps a lot. Going in and abusing Spin and the healing ward, probably pretty decent. But I wouldn't care about playing against Jug as Muerta, honestly. I think there's worse you can play against, so in that sense, you're probably happy. Like, I think Muerta cares more about her counter matchups than the Jug does. Jug is a hero that you're just going to play Jug. I mean,
sure.
You know, Nightfall will have his way. I do think these side lanes are better for Bet Boom in Game 1, too. They're a bit stronger, and the scaling potential over the course of the lane is a bit better. Like, I don't see Nightfall getting forced out of this lane with this Tide Venge that, I mean, the Venge has been rotating too. And then you have Axe. I think Axe is going to continue to power up on top, especially when the Vanguard timing. You're not really touching him with Muerta Furion. Furion is really bad versus these Vanguard heroes.
Yeah,
always has been.
Pure is already having a much better laning phase.
Yep. So
than
that is
Legion Commander lane.
That's the big difference here. You're going to have a lot more tempo out of Pure this game. And we've seen, especially these Eastern European offlaners, just go off with Axe. It's in their wheelhouse for sure.
Yeah, most notable performance at this tournament would be Collapse for sure.
Yeah, even going back to the old days, you know, it's like DK Phobos and stuff. These guys they're all Axe means. They just love it. And even Saberlight is an Axe mean. That's his favorite hero.
Is it?
Yep. I know, because when I played with him for a brief stint, he begged me to pick it every single game.
That's right.
And I never did.
Rotation from behind. Crit shows himself from the high ground. Advantage of being Dire side there, and makes a very easy kill on GPK. And they're going to turn it into 2 as Save tried to even the odds, but it's still a 2 versus 3. And they will lose that side of things. Now they TP in the Phoenix late, but creeps have already died. Abed is already a level 7.
This is everything Shopify won out of mid right now. They're snowballing a Pangolier. Their Furion, perhaps having the best start for a support Furion we've seen the entire tournament. Fly is an absolute monster right now. He's 5.5 on the levels. Wow. Double earn charge off that. This is before Wisdom Runes come out. I guess he got the half off the Wisdom, but this is crazy high level for support Furion. Exactly where you want to be, because the extra Sprout levels plus this earn is going to create a tremendous amount of kill threat on the map right now.
So better side lanes for Bet Boom, but a worse matchup in the mid, it seems. That
and supports. It's another game where I feel like the Bet Boom supports are just not having the game flow they want.
Yeah. Oh, cut down the wrong tree, but that's okay. The fear came from the shot, ends up breaking down the tree, so
that was
a way out.
Totally normal
he goes back in, not wanting to lose these creeps, but he'll lose his life if he's not careful. Trying to use the Battle Hunger for the extra movement speed, but RTC should have the damage. Vanguard helps, but it won't do that much.
Well, I guess he did not respect the earn charges here on Fly. They get the job done. He gets 2 more off that, and his ult is already up. Expect another fight for this rune right now.
Another heavy rotation for Power Rune. Shopify put, I mean, maybe this is just part of the flow of having your supports have a successful laning phase, but they just seem to be bringing a lot more numbers to the Power Rune fights.
It's because it's what Bet Boom's been doing. This team's done their research.
Yeah.
Toronto Tokyo's been winning almost all those rune battles for Bet Boom the entire tournament. If you just match them on the numbers, it's... I mean, there's only so much skill that can go into a rune battle, right? You should be able to match them there and not, at least not fall behind. Right now, Shopify pulling ahead. Nature's Wrath not doing exactly what they wanted it to here.
Yeah, not enough damage, and now Nightmare. Now Abed is going to be perfectly fine. He does get the kill on Toronto Tokyo on his way out.
That was a good expression from Toronto. It was a nice little one of those. Damn this man.
Damn this man or damn this hero?
No, this man. Abed's heating him up right now. No way around it.
Abed ate plenty in that game 1. Seems like he's still hungry for more. Off to a great start in this game 2. Top net worth in the game.
Still hasn't died in the entire series. Worth noting. Sometimes that just gets in your head. This guy starts to feel untouchable. Playing on another level. It's going to be this Axe Blink to try and shift the tides right now, as your Juggernaut's going to be doing Juggernaut things and farming the whole game. So it will likely come down to Pure to take the fights, defend the areas, and enable the supports, most importantly. You're looking at Phoenix Bane. How do you get in there and use these spells off of any engagement? It's got to be the Axe going in.
Yeah.
Is this more Ancient stealing? Oh, this feels super good for Shopify if you get away with it. But yeah, they do not want to let you get away with it right here.
They're going to take the life of Crit and then go back to the Ancient. Shopify will let them have it this time.
That's a hard invasion into the TA traps.
Yeah.
A very tough go. Crit will pay the price.
And also, the levels are there for Bed Boom. Phoenix is now level 6, so big team fight abilities.
Cannot overextend in this type of game. Very easy to overextend. Got to play it a little, maybe conservative if you're Shopify. I feel like that's how most of these Morta lineups function a bit. You just got to wait for her timings. Make sure to set the fights up so that RTZ can come in and clean the plate.
I like that priority. You have a Templar Assassin and a Juggernaut, but they give the Ancient stack to the Pure Axe. I mean, you have 2 carries. When you have that kind of greediness, you really need to make sure that your one playmaker is actually fit for duty. And being able to get Vanguard Blink Dagger pretty quickly is a big part of that.
You say they gave it to him.
Or you think it's one of those?
You could have also taken it.
I think he asked for forgiveness, not for permission.
Told Toronto, Tokyo, don't tell him. Yo, Nightfall, we got some stacks for you, man. Don't worry about Don't worry about it, man. They're waiting for you.
He's going to make sure in like 2 minutes time to like double stack. And he's like, yeah, see, the stack is here.
Oh, Abed must have stolen him. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it was that Pango invasion earlier, really. Speaking of that Pango, Diffuse a Blade. Going to be up very quickly as he's doing his own stacks. Maelstrom done for the Muerta. So big damage dealing items up for Shopify Rebellion.
It's Tide slowly knocking this tower down. Hammer going to allow Saberlight to come back. Doesn't need the stacks if he can get the objectives. It's the rush to these big skirmish items. You got the Blink on Axe. More importantly, you got the Diffusal pretty much finished on Abed here. And you almost have a Vessel done on Fly. These are really big and powerful items for these early fights if you get it going, if you're Shopify, especially with Wave of Terror going through. A lot of long-range poke, right? You're going to get hit by Wave of Terror, Diffusal, Swashbuckle, and a Wrath of Nature, potentially a Vessel thrown on top of you, so they're going to jump
on
first.
The Pango. This is a big kill. Jump forward from GPK, but the Ravage comes through. Saberlight to save his mid laner. Abed yet to die.
Just didn't commit enough. It's like they weren't ready for the jump. GPK's not in there. You only get 1 Fire Spirit out. There's no Brain Sap, no grip.
Yeah, I think the extra commitment there definitely was Toronto Tokyo. Could have used Egg, right?
Sure. Or you just play it a little more patient, but you know, you see the opening, you got to take it and swap ready from crit, get the extra damage reduction. Big deal for the Pangolier in this game. That to me is the really annoying part about Pango in this patch. Is the hero puts you in a position where you have to jump him. You feel like you have to jump him first.
Yeah.
And it makes these lineups with saves built in that much more straightforward to play. It makes your save so much better. Like, swap on the Pango this game is just teamfight winning every time. And there's not many heroes in the meta that do that. I mean, the Phantom Assassin is definitely another one. You know, you save Phantom Assassin, you just win the fight. If you save Pangolier, you might also win you the fight.
GPK, oh, he used the Tumbler toy to hop up the cliff to go farm this hard camp, and then blinks away after the smoke reveal of Shopify Rebellion. A little 2-man wrecking crew attempted.
Trying to put that Diffusal to use. Will not get the fight, and it's a nice mid-tower defense here from Betboom, trying to hold their side of the map against this Tide Furion lineup. It's going to result in their cores all recovering pretty nicely here. I mean, GPK has definitely not had his Ancient priority, but he went the Blink. He's able to fight early. And Pure, he's really eyeing this Blade Mail, and that's what's going to bring the fight together for Betboom. They can line up all their ults with this Blade Mail. I don't think he wants to go for another Blade Mail-less jump. I think it's just too risky. The damage follow-up's not fast enough, right? Unless GPK is willing to blink in with him. You have to be able to kill who he goes on.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Ravage is going to heavily punish you here.
Fly took away their Wisdom Rune.
It's a damn nice one to take. That cheeky Furion. Still got Vessel charges as well. I mean, if I'm Fly, I would really like a fight to break out. I don't think you want to force it if you're Shopify, but if you casually get dragged into one where it's the Tide Hunter tanking all the action, might end up working pretty decently for you.
Sure.
Yeah, this type of move is pretty good because you're either going to get that casual fight onto your beefy frontliner, or you're going to force a reaction on Bet Boom and get a free objective while your 2 carries are farming the map. Kind of like what's happening here for Shopify, and it's just going to be this move out of Bet Boom that maybe swings this game. The pure Blade Mail, getting that smoke through, double damage on GPK as well right now. Gives you a lot more burst damage and fighting power. But you're giving up some map control in exchange.
See, I was going to say I like what's going on for Bet Boom. It feels like this is, like it's a much better pace for compared to game 1, right? Even net worth, they're not getting run over. And they simultaneously have kind of like almost a greedier lineup. They have double carry, right? Whereas last time it felt like the Juggernaut had to take the game all on his own. Now, this could change and, you know, maybe Shopify run over them, but at least for right now, I feel like the pace of the game is really good for Bet Boom.
It's definitely good for Nightfall. I think GPK is probably pretty happy about it as well.
Yeah.
I think if there's anybody suffering, it's probably supports. Because normally Toronto Tokyo would, I think he'd just be pushing some lane super deep with the Phoenix here and getting really fat, right? But he just hasn't had the space, and the early tier 1s going down to the Tide have constricted it a bit. You're also afraid of this Furion TPing on you, just dying to him +1 here. So that's, I think Toronto Tokyo is not feeling too great about his scaling in this game. He doesn't need much, but normally he'd be a lot fatter. And it'll be a 3rd tier 1 going down as Tidehunter will claim another objective, another soul for the anchor.
I don't think the towers have souls.
What the hell? Yeah, they do.
Automatons.
No, they actually do.
I don't believe you. You can't fool me on this. There's no way you know tower lore.
No, their artifices connect to the Ancients' willpower. So technically they share part of the soul.
All right, that's a stretch and a half.
That's not stretch and a half. That's lore, baby. Can't argue with the truth, Austin. You got caught with your hand in the lore jar. And now you look like a fool.
There's only raisin oatmeal cookies in that lore jar. I didn't want any of them.
Yules for fly. So looking to counteract this axe jump and cancel for the grip?
Yeah.
Pretty interesting pickup. You're telling me that's not the face of a man with a soul? As
he dies!
Ooh.
The god can bleed. Abed finally dies in the series from a cute little smoke move there from GPK and save, putting the Bane to use.
That was a really good smoke. They're going to get good vision off it, steal some Ancients, get the best target they could have hoped for off of very low committal, just a grip and a Deso charge for GPK.
You jump onto the axe here. They do have Furion in the side, but they are ultimately just going to be lacking in damage. Tried to go for the Culling Blade. It was a fair attempt. He was hoping the damage would be enough. Not the case. Swap back into the silence and then followed up with the fear. That's a nice little combo. It does net them a position 5, Toronto Tokyo Phoenix.
This game's heating up a little bit. Both teams looking for the pickoff. They have the damage online now.
Oh, look at that. They're going to do Roshan early again on Shopify.
Yeah, why not? You have the Venge.
You have the Venge. Muerta's pretty good at doing it, and Pango's quite good.
I mean, Abed died, and he's like, guys, I need Aegis. So this is
unacceptable.
I don't like this feeling.
Better have less than 1 death average in this series. That is actually the funniest mischaracterization. If Abed, the shyest and quietest of all the pro players, is actually just a tyrant in the game on the team.
Wouldn't surprise me.
They're still going for it.
It's just such a tough kill.
Yeah.
You're just going to need a break at some point. It's going to be Silver Edge, either in the TA or the Jug, that really opens that kill up. Then you're going to have to think about it a lot more, your Saberlight. But for now, you're a beast. This Yules is really risky, man. Because the thing about Furion is the strength you bring as a hero is the extra farm you're getting off the map and what that translates to in terms of the 5-on-5 team fight. Your items really have to be on point. You have to get value out of them because your spells are just not that impactful. And you can basically go for any item in the game. I mean, the Ags is probably the most reliable in terms of just getting extra root off your ult. So when he's going something like Yules here, you really got to make it work. And it's a hard item to make work on the hero a lot of times. even if you get gripped, let's say you grip somebody, you TP and you use the Bane, that takes a while.
Yeah.
Right? That's like 3 seconds. The grip for 3 seconds might be enough.
Now, do you agree with the Yules in theory? Because I think it's the best and perhaps only answer to help the Muerta against Axe.
Yeah, it's very good versus Axe. Again, though, it's about positioning. A lot of times, Furion isn't there at the start. That's why I think saying it's a hard item to use on the Furion. You kind of need to not abuse your teleport as much and be there on these smoke blankets, be there for the fights. And if you're not there, this item just falls very flat. So we'll see if Fly can put it to use. I mean, of course, you can always build into something like a Wind Waker or Ultra Late. Counteract some of the single target jump that BetBoom have, but that's a long way away. Whereas, you know, something just like Lotus Orb here, for example, or Pipe, Ags, more reliable. That's why it's an interesting item choice. If it pays off, it'll pay off big. If it falls,
and quickly become a useless item if you get to a point where he hasn't done anything with it, and then we get BKB completed for Pure, which he is what he's working on.
I even think there was a world where, like, Orchid was on the board too. Just jump in and Orchid sprout one of the supports. Pretty obnoxious.
Sure.
Silences and Dispels pretty nice for versus what BetBoom are packing here.
Manta's all around, huh? Manta for Abed, so that'll help him. A little bit of Dispel action. Also, additional way to be able to tank up the Juggernaut Omni Slash. Help him be able to disjoint meld hits like this. Hey, he's getting a lot. Oh, Pure jumped in on that one. Did not get the call on crit, which is who he was looking for. Instead, grabs 2 cores, but his team wasn't there just yet. Now they are. With the egg pop, but Shopify are already able to disengage. Sure, they pick up crit in the end, but I don't think that was really the entrance that Pure had in mind. Would have loved to be able to bring down that Aegis or something, but...
Still okay with this. I mean, GPK continuing to heat up. He'll finish his full Hurricane Pike here. You gotta remember, this TA is the most farmed hero in this game right now. Off a slow start, he eventually got there. He's been given a lot of lane creep priority. It's very big. And they're not finding the skirmishes with the Pango. Right? No. I mean, your Aegis is almost expired here. You got what with it, right? You got a Wisdom Rune. That's it. Abed just not finding too much action off of a fast start. Now this is, I think, is feeling pretty rough for Shopify, right? I don't think you're getting what you want out of this time period. When you're stronger, you have the Aegis, you have this Pangolier who wants to force the action before big breaks or big BKBs, late game items come out for BetBoom, and they're just going to pummel you with the physical damage.
It is funny seeing Shopify Rebellion being on the receiving end of a game slowing down and watching the enemy team just be able to out-farm them a bit.
What are you implying there, son?
Oh, it was it's part of their MO for a long time. Win lanes. Muerta. I mean, you talked about game 1, BetBoom having faith in the Juggernaut to be able to carry them late. 6 items. Feels like now Shopify have to have that same discussion. If they're not able to run over BetBoom like I think they're hoping to in this period of time, GPK, he's out. Then do you have faith in the Muerta to be able to still carry this game in 10, 15 minutes time when it's still going on? Because it doesn't look like it's going to close out early, not with the current pace.
It seems pretty hard. I think there will be a timing where RTZ can win the team fights. And if you get that next Roshan, it can look pretty solid for you, but at the current pace, not really. And I mean, you're going up against a Jug and a TA here. I think it's too much for the Muerta to fight through. The Pangolier can do some, but you are going to have to play into this grip. You potentially just have some double axe call in the late game with BKBs going in. There's not much BKB interrupt from this lineup. Those are the concerns. But right now, you are still very strong in the straight 5-on-5 with this Ravage, as well as Dead in the Water here. Anchor, no joke, locking these heroes down.
Smoke forward.
Really good angle.
With this timing, with this gem, they kill the Phoenix right away, and with the Anchor, they'll lock down the Bane. No core kills out of it, though.
Do get a DD. Pretty nice follow-up here for Abed. It's not too bad. Ravage for 2. Take over the Ancients, get a rune. But all 3 cores. dodging the fight and working towards what'll be a BKB for Pure and a BKB for GPK. That's going to be the big signal to start taking the fights. Try and line it up with one of Nightfall's big items.
And they have that BKB coming in on the Axe, I believe, already. RTZ will bring down that mid-tier 2. Taking the outpost away.
You want to pick up the space if you're Shopify. If BetBoom are just going to farm with 5 heroes, then you better start picking some people off.
I think they know that GPK is doing this right now. It's a little hard to get there.
Oh, they got it.
Yeah, he stole it away. Really good use of the swashbuckle there to claim the last hit on the Tormentor. Fight Caprec underneath the tier 2. Pure is able to get a Culling Blade onto the Vengeful Spirit, and they got the grip on the Pango. Perfect stuff. A Shopify trying way too hard to take that fight between towers. Very awkward.
Second that sentry comes down, that fight's pretty much done. Arteezy just gets slept, and you have to bail him out with the swap, and Abed with the completely wrong read there in terms of who's going in and what's happening as Grip just feeds away a second kill for this Pango. Might have stolen the Tormentor, but he did not steal our hearts.
And his deathless spree taken away from him, and now a second death added on top of that. 7-11. Just 1,000 net worth lead for Shopify. But again, they're in a situation where they are the ones with a pretty much single carry. And BetBoom only getting stronger on both a Juggernaut and a Templar Assassin. And I think they're at a point where they no longer need to dodge fights. I think they can actually contest this next Roshan, which is that's going to be scary for Shopify.
I think it's BetBoom's to take. They're going to have the BKBs on these 2 cores, and they're going to have Butterfly on the Jug. That's just such a strong timing here.
Yeah.
You don't have control for these BKBs. If you're Shopify, you're just going to ignore everything. What are you supposed to do? Who's standing their ground? Very tough. And remember what I said, I feel like if BetBoom get Roshans this game, they're favored to win it for sure.
Yeah.
Because fighting into Aegis with the Muerta, dependent on her ult, and dependency on Ravage here to start the whole fight, it just sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, you already have enough problems because there's 2 different carries you need to be able to target, and there's a question of whether or not Muerta's just going to run out of damage or time on her ultimate. If you have a 3rd hero to contend with via Aegis,
it's too much.
Yeah, probably going to be too much for this hero, but we'll see. Butterfly is complete for the Juggernaut. It's a big pickup. Limited time, though, where that's going to be effective against the Muerta anyway, because Arteezy is already halfway to an MKB. But timing is everything here. They've hit their BKB windows. They've got the Butterfly before the MKB, and it's time for that Roshan.
Hags just delivered for Abed. Trying to meet this timing head on. You get a good Rolling Thunder, it might just win you this Roshan fight, but it has to be a full duration one that connects with this Ags, giving you the max value here. You get gripped on the Pango and slain. Fight's just over. A second 5-man smoke here from Toronto, Tokyo. Smoke on smoke, who gets the jump?
Break the smoke. Pure, he's going to jump in first. Supernova already going to be used, so no chance for a Ravage, it looks like. They're just going to have to leave Crit behind. But if Shopify can reset here, it's not the worst. That was some commitment from BetBoom just to be able to get a support. Unfortunately, Crit does not have buyback for Shopify, so they may have to contend with a 4 versus 5 for control over this Roshan pit.
They got Egg and a BKB, that's it. Fly did steal another Wisdom Rune. Man, they have just been taking every single one off BetBoom's side of the map, so that's something. Look, you still have Ravage, Rolling Thunder here.
BetBoom going in with such confidence into the pit, trying to get some vision off of the Meteor Hammer. Saberlight faking the Ravage. Spin's going to go out now. A little bit
walking
early.
in.
Yeah, so Saberlight's going to try and contest for this Aegis, and with the BKB, use the Ravage now. Can he grab it? Aegis on deck, and he gets it just in time. Problem is now Abed's going to be in trouble with the Fiend's Grip on the Rolling Thunder. Juggernaut's dying, though. Call goes out. Interception by Pure, just what they need. A Yule Scepter to protect Arteezy. Barely stays alive, but he actually got him in the end. The TA trap, that was the last little bit required. Sure, they stopped Pure's TP back, but it's BetBoom who have already won the fight off of the kill on the carry, and now they're going to run down whatever heroes are left. Crit, last one left alive. 4 heroes. Yeah, they didn't get the Aegis, but they still got 4 hero kills, and they took away the gem from Shopify.
Arteezy kicked out to a TA trap. for the last 45 damage there. That just feels bad, but I feel like that fight is already over, right? Even with Saberlight snatching the Aegis, it's the same setup. The grip on the Pango just decides it.
Yep.
Save's positioning way too good here. Nothing to stop it. And this is the problem with leading the fight with Ravage. You can't cancel the grip with your AoE stun later on. And you can't kill him through the BKB, so you don't have a choice. That's just way too hard to cancel this.
There was this moment where Nightfall, I thought he was going to die, but what a save from Pure. And you can see that Blade Mail shreds the Muerte. Even as the Yules comes in from Fly pretty quickly, the damage has already been done.
That's why that Yules, it's really hard to get the max value out of it here. That was a pretty good one, but it's not enough to keep their heroes up. And yeah, Save 2 big plays in that fight.
I'll take that as tribute.
Really secured that engagement for BetBoom, showing why he's perhaps the best Bane in the world right now, though I don't know if that's a title you really want.
Yeah. At the end of the day, being remembered as a Bane player.
That will be your legacy.
Sure, you win millions of dollars, but...
He did it on Bane. It's disgusting. Why do people hate that hero? I like that hero.
Skill issue.
True.
You could see the confidence growing for BetBoom. First able to play for the Roshan, basically win it, even if they don't get the Aegis. And now, just confidently jumping on a Tidehunter. The fear helps out a little bit. Nightfall gets off the Manta.
Bounces, man.
He just stuck onto that poor Vengeful Spirit. Crit. Had no help from Fly or RTZ when it came to the Omni Slash bounces.
They're still getting chased here. You gotta be wary of this Bane. He's got Force Staff, Aether, Psychic Headband.
They're gonna catch up to Fly.
It's just not enough to stand your ground right now if you're Shopify. You don't have any big auras to really do it. It's all in this single target utility, and none of it helps Abed go in. You just need the Lotus Orb or Lincolns or something to throw on this Pangolier right now, so Abed can commit to the engagement and turn it for you. Right now, it's all BetBoom, and their carries are online, man. Both of them are well ahead of the pack. 4 or 5K leads for the Templar Assassin and the Juggernaut. Still have that cheese on GPK as well. Never even had to use it this whole time. So that'll be high ground without an Aegis. They're going to push it. You're going to need to jump with this Ravage and get a really good burst on a core.
Yeah, you got to get some brilliant chain stun. Surprise them with the Ravage, then chain it with the Rolling Thunder.
I mean, there's only 2 ways to fight if you're Shopify. You're either going in with the Ravage, committing everything on a big core target, or you're holding the Ravage to try and bail out the grip on the Pango. But that's pretty much it. I don't think there's another route you can take. And a lot of that's dependent on how deep Arteezy can get as well. That's sometimes the issue with Morta is, can you get the hero into the fight in a good enough position to just pop your ult and hit the guy who's getting stunned? It's very easy to go in with a Ravage, stun a core target, and by the time Morta starts hitting them, your Ravage is out. Yags for Pure, just more damage. And there's the break. This is a very pivotal item for BetBoom. Now your Tidehunter, he's just going to disappear, man.
He already died pretty quickly when they jumped on him earlier in the river. Throw a break on top of that one. They're going to pass over the cheese to Pure, so look for that on his initiation on the Muerta.
In fact, it's double break, right? We have the Silver Edge for Nightfall as well.
Yeah.
This is just brutal for Saberlight. It's going to have to play a lot more defensively, which means your opportunities to get good Ravages or to provide the vision for your team go out the window.
Arteezy has hit a peak for Muerta, which is that 20 talent alongside the
big
damage of the MKB.
Really big talent. It's one of the strongest carry talents in the game. No way around it. You have to be able to get the hits, though.
Yeah, you also have to... Like, that is added damage, which in a way makes the axe even stronger. Call the lockdown Saberlight as he tries to Ogre Seal Totem his way out of an Omni Slash. It doesn't work.
This map is just collapsing. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Double Silver Edge carry are going to find you. Save is just going to run around solo smoke, set it for whatever the hell he wants. And what are you even farming here if you're Shopify? I mean, what is the big turnaround item, right? Bash or Pango to help deal with the BKBs, but damage-wise, it's all on Arteezy. No one else is really going to be scaling up the damage in this game. And it goes back to the issue of, can Muerta kill all 3 of these cores? Sounds pretty tough. I wish him the best.
Sounds near impossible. 8 seconds for that ultimate to work. Always the biggest downside of Muerta. Not like a TV. That meta lasts a long time compared to Pierce the Veil. You got to get a lot done in a very limited period, and Bet Boom are putting the pressure on Shopify to make a mistake here as they just hit the high ground, and Shopify do not want to stop. Oh, nice catch.
They finally trapped the Wisdom Rune that Fly has stolen every single time this game. Did get another one, but will finally pay a price for it as
take all that
Davis.
Experience, but then you just give it right back with the death.
They were sick of this happening. Safe will be rewarded with the shard. Now it feels like you have one fight left if you're Shopify here.
Yeah, how does Arteezy do damage to Nightfall?
He right-clicks
BKB and spin.
Right-click him a lot.
Okay.
No, it's just
I mean, you don't. Right. That's the straightforward answer. You got to kill the axe when he goes in. That's what you're trying to do if you're Shopify, which he also has BKB, so I don't know, man. It's tough. It's a very tough position. This lineup does not function too well from behind.
You know, similar to Bet Boom in Game 1, how we said, you know, some of their high ground hold is going to come from the support. That was in Toronto Tokyo's Enchantress. In this game, I think crit swap back is going to be the only way that Shopify really turn around that high ground siege when it comes.
Was Steve just yawning?
Yeah, probably. Guys.
It's like, God damn.
Had to wake up early for this series.
Putting myself to sleep with this one.
Smoke is going to break. Shopify, get the Ravage!
You shouldn't have been sleeping.
Swap back onto the axe, half health, but he had the cheese. With the BKB, doesn't take much damage. Arteezy's drawing, and he is leading into Nightfall. Nightfall's got to be careful, and he gets off the Omni Slash onto Abed. Abed can't get rid of it until last second. He passes over to the Tidehunter, and it's the Tide who dies instead. A call to chase after Arteezy. Doesn't quite get him, though. Fly's going to slow him down with this shard. That's going to help a lot as Arteezy still trying to get out with his Shadow Blade.
They scanned him. They don't see him.
Only a few more seconds. Dust misses. GBK might spot him, though, with a Silver Edge.
He just knows. He knows where he is.
Oh, he runs right into him.
Read him like a book.
Reads him like a book and shreds him like paper.
That fight is... That's so tough. It looks so good for Shopify, too. You're not going to get much better of a jump. You catch the Bane first. No grit for Abed. Opens up the Rolling Thunder. The Phoenix dies. It forces a buyback out of Toronto Tokyo. But then what, right? All 3 cores are just so damn big, and that Omni Slash did not get disjointed with the Manta. Now, Abed. Oh, yeah, it's such a good game 1, but here it is just falling apart.
And they committed. That was all in for Shopify in that last fight. They committed. They bought a BKB, which means no buyback for Arteezy, which now means Mega is going to be taken by Bet Boom. Shopify,
yeah, that's just it.
They're going to call it here. There's no doubt. This game is over, which is great. It means we're going to have a Game 3 in the Bet Boom versus Shopify Rebellion series. They went the distance, the upper bracket. It'll go the distance in the lower bracket.
Going back to the roots, I think a bit more. Not too focused on the single target. Getting a hero for Toronto Tokyo that is very comfortable playing the fights in. They get save on the pickoff. And then not being too dependent on too many carries and damage dealers in the game. They have some more stuns, more BKB Pierce. They make the Pangoliers game very difficult. I think the Bane was the go-to ban there for the Pango because his team hasn't really been playing Grimstroke, which has been the other one. So it might be something you consider if you get a situation to run it back. But damn, is the difference very stark here, right? Between Game 1 and Game 2 for Abed. 1v5 Game 1, and in this game, there's just nowhere to go. He has no real help either. The side lanes didn't go well enough for Shopify to combine the cores. And we'll be going to a Game 3 where we will finally figure out who is the above-average team.
We're going to find out Game 3 coming up soon.
But for now, we can continue raving about GPK's performance. What a night and day change between game number 1, because he was quite a bit more enabled, even though, truth be told, they actually tried to shut him down. Kazu, like you were saying, you wanted heroes who could rotate on the mid to make this Pango, who we knew was going to have a hard time, have a little bit easier time. And despite all these rotations, still GPK balled out of control.
Yeah, I mean, they did really good in the early game, right? They brought it down, like what, they even like twice, and Abed got the active rune here, then he got another one. But eventually, I think they overplayed their welcome quite a bit in this triangle. Then there's like some comeback for GPK, they run into the traps, and just furthermore, I feel like eventually their teamfight just got better, and you could see this problem that Abe just eventually rolls into in this game. There's a grip, there's too much teamfight, there's an Omni Slash, a Desolator TA, really and Bed Boom just get online.
What happened to the lights? Whoa.
What?
Whoa. Would you guys say the real pivotal turning point was, so first of all, Abed had a really clutch steal on the Tormentor, but then right after that, they had a 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
And then immediately after, he goes Rolling Thunder, he rolls in, gets gripped, dies, loses gem, and they lose crit. There was a 4,000 network swing in that one moment. Was that the one moment that they couldn't afford, or were there other problems than just that time?
I mean, with the draft they had, yeah, they couldn't afford that. Because, like, just looking at it from the draft standpoint, I really thought you had to pop off really hard.
Yeah, and like, I think this is one of the fights that, so the game's even, but what I love what Saberlight is doing here is like kind of baiting. He baits out the spin, he gets out the BKB, but eventually you see the grip come out on Abed again. And I think if you're flying this moment, I'm not saying that he's like game losing or whatever, but you need to be super clutch to win these fights. And I think he bought the Yules, and I think he has the Shard as well. And the one thing that will stop Abed is this Bane. So I think when Abed rolls into the fight, they should look to communicate like, okay, Fly, I'm sorry, this might be crazy, but you need to get the hell in there in the backline. Use your Shard to see the Bane and pre-Yule him, or the moment he grips me, you need to Yule him like that, because I think from this point onward, the game is already so hard, you need to clutch it up somehow. And I think a team maybe like Team Spirit, or like as the best team, you need to win hard games. And I think from this point on, it is a hard game. You need to pull out everything you can.
He went through all that trouble to give him the Shard by stealing the Torment.
Yeah, true, actually.
And he was not able to return
He should
the favor.
repay him. He did not. Yeah, he didn't repay him. Dota 101, man. You need to help your teammates.
I mean, going back to Abed, actually, like, I think Shopify Rebellion can't be put in a position where Abed is set up for failure.
Yeah.
And normally, if you watch game number 1, he kind of like won mid by himself. Sure, some rotations would help, but he was required to have both supports camp his lane, and it's still not a good Pango game at the end of the day, right? You're playing versus Grip, you're playing versus TA who has long range, is going to hit you. Omni Slash is bad. Abed just has to play a higher impact type of hero, right? Because if Arteezy's getting banned out and he's going to be forced in this Morta, sure, Morta's a fine hero, but it's never going to carry the game that hard. I hate to say it, but maybe Pango isn't a first pick hero for Shopify Rebellion, and I kind of called it. I was joking around a little bit, this TA on second pick being OP, but it might be, because like you can play it on 2 lanes. If you do have like the counter pick in mid or the side lane, do you have the option to really get that perfect last pick? It's looking pretty strong.
It owned for both teams in both games, so I fully agree with you.
I do think, was it Kappa or SVG suggesting a Bane ban in the second phase could have maybe been a big help? Like,
a lot of bans than required.
It is, but you think about, they already want to play the Bane, right? They've shown they want to play it almost regardless of matchup.
Yeah.
And then when you're also making it good on top of that, you're giving it like a clear purpose in the game that's just high impact immediately, and you're not really, and even afterwards, they didn't really cover it very well.
They banned Willow instead of Bane, right? I guess Pango's pretty good versus
Or you need a game-breaking
Pango's
item
good
in this
against
game,
Willow.
which would be Lotus Orb. Abed rolls in, you pop him a Lotus, he can't get gripped, he can't get Omni'd. At least that gives him like a buffer. And I think you want
Tide had one, but they just couldn't.
Well, gotta use it.
Find the opening.
But you said specifically you don't think that Pango's a first phase for Shopify, but what team could deal with these picks coming out of BetBoom? The Bane is like, no one wants to have to second phase ban a Bane.
Well,
we
the
didn't even
thing-
see like a Bloodseeker that could have come out also.
It's a different team. Like, I could see BetBoom pick this Pango first, and then Shopify picking maybe the TA, because the win conditions are different for both teams. I find Pure and Nightfall to be the win conditions, where on Shopify Rebellion, I think it's Abed and Arteezy, right? Where the supporting cast is a little bit different, where Saberlight, he's a bit more sacrificial, and GPK is more sacrificial. So Pango's just the hero that sometimes just won't carry the game. He'll just be utility. But like Saberlight's, when he's playing Tide, he's not going to carry the game. And he's not playing these type of heroes that's going to scale. And it's really not his style to just get top net worth and just take over a game.
But Abed needs to be playing a game-winning hero.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And even the Juggernaut pick at the end, as much as we want Nightfall to also be a win condition for BetBoom, we were a little bit skeptical about the Juggernaut because we thought that maybe like the Razor would be a superior pick to just completely stomp all over the offlane. But he had a redemption story for this Juggernaut compared to game one.
I also think the final piece of the puzzle here that we also talked about pregame was that Juggernaut is another good hero against Pango, right? I think we saw it in this game that the moment Jug gets in position, Abed's game is just even worse. Like, I don't blame Abed for having a tough one in this one. I think there isn't a player in the world that can win this game on Pango with the setup that he had, like the way the game went. Shopify essentially needs to play, not a flawless game, but it needs to be pretty close.
Needs to be clutch.
So, yeah.
I think it just needs to be average. And we gotta figure out the battle of the averages as we go to a game number 3, a decider in this lower bracket final.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule, dare to triumph against all odds, dare to rise above fate.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Can we turbo later?
We have scrims.
So cool.
Woo! Today was such a green day. So was yesterday, and so will be tomorrow. Guys, do you ever think about losing? Some things have been happening that might be related. I picked the wrong hero in the draft, I forgot when to stack camps, and I stopped skilling raises on SF.
No raises?
Oh. I don't know what I can do.
You have to go to the real world.
Wow. So this is the real world. What's going on? Why is everybody looking at me?
What the hell is that on your neck? What are you, a Fortnite gamer or something?
It's Dota 2, actually.
Dota 2? What the hell is that? Dota players outside? That's impossible.
We haven't played Dota in like 5 years.
Oh.
No one rests until that Dota player is back in the Steam house!
Dota players only have one ending.
Get that Dota player! Come on!
Noob from UA highlights last forever.
No, you can't just host DreamLeague. Why not? I have 15k MMR.
Life inside, it's fantastic. It doesn't matter how much grass we touch. At the end of the day, we're still all Dota players.
You're really good at falling.
Thank you.
That was so funny.
It took multiple takes. I offered to do it on like the hard ground, but there were...
We still needed you, so
correct.
Can't really risk anything.
Although apparently you want to host, according to the end of that trailer.
I mean, yeah, I think I should.
Yeah, go for it.
Next time. I think next DreamLeague. I was vetoed for this one.
You have 15k more?
I actually have 18k, but you shouldn't tell anyone.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I wanted to go with 15 million at first, but they said to
that's
too
high.
more.
Be reasonable.
Yeah, that's true.
Be average, Kazu.
Be average.
Because that's ultimately...
He's already holding that down, don't worry.
Just like Shopify.
Just like Shopify, if they're able to beat BetBoom at least. We'll see if Pure's theory comes true that Shopify is just an average team. But it's an average team that's banning out Tree and Protector at first phase as well as the Templar Assassin. BetBoom take out the Sven, the Gyro, the Brewmaster, and the Dawnbreaker.
You know it's business time when Bulba's put back on the cap, you know?
That's true, he didn't wear it.
Game one, he didn't have the hat.
He didn't have the hat on.
Really?
Now it's game time. He put the hat back on. Like,
well, there's Pango, there's Invoker. Like, maybe they will want to run it back with better bans for your Pango. So you did do that with the TA and the Beast. Now it's kind of like up to BetBoom. Okay, is Invoker so good that you want it here? Or I think the other thing you might have to change up is you pick the Bane, because they would ban it.
Yeah.
I was thinking, like, Ember's been nerfed a lot, but this is a matchup that most teams really liked against the Pangolier. Is it really just an unpickable hero now?
Yes.
I guess it is. It just, like, changes HP regeneration.
well, you know, pro players play a lot on feel, right? And Ember has lost 0.1 second on, what was it, both Slight and on the Activate Fire Remnant?
But he was still picked a lot, even though...
It still has some good matchups. It's just, these players, they want to, you know, feel themselves and have fun, and Ember is just not the same... The hero doesn't have the same fluidity to it that it used to, and the mega outplay potential.
I mean, I think it was the laning stage, really. Just him losing that base HP region kind of like tipped him over, I think.
I mean, the hero just feels bad, and eventually, even if you do slightly good against Pango, he just diffuses
Slightly.
You know what? Who cares? Ember's dead. Don't want to talk about it.
If Quinn doesn't play it, it's garbage. You're right. Let's move on.
Invoker versus Pango is a much better matchup than Pango versus TA.
That is very true.
So he should have a better game on this Pangolier. Exclusively a mid hero, I think. If you're going to play it in the TA, you're probably only just going to play it mid.
Is Invoker exclusively a mid hero?
No.
Depends on who you ask.
He's best in mid, but he can easily be played as 4. As a matter of fact.
Would Save play that, though?
Probably not.
Is that good? It's not about can it. Is it good?
I played a party game with Fog, and
no one cares about your party games.
Yeah.
Damn.
I've seen a lot of party games where Pango is
How did Fog
position
place in
4.
this tournament?
He's doing good. He's in the grand finals.
Holy shit, that's amazing. I should definitely play 4. And then Coddle mid, I guess?
No, save.
No.
Play that.
Don't do that.
I was really getting
I
my
love
hopes up.
Coddle versus Pango mid. He uses one swashbuckle, you lose half your HP.
All right, hold up here. What
Holding?
is the reason for this? I didn't say hold me. I said hold
You
up.
said hold up. I'm
Now you
holding
can
up.
hold
with
me
it.
too.
There you go.
Oh, that's
Hold
a
up,
heavy
guys.
arm, man.
Hold up.
Holy sheesh.
Yeah, I do have a heavy.
Yeah, you
arm.
gotta relax.
I am pretty relaxed actually. I'm in my element right now. Pango versus Invoker Coddle. Coddle isn't really a combo, right, for Invoker by any means? Am I missing something?
It's really
here?
not.
Yeah, okay. So then Coddle isn't particularly. It's not like Bane against Pango. You don't have that way to like just stop him through the Rolling Thunder. Grimstroke could have been an option in that regard. Bane band, Tree band. Those are the big ones. And then Shopify, they're gonna go back for the Venge. I am very curious to see what BetBoom team is cooking here, because I get what Shopify Rebellion's doing here. You got Venge, strong hero of the patch, works well with Swashbuckle, having the minus armor as well. Bail's ping out of trouble. So this is pretty good, but this opening from BetBoom team, any ideas?
Well, I don't mean to alarm you, but Phantom Assassin has not been banned yet in this game. Not necessarily a traditional
I'm alarmed.
That's a decent point, Tsunami.
Down the alarms.
Like the Coddle, one thing I can see, yeah, it's going to be more about the follow-up, because I agree with you. When I see Coddle Invoker, it just looks bad to me, so there's got to be a bad feeling. So it's more about how you follow it up. I guess you'll still need to combo. Maybe the one thing against Pango, you can, well, if he diffuses someone, you just chakra back the mana for them. But yeah, we got to be looking at a a combo schmombo here.
The reason why I noticed the PA was missing is because I was like, oh, Coddle plus Terrorblade, because Terrorblade may be the next best carry. And then I was like, oh, wait, Phantom Assassin's still in the pool.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
BB team, they can't pick PA, because if they do...
Then what?
Bulba will just take Morta for Arteezy.
That sounds like a good thing.
Sounds like if I get to pick PA, I feel like that's good.
Yeah. There are no qualifications.
You didn't get the joke. It's fine. It went over you.
Is that a short joke now?
Hey!
Oh shit, here we go.
No, it was not, but I was just saying, Arteezy, the thing is he plays a certain amount of heroes, right? And if you take the PA now,
then he has no heroes.
Then he's going to be stuck with Morta, which isn't particularly good for his PA. It's not bad, it's not good.
So you would say
here's the PA. They just got him. You got here.
You got got.
You got God.
This
Can
is scary.
we get Bulba on camera here?
There he is.
This is the face of a carry player who needs to pick against PA now.
Yep.
He's gonna pick Troll, and we've all seen this match.
Don't pick Troll. I'm no.
Okay, he'll pick Ursa, or he'll pick Morta.
Oh, thank God.
Or we'll pick.
That's slightly better.
Okay, I genuinely think
No!
Is this the first PA game BetBoom have played this tournament?
Void versus Axe again?
I don't think BetBoom have played this hero.
BetBoom have played this hero once.
One time.
Nightfall. It was against Evil Geniuses in the group stage.
It's time to pick.
And they actually lost with it.
Because it looked like in the drafts we've seen from BetBoom in the last couple of series, they were always the team to ban PA. Like, they've been banning this hero a lot. So I think Shopify might have gone into this third game and just gone YOLO and taken the risk and been like, maybe BetBoom don't even want to play this.
Yeah, I don't like that risk.
Which
I can play PA.
Well, if that's not the case, then why the hell didn't they ban it?
I mean, they just picked Void into Axe, and we saw that the other day, right? Where Tundra played against Spirit.
It ain't good.
It didn't. It leaves Axe with a lot of money in the bank because he has a free lane.
It's
and it leaves the Void. Leaves the Void on recovery.
Yeah, Shopify, they need something nuclear here. Like you need a nuclear hero. You better blow open this entire game.
Don't spoil the second trailer that we're airing, Kazu. Barbie was already aired. But
yeah, it's Saberlight Viper time. I don't know what time it is, but it's gotta be something really strong and toxic.
So the thing about this Void versus PA matchup, we've seen it a couple of times now, right? And disregarding the Axe, which makes this game even harder for Void, the problem in the Void PA matchup come late game, let's say 30 minutes plus, is that you look at Shopify's team, they can't really kill PA with anything else than avoid MKB or some other sort of True Strike, but you need to find her. That's the problem there is in every game, and it becomes this game of chicken where Void can't go in because he doesn't see PA, because if he goes in and doesn't chrono her, she kills his whole team, and PA can't go in because if she gets chronoed, that's the only way she can die. But guess who's favored in that? The hero who has a 4-second cooldown ranged attack that can crit for 1500 damage. So it's
Which hero does that?
Slark.
Okay, so the PA does that, and the only thing that I think Rebellion does have going for them right now is that when Pango does just roll up in there, they don't have a lot of damage for him right now. So maybe he can find the PA, take her out of the blur, and as you mentioned, it really does come down to, can you chrono this PA? It is just a patience battle. And giving vision, speaking of giving more vision, this hero also can give more vision to help you make these fights happen. Now you need a really strong hero here.
Ooh, it's
GPK Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it's a support
Invoker going?
That's is it Toronto, Tokyo. He's back on Team Spirit, baby.
5 Invoker. Okay.
Well, he's gonna give Alacrity later in the game.
I actually think this Invoker PA lane sounds really interesting at level 2 or 3. Cold Snap plus PA with an Orb of Corrosion is actually pretty strong offensively. I don't think this is a clear-cut lane for Night Stalker to just feel comfortable in.
It doesn't matter.
You don't need analysis.
Be damned, my friend. If you recall from previous Dream Leagues, we figured out that there was a much better way to predict how teams would be able to win. It's the Dota Blade.
Dota Blade time.
Kazu, Fear, could I bring you to the middle of the stage as you choose which team you will be going for? Fear, which one would you like to
Shopify Rebellion, let's go,
Shopify Rebellion, I'll give you a yellow.
I'm the boombox man.
You've got the boombox. Gentlemen.
Now, what we haven't told you is that you're actually not going to be spinning them against each other. You're going to be using them as swords.
Oh. I got to kill you, Fear.
All right.
All right.
Are you ready?
No, this one's not even working.
Well, that's Shopify
I'm just going to
Rebellion
show it
for you.
to the camera. I'm ready. These are my hands. Are you ready, old man?
All right, let's go.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Bet boom!
Oh!
Shopify!
Rebellion!
There you go, my
That is
friends.
probably
NA
the
Dota never
shortest
fails
game.
you.
It
That's
looks
a quick game.
NA Dota may be coming out on top, but we got to get to one more performance from the PogChamp Pandas.
Of Shopify Rebellion versus BetBoom, and we had some twists and turns in the draft, that's for sure, Avery. We're going to be having a support invoker for Toronto Tokyo, a hero he hasn't played since TI. We've got a PA that made its way onto BetBoom's side in a Game 3, whereas it was on the other side last time they went to a Game 3. Night Stalker's here?
He is here. Very astute.
Where you lead to? You leaning on one side or the other, draft-wise?
I mean, let's be real. If you're going to pick one 5 player in the world to play Invoker, it's got to be a TI winning mid who is known for his Invoker. So I'm kind of rooting for that. I think it'd be cool if Toronto Tokyo just popped off on one of the highest skill heroes to ever grace the field of Dota from 5. And running it back, I mean, there's got to be an advantage for having this guy on the support right. Now's the time to show it off. And of course, you get that surprise mid pick on the Storm that Shopify did not ban. Though, is it a free Storm game? You're in a Night Stalker. The Avenge can kind of save the initial jump. Pango is, you know, you can burn his mana. You're not that bad in the fight outside of like the Orchid jump. I think Storm does a decent amount for the lineup. And of course, they get the Coddle combination, whereas the Invoker mid with the Coddle isn't as good. So that part makes sense to me for BetBoom. But I still think the support duo could fall flat in terms of outputting damage on top of the Storm jump if Shopify get tanky enough. And of course, you have the Arteezy Faceless Void here to scale into the late game. If there's one hero that has a chance of beating the Phantom Assassin, we've seen it's been the Faceless Void. However, we've also seen some games where you just can't see her, you can't chrono her. What does it do for you?
And there isn't like a ton of damage they're going to be throwing inside of the Chronosphere. Looks like that's going to be our first blood. They run him down pretty easily. Battle Hunger on a poor support that is very far forward in lane.
Not a good first blood to give up here. I don't think you ever want to give up first blood with a Warlock lane because the hero wants an XP differential and he's about shoving the lane in. So when you die on a hero that shoves the lane in, you feel even worse because you're not getting the pulls off and they have really good equilibrium. On top of that, you're giving it to an axe. You've seen these axes scale pretty damn well.
Yeah, they can get a very fast ring of health. Ooh, that's going to be a kill on Nightfall. In fact, they turn around and do some decent damage to Toronto Tokyo, too. You and I have talked about, I don't know, do you like Night Stalker right now? Because I know you know I love him right now. I think he's super strong.
I think the hero's solid.
Okay.
The refresh is definitely very powerful. He does a lot more in his ult durations during the nighttime. Just getting in there, double silence crushes some heroes. Kind of forces out BKB in a lot of these matchups. However, I don't know if it changes the weaknesses of the hero, which traditionally have just been his downtime. Like having downtime in Dota can feel bad. Very exploitable. Toronto Tokyo will look for the retribution here.
Yeah, Crit's definitely going to die for this. Pops a Fairy Fire, but it's going to take a little bit. Tornado isn't quite enough. Saberlight and Crit to a lot of damage back to BetBoom.
I wanted to give it to Nightfall here. Nice little 5 position. But he will not be able to. So far, another lane phase where BetBoom are starting to pull ahead. And I feel like it was Shopify getting the better of them in Game 1, especially. Game 2 is pretty even now. BetBoom off to the races, especially mid GPK. Just racking up a CS advantage on Abed here. 21-6 on the Storm to 13 on the Pango. Man, that last pick Storm really doing some work here in the early game, and He has the coddle to boost him up.
The silence is going to work. Daytime silence for the Night Stalker is ruining the Phantom Lancer. Or excuse me, the Phantom Assassin.
Man, these right clicks with the Venge coming through. Demolishing Nightfall here in the early laning phase. The downside of the Invoker showing itself. Your spells are not that impactful in a situation where you're just getting gone on. They can kind of stall it once, but they're very mana intensive. They really need extra levels on this hero, so this is going to be a payoff lane for BetBoom. They don't need it to go that well. The only concern is, are you giving Saberlight a dream start on this Night Stalker? And so far you are. This is a hero that can take over the fights, especially versus the Storm. It's even a hero that can cause Axe some problems, just with the AoE silence trying to blink into the fight, so. More firepower to back Abed up in that mid game. And of course, the Pangolier making a resurgence here, and he doesn't have to play in any sort of Rolling Thunder cancels. That is going to feel a lot better for Abed now.
Yeah, worst laning phase, but better game.
You take that.
Yeah. Upheaval plus time dilation. Oh, that is a combo that's going to suck to play against at some point.
Right, the team fight is crazy good for Shopify. They line it all up, right?
Yeah.
Fatal Bonds, Upheaval, Dilation, getting disarmed by Pango, and then there's Avenge throwing the aura through. It's pretty nasty if you get there. A little clunky with the cooldown dependency, so we might just see some position in this game where BetBoom try and force objectives, particularly Roshan, to get an Aegis on the Storm, where the Chrono or the Golem are on cooldown, and the NS ult, Shopify can't contest. That's the downside of all these big ults, but if they're offline, then you're really happy to take those 5-on-5s. Honestly, I'd almost favor their draft if there wasn't a Phantom Assassin in the game.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't know if you can ever put this hero at a unfavorable win line. As nighttime is here, time to strike.
Do some pretty good damage. I don't think they're going to chase Nightfall into the tower too far, but just make it so he doesn't feel super comfortable getting this CS that is bound to push under his tower. With phase boots complete for Saberlight, he is very hard.
I mean, you want to gate rotate right now because you have Flag Bearer, Catapult, Nighttime, Phase Boots, Lotus, Night Stalker, and they're going to bring Fly up here. This is a lane you just shove in and you dive Nightfall right here, right now. All the supports can't bail him out.
Yeah, now BetBoom do know about this, but does it matter?
Look at the right clicks, man.
Ooh. Okay, GPK was ready to go with the TP coming in. They had a ward on the portal. Fly actually de-warded it.
You're okay with that, though. Like, this is an expensive teleport from GPK. It really is. He used a lot of resources from it and crit. Wisely bailing that fight, he went and took the bounty rune away from GPK on the way back to mid. So some nice regen denial coming out here. It's going to keep the Storm on really low mana.
Trying to burst down safe, not quite enough. He adds some stick charges. They have to use the Rolling Thunder to finish him off. In fact, can he get the tight circle to catch him? He'd have to do it with the swashbuckle at this point in time. Abed cannot get it. Crit will die for nothing in return. And GPK, well, you deny him some regen, but he's with a coddle. So
yeah, that is true. Didn't end up doing too much there. Otherwise, I think that move would have been better. Pure just cutting waves, clearing out the jungle. He is going to be massive this game. This is a free farm cutting axe. So expect a very fast blink on top of this Vanguard into the Blade Mail. And it's going to cause the Faceless Void problems. No way around it. This matchup just sucks for Void.
Just the numbers. Okay, they have to TP out the Phantom Assassin, but they're going to steal a Wisdom Rune for it.
That might be the best thing going for BetBoom this entire game. Double Wisdom Rune with a support Invoker.
Yeah.
That has got to be really juicy, right? And you're denying it from this Warlock Venge. Warlock is not a hero that likes to operate from an XP deficit. And Fly had a rough laning phase. He did not get many pulls off. He died on the lane. This is level 3. Not a hero that operates without his ult very well. Now Toronto Tokyo is just going to be ghost walking around with some extra points. This is where this hero shines. He can set up on you. He can offer some utility. And he has regen on the map.
Heavy rotation coming through, but they did have a scan on it. Do they respect that scan, though? Seems not enough. The silence is gonna try and protect Saberlight. And it actually is going to be enough, as Arteezy also TP'd it.
I'm surprised they don't continue. I mean, sure, Artor's here, but it doesn't do too much.
Yeah.
He's a Glove of Haste Chrono. I guess they're happy with the space they're creating, which should be a rune for GPK as he TP's back mid. We'll take it away from Abed. Double damage straight into his pocket, and of course, the axe. I mean, nobody is touching this axe, man. It's getting out of control, absolutely out of control. And I go back to that game with the Tundra versus Spirit. Collapse Axe versus Skeeter Faceless Void. You remember what happened in that game? At a certain point, that axe was solo killing the Faceless Void, even with 4 slots.
Yeah. It's not even close. Fly somehow ended up alone.
Yeah, he can't be up here.
In this top lane.
Just food for the Invoker, and that'll be more levels for Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, Pure has been cutting these waves so aggressively, you would expect him to get caught eventually at some point. But no, Shopify put 0 attention on him, and as a result, Vanguard, Link Dagger done and in his inventory at 9 minutes.
Yeah. They've definitely focused the PA, which, I mean, you can't blame him, right?
It's in his courier's inventory anyway.
Yeah, don't get too ahead of yourself. Nightfall's definitely feeling the pain of this early game the most.
Yeah.
Normally, I'd say this trade-off's not worth it. It's just, I mean, it is Phantom Assassin, right? So you can't really blame a team for trying to focus down the Phantom Assassin and ruin your timings. But damn, are you giving the tempo creators for BetBoom a hell of a start here in the Storm and the Axe, and they have Chakra behind them. Axe is another really good Chakra hero.
Oh,
He's a hero that desperately needs mana in the fights, especially versus Pangolier, who's going to burn some out, and the extra refresh on call is huge.
You know, he spent all that time trying to hide the Blink Dagger, and then he ran the courier right by Arteezy. So they do know Pure is both here, going through the portal, and has a Blink Dagger. It's going to double back, though.
Stupendous. Just faking it out. I mean, I wouldn't mind him just continuing to farm. I don't think he has to run and instantly make some play with this Blink. Getting this much space.
Darkness going to be used, but a Haste Rune! What a grab for GPK. Has no problem getting out of range of that silence. Now, Abed is going to try and help out here. Keep GPK from diving in too much.
He's hasted DD'd with Chakra. And they still can't find anything.
A little annoying, but at least they put the Darkness on cooldown. So this is going to be a solid 2 minutes time where they should be able to be very aggressive. Gets the last one on the ward just in time. Fly is going to get run down, though. This was a smoke rotation, but it nets them a Culling Blade. Chop there, Saberlight. Once again, Silence helps them against the GPK Storm Spirit. Another stun, out of mana. GPK is also out of damage. Won't be able to get the kill.
Just too tanky. I mean, they're wearing through GPK's mana. Honestly, Shopify very happy about these exchanges for their cores because of how slow their lineup is right now. But damn if their supports aren't suffering. And I worry for their comeback potential if they can't get some big team fight going with the Chrono and the Rolling Thunder diffusal on Abed. Like, what the hell is Fly doing in this game, man? He's wishing he had a Tome of Experience to buy right now.
Yeah, level 4.
Ooh. This isn't even that great a Warlock game. That's the sad part.
Yeah.
Like, you're not that amazing versus any of these heroes. It's a triple range lineup, kind of 4 range lineup with the Phantom Assassin could choose to go in. Warlock generally suffers versus mobility heroes, especially the mid-spirit heroes.
He is food for Storm Spirit and will be food for Phantom Assassin at some point. He baits in GPK a little bit and
he lives.
Doesn't actually die.
There you go. That's what he can do. He can use his HP in exchange for GPK's mana and then salve it up. Space for Artur.
GPK also has a salve of sorts. The salve applied by Save gives him a Chakra Magic heal. Crit going to be pushed back in, and GPK here to collect, though again, just shy of the damage.
This is such a weird game. Like every time, have him go for some kill. Oh, there's a full one. Oh, there's a raindrop. Oh, there's a Lotus. And walks it off, but it's another hero going to base for Shopify. So they haven't been able to make a single move of their own, but they aren't feeding to this buffed up Storm.
The net worth has maintained at a 2K lead for BetBoom and hasn't shifted at all.
They got to be happy about that because the momentum the Night Stalker could have had has fizzled, and your PA is recovering. And I feel like you'd rather have the PA in most situations.
Yeah.
On top of the fact this Axe is going to shut down the Faceless Void with how much farm he has, or at least that's the theory. By the way, he already finished Blade Mail and still farming. He is
bigger and bigger.
Absolutely jacked here. This might actually be the most farmed axe of the tournament. I think this is fatter than Collapse's was. It's got 145 CS with the first blood.
He is very, very big. Shopify feels like they're going to have to do a lot with the second nighttime that's coming in a minute and a half.
And this
Night
is
Stalker pick is going to have to prove its worth.
Yeah, this is the battle we're going to see, is the vision battle. You have this Night Stalker for Shopify that has to go and give the vision during the nighttime intervals and the ult to set the fight up for the Bond's Chrono to come through and ideally find the Phantom Assassin without dying first. On the flip side, you have Toronto Tokyo is just going to be running around invis the whole game. Your detection game is pretty weak on Shopify because you have pretty static supports who don't want to run on the map solo. And every time this Invoker finds anybody, there's going to be a Storm jump, there's going to be an Axe jump. You're going to instantly die. The Invoker earns you up, contributes, and then goes straight back to the invis.
It's a good point. The Invoker operates a lot like the Bane did for Save.
Yep.
Right? A hero, a support that is able to set up pickoffs on the map without feeding away relentlessly too much.
And they're setting up right now. Once again, they're going to try for some kills up top.
Shopify are also set up, though, as they jump onto the Vengeful Spirit. It's a bit of a trap. They get hit by the Golem, and it looks like Nightfall bounced around. Oh, Tumbler Toy, not quite what he wanted. Still going to be able to find him. They have to use the Chronosphere, though, to finally finish up this Phantom Assassin. Heavy commitment there. Still, though, the Night Stalker has plenty of staying power in the fight. Helps him chase down a third hero. And GPK, zip TP out, no stuns. The Void was just coming off cooldown for Saberlight.
I mean, you say they had to use the Chrono. I don't think they had to. I think Arteezy wanted that kill as he snatches it away from Abed there. Still a great team fight for Shopify, ready to meet BetBoom's move off this Invoker and kind of baiting that out during the nighttime. They still had the ult for Saberlight. You gotta respect the HP on these heroes right now, especially if Pure, like Pure gets the jump, you catch Avenge, okay, that's a great kill, but you committed the PA on top of it, and then you're just kind of stuck. You don't have much follow-up after that. Again, these heroes are very tanky for Shopify right now.
Yeah, their strongest hero right now on the side of BetBoom was the Axe. I didn't see him in that fight.
I mean, he was the go on the Venge, killed the Venge, and then kited it out.
Yeah, it's
got stuck with Bonds and Golem, can't reblink. That's where you want that to be a core kill, basically.
Right. So your choice of initiation, when you have a 9,000 net worth at 15 minutes,
yeah, you
pretty crucial.
Use your 9,000 hero to kill their 2,000.
Yeah.
All right, that's a big difference in that fight.
The supports on Shopify continuing to be warm bodies to bait in BetBoom.
And sometimes
that's their most useful resource.
That's what you got to do. They don't need much farm this game. All right, their spells are the impact here, especially Swap.
He has a Swashbuckle. Can he get out the Rolling Thunder? GPK uses his Disable. Abed, Cold Snap is going to make it so he can't get it off.
So chop for Pure.
Another Culling Blade charge.
He's going to have a fast BKB. It's going to help him versus the Dilation, versus the Bonds. Ideally, he wants to keep honeying Arteezy here. Man, they just abuse this gate off cooldown. It's ridiculous how much they go through it. So far, the read's been pretty good. 0 deaths for Artur. And he's cruising in this game. Very far on the Faceless Void. And
but at the same time, the Phantom Assassin continues to have a rough go. They are hunting her down non-stop.
Nice little smoke move from Shopify. Getting the better of these exchanges on the map. And as you said, another death for Nightfall. It's number 4 on the Phantom Assassin here. Hasn't been able to find anything.
That BKB is being delayed heavily. And it does mean Arteezy is getting quite the net worth lead between the two carries, though it is still a 2,000 net worth lead for BetBoom.
It's all on Pure. And the supports. Both of them working towards double Force Staff is going to be the item of choice here for BetBoom. Can't blame him. Force Staffs versus the Night Stalker. Even maybe perhaps the upheaval if it really comes to it. You just got to bail your cores out of that silence so GPK is not forced to go super early BKB here because you need more damage coming out. Storm's got to provide you something. I mean, you wouldn't mind a Vessel on the Invoker this game, but I think by the time Toronto Tokyo would have gotten it, you probably already have BKBs out on the Shopify cores.
Smoke's going to break, and they do not find the initiation they're hoping for. GPK really fast on the reactions, does manage to zip away before Saberlight could catch him. And even Save is able to get out. He's just too damn fast.
time for Arteezy.
Radiant's top tower is
The faceless void.
Finally, something's going to be netted off of this one. Darkness going to be used, refreshing the silence, making it so Toronto-Tokyo can't ghost walk away ever. And even if he did, well, there's dust on Saberlight. Prep to go, ready to go with it. He's got the shard as well, so that'll help him keep his net worth up as you saw him eat some Ancients.
This is really the powerhouse of the lineup right now for Shopify. There is no direct Night Stalker answer in this game. I mean, it's the PA late game, but the Storm and Axe don't really interact too well with this hero with the Crippling Fear. Neither do the supports. They're not offering enough damage. Solar Bind is pretty decent here, but not when he's having this good of game. 6-0. He's cruising. Doing a lot here, just playing the 4-in-1 game. Arteezy's not had to come to many fights, and he will have a BKB in this game, which will be go time. Full team fight coming online for Shopify. The only issue with their lineup is, can they force objectives to get that fight? Probably not, which means it's just going to be reliant on smokes, finding the right angle off the Night Stalker vision. So far, it's worked out. They've found Nightfall a couple times. That's not necessarily going to be reliable as this game goes on, especially once the BKBs come out. So both these teams playing it slow, but one of them is wrong.
I love that you focus on somebody being wrong.
It's not always that somebody's wrong.
Blink Dagger's being picked up. We're closing in on the end of second nighttime, and one thing that strikes me is that they have Avenge, they have Solar Crest now picked up, but they haven't taken Roshan for the side of Shopify. It's now daytime, so that's going to make it even harder for them to do so. That's Watchbuckle did a lot of damage there.
Pure found the second support as well. This is going to be a 2-for-0. Chop him down, didn't even have to use BKB. Level 15 on the Axe.
If you dare.
Still having a tremendous game. And they're going to look... He's going to look for the counterplay bottom. Arteezy going for a solo kill on Nightfall.
He's got Chronosphere, and if he stays in the middle of it, there's not much Pure can do, but he can't get... Oh, he get it. Finally finish him off. BKB goes off just before the call. Arteezy will be fine to just TP away. So,
damn. Big plays from Artur out here. 100s-0 Nightfall on his own on a side lane before that BKB comes out for the Phantom Assassin. Huge shift in carry momentum in this game. It's going to push him almost 3,000 ahead. He got some good Maelstrom procs here too. That definitely helps. A little lack of evasion. But hey, that's what the matchup's supposed to do.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The smile of a man who got his revenge.
Did, but I just can't help thinking about like all this effort shutting down a Phantom Assassin, just thinking about the comebacks that PAs have had in this tournament.
Don't think about it. Just do.
Just do?
Just do.
Shopify are going to be doing a smoke move right now, 4-man. Well, Arteezy doesn't have Chronosphere.
This is pretty much all you can do in this game for Shopify. Just keep smoking, trying to find big core pickoffs until you're confident enough to just walk into the Roche Pit with the Venge minus armor, which is probably the next nighttime. I think around that 25-minute, you should be confident enough to force it.
Now, this is very big. They have a Blink Dagger on the Night Stalker. If they see GPK, he can blink, get silenced, and they will slow down the BKB of the Storm Spirit.
We'll see him on this ward.
They spot him, but can they catch up to him in time?
They're gonna force the fight here. You have Ennis Holt. You do not have your Faceless Void here. You do not have Chrono.
Oh, Nightfall, maybe that's a better target, in fact.
Way better.
They're going to chase after him. The double silence, they push him away from the Phantom Assassin, and Pure is enough to be able to zone out. But they're slowed down quite a bit by the upheaval. No Rolling Thunder from Abed. He does not want to chase that deep. So Darkness doesn't actually net them a kill here. They're going to go back to do Roshan while this lingers.
This is pretty greedy spell-wise, but Bet Boom actually backed off the map. Maybe not expecting this, because it's going to hit day. Uranus has no way to shift the clock, and your Chrono up in 15 seconds, but that's the only fighting power you have. Yeah, Bet Boom are like, there's no way we want to give this up during daytime. No BKB on Pure, but You're finishing the one on Nightfall. It's flying out right now.
Oh, it's going to be close call. The tornado could delay things significantly.
This is so awkward for Shopify. Are you going to take this fight with no
trying
Knight?
to get in there. Deafening Blast to jump in for the Storm Spirit. Immediately going to be Chronosphered, and they'll get the Aegis. Now can they get the Storm Spirit too? Yeah, they get a 2-for-1 special off that Chronosphere. Still though, Saberlight gets caught by Pure, chopped down pretty quickly. The Invoker's going to be cleaned up as Ahmed rolls through him and looks for more. Gets stuck. Nope. Jumps out. Swashbuckle. They spot Pure. They put damage on him. Can they keep damage on him? Use the Battle Hunger for the extra movement speed, but there's Fly on the other side. Throws some of his blood in his face to slow him down, and Pure has been caught. He'll pay for that death.
Nice force stab.
Nightfall, good call. The swap is there to be able to stop him, though. TP out, so that's going to be 4 dead on the side of BetBoom, and an unsuccessful attempt to fight for Roshan.
Even during the daytime, they just sacrificed the NS. Actually, a pretty heads-up play by Saberlight to just put himself out there. Knows he's the most useless figure and guarantee the Chrono just in time to secure this Roshan. No way to interrupt this for Pure. And you can't blinding light a BKB Void here. GPK pays with his price for being a couple seconds too early. And that's pretty much the fight. The bashes and the procs have also been out of control for Artur, channeling the Faceless Void God here.
Also, how long was that Chronosphere up?
It just came up.
Like, you were talking about 15 seconds. It had to have come up just like the moment GP came.
That was a fight of seconds. Perfectly timed here for Shopify. As this game is flowing pretty damn well for them. And an Aegis on Faceless Void, this game is really strong because now you dissuade this Axe Jump, you dissuade the Storm Jump, and the PA daggers are not strong enough yet to combat what Artur's pumping out. Full Mjolnir done. You're in a pretty strong position to beat Phantom Assassin right here with this Faceless Void if you can get to the next item. Every Chrono is a guaranteed death on Nightfall. There is no save for it. Just have to be able to see him and land it.
And now you've hit another nighttime, third one of the game with Aegis for 3 minutes. Shopify are very strong right now. Let's see what they get off the map during this window. Because if they don't get that much done, then we're going to get into the BKB timing of GPK and the Desto timing of Nightfall. And maybe things will start swinging back BetBoom's way a bit.
He did end up completing the Vessel in Toronto, Tokyo. So that's also going to be really nice when the BKBs are out on the side of Shopify. It's very good versus the Faceless Void. If the fight goes long, you're really happy if you're BetBoom. Like, you want to get a jump with your axe and kind of reset the fight, bait out the ults from Shopify, and then go in. That's the point where you're going to win it. If the fight just occurs where Shopify get to go in on you, there isn't much to turn this type of aggression. And Saberlight is known at the whole game. I think every ult has been a kill. And every Chrono has also been a kill. No real answer for these big ultis.
Yeah, I love the willingness to use Darkness there to ensure the kill on the Invoker to make sure they find him, because it's not like BetBoom are going to contest you. You still have 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Bottom lane, Pure's trying to do a little bit of ratting, but he is going to be spotted by Saberlight. A blink away.
Can they get the swap?
It's going to be a close call, but Crit halfway through the animation doesn't get there in time.
Half a second off. You're looking at a cancel. I mean, these BKB TPs are not an instant bailout. You have BKB, you have multiple BKB cancels on the side of Shopify. Still, they'll get the lanes as RTZ stayed mid, and that'll give them a good smoke opportunity here to go back to their Faceless Void. Chrono back up. All the damage in the world. BetBoom in trouble if they get caught. They do have one good ward left around their jungle right here.
Are they going to try and snipe away RTZ's Aegis? That would be a mistake because Shopify are smoked behind him. They're baiting out RTZ right now.
They don't want to jump the Void. Unless he's completely isolated. It seems ballsy. That means you're just putting 5 heroes in your base outside of Nightfall who's going to blur walk the bottom.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great. That's going to be that net worth scale really going to start swinging Shopify's way.
And Octarine done for Abed. He is catapulted up in the farm. Ags and Octarine and the extra CDR from this quickening charm. You're looking at a 55-second Rolling Thunder here.
Any reason why he's not going the Basher? He's thinking about Shiva's next?
Just wants to tank up, I guess. He doesn't want to get bursted by the Phantom Assassin. Feels like that's more valuable than a little extra Basher damage.
Just the tankier he is, the more time they have for RTZ to be able to get his jump in.
I mean, the damage is your Faceless Void, right?
Yeah.
I think he'll consider the Basher later on. I do think it's a pretty good Pango Basher game. If you ever just catch the Storm or the Axe randomly, disrupt the fight, it's pretty damn good. And of course, any other damage off the Swashbuckle here with Fatal Bonds going through is... Fatal Bonds and Vengeance. Wave of Terra. Pretty strong here. You gotta remember, the Venge is just buffing up all your damage as well. So you get more points into the aura for crit.
I love that he's just... I mean, I'm not sure if Crit loves this kind of game that he's playing, but it does work. He's just stacking up on auras, Ring of Bacillus, Buckler, Solar Crest, working towards the Vlads. He has 2 levels of the Vengeance aura. He's just around Arteezy, ready to go with the swap. And if Arteezy ever jumps in and gets a team fight, like he's looking for there, fakes out the Chronosphere.
I mean, I like it. All this small armor itemization, it makes PA's life harder. This hero really relies on melting you with Deso, reducing your armor, and bursting you. I mean, Buckler, you know, reducing a third, every little bit adds up. Gossamer Capes, Solar Crest, Wraith Bands, everything coming out here for Shopify. Like, who do you jump on if you're Nightfall? It doesn't look too straightforward. And Artur, he's even taking stats over maxing time dilation here. Every little bit to tank up and avoid the single burst jump from the Axe and the PA. If that happens, you get to turn the fight, and you're going to win that fight when you turn it with big ultis.
Will say, as strong as Shopify are, it does feel like Bet Boom is slipping through their grasp constantly. One thing is that the vision that they have on the map has been crucial. Help GPK get away from this smoke move.
They're not scaling how they want to, however.
On the side of Bet Boom?
Yeah, they're falling behind on levels. They're falling behind on the big core items. Level 20 for Arteezy done. Attack speed in the Chrono, a really big one as well. He says he doesn't even need the MKB. He's just going to tank up even more. Daytime will strike, so that'll be time to smoke for Bet Boom. Try and find some sort of pick off on the map. I don't think this is going to yield anything, though. Nobody close to getting caught down here.
Daytime, no Aegis. If they could have found something, it might have been enough for them to start setting up to control Roshan area. As Roshan, potential spawn time starting in 35 seconds, but they're going to be forced back by Arteezy, it's looking like.
Another gate maneuver.
They get behind him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nightfall, he's going to be a little bit staggered here on this
high ground ward for Shopify. Abed
blinking backwards, making sure he's not caught by the pure initiation. They hit him with the Howl. He's not able to jump forward. Darkness going out. Saberlight wants to catch something out of this. They know Bet Boom put into a corner. They just need the vision for Arteezy. Saberlight trying to get it for him. Arteezy jumping in blind. Doesn't go up that high ground. Does he know Nightfall's there? Doesn't.
They all get out.
Everybody except Save, which is... I mean, Bet Boom got to be thankful for that. That was a close engagement.
Didn't even have to use any of their BKBs. Oh, they did. They popped Nightfall. So... It costs you a little bit here. Otherwise, I was going to say you can just go take the fight because Darkness is going to be out and you're still in that daytime interval. It's your best chance to abuse this hero.
Honestly, I think save that with his... what's the slow that Coddle gets off his ultimate?
Solar Bind?
Yeah, Solar Bind. He put that on the Night Stalker.
Yeah,
that prevents the vision from seeing all those heroes.
It's the best tool they have. It'll force an early BKB from Saberlight, which is what you want if you're Bet Boom. Force the early BKBs and then let your supports kite out the cores. Because they have a crap ton of kiting between the Coddle and the Invoker, but not much else. So during the BKB period for Shopify, it's a free-for-all. These supports don't mean anything to you. They're just food.
Tank. Abed swapped in the Healing Lotus for the Orb of Corrosion, just for that little bit of extra sustain in the middle of some sort of fight. They're going to smoke up. This is a fight for Roshan. Whoever wins this is going to be leading the game pretty clearly.
Oh. Get the angles here.
They're on the low ground. They're trying to make this smoke move while Dark Ascension is on cooldown.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. They're just missing a hero. So far, it hasn't mattered. It's all about the Chronosphere. Both teams.
Ships in the night.
High ground for Bet Boom. Artur super deep in this
into each
corner.
other now. GPK, he's going to be the one, breaks the smoke. He's going to jump in, trying to get some vision, trying to hit him with the silence. He actually blinked over the side and managed to get his BKB off. They're going to go for crit, but Abed is controlling up some heroes in this counter. Now, Shopify need to be where Arteezy is looking for a target here, but he doesn't want to be going for the axe.
Kited.
He is getting kited. He's not getting the initiation quite once. They're going to go for the axe still. Now Dark Ascension coming up, but immediately try and jump with the Night Stalker. They do manage to blow him up. Pure's gonna die as well, though. Flying the corner, slowing down these heroes with the upheaval. It's looking really nice. Abed's able to play off of that one while GPK is running low on mana.
Where's the Chrono? He just can't find the Phantom Assassin here.
RTC cannot find the opening, but he is getting the swings in. GPK is completely out of mana, and they are kiting around that Storm Spirit now.
Trying to bait in Nightfall, trying to steal.
Jumps back in. He missed! RTC completely
not like this,
but Nightfall jumps into it. He did bring RTC a little bit low. Is looking to be able to get the kind block.
The call.
He finally gets it off the call. They jump in the crit. Nightfall finished off RTC, who does have buyback for this one. The Storm Spirit dies, but Abed the Pango is strong enough to be able to carry this without RTC. Clears through 2 different heroes. Last left, Toronto Tokyo. Invis might be able to get away. But it doesn't matter. Abed and Shopify with some buybacks will be able to hold this.
That fight lasted so damn long. You're talking about Octarine on Pango. He gets a second Rolling Thunder off. 9,000 damage. Abed just cleaned him up in that channel behind the Roshan, and then still has another Rolling Thunder to finish off Nightfall at the end of it. Putting the team on his back as that Chrono hits air. The positioning was absolutely insane in that fight. It just got so weird for BetBoom. They played it so damn well, baiting out these BKBs, and eventually they try and commit for Arteezy. Nightfall played this all so damn well until eventually he just gets caught by Abed, who finds his mark. And of course, Pure puts 2 lives on the line here to get the job done.
Yeah.
Look at the damage from the Golem too. It just messed him up, man. No way around it. That Golem don't care evasion. Just slapped him silly.
Both the offlaners die backing for that fight.
That is the face of a man who's looking to his old Faceless Void days. A hero that Arteezy used to have a mental block on and eventually got over. Is it coming back to haunt him in a very crucial Game 3 here?
Unfortunately, Abed, who has been rock solid for them this entire tournament, held through in that fight. It wasn't enough to claim Roshan's bounty, though.
Yeah, that was a daytime fight, so now it's way harder for BetBoom. And you have Satanic done on Artur. Is this enough HP? He just finds Nightfall, but no
if they
Chrono.
take the fight right away, there's going to be no Chrono Sphere, and Saberlight, he's going to have to lead the charge here. Jumping onto GPK, once again forced to use the BKB to be able to keep this out. Swap goes out to be able to save Saberlight's life. He's still drawn in by the taunt. Nightfall made his jump, but he didn't get anything for it. He used the BKB, now hops back to his ally. This was not the initiation BetBoom needed to be able to win this fight.
Nightfall can't hit anything. He doesn't know who to go on. BKB for nothing. And your Chronosphere, it's up in 7 seconds here. You got to get the hell out. Time dilation slowing him down. He needs help. I don't think there is any.
Yeah, he keeps on hoping to be able to jump over to GPK, but GPK has to be wary of not getting too close to these 2 heroes. Otherwise, he's going to die right alongside, and he does manage to get that Chronosphere.
A Chrono of redemption here as they're going to get him plus save, plus Toronto Tokyo on a dieback?
Just run him straight into the fountain. A buyback, though. Have they gone too far? A buyback from GPK nets them a kill on a Saberlight. Now he's looking at crit as well.
For the tower
Here's
damage.
The glyph underneath the tier 4s. Shots everywhere. GPK only has a little bit of mana left. He's got to be careful with this one. Pulling him back. Rolling Thunder. Hits one. Can he hit GPK a second time? He's going to zip out.
He's out of mana.
But he's out of mana now. A Force Staff and a Chakra Magic. That'll give him back to safety. Abed pulling the 180s. He blinks on out of here. They went a bit too deep for that one.
This
They
Axe
have
Courier.
Roshan.
It's trying to scout him on the way out.
And
More
it does give
mana.
The opportunity for GPK to jump onto Abed.
He's now the one out.
Time dilation, trying to slow down GPK. Anything to help out Abed.
Pulling one.
The TP out, a desperate move, but it works.
No Chakra in time. Even with the Axe Courier scouting from Pure, it's not enough to find any sort of retribution here. More buybacks out of BetBoom as they commit the Storm, the Coddle, the Invoker in this fight, and get basically nothing.
But now BetBoom have a 3rd chance at being able to contest the Roshan.
This Roshan that has still not been done in 10 minutes.
Shopify had it. They 100% could have taken it.
Yeah. Will this come back to bite them? Or are they just going to fight it without the Chrono? I mean, honestly, why not, right? They haven't shied away from any of these fights without their big ults. And now is not the time to do so. You cannot give an Aegis to Nightfall right here. This is when this PA is weak. This is where you can finish the game. You give her an Aegis and another item.
This ward is doing so much for him. Saberlight, he sees a perfect opportunity to jump onto the back line, immediately go for the support.
The Rolling Thunder.
BKB tries to do it too, but Abed is there to be able to provide the counter. BKBs from both.
Oh, Artur! He's gone!
Oh, they jumped into Arteezy and blew him up immediately. Pure, all the cores from BetBoom jump in, finish off Arteezy, but once again, it's the other two cores of Shopify that have staying power. Saberlight and Abed chase down the rest of BetBoom. They are on full retreat. They can bring down one.
Where Nightfall is?
Yeah, but they're going to blink right on top of them. The blur, it is revealed. They found him. Where's Waldo? Right there, dead in the top lane.
Abed, God, man. He absolutely decimating in this fight. What a comeback from that game, too, where the Pango got shut down. They banned the Bane. There's no control for this Rolling Thunder. He's getting multiple of them off every fight. Shiva's for the extra vision, and the damage numbers, they tell the tale. Put the Void on the front line. Sacrifice Artur to the gods because he didn't have Chronosphere. They just set it up for the other two.
Just do Roshan without Arteezy.
Why not?
To Abed.
I'd give it to him for sure. I don't even know if he needs it. That's the ironic part. He's already level 25. This Rolling Thunder is down to under 50 seconds now.
You're right. They gave it to Saberlight instead.
He's just invincible. What are you supposed to do versus this man? There is no control for him this game. And you can only jump one core. That is the downside here for BetBoom. You have to pick your poison. Do you want to give a Chronosphere in the fight? Do you want to give a Rolling Thunder? Maybe Ags on GPK is the answer. Just pull them all. And it's done.
Yep. After that fight, it's looking like they're going to be left in a high ground hold at some point in this game. The Shopify have truly taking control of the game now. 21,000 net worth lead, and Aegis, maybe not on their carry, but it's on their other carry. And Saberlight, the Night Stalker, doing so much work. A cheese for Abed, as you said. It seems like he doesn't even need the second life, but just in case.
He's not even going to slot it in, man. Strength blink completed. Bengals kidded.
1,000 HP almost.
Absolutely kidded.
Speaking of kidded, remember 10 minutes in, we were talking about the difference of BetBoom and part of their net worth lead, who was in the supports. Now the support difference is really showing it itself as the Warlock has 13,000 net worth. I was looking at him, I was like, holy crap, he's taking about building an Aghanim Scepter? Yeah, because he's got Ghost Scepter, Glimmer Cape, and Lotus Orb. He is stacked on utility items for...
And Chris just building Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah.
He's just going straight for the Vlad's Aura build-up here. These supports, they're tanky, man. They're going to provide a lot if you don't go on them. And the more that you put BetBoom in a position where Nightfall has to jump these supports, the freer the fight is for Abed and Arteezy right now. And they are cleaning you up. This ball is rolling. It's getting out of control. You need to put a stop to it if you're BetBoom, and you don't have many more chances.
And your chances of being able to blow up Arteezy just dropped by 20%.
Backtrack.
25 talent.
Hell of a talent right here.
Yeah.
This is where this matchup feels great. We were talking about how big Pure was this game. I mean, what has he gotten in the last 20 minutes? It feels like a point booster. He'll finish up his Ags to buy out for it. The buybacks have decimated his trajectory here. Every fight, it has been him sacrificing gold just to keep them in a fighting position. Do they know GPK's here? They don't. It's a dangerous spot with the high ground ward. I can't believe he sat there.
With no buyback?
What was that actually? That would have been the most insane play of the game. That did not get punished. Artur, he's going to get clipped. Try and drag him in.
BetBoom, they have to play this kind of slow and methodical. Any misstep,
Chakra call.
This game.
They're trying to bait a clump. They want this Ags on the GPK Storm to catch multiple core heroes.
Yeah.
Gotta remember, this is a push without the Aegis on the Faceless Void, so in theory, Arteezy is susceptible up there if you think you can burst him. And of course, this Ags with Nightfall plus the Shard, you can go and break this Void. Just chunk him down. You have the damage. But man, has he been behind this whole game.
Yeah, that does disable the 25 talents, so.
Yep. AC for Saberlight is, I mean, they have every armor ore in the game, right? I don't think there's anything left to buy.
Yeah.
This is as good as it gets in terms of dealing with the Phantom Assassin. They gave BetBoom the PA. They said you can have the strongest carry of the tournament. And you have the power of anime.
You're talking about the being able to counter one of the strongest heroes of the patch, of the tournament, is very important for your journey to be able to win the whole tournament, right?
Absolutely.
Shopify, if they manage to win this, not only will they go into the grand finals against Team Spirit, but they have showed in Team Spirit that they can take on a Phantom Assassin, though maybe Yatoro's Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, that's
a different breed.
That's a different beast, to be honest. Let's be fair. He's the best PA in the world. And I think it's shown something for BetBoom here, too. This is maybe not a hero that... Like, is the difference between Nightfall playing this and the Juggernaut or anything that much of a gap, right? I don't know if it changes their playstyle or their late game teamfighting that much. Whereas for a lot of these other teams, it does.
Yeah.
One of the strengths of PA this tournament has been the comeback potential, but BetBoom are a team that generally just play from ahead. So what's it really doing for you a lot of the times? And
well,
I guess this is a game
that come to fruition.
We'll see if Nightfall can pull it off.
I mean, Nightfall plus GPK, if they actually get a Divine Rapier,
that has
Nightfall's
to be.
thinking about it, right? You get the pull, you get the Divine Rapier crit
with triple dagger
on top of a cleave, on top of a triple dagger when they're clumped up like that. Like, that is a wipeout territory.
That's gotta, it has to be this Divine, because right now he doesn't have the damage. Right. We've seen these last fights. It's slow, man. These Arma auras are doing work. Even to kill the Venge, it takes a while. So it has to be straight Divine here for Nightfall, and you've got to start throwing these daggers and play for the high ground PA defense comeback. Wear through the timing here of Shopify. Whereas if you're Shopify, you need this next Aegis, and you got to go end the game. I don't know how fast your chances eventually start to drop off, but you're kind of max slotted on these cores.
Yeah, you have already hit some of your 25 talents, whereas BetBoom haven't, like the triple dagger talent.
Yeah, you're going to start to lose some of these advantages. Now, double damage will definitely make up for some of them. And maybe this is the call to just smoke it and jump. Man, Artur hits real hard with this. Do have to think about buybacks in BetBoom's base. They have Nightfalls.
Got a break. Doesn't get the opening. Arteezy will just go for the barracks.
Dispels the meeting.
Going to be taken away, yeah. Oh, Chronosphere immediately put to use and actually did manage to grab the Axe keeping in as well as the Invoker. Arteezy not trying to go for any sort of bigger core, just knocks down 2 heroes, and that's going to be good enough for him. But there are buybacks on the side of BetBoom. Are they willing to use them here?
Yeah, they have both up. So you can take a fight. No Chrono right now. No Dark Ascension. They're going to commit 1. Man, you know Pure doesn't want to commit another buyback in this game. It's so painful. You don't have Divine on Nightfall yet. Can you hold? Can you find the Vortex jump with GPK? Blinding Light to stall. Waiting for a big dagger crit. Might be the signal to go.
You can see Arteezy's really not that scared being bursted by this PA.
No, this poke is not doing anything to him. Too much lifesteal, too much backtrack right now. You have to commit a jump. They're trying to save Pure's buyback right now. Willing to trade a Rax for it. If you're Shopify, you just stay around though. You're going to commit for Megas.
Time dilation. Just to annoy BetBoom even further as they attempt to push him away. They're just going to keep it going.
Nightfall, he finished Divine Rapier. This is what they were waiting for.
Okay.
Yeah, time to smoke and commit the buy for the jump.
Turn the whole game around, or it could be the end of BetBoom at this tournament.
Are they going to chase? Do you want to take a fight outside of your base right now?
They're smoking, they're running at them. Shopify, they take the high ground.
Gotta remember, no Chrono for this fight.
They got the scan. They got the scan on them. They know they're coming this way. Saberlight is well positioned to be able to break it. They're going to see some of their heroes. They see the sword.
Just walking in.
And immediately jump on these heroes. Nightfall's revealed. And Divine Rapier tries to go to work on Arteezy, but he's already time walked away. Nightfall looking for anything to be able to hit right now. Finally jumps down to the low ground, spots Arteezy. Time walk over to the side. And Nightfall just dies like that. GG is immediately called. Shopify will take down BetBoom, and they will have their chance to be able to bring down Team Spirit in the grand finals, best of 5.
Keep your 3rd place medal, man. I don't want another one. And Shopify will go to their first finals of the year after struggling for so many tournaments. Somehow this team just came together at the right time to make this event work. The drafting's been on point. The gameplay's been on point. And man, are some of these players showing up big time, especially Abed in this game 1 and 3.
Yep.
He just decimated them. And to run it back with the Pangolier when it felt like they had answers, this is a draft that just couldn't control him nearly as well. Got away from Betboom for sure. And sure, you have a Phantom Assassin there, but what can he jump on? There's too many core target threats. Can't kill them all. The second the BKB is out, you're doing nothing. Betboom not happy to go out here in this Game 3 when they wanted an inter-regional rivalry match against Team Spirit in those finals, but they will fall short in another tournament again. And it begs the question of what doesn't click for this team when they need it to get that final last step, right? They look so damn good until it doesn't.
Two teams that wanted to be able to prove themselves that they are a top contender for TI, that they can bring down Team Spirit in a finals. And it's Shopify who will walk away with a chance to do so. Being able to take down Betboom 34-18 in a third game, a second time that they bring down Betboom in the final game of the best of 3 series. Very much looking forward to this. Shopify, they've just been, as you said, feels like this is a team that is very different from what they were 6 months ago. They look good. Can they do it, though? Shopify will head to the finals, take on Team Spirit.
And it very well may be the last time that they've hit finals in nearly 2 years. Animajor 2021, it was a finals against PSG LGD that they ended up falling. But here they are given another chance against the TI-10 champions of Team Spirit as they will be moving forward in a best of 5. Unfortunate for Betboom team though, losing to Shopify twice in this tournament in 3-game series both times. Just an average team, though.
An average day in the office for Shopify Rebellion here. Well, I mean, this game was just a formality. The Beyblades already told the story.
Correct, they did.
And yesterday, I also mentioned that when NA goes against 2 regions of the same, and the grand finals are going to win. Like, if you put NA in a free-for-all, we're going to lose every time. But if you stack the odds against us, that's when we power up.
I love what Shopify did this game. I feel like in the early and mid game, you had Saberlight who really stepped into this game, making the right moves, shutting down Nightfall in the lane, then making the moves in the mid game. And then later, overall, I think Arteezy played a good game. Maybe he missed 1 or 2 Chronos, but it honestly didn't matter.
Oh, just 1. He only missed 1.
Okay, he missed 1, but like Abed goes in, he just cleans house. They have all the auras on crit, like right itemization. Whereas I feel for Betboom, they were a little bit timid in this mid game. Like you could see Nightfall was like, should I go in? Should I not go in? And then he missed the first timing, but then he went in anyway. So not really going their way.
I don't know if you guys would agree with this, but this kind of felt like the perfect storm for Shopify as well, in the sense that this was probably the best game that we've seen out of Saberlight all tournament. And maybe also at the same time, Nightfall's worst individual performance. I think his PA in this game made quite a few mistakes.
Goes hand in hand.
They didn't quite, so they have a couple of stuns, right? Like they have the Storm Pull and they have the Axe Call, and they never really combined those to give PA okay, go in, you get all these Phantom Strike attacks in. Most of his initiations was pop BKB, blink on someone, and hope for the best, you know? They weren't really using their stuns together, and maybe it's because they're scared of the Chrono, but even when the Chrono was in cooldown, they weren't really, pouncing on a target and killing them. That's what we've seen PA do in these games where she takes over, is you just need any sort of stun to connect, then she assassinates someone, jumps out, resets, does it again. But, this time PA had to do it on her own. They keep resetting. She doesn't find the kills, BKB runs out, and then she dies.
Some of these missed timings in the fights, alongside with, I think, the itemization and Golem helping out and like Avenge Swap coming out to like delayed, I think those were just mistakes in the mid-game that Betboom were not allowed to do at all.
Yeah.
And from then on, Abed pops off, everyone plays well. Just a deserving win.
Yeah, I think strategically, this Night Stalker and Venge was really hard for them to deal with, because like if you look at the heroes like Axe, he can't really play versus a Silence Up BKB, same with Storm and PA, and so you want to burst one hero within your BKB duration, but there's a Venge there, right? The swap's going to come out right after, so they couldn't really find that target to like just all in them right away, so those 2 heroes are too big of a problem. Sure, Abed popped off, but they had so many things to worry about. Arteezy was in the front line too. They did well in the laning stage for the most part. Of course, Axe did free farm, but I don't know. I just really felt like they couldn't take any fights. Nightfall never felt confident to go in because he couldn't commit against this Venge. And this is why Venge is so popular right now. And I really think Saberlight on that Night Stalker, that was a genius pick. It worked so well.
That was the pick of the game for me as well.
Because the biggest reason why we're saying Phantom Assassin is such a nuisance is just because you can never find her. It's a hero that theoretically, for at least half the game, you should be able to automatically find her because you feel confident floating around, dispelling her blur and then running away and being like, guys, I found her. She's over here.
No, and would you believe it? Nightfall ends this tournament 0-2 on PA.
That's
out of all
true, actually.
It's kind of interesting because there's been so much the talk of the town of this, especially the playoffs, right? That PA just seems ridiculous in certain games, but I think Shopify might have just made the call, like we talked about. You know, he's barely played this hero. They're banning it a lot of the time. Let's dare them. You know, this felt like they were expecting the PA, and they had a solution and were ready for it, and maybe just thought that this isn't Nightfall's best. And I would agree with that. I think this was his weakest game of the tournament. He's played really, really well on his trademark heroes. This just didn't hit the spot for me.
But does that go back a little bit to potentially the Invoker going to POS 5?
Yeah, maybe it was
picking Storm into Night Stalker. Like some of these things, like kind of made the game very awkward for them because it just put them in a situation where they had to just all in one hero. But you're playing versus Venge. I think that was their biggest downfall. But I do really like to see that Arteezy, he busted out even a new hero. They're passing all the tests they need to pass to be able to get to the grand finals, and now he's got a huge hero pool. He's got the TA, he's added the Faceless Void, which looks really well in that game. Abed is showing that he can play carries from the mid lane, maybe the Space Maker, Saberlight, he's busting out the Night Stalker. I think this team is going to go into the grand finals with a lot of confidence right now.
Yes, we're unfortunately not going to be able to get an interview because Shopify have to prepare for their grand final. But assuming that they did, Cassie, let's say we had Saberlight for an interview. What do you imagine that would be like?
Yeah, actually, Saberlight, you know, he gave me a message because we all know. First of all, he doesn't really like Nightfall. This guy throughout pubs, he would keep tipping him. So he asked me if I could give a tribute for Mr. Saberlight. So this is obviously, he's giving an interview. He's going to talk about Nightfall. Yeah, you know, this guy here, this
What's
guy that.
up? It's your boy Saberlight.
Yeah, it's your boy Saberlight.
To tell you.
He's going to be like, I'm swagging out. I'm going to the gym. Yo, Nightfall, you suck. Suck it!
There we go.
And he's going to go in the grand finals. He's going to feel good. It's just too easy.
He should feel good. And this is for as much as EG had gone to many a grand final. This is Shopify Rebellion's first grand final as a brand since entering Dota 2. So this is a high watermark for them.
Wait a second. Last time they went to grand final was the Animage, right?
Yes.
Saberlight just got into anime. Is there
Animage?
It all adds up now. The story arc. Will he be able to beat Team Spirit though? Or is it going to be a revenge arc at TI?
What's the better anime story?
I mean, from what I'm gathering, Spirit doesn't even want to win. They're like accidentally winning this tournament right now.
Then it would be pretty anime for them to win, right?
You only made me use 10% of my power at this tournament.
Yeah, we're kind of just having fun, you know. Yeah, I guess I played fine. Yeah, we're pretty good, I suppose.
Or maybe they're just buying into the superstition of you shouldn't win the last event before TI.
Yeah.
They did say that.
Bad news for Shopify if things are heating up, you know?
They take whatever they can get.
What if neither team wants to win?
I feel like I would rather them break a curse of never being able to win and then just taking confidence into TI.
What do you think is better, Fear? Winning or losing this match for TI?
I like winning.
So I think Shopify Rebelling winning is really good for them.
Yeah.
I think Team Spirit winning is whatever for them.
Yeah.
So if Shopify win and Spirit lose, that's best for both teams.
That's a double-double.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a win-win situation.
I think so.
All right. There you go.
Because how often is Shopify Rebellion going to find themselves in this exact situation? It's been
a while.
The year has indicated not rarely.
Yeah.
That the closest they got was, so in DreamLeague Season 19, they got top 3. They were able to beat Tundra in lower bracket semifinals.
Grand finals. I don't care about top 3.
Then that was Animajor.
There you go.
And then before that, Lima Major was top 4.
Yeah.
But you only care grand finals. It's been a hot minute since that happened. Although technically this is, not even technically, this is not a DPC event. And so the claim that Arteezy has yet to win a Valve Major, I believe that's the qualification. He won a minor. He won a GESC. I don't know if he got paid for it. But
yeah, that tournament doesn't count, honestly.
I was on that roster, and no comment.
Okay, good. But you have won a Valve event with Arteezy, but he's not won a major before.
Or TI, yeah. I mean, Arteezy doesn't really care about winning a major or not, but I think he does want to win a TI.
Yeah.
So
this was a question that Lacoste had asked him earlier in the tournament, and he said at that point, in fact, on the blackboard, even Lacoste got the confirmation.
Oh yeah, he's still in the running. Lacoste said Shopify will win 3-1, right?
On the bold predictions chalkboard.
He's got the boldest claim of all, and he might make it.
Yeah, I mean, my Pudge 4 or Pug 4 is still in the running.
Lacoste made this claim on like day 2 of the event.
Yeah.
Shopify Rebellion wins it all. 3-1.
Wait, what did RTZ say? That he cares about a major?
No, RTZ was like, because Lacoste said that you haven't won a Valve event or a major in ever. And is this the one? And RTZ was kind of, giving the political answer.
Right.
Where
He was like, I'm trying.
We're trying our best. We're feeling like we're playing at our top potential. And then he was just like, no, actually, you know what? I want to win this one. Yeah. This one matters. It's about time.
I mean, they've got their work cut out for them, but they're looking good.
It's theirs right in front of them. All they have to do is grab it.
Just grab it.
Just win 3 games against a team that's not even trying. How hard can it be?
Can't be that hard.
Oh, they're trying. They're definitely trying. You can see that they're trying.
Of course.
I mean, even if they're not trying, they're a scary team, so I don't think it matters.
If they're trying. Maybe if they're down 2-0 and they start trying, that's the real enemy arc. Then they all go Super Saiyan, Yotaro goes to the bathroom, quickly shaves his head. He's like,
gonna shave his head for DreamLeague.
Yeah,
you should
use the buff now. Ti, I mean, whatever.
Yeah, screw Ti.
If he shaves it now, how I wouldn't grow out that much before Ti. That could pass as still being short enough.
I mean, he'd have to keep it shaven.
Shorn.
Shorn, yeah.
Shorn.
Shawarma.
Shawarma?
Shawarma.
Yeah.
Have you got food on the brain?
What are we discussing anymore? I don't know where to go with that.
It's funny how when you say
Are
something,
we talking more about the teams or not?
Look at you and
I will send you
No, you
where
guys
to
all
go.
just said like one random word.
We have a little bit of time before our grand finals, but because this DreamLeague has had so many 2-1s, we have quite a backlog of things that we would like to show you. So in order to get that process started, gentlemen, I would have to request you to take your leave. If you have any parting words for your DreamLeague Season 21 experience here.
Say it.
Getting kicked like that, huh?
Say it.
Kick like that.
No, I mean, this DreamLeague has been amazing.
Yeah,
hopefully I can come back for another one. Always a lot of fun. And hopefully I have helped my boys from North America through superstition alone get to the grand finals.
For RTZ before we go off?
Too easy for RTZ.
There we go. Round of applause. Round of applause.
Do I just leave now?
You leave now. Cassie, any parting words?
Any parting words to Saberlight?
No, he doesn't need any. This guy's too good. Keep going to the gym, watch the anime. Thank you all for having me. Synth, you are great. Tsunami, catch this. And suck it. See ya.
Oh, Jesus, that was actually a headshot.
And then there were 2.
He right in the fucking eyeball.
I know he did. And that was not one of the small cushions. That was the
I was
straight up
not ready
silver
for that.
cushion.
Oh my god.
So, Sen, we've been doing this thing over the past 3 DreamLeagues called Bounty Hunter.
Oh, I thought it was called firing the co-host.
Yes, that is also a thing that we've been doing over the past 3 DreamLeagues. That remains to be determined for you. I can't imagine you would ever want to return to casting after this experience, right?
Oh, this was wonderful.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I have so many good things to say about Fear and Kezu. Fortunately, they left, so they can't hear it. So we'll just skip it.
I would never say that to their face, that they are one of my favorite people to interact with, and I value all of their opinions. But
I didn't have to say it, so now I can claim I didn't say it. Thank you so much.
Piggyback off of me. But in the meanwhile, you were the administrator for these bounty hunts. And so I would like to welcome 2 of our contestants. Can we please bring Effie and Purge?
I look so much less cool right now because Jenkins and I are matching. We're wearing matching outfits, and he's
Whoa,
not here.
spoilers.
He's not here, so now I just feel weaker.
Yeah,
it's okay. He's got the pink pocket square.
Is he also wearing a flowerful top?
No, but it's a nice color.
And beige pants?
It's white.
Can I fix the couch? That's all.
Sure, Purge. Why you like things being in order? I can imagine.
Slightly.
Those
right?
pants are beige, and your shoes are white. You cannot tell me those aren't beige.
My pants are beige and my shoes are white.
I do not care about this.
You said your pants are white when I said they're
No,
beige.
I said his are white.
Control this panel.
What do you care about, Purge?
You are very correct.
I want to see the content. I know we have like 15 videos on lock. I don't want to talk about.
Purge is not competitive at all.
Jenkins may or may
can
not
absolutely
be
wait to see if he has won this competition.
Okay, yes. We have brought you here because you are 2 of our contestants for a Bounty Hunter this season. And we've already aired 2 segments. But there are some team-oriented segments that still remain. That's right. We paired up 2 of our 4 contestants to do a joint tag team challenge for 2 of them. And right now, I would like to present you something that things are looking a little messy right now. I wish it was just a little bit cleaner.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom,
Oh shit, it's the Analyst All-Stars. Hello, Kevin. Hello.
You're talking about me.
Dominic, yes. Well, you're both All-Stars. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome back.
We heard it's a team competition.
Yes.
And we...
Yes, it is indeed, Shiva. It really is a team competition.
And we are here to win.
Yes. All right, you know the drill, guys. You need to open the envelope with my hand, actually, for this challenge. Very nice. Now you have to read it with my hand.
Whoever is not reading this letter...
No! Darn it.
Put the blindfold on now!
Damn it.
Synderin has had a party, and you need to help him tidy up the room.
Happy birthday, Synderin.
So you need to help him tidy the room. Get all of the trash into the bucket.
What bucket?
Okay, I've seen the bucket. Wait a second.
Only the person wearing the blindfold may touch the trash at any point. The timer stops when all trash is in the bucket. Your time starts now.
If you need to move to your right.
Is there trash on the floor, Shiva?
There's trash on the floor. It's mostly on the floor. On your right, two small steps to your right.
I'm taking Synderin. I saw his performance on the stream last night.
Grab him.
Do 180. And then it's on the floor. Yeah, go to the floor, and then it's on your left. Left hand. Straight ahead with your right hand. That's one. Okay.
The bucket is to your 8 p.m. That's 9.
And then you move straight forward. Wait, what does it say again? I cannot touch the trash for you. The bucket.
She's lost, Shiva, help her.
No, the bucket is not trash.
She's leaving the room.
Okay, put it in the bucket. Thank you. Get up.
All right, you gotta go faster than that. It's right behind your butt. All right, stop. It's not that direction anymore.
No, foot and a half, you said.
Straight ahead.
What a lovely
touch
voice.
me. Touch me.
Hi, Shiva.
Yeah, hold my elbow. Hold my elbow with your left hand. Yeah. Go to the floor. There it is.
So walk straight until you feel a Doritos bag under your feet.
I feel like I'm gonna fall.
You're not. You have so much space. All right, cool.
Okay, hold on to me. Drop the bucket. Okay, drop again. Left hand, right hand.
Cool. He's making it harder.
I heard
Did you hear
sound,
that?
Yeah.
There's a can on the ground. Oh, it's right by your right foot. Right foot. Right foot.
That's my right foot.
Yeah, it was really right there. You just
I touched it, yeah.
You did. And it's next to your bucket now. Man,
This
it looks.
direction?
Yes, you got a centimeter away from it. Okay, perfect. Now there's a party hat on the ground to your. Yep, that was not the right way.
Synderin, can you stop littering?
Keep rolling. Yep. Oh, there it is, right by your knee. Oh, careful, don't break it. Oh!
Straight ahead, here's on your left. That's it.
It's my birthday.
And drop it. Yeah, that's it.
Yay!
Go Shiva.
All right.
I have no idea who won, by the way. I'm completely clueless.
Apparently I have times. It seemed like a very non-linear challenge.
Question?
Yes.
Were all of the garbage items in the same place? Because if ours were further away than theirs, that's a bit unfair, isn't it?
They started in the same place, and I think I
different.
knocked them roughly in the same place.
I see.
I'll give you a buffer of like 5 seconds. If you're within 5 seconds of each other, we can discuss it. I don't think you are.
They are not.
Okay.
You know, there's 2 ways to help somebody that needs it. You could either teach them how to fish, or you could just pull them by the arm and show them where the food is directly and always have to be there in their life.
Well,
I just want to say that we deserve more points for that.
You can take your condescending life philosophy, while Shiva, the genius, thought of the correct way to approach this challenge because the rules said that she cannot touch the garbage, but it didn't say she couldn't touch me or the trash can.
Sure.
See, you just could not think outside the box like Shiva. Shiva
I'm
is
just
a
saying
thinker.
that your method
She's
for
a visionary,
content was
and
worse. That's all.
you
may have won the
you
challenge.
can be condescending,
but your content
Purge.
was worse. That's
Teaching
all.
Considering
to
how
fish.
defensive Purge is, I'm pretty sure he really thinks he lost.
What do you think the
that's
time range was to gather all of the garbage?
It was probably within a minute of each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he didn't barrel roll the wrong direction for content, I think that gives us at least an extra 5.
I'm going to guess Shiva and Effie were 23 seconds faster.
You're in the range, I suppose.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means that there
What
was
range?
definitely time in between both of them. Multiple seconds. 40 seconds
40
in between
second
the
difference.
two. Now, assuming that Lacoste actually precisely got 8 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock,
I can't believe you criticized me for that. As if you could see the angle well from the camera.
As if you could see the angle, be like, no, I'm sorry, you're approximately 13 degrees too far there, Lacoste. Please recalibrate.
He was standing still, looking straight forward. That would be noon. So it was 8 o'clock. He turns around, turns an extra 2 hours. Yeah, there you go.
Excuse me, Neil. He needed
not
a 5:30 rotation.
I will say, though,
5:30, there we
him just
go.
randomly rolling under the table had nothing to do with you. He just did it for no reason.
Exactly. That's
Would you think that that would have added 40 seconds, or it sped you up by 40 seconds compared to Shiva and Effie?
The barrel rolling?
Yes.
Oh, that was a 2-minute barrel roll. Did you guys notice? Somebody time dilate in there?
Yeah, I think that must have been it. It's all relative. Your time for Purge and Lacoste was 1 minute and 59 seconds.
It's not too bad.
Shiva and Effie, your time was 1 minute and 19 seconds. Round of applause. A round of applause. A slow clap.
The cleanup crew.
If there's one thing that I learned in my time as a Dota talent, it's that you can always depend on Shiva. She will always carry.
That is true. It's a fair point.
I thought you just learned to deal with trash, but that's
Of course.
that makes sense.
That is
That's one thing as a Dota player.
Yeah.
Of course.
But as a Dota talent,
As a player.
Shiva's always there. So that means that you guys get more points than Persian Lacoste. I don't know what the...
I have no idea how they get scored.
Here's where shit gets really weird. How many points do they deserve?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because usually in the single challenges, you get 1, 2, 3, or 4 points.
Those are incorrect points. I have 5 points, not 4 points. Somebody is sabotaging me. Because I won the pasta challenge. I got 4 points for that, and then I got 1 point for the Lucky Charm challenge.
Okay, it was dynamically
There we go.
changed just
It's
now.
updated.
Thank you. I see you, production. I see what you're trying to do.
All right, what's the plan, Send? What you thinking?
Am I supposed to score them from 1 to 4? How do I choose a winner?
I don't know. No one has told us.
Last time we did it with group challenges, someone on the winning team got 4, someone else on the losing team got 2, I believe. And then from the losing team, it was 3 and 1. It was really dumb.
I do vaguely recall.
All right, well,
I think we should get points, and they shouldn't.
by Effie's logic, Shiva was carrying, and she was on the winning team.
Oh,
So Shiva gets 4 points.
You know, Effie just advocated for the losers getting 0 points. That makes a lot of sense. I think she should get 0 points for forgetting to bring her lucky item instead of the
I
one
brought
that
a
she
lucky
got.
item.
That
I got
challenge
1
is
point
long
for that.
gone, Purge. Stop bringing
You
up
can't
ancient history.
retroactively
All right, I'm making
change my points.
executive decision.
All right, 4 points, Shiva.
We're on the same team. You have to get the
4,
less points.
3, 2, 1.
I get 1.
Yeah,
Lacoste
you didn't
gets,
do a barrel roll.
Lacoste gets 3 and Effie gets 2 for being on the winning team.
No. Shiva
doesn't
4, Effie 3, Lacoste 2, Purge 1.
Yeah.
Wait, how is this
I'm on board.
acceptable? We're on the same team.
Yeah, but you said she carried.
Yeah, you said she carried.
He gets a bonus point.
There you go.
Oh, so it's a bonus point. It's an extra point from you and not the maximum threshold of points that can be acquired
No, it
for
is the
winning.
maximum
I mean, if she
threshold
gets
of
4
points.
4 is the maximum threshold. No, then her bonus point would be 5 and I would get 4.
Yes.
That's fair.
But we're not doing fair.
Well, I don't accept your logic.
Unfortunately, you are not in control.
We don't
of this.
care.
Man, I didn't think anyone would be more salty than me right now. But
That is absurd. I'm on the winning
She's
team.
really-
How am I not?
I love a good lose-lose situation. But don't worry, Effie. There's still one more bounty hunt remaining, of which you two are paired yet again. And this one requires a little bit more creativity.
Why, hello, gentlemen.
It's us.
Hello.
Your assignment is in an envelope on the table.
Yeah, we figured.
Good luck.
Hello, guys. Good to see you.
Hello.
Looking good.
Hi.
You want to open it?
Cinder? Compose the best song using the band for help.
You have 15 minutes when the time is up.
You and the band must perform your masterpiece. Your time starts now.
Okay, give me a beat.
Choose the best song? What does that mean?
Compose the best song.
Oh,
it says.
you're right. That's the wrong. Compose.
Do something with that.
Can we do a C scale?
Mozart C scale divided by 2.
For there are dark creatures.
For a guitar, can we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, ain't no life form in the dark. There's no warmth this time of day. Ain't no saviors in the dark. And then
Nothing good. We've got a new instrument.
Okay, so that was the...
That was a taste.
That was a taste.
I was like, am I supposed to give scores based on that? Because I cannot score anyone
Lacoste
anything.
shaking the thing 3 times. How good of a song was that?
That was quite a banger, I must say.
Billboard top. Okay.
Top
1.
Top whatever.
Top song. Everyone's competing for this.
Used to be mine.
The trophy.
Is it the same one?
Yes.
Oh, you brought it back.
I chose to leave it here.
Oh,
How very
that's something else.
I knew I
magnanimous of you.
I was going to claim it again.
So, Pandas, you were their accompaniment for this. Bob, before we watch their performances, based off of the preliminaries, what should I be expecting out of these two? I'm hearing
Definitely chaos.
chaos, okay.
For sure. Fun.
Okay.
Some exquisite musical terms by Purge.
Oh, terms, excellent.
Some awesome singing by Shiver and Effie.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Expectations are high now.
Yeah.
You've built this up quite a bit. Well, now I want to see the reveal. Can we play the first set of videos?
I remember. This is it. This is the tune. That was great. I watched Whiplash. I know that. I stood right in front of you. Now that one, but yeah, it was amazing, guys. Wow. Appreciate it.
That was excellent. Purge, what genre of music would you describe that composition as?
Well, let's see. I wanted to. First off, I started directing the percussionists because you can't just say like, "Oh, play a beat." You have to like actually.
Like Shiver just did when the thing said, "Give me a beat."
Yeah, which is literally cheating because then she's leveraging their talent to know how to make it. So I had to like, I mean, there was like a little bit of instruction, or a little bit of interpretation, but not very much. So I just focused on music. I didn't even think about words or vocals. So I just did music, and Lacoste kind of was just my hype man. He just stood there and watched me do it. Did you notice Bob didn't mention Lacoste when he talked about Highland?
That is true. He curiously did not. But what was this terminology? Bob, what words was Purge dropping here in this composition?
Yeah, so in music you have scales. Most people probably know that. And Purge just went, okay, C major and then 1, 3, 5, 7. And we were all like, impressive.
Wow.
Impressive. And he had said, I think he said something like crescendo and decrescendo.
It said quarter notes, half notes, and every 2 measures, this is your symbol.
Okay.
Is this how you passed your exams in high school? You just went and you said a lot of terminology with no connection.
when you
I know these words that this topic has to do with. This is at least a passing grade.
I mean, I took band in school. I played percussion, so you do scales. So a C scale would be like da 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 da, and you can do an arpeggio, which is 1, 3, 5, 7. So I thought it would sound okay musically. So that's why I instructed the guitar to do. Drums was quarter notes, half notes, and every 2 measures is a cymbal, which is approximately what a normal drum thing is. And then for the flugelhorn, there's some note stuff.
So you're saying the composition there, you told each band member how to play their instrument.
Yes.
Yeah, it was very clear to us.
Okay. This is a very cold, calculated way to make music.
Okay,
Effie, would you say that yours had a little bit more feel to it?
I mean, ours was more than just one verse. You know, we had multiple verses.
Whoa,
we
no
had,
spoilers.
We had showmanship.
Let's see the showmanship then.
We just watch. You know.
Just watch.
In the forest, black as night. Either you run or put up a fight. For there are dark creatures on your soul to feed, coming to kill you. And no warnings you shall heed. No warnings.
Ain't no life form in the dark. And there's no warmth this time of day.
This time of day.
Ain't no saviors in the dark.
In the dark.
Anytime. This way.
This way.
Yeah!
Okay, and surely that bears no similarity to Bill Withers' Ain't No Sunshine, but...
May I?
Are you saying that they stole music? So
No, may I? May I?
Yeah.
The feel of the song was different. The first verse was different. Music recycles.
How
great artists.
plagiarized was it?
Great artists always borrow from each other. They sample each other's music. I'm crying because I thought that was really funny.
It's true. Good artists create, great artists steal.
I mean, the first verse was poetry slam.
Yes.
It was spoken word.
And then you went into song. So was it? But it was one act.
And not just that, Sindrin. It was spooky themed because spooky season is coming up. So I thought, the audience might enjoy that, a little bit of a Halloween.
And do you feel like the second verse kind of caught that spookiness with the...
It was like an oscillation of emotions, you know? I needed the listener.
I did go through an oscillation of emotions watching that, actually.
We're about to do an oscillation of scores. 6, 7, 8, 9. Purge, Lacoste, Effie, Sheever. All competing for this trophy.
How do I score this?
I would just like to point out that while we did not do enough music ourselves, I think they underutilized the band. That's all.
The band set the tone for our vision. Music, Purge, cannot be gatekept. It is about feeling. It is about sense. It is about the imagery that you're providing the listener. And I think, as far as that went, we killed it.
Oh, the band loves that shit.
He is
Thank you, band.
preaching to the choir right now.
Showmanship. Did you see the show? Purge and Lacoste were just standing there. Sheever and I, we were.
It's not true.
We were
Don't play your hand, Effie.
I have an idea. How about the band scores this one? I think they're more qualified than I am.
Bob.
That's fair.
Would you like the blood on your hands for who gets
1 to
this
4.
trophy?
1 to 4.
I can't pick.
You can't
You
pick.
have to.
But Thomas can.
Thomas can.
It's going to be really easy. Just start off. Lacoste gets
Jans
1.
can. Okay, Jans can do it. Perfect. Jans, what you got? She chooses Effie! Effie gets 4 points for this challenge, which, if we are to continue the dynamic of teams sharing...
Oh, he's giving all the points out.
Oh, you're giving all the
points out. You can give 3 to a member of the other team if you want.
She can get all 4 if she can do it again. Right?
Effie.
But I don't have the twinkly thing, and I don't have Sheever.
The request was that if you could perform it again, what's the chorus? Tell me the chorus at least.
Ain't no life forms in the dark. Only darkness comes this way.
Effie is the champion of DreamLeague Season 21 Bounty Hunter!
And Sheever. I have no idea what happened. I nominate Sheever as my co-champion because she sang you guys heard her sing? Lacoste or Purge, they didn't have the bravery to sing to a large audience, but Sheever, confident.
Admirable stuff, but at the end of the day, it's professional musicians that I really want to hear from. So as we get ready for the grand finals, let's listen to the PogChamp Pandas.
Season 21 Grand Finals time. And thank you so much to the wonderful PogChamp Pandas for that. That was amazing. We got Lacoste on the couch, we got Effie on the couch, we got Jenkins on the couch in the grand finals between Shopify Rebellion and Team Spirit, but not yet. They still get a little bit of a break. Well, Shopify does anyway. Team Spirit, of course, already waiting for their opponent. But while we are waiting, we have got something for you, something planned for you. You might remember a game we played previous Dream League and the Dream League before that as well. Normally, we get to play this during the week because there's always been a lot of breaks during Dream Leagues because we use set start times and sometimes there's 2-0s. There's not been a lot of 2-0s.
And long games.
And long games.
The average game length is 7 minutes longer than previous Dream League.
Yeah, that is insane.
That's a long time.
But it does mean that we have a little bit of time now. We are still waiting for Purge, for Fogged, and for Odie Pixel. And I have no idea what's taking them so long. We need you guys because we're just going to jump straight into it. Come on, Purge. There's space for you on the couch.
Come on in.
You already sat on the couch earlier.
What's going on?
Walk through my... Yeah, you can walk through my...
Just wait and you'll see.
I already messed it up. You can't do worse than me.
We do need this music. We also need Odie Pixel with a hand microphone. Although
Yo, Purge, do a Squidward impression.
Do I? No.
Hey, Purge.
How's that?
Where are they?
Hey.
That's
hey,
great.
Purge.
Hey.
How does the feet taste?
I have some
The feet?
questions about the tournament
defeat.
format, to be honest. I think it was a little unbalanced.
It's okay. It's okay. You won last time. Can't have it all.
I did.
It's easy. It's fine.
And you lost this time.
You gotta have something to, to strive for. Next time you have.
I'm kidding.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
The viewers need to learn the saddest thing, and that's that the small trophy we use is the same one every time.
Do you guys Wait, I don't keep it?
No, you don't get to keep
you
it.
don't get to keep it.
we have one small trophy for that.
And the small trophy is credit to Sheepstick because she bought it at a random.
He did buy it, yeah.
Adventure in Stockholm.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello,
YouTube. Hello. Yeah, we do hear
I
you.
can hear
We do hear you.
Are you sharing the hand mic?
We are, yes.
Oh, this will be fun.
Yes,
Lovely.
we are.
Great. Okay. For people that don't know the game Packet Loss, you're in for a surprise. It's a version of telephone charades, and I have already read the prompt. There might be time for only one prompt, so I'm the one reading the prompt and doing the first thing. That means you guys got to turn around, and I got to read the prompt again because it's a very long one.
Should we explain to the viewers
what it is?
Oh, we're not playing with the.
On the viewers meant to guess as well.
Yeah, the viewers will guess as well. All right, I'll explain.
Let the viewers guess as well.
So the way it is that we're all going to turn around so we can't see what's happening. Shiver's going to poke one of us on the shoulder, and then that person watches her do a charade, which we're also going to do with the band, providing some music. And then that person pokes somebody else, and then they watch, and so on and so forth. And then the last person has to guess what it is after all the packets have been lost the entire time.
And if they can't guess correctly, then the original person does it again.
Yes.
Yeah, we're on a team though, so we wanna
and all of
try to do good.
it will be under musical accompaniment of the PogChamp Pandas, who may or may not have a small influence in the tempo of which we do the challenges.
They have a
of the
huge
game.
influence. All right, let's turn around, guys.
Let's turn around,
Shiver's
everybody.
going first. Shiver's going first.
Yeah,
She
I'm
already read
going
the
first,
prompt.
but I'll tap someone on the shoulder. I have been allowed to use a prop, by the way. There will be a prop.
Okay. Is it the trophy?
Yeah, I'm using the trophy.
Okay.
Okay, wait a second. I gotta put the card away. And I will use another prop. Oh, I know exactly which one. This is not part
What's
of it,
going on
Fog.
with you?
Don't do this.
We have to run a lot, I guess.
I wonder where. Oh, I know another prop.
Oh my God. Come on, Shiva.
Thirsty?
No thanks. Thank you though, Barbie.
You're welcome,
All right, Fog, come on.
Have we started yet?
Yes.
Oh.
Someone's gonna get hurt.
Oh, I know the answer to that question.
The viewers didn't hear the question even.
He said, who's going to fuck it up the worst? And I assume he grabbed Owen, if I had to guess.
You gotta do it, Owen, don't you? It's always hard to know if the first one is even good. So we'll see.
You got me.
I got you.
That's not something you want to hear.
Yeah, it's at the, at the, at the bottom of it.
Sounds wild.
He's gonna fix it first. It's all good. Don't worry, Effie, your trophy is fine.
Thank you, Shiver.
Are you sure?
Looks fine.
That's it?
Bad sign.
Don't ask me what this is, by the way. I have no idea. Come here.
You're not allowed to talk to me.
I like this. I have no idea. He broke the stage.
You broke the stage?
Dude, thank God this is the last day. Thank God this is the last day. You're gonna get in trouble.
A bit of duct tape, so good.
Duct tape?
Good as new.
All right, Mara, you're up.
I'm the guesser?
You're guessing.
You're gonna have to do that part as well.
No, I don't. I'm guessing. I'm the guesser. Isn't that what happens?
Correct.
See, Purge, you don't know the rules of games you play.
I got a little thrown off at the end there. My memory. This thing. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Walking, you know.
That's it. Good luck.
He snatched a baby.
A baby?
That was baby snatching. He was walking in the park.
Was it baby snatching?
It was not baby snatching. I'll do it once more.
Because he did the thing. Like, why would you do this to a small... like, he had to...
It's a good question. Why would he do that?
Ah, sneaky. Oh, she's a robber. You're a robber. Bank robbery? Museum robbery.
Oh, I know. Yep.
See, of course.
Trying to steal ages.
Of course. You're a robber. You robbed from like a museum or a bank.
I did rob.
You were treading over the red laser things.
Yes.
But then you accidentally
I had
stumbled
a
on
red,
one.
yes.
And then you had to grab it and run before
Yes.
the
And it was a diamond, but I didn't.
A diamond, yeah, a diamond.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a baby.
It was not a baby,
Not a baby.
And Lacoste did the whole.
Okay, listen. Why would you crouch and do this?
Where would
that? For a child.
I don't know. Lacoste just did it.
I don't know. I was copying Owen.
Well, we know where the walking came from, Owen. I don't know about the rest of it.
Good job, Cheever.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
The walking was...
Well,
Good.
nobody's next.
I
There's
added
no
the
time
walking.
for another one.
Shopify.
That's only one. If you want to know more, well, you want to see us do more of these, maybe next season of DreamLeague there'll be more 2-0s. Who knows? But we're going to have a fantastic show anyway. And just like any show, you know what happens when you sit down in the theater and... you know, you're right before you are watching the movie that you're supposed to watch.
There's trailers.
There's some commercials, there's some trailers.
People don't stop fucking chewing in your ear. Stop eating that popcorn.
Okay,
Movie
that
hasn't
part
started
we
yet.
were not able to replicate, thank goodness. But commercials, trailers, sounds about right.
We imagine a future. And our imaginings horrify us. They won't fear it until they understand it. And they won't understand it until they've used it. I don't know if we can be trusted with such a weapon. But we have no choice.
Another time, but for now it is grand finals time here for DreamLeague Season 21 needs a champion, and two teams are going to fight in a best of 5 to decide which one of these two teams will take home the lion's share of $1 million. I think first place, I know first place is $300,000, which is a lot of money to some. To Team Spirit, potentially peanuts, considering they win millions of dollars in the past. But first place, they do seem to like that. They come back to it time and time again. I'm joined for this grand finals, of course, by my lovely co-host Jenkins. But we're also having a couch filled with analysts. We got ourselves Lacoste, Purge, and Effie. And I just want to gauge the state of these teams before we go into it, Effie, because both of these teams have taken a very different route to get to the point where they're here today. Obviously, I'm not talking about the tournament as a whole, but in terms of their careers as well. How do you feel about this best of 5 upcoming?
I mean, this is exciting for sure. For Spirit, I feel like this isn't that memorable or important to them, but for Shopify Rebellion, getting this win would mean so much right before TI, because this team has had so many ups and downs in the last couple of years, and they haven't had the finishes that they want. So getting a first place here at DreamLeague would be such a confidence boost, and it'll give hopes to the fans back home who have just been waiting for them to show up like this.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, even if they don't manage to win this one, I still think it's a huge confidence boost overall for Shopify, because as Effie mentioned, they had ups and downs, and you could see them struggling at Riyadh Masters, one of the biggest tournaments of the year, and also now they're playing really well. They've been very innovative when it comes down to picks, and the whole squad, just by watching them on camera, you can feel the vibes are much more different. You can see them smiling, you can see them cheering. It also comes down to them, winning, but the squad definitely feels fun to watch, and it feels like a whole team.
Yeah, they really needed this as far as I'm concerned, because there's such high expectations around them. They're individually very skilled players. They keep making slight roster swaps to try to get to that greatness point, and they keep missing it. And I counted them out multiple times already this tournament, and they keep surpassing expectations. I thought that they got carried through winter bracket on the back of PA kind of before other teams kind of did that, and then they won their next series and their next series. So I'm impressed that they got here, and I think it's great for them, and it's still going to be a hard final stuff.
Purge, I want to know how you feel. As a North American, we have two teams that just made it to the grand finals of the 2 previous tournaments. What are you feeling right now? I know what I'm feeling, but I want to know what you're feeling. Are you huffing on the copium as well? Are we back?
I think that NA is a little bit of a husk of a region at this point.
It's a bit of a husk of a man, that's right.
It's hard to feel a major esteem for it, I guess, because there's NA players here and there. Got an NA TI winner the 2 TIs ago, or last TI. They're here and there. Quinn's been owning. But
we haven't had a team.
I just take those gems. Yeah,
we
it's been a while,
haven't had a team in so long, and now we got 2 grand finals in a row.
Yeah, they could win.
I'm huffing hard right now. I think Shopify's going the whole way here, Sheever.
2 grand finals in a row?
To clarify on that, at the previous Tier 1 tournament, BB Dacha, TSM played in the grand finals. And they did not win, but they did great throughout that entire tournament.
There were a lot of people missing in that tournament as well. So I don't know if I want to call it 2 tournaments in a row.
It was versus Gaiman, though. And
it's true.
And they had a really good performance. Like you would think that a team like TSM would crumble under the pressure of playing Game in the LAN, but they were very competitive. So it is hopium for the NA region.
A little bit of hopium, they need it. I think it's also really cool that when we talk about the road that Shopify Rebellion has had over this week, every single one of their players has had standout performances. It's not one person that's carrying them on their backs.
That's true.
If we focus our attention on Team Spirit, this same can be said, although I will say that especially Collapse, Jenkins, has been making waves.
Collapse, there's a reason that this guy is in everybody's top 3 for the offlane. Yatoro is arguably the best carry in the world right now. This guy's just not fucking around, straight up. Like, he's TI form. It's very scary. He's not just getting carried by the PA. But with Yatoro, it does depend on the tournament, and I feel like with Collapse, he is just consistently like the best, one of the best offlaners in the world. And I found what Quinn said in the interview to be very interesting, one of his interviews, and it's the fact that Team Spirit, they always pick the same archetype of hero, no matter what the patch is, and it's something that gives this team like great strength and consistency. And the archetype for, you know, Yatoro, for example, is last pick, and he plays everything. Absolutely everything, and he will play it to its absolute limit, especially when he's in the form that he is in right now.
Yeah, for sure. On the side of Collapse, though, we were thinking about what his superpower is. For me, his superpower is none other than Mira.
Let's have some
Put an
fun.
Aegis and a cheese on a... Either the do so or get the cheese to noob here. Might not be a bad option as well. Oh, no way, no way, no way!
It's mine.
Do not tell me Mira's about to take that Roshan and take that Aegis! What? Oh my god, give that guy all the tip!
I think Noob described my feelings like pretty accurate. He typed "holy fuck" like after I did it, and I was thinking like in similar way. Because when I was going in, I didn't like expect much. I was just told by Larl, just go and die, bro. Your life doesn't matter. And I was ready to die like in 1 second from like one Fisher and Sky ulti. But they hesitated a bit, they just wasn't like ready that some Dark will be forced out, will go in. And it was one of my best plays like in my whole career. So I'm glad that this happened. That was like really nice. It's very good meta for position 4 like players, and there are like a lot of heroes that I like. You can scale like on them, you can farm a lot, you can be super impactful in the late game. So it's a bit annoying that PA and Sven are min meta because they one-shot supports. But like generally it's fine. It's like I think it's very balanced. Maybe like except of PA. I think we can play better. We are like in our not the best shape, but we're like in good shape. So like 6 out of 10.
It's gonna be farming over here. It's gonna be Yatoro. Perfect bind for Seb.
They have the damage. He does have BKB here on Yatoro.
Oh, you're right.
He's gonna try and kill him?
He's gonna go for the kill on Seb. Oh, he's got the duel. The duel actually goes off on Seb instead of BCM. Maybe it's still fine. After all, BCM has an Aegis.
Flush.
Jumps over to the Legion Commander, TP's away. He's good. Very smooth stuff.
They might even get the Aegis.
They might. BCM, he lives through that one.
Another TP out.
Another TP. Oh, the golem comes just a bit too late.
But I still have some problems that I should fix before TI. So it's like my platform to become better.
Oof, if this is Team Spirit as a 6 out of 10, I don't know. This is the teams at TI are probably shaking in their boots right about now. Yeah, we have seen fantastic performances coming out from Mira and his squad. Really good to hear that Lara was a shot caller there as well, Lacoste. Just go in, your life doesn't matter.
Yeah, I have the same mentality. Just go in and die. Your life doesn't matter, pretty much. That's how I play Dota. But Mira on his signature, I would even say Miraska, he really nailed it there. I talked about him as a player being, you know, not on the spotlight because he just gets the job done. You know, he's that casual worker. He clocks in, gets everything done. But some of the plays that he did, like we've seen this one, that's pretty amazing. But he also had a lot of good plays throughout the Dream League. And also the heroes that he plays, like, really suits him right now because he mentioned it in an interview that he can scale. I think it's a really good position for both 4 and 5 where you can actually get more greedy. And some of these players do really shine in this current meta where you can actually, I mean, map is bigger overall, so you're going to get the farm eventually, but he knows and the whole squad, like, they know how to utilize this farm.
Yeah, and this is non-draft related, but I think Mira as a player is probably one of the most humble we have in the entirety of Dota. And watching him gain confidence over the last few years has been really spectacular because I recall even after winning TI, he did an interview where he said that he can't believe that he won. He doesn't feel good enough. He doesn't feel on the caliber of previous TI winners, and like he feels imposter syndrome quite often. But I think results speak for themselves. Honestly, you can feel like an imposter as much as you want, but if you're consistently winning when it matters, like you belong.
Yeah, at some point the imposter syndrome will go away when you just keep winning. And I think also what helps is this team has had ups and downs as well. I remember I think it was like pre-Arlington, or they won Arlington, right? Yep. And I think like pre-Arlington they were talking about how like they bombed out of the previous tournament, maybe it was the major, and they said like, oh yeah, we just suck. We just need to get our shit together, and we will get our shit together. And then they win Arlington. Like this team has had periods where they suck, and they just say they're playing bad, and then they say they're going to get better, and then they do. So I feel like that's a huge confidence booster too, to know that you have the correct read on your team.
This is a very interesting opening because Shopify, they did not play Invoker at all at the Dream League. We've seen Invoker being played across multiple roles, whether that's position 2, like some position 4, position 5, and also Team Spirit. Like this is something that they started at Riyadh Masters, opening up with Ancient Apparition, kind of started this whole meta trend. Trend into like mid-tournament, and they're gonna do it again, it seems, here in a best of 5.
It's surprising to see it picked up without the direct obvious counter though. So to see it as like a straight up opener, knowing that it's a bit weak on lane and it doesn't directly counter the one hero pick so far, it's interesting.
I thought he was really weak in the lane, but then I saw like some of the plays that you can do with the Ancient Apparition, where you like push the wave as a position 5, and then you go through the gates, use your second ability, use Blood Grenade, and it's enough to get the kill. Saw some even like early TPs from the Ancient Apparition to get the kill. So my opinion about him like not being good at the early stages of the game, especially since the addition of the Blood Grenade, has really changed.
No, but may I mention that I don't think AA is a strong laner, to be honest. Like he does look good when he's paired up with certain combinations such as PA or Sven, but Team Spirit have been running Ancient Apparition before it was cool, before it was considered a counter. Like I remember the last Dream League, they were building around this AA first pick in their draft anyway. This is a Miposhka hero, and they've been playing around it for so long that this is the one team that can open AA without a direct counter that I will believe in their opener.
Because you think that they're going to pick stuff in the draft to basically combo with it, essentially.
And they've played it time and time again. It's a specialty hero for Miposhka. You guys remember last Dream League, right? When Spirit were experimenting with their first couple of picks way more than any other team. They were overall first picking their anti-mage, and they were building their drafts around AA, which was an untouched hero in every single team's hands except theirs. So at some point during Grand Finals, you bring out your specialties, you bring out your comfort. And the same can be extended to Shopify with their Invoker. I mean, this is an Avid classic, even if he hasn't played it yet. And it just combos so nicely with these hyper carries that you can put Alacrity on, you can pick a Vengeful Spear on top of the Invoker, and you can just all-in buff your Arteezy.
What hero did they pair with Ancient Apparition during Riyadh a lot? Do you remember?
There was one game, this is when they started it, Ancient Apparition plus Bristleback. That was the combo, and everybody on the panel was like, what are these guys doing? And they still managed to win that game. I'm not sure who they played against, but it was like something different. They did not like try to go for anything meta pretty much, and this is how Team Spirit are. Like they are picking some of the meta stuff, but they also have gigantic hero pool that they can choose from, and they're going to surprise you with some of the picks.
How much do you think that is because it is a best of 5, and if you're gonna go full-on experimentation or trying something different that you wanted to try in game 1, you know, there's no harm, no foul?
Absolutely, in a best of 5, it's a different beast. Like if you manage to win this first game in a best of 5, where you experimented a lot, it gives you huge advantage, because coming into the second game, you have like huge lead where you can pick pretty much whatever, because you already have 1-0
and
lead.
If they lose it, then it's like, okay, well that was a weird thing that we tried. They beat it right away. We'll go back to meta.
We've seen Spirit do this before too. Like this was the first team to let the gyro through that we saw in this tournament. We're like, okay, this is an investment. If you can win against the gyro, I think it was against Gaming Gladiators, then the next match it's like, okay, well we got the gyro. What the hell do we do? So they do tend to invest in these weird drafts in the first game of a series, so that way the drafting for the rest of the series gets a lot easier for them.
There's one consistent thing that they do throughout this whole Dream League is they never played against Phantom Assassin. They really valued this hero highly. I mean, we can go back to Yatoro, his interview. He talked about who he thinks are the S tier carries, and he mentioned like 4 of them. He didn't think Gyro was good enough, but this is like Sven, Phantom Assassin, Faceless Void, and they either pick Phantom Assassin or they don't play against it. It's that simple.
But he also said that he thinks Gyro isn't a good hero, but Spirit have consistently banned it in every game. They do not give it away. So I feel that maybe that's just a personal opinion of I don't like this carry, but I see its merit.
But the offlaner, the supports don't like to play against it. The carry to carry is fine.
But I do like this Enchantress coming out from Shopify because not only is it something that both of these teams have been running and it's a specialty hero for Fly, but when you have a hero like Invoker potentially going to the mid lane, you have a support that can play around him. You know, Enchantress always rotates to take that mid tower. Yep. She wraps through the Dire side. The Dire side is a really interesting entry point into the Radiant mid tower. Like, that's ideal for Enchantresses to come and gank and potentially take a tower. And I mean, the Alacrity on the Enchantress is also a potential combination that I like to see.
This hero's been gaining a lot of popularity. It's usually paired with a stacked farmer. So maybe the next pick from Shopify is some Arteezy stack farming hero, but the 3 good ones are taken out, the PA, the Gyro, the Sven. What's left? What else does he play?
Be some Luna or some Medusa, right? Because there's no inherent... Terrorblade as well, that's a really great call. Because there is no inherent synergy with wanting to create illusions of your carry too, and there's no outright save that you're doing as a Shadow Demon. You're not saving versus a Roar or some kind of hard disable. So you know that this is coming up with an illusion pairing. Or it has to be.
I'm slightly worried for Shopify. These 3 heroes, they can disengage with Disruption, Tornado, but all of these heroes are extremely squishy. You get on top of them, 1 roll, 1 Ancient Apparition Blast, it's gonna be like almost immediate death. And also, both Shadow Demon and Enchantress, they don't like to play into these backline jumpers, so if they get another hero for collapse, like Mars maybe, or this one, something that can just get on top of them, they could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's a little different for Shopify. They've been picking their Venge often as their second support, but Shadow Demon does offer better offensive solutions against potential carries. Ursa's been picked a decent amount by Yatoro. It's decently countered by Demonic Purge.
Definitely less. It's less good now though with the Centaur coming out, like the Demonic Purge. That slow through BKB. Centaur ult is one of the only things in the game that counteracts that.
And it gives you decent lane kill potential as well with the Centaur. It's really where the value has come from the hero so far this tournament. A little unexpected, but Double Edge and Hoof Stomp, it's a pretty good nuke potential. It gives you the ability to pressure the carry or to potentially kill a hero like Enchantress with some quick magic burst.
Defensive disruptions, like they're going to be buying time for Ancient Apparition ulti to stop thinking, and then you'll have Centaur with the Stomp, Earth Spirit with the roll in, so it might be a setup, like you're going to be really careful how you use this defensive disruption in terms of setting things up for an enemy team.
I'm sure they'd prefer to be playing like Dark Willow as their 4 here with these 2 frontliners. Instead, they're going to go for a Phoenix. So they could switch positions. It could be A4 maybe. I don't know if A Centaur's enemy. It's probably good. I mean, you're Ice Vortexing all of Centaur's magic damage, Hoof Stomp, both feet.
I prefer 4 Phoenix. Sorry.
For what reason?
It's just stronger as 4. You get more levels, and Phoenix is a hero that tends to sit in farm lanes anyway at certain points of the game, and it does it way better than an Ancient Apparition 4. And also, like I mentioned, it's a Mipushka specialty. He's been consistently playing the Ancient Apparition even before this match.
Okay.
Also, you have the insane damage coming out of Spirits plus Sunray on top of the Centaur Stun, which I really like. And I wanted to also mention the potential loads of healing reduction coming out of Spirit. You've got the Ice Blast into the Vessel purchase from either the Phoenix or the Earth Spirit. It can be either now, which opens up more itemization coming from your mid-Earth Spirit. If he doesn't have to build Vessel and Phoenix is doing it, suddenly he can have the Blade Mail into Heart that much faster. And Invoker is a hero that's heavily dependent on his regen from Ghostwalk. And so is Enchantress with her Nature's Attendant. So
that's a good point.
There's a lot of ways for Spirit to play into Shopify's heroes.
The only downside is they're all magic damage on Spirit side. It's very synergistic, but hypothetically a pipe would be great.
There's not going to be much carries left in the pool because both teams, they need the last pick to carry. We already seen like 4 carries being removed from the pool. I think it could have potentially be like a good Ursa game for Shopify if they want to run it. They do have Shadow Demon, like one of the better counters in the game against Ursa. You might need someone else to kill this egg, because right now I see Alacrity. They do have Beastmaster Aura. Maybe I overlooked that a little bit, but I could see something like very explosive coming out from Shopify in the last pick.
My concern with the potential Ursa coming out of Shopify is it does look really good on paper, but there's no synergy with the Shadow Demon. Like, Ursa doesn't farm the stacks that Shadow Demon makes. I guess you can give them to your Beastmaster, and that's still good, but then there's no target that you disrupt on Shopify with your Shadow Demon. Because if you look at this Beastmaster and this Enchantress, there's a lot of push, there's a lot of tower push coming out from Shopify, so if you have a Terrorblade and you're making illusions of him, and you're playing with the Beastmaster aura.
I think the other option could be Bloodseeker, because you're playing against Phoenix, he's always on low HP, and if you want to use Stampede as a defensive tool, you're still gonna get like damage from the Rupture.
You think even against AA? Because I feel like the whole spell lifesteal build with the Ags is like
that could be tricky.
AA.
I think there's a lot of things that they need to like cover on side of Shopify Rebellion because there's a lot of counters here.
TA hits Egg for sure. And she synergizes well with Beastmaster. She also plays into Shopify's tempo that is going to be set by their Beast and their Enchantress. All of a sudden, you've got early Roshan. You've got that 20-minute snowball timing that looks pretty scary for Spirit now, honestly.
And it feels like a lot of the supports that are in the meta right now are not very survivable against these like carry solo killer type heroes like the TA. So I feel like TA should be able to get a lot of kills this game. And they go for PL, the other illusion here that wasn't banned in the final phase.
It's not countered so badly by the Beastmaster like it used to be, because the
recent changes.
Yeah, the illusions take less damage or give less healing to the Beastmaster when he has the bongo drums.
I don't feel like he's going to be playing on bongo drums anyway, right? It feels like an aura push kind of game. I mean, right now it's the classic that we've seen time and time again of the early tempo versus the late game carry, the hyper carry on Spirit. So the question is, will Spirit be able to endure to that 40-minute mark where the PL can carry, because he's gone uncountered in Shopify's draft? Or are they just going to get run over by Shopify's tempo because they have a lot of it?
Shopify, they definitely feel like slightly on the clock in this matchup because PL, he's on the slower side when it comes down to carries, especially if you go for this Aghanim Scepter build into Diffusal, which takes a lot of time, which also means that Team Spirit, they need to play with 4 different heroes. The good thing is Lara's going to be playing Earth Spirit, so I think this hero from the mid lane checks a lot of the boxes and can make a lot of stuff happen in these side lanes.
Shopify definitely has some damage issues, though. Like outside, it's Beast, Shadow Demon, Enchantress. Like it's gonna take. You're gonna need. Aren't they gonna need TA there in a lot of cases to
I don't
kill
agree.
you?
I think Invoker is enough, and Shadow
They
Demon
rely
do a lot of damage.
on getting early Roshan on side of Shopify so they can get second Roshan and try to close the game from there. If this game goes on for more than 40 minutes, Team Spirit has this one.
A lot of theory crafting, a lot dependent on timing here for the first game of this best of 5 in the grand finals. Before we head over to Odie Pixel and Fog, though, a short intermezzo with the PogChamp Pandas.
Get into the action here at Game 1 of the best of 5 between Team Spirit and Shopify Rebellion. Both teams here in the grand finals today playing for that first place prize of $300,000.
Big money.
A lot of money on the line, folks. We've had the 2 drafts come up. What do you reckon about this? Listening to the panel, seems like they feel Shopify, they got to play this fast. And that is something that we know Shopify can do. They already did it earlier today. They had quite the stomp they were able to pull off in one of the games.
Absolutely. I mean, their lineup is all built about getting that early pressure, getting early Roshan, and just slamming those early objectives. Tons of ways to take these objectives with the Beast, the Eng, the TA, if they're off to good starts in the laning phase. So let's see if they're going to be able to do that, because they did pick a lot of these heroes that they do have successful lanes with as well, too, right? The Enchantress, just taking a look at some stats, it's got like a 75% win rate here at this tournament. It's been guaranteeing most of the safe lanes for the carries. And yeah, this Beastmaster overall, the tempo has been set from this hero for the forever since this hero's been inside of Dota, but even more so lately. And let's see what goes down.
I'm get aggressive here onto Meposhka. And with the slow, they should have this first blood. Another grenade thrown out. He's got the Fairy Fire. I bet he wants the first blood. He's not going to end up getting it. Fly will. But nonetheless, first blood here for the team of Shopify.
All right. I mean, that's exactly how you want to start things off. Fly, he'll get that first blood, right? So see what he tries to bring up here to help out Arteezy more. He's just going to have a wand and stuff like that. So yeah, let's see how these lanes do go down. They have very, very strong ones on the side of Shopify. For Spirit, it's a much more greedy draft that they've gone around. Still can play aggressive, though. As we've seen, Spirit overall, it seems like he always has a good game. I don't think I've seen a single game in this tournament where Earth Spirit has a bad 15 minutes. The first 15 minutes, that is.
But overall, you would say that if this game does start to slow down, if Shopify Rebellion make a couple of mistakes going for the laning phase into the mid game, it is going to fall towards the favor of the Spirit and towards the favor of this last pick PL from Yatoro.
Definitely. There's just lack of disables, lack of control, unless they have some crazy lead or itemization that they can get for a lot of things. It's not even just the PL. Like, at some points in the game, there's going to be these Stampedes, an Earth Spirit rolling around, a PL going around too. So, yeah, it could fall into some issues of dealing with these later game heroes. Let's see how Laurel does in the mid lane too. I've seen a couple times where the Invoker can punish the Earth Spirit, but also I've seen a couple times where the Earth Spirit does do just fine even in this matchup. So all about those first few waves, about the lane positioning as well. And Laurel, he did get the block level 1 because Abed went for the first blood, so positioning for Laurel's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but both of these mid players have come out with some real hot stuff. Hot stuff so far this tournament, Abed and Lal.
I mean, Abed's been winning almost every single mid matchup, it seems like. But Laurel, I think I've talked about him so much about how much he's improved this year. He has been one of the top mids now for the last like 5-6 months. He's just gained so much confidence. It feels like. I feel like I wouldn't see Laurel at the Lima Major do the plays that he's been doing when he's just been like charging in 1 versus 4 and stuff like that on his Earth Spirit. So a treat to watch.
So looking at the top lane, Fly, as you say, Enchantress is a hero, and Fly in particular, and they're working some absolute magic, especially in the laning stage with this hero. With this sort of lane setup, does this secure quite a safe space for Arteezy at the start of this game, or is it likely the Spirit, once the levels come in, can put pressure onto this TA early?
Blood Grenade's a pretty valuable tool always versus Templar Assassin, so depending on lane positioning. If Fly can keep the lane pulled back, then TA should be able to farm. But if the lane pushes too much, then that's where the issue can come. So we'll have to just see where that lane is in particular. Mira, take a solid melted. A lot of ring of protections in that top lane. 3 ring of protections to deal with the TA's physical damage.
So far, on the other side of the map down bottom, Saberlight and Yatoro getting just the same amount out of this lane.
So far, looking pretty good for them down bottom. Yeah, I like what they were talking about the AA overall. The hero has always suffered a bit in the laning phase, but times have definitely gotten a lot better for this hero in the recent few patches. And I've actually been liking the that blink build that a lot of players are doing. It's really clever because then you don't have to wait for this AA blast to fly. They actually just blink right on top of the target and bam, and blow them up. So it's actually a pretty cool approach. Maybe we'll see something like that at some points in this game, but it is Miposhka playing it, so unsure if he'll be able to get that type of farm. But top connection lands on Arteezy. He could be in trouble.
Oh, they've got him with the blood grenade. They're chasing him down. The body blocks here from Mira. Arteezy's refraction's still on cooldown for a couple of seconds, but he's got the meld. He's actually ready to turn. Gets another hit onto Mira. Mira's got the Fire Spirits out. It doesn't matter. Shopify Rebellion.
Making mistakes.
2 of them. Arteezy and Fly able to take him down. Arteezy will survive.
Collapse saw a window to get the stun, but Mira didn't have the Fire Spirits up just yet. A decent attempt, but turned very quickly. I think, yeah, 10 stick charges, maybe catching them slightly off guard. Oh, Collapse catches him off guard.
Well, it's the beginning of a best of 5. You know, get the rusty plays out the way early.
That's not one you want to give up, though. That's Collapse's Vanguard. So now Collapse, I mean, he's not getting touched in this top lane with that. He's going to be able to sit up here freely.
I mean, you know, the Centaur of old would not have been able to do that. You know, Arteezy's played the game for a long time. Nowadays, this Centaur's who's stomping and he's moving.
This is true.
It catches you by surprise.
Very early Vanguard being finished up. Abed, slightly ahead in the denies overall, but Laurel, he's handling this lane. Yatoro seems to be the one who is struggling the most. Crit.
Courier.
Easy.
We'll be ready to battle Miposhka a little bit. Top lane, Arteezy back in action. But yeah, Collapse. Not really going to be a target.
No, Vanguard double rings.
He can kind of get what he wants out of this lane now.
So far, pretty good though. Fly still continue to bring that action. A TP coming in. Laurel moving fast.
They want to try and get aggressive in return here. Team Spirit dive forward. Arteezy, not retreat. Lal, not quite able to get the grab onto the TA. Arteezy's fine and Fly's got the heels pumping.
Good awareness. I mean, very quick move back there from them. And now that's where Abed's going to pull far ahead inside that mid matchup. Fly really wants to try to get Mira. It's close.
Might just have him.
Got him.
Just goes in under the tower. Collapses also low. Fly Is he going to be able to step onto the two of them? I mean, collapse. Of course, as you say, beefy with these 2 rings of protection.
There's another meld soon.
Again, with the meld hit. I mean, RT's going to have refraction up as well. This should be an easy kill. It is indeed. Fly's aggression there, setting up for Shopify to get the 2 kills up top.
That's a massive
the Central
kill.
with a Vanguard.
Yep. And even maybe Miposhka, one more poison. Yeah, he's dead.
I mean, this is what Shopify need with this sort of draft.
Big
They're heating
lane.
things up here in the laning stage, getting these early kills. 5-1, 5 minutes in, and a 2K lead.
I mean, the Fly Enchantress, this is a thing that's just been winning most of these lanes. Even when Miposhka's been playing it too, this hero just seems to be on the rise. Big kills. Artesia already with Treads finished up 1,000 gold now to his name. All 3 lanes going well. Exactly as they need to get that snowball going so they can get these objectives for this lineup.
And sort of Lyle with the movements that he's tried to make, it's just giving complete space to Arbed. Arbed's now able to get the CS lead. And of course hit those early levels and get a good timing on the urn when he's able to get that delivered.
Looks like it should just be a wisdom rune for wisdom rune exchange. Toro though, taking a beating here from Saberlight.
A lot of damage here from Saberlight.
He's got the boar hit on him too, and the rotation's coming from Fly.
Saberlight could just look to run him down.
They might have him. They should.
I don't think there's any save in this PL. Nobody's going to even TP down to try. There's nothing they could do to help Yatora out in that sort of situation. Very much underestimating how much Saberlight would just right-click him down as he stepped all the way up.
That's the Dominator already finished. It is super early. This is an incredible tempo that Shopify is already starting to set off of this laning phase. And they're going to get the stack started too. The beauty about having this Shadow Demon and the Enchantress really when you're playing versus with a TA, going to get those stacks started to enable her even faster. This bot tower might just go down.
Now, big levels as well, especially on the support, right? Fly with those moves up top, getting involved in the 2 kills coming down bottom. He's pretty much about to hit the 6, whereas for Spirit, their 2 supports still only sitting halfway through level 4.
Huge moments here. Collapse still not level 6 either. Yeah, this tower, it's gone. Saberlight gonna be able to hit 6, and now without this tower here, he can start making moves all over the place too, and the supports are completely free. So Crit and Fly, they can look to continue putting pressure anywhere they really want to with this type of start.
Now what's the move now for Spirit? I mean, it's got to be kind of rallying around Lyle.
Move Lyle around. Yep, exactly.
Move Lyle around and somehow get the levels on the supports right. They need the Ice Blast.
They do, but the thing is too, is like Laurel, he's actually had to opt for Arcane Boots this game. Something you really don't see almost ever, but he's playing versus this Invoker that must be annoying him a lot with these EMPs, so.
Okay.
And it's going to delay his item timing a lot, and his scaling potential too, because it's not just the Blade Mail that makes this Earth Spirit, it's also the Treads everything, because you are putting in these right clicks, so. An incredible start from Shopify.
Trying to escape Lyle. Saberlight, he's going to set up with an easy kill on him. Apostrophe. Even
they want more.
Going from Lyle as well. They've got the disruption set up.
What a tornado!
Going to catch him perfectly at the end of the disruption into the cold snap. Shopify, they're turning up. And here in this game 1, 3K lead. They're doing exactly what you want to be seeing from them when they have this sort of draft. They're doing again what we saw them manage to do in that draft against BetBoom earlier today.
Absolutely.
They're starting to run Spirit over here in these first few minutes.
And mid tower's dead too. Spirit, gonna need to have something to bring things together. They just don't have the levels just yet, like you said, on the supports. And now Laurel, 2 rotations that don't work and then getting caught.
How does Spirit slow this down?
It's a great question. Because yeah, Crit now, he's even, as we said, he's getting the stacks. It's perfect timings here for Shopify. Everything working in their favor. I think they just keep having to move though. I don't think Laurel can actually just like sit back and farm. You have to try to get some moves.
Yeah, he's never going to be able to keep up by hitting the creeps now. They've got to go all in. Now find Saberlight. He's going to go for the TP out, and he's away.
Oh my God.
That's
big brain.
That's got to hurt his Spirit desperately trying to find something, anything, and they're just not getting it.
Absolutely nothing. 8-1. Artesia level 8 now in the top lane. His timings are going to be so fast. I mean, he's already got the Dragonlance collapse.
I mean, at this point, it collapsed for the early time, and he got on the Vanguard. Things have turned around a lot up here.
The minus armor is a bit too much for him. I mean, Artesia's still committing onto him. Fly's coming in with the creeps, too.
They're going to have a good shot at taking him down, I think. Fly.
Can he hide himself in the trees?
All right, TP out will keep him safe.
Look at the speed that they're playing. The 4 heroes rotate immediately there from Shopify. And they're going to take away these Ancients. That stack, Artesia says, thank you very much for showing me it.
Yeah, they're just all across the map.
Another tower to fall. Fly, he's got the Dark Troll Summoner. This tower, it's going to drop. And I don't know how they defend it without Magnetize. The pace is set for a quick game for Shopify.
I mean, Arbed's already got the 10-minute Vessel.
Wow. I think the Overlord is getting pretty soon to be... Okay, but never mind. Saberlight actually goes for Arcane Boots, too. Just wants to be able to have his presence on the map more. A 5K lead already, taking away a stack as well, too. Okay, not the whole stack. We'll take 1 or 2 of them.
I mean, they're trying for something here, maybe. They're bringing TPs in, Mira. Eyes forward, but they're going to go in with the Stampede. The disruption's there from Crit. Going to give Arteezy a little bit of time, but the Who Stomp's there on the way out. They'll get Arteezy.
Collapse baited him. Laurel wants to get another one. This Arcane Rune, this could be exactly what they need to start trickling the way back in. Can they finish off Fly? They should be able to have the chase down.
No Ice Blast available. So it won't be a quick kill.
It'll take some time.
Might not be a kill at all. TPs are coming in.
Oh
And
my
it's
goodness,
Arbed
it's not a kill.
Lands with the Tornado, gets the MP drop down. Shopify, they're ready to turn and get the kills themselves. Disruption hit over towards Lyle as Crit steps up, looks to surround the Earth Spirit. Lyle, he's ticking down here. Arbed blocks off the roll as Lyle's gone.
Fly's still full HP.
I mean, he's perfectly fine.
Okay, well, he didn't actually even have to use the wand. Alrighty then. Yeah, still level 5, like you said. I thought he'd hit 6 on the AA. What?
They hadn't quite. I mean, they hit
what, 1
6 on
XP?
the Phoenix. Mira got his.
Oh, 5 XP, sorry.
And then DJ Mikoshka not quite having. Honestly, even if he did have it, they might not have. I mean, maybe they would have killed Fly, but
they would have
lost
turned on.
heroes.
Yeah.
With how quickly Arbed was in with the reaction.
Super quick port. Shopify. All the right moves. Abed, it's Vessel's done. He's going to be on his way toward his Midas too. Yeah, these timings are going to be quick. And it's going to be difficult really for Spirit to contest that first Roshan in particular. That's going to come very fast with this type of lead that Shopify's been able to set. They can even just they don't even have to commit fully for the Roshan is the thing about Shopify. They can just do it with like 2 or 3 heroes quite easily. An Enchantress Creep plus the TA, a Beastmaster plus the TA or something like that too, so. Could be difficult for Spirit to try to contest that, even though they do have these big ultimates. How's your Toro's timing doing? He is 3 components toward that Aghanims already. So he is still starting to get that farm going for himself. Although Laurel is very much so struggling. And it is that game, actually. You know, I was mentioning, I hadn't seen in this tournament, I haven't seen Earth Spirit been dealt with this well. First 15 minutes, I feel like this hero's run rampant every game. Not the case this time. He's bottom of the course.
No. He's dreaming big, though. Blade Mail into Midas Radiance.
Okay.
Queued up here by Lal.
They are looking for a super late game, right?
See if they can get there. His timings continue to be hot here for Shopify.
They're perfect.
Pretty much having the Deso done, 400 gold or so, and it will be there. In the jungle, Shopify Rebellion, once again looking for catch. And Spirit, they've got to be so cautious.
These timings are going to be very, very impossible to deal with really early on. When he has Helm of Overlord plus Deso, that's the Roshan, and that's going to be up to Spirit to try to react versus it. I also see Fly, this is really, really good if he is able to end up farming this. A pipe. Look at the lineup from Spirit. Pretty much all magic damage until the PL gets online, so.
Shopify probably start to set up a bit more of a presence down here and really get the pressure onto this tier 2. I mean, we're still just 13 minutes in.
Deso is done. Treads, Dragonlance, Deso, 1340 for Arteezy. The best start I feel like he's had.
Yeah, super farmed this game.
Yep, Roche, they're going to just go for it already.
I mean, I think Spirit might try something. They do have... they don't quite have the blink on Collapse. He's actually just still 200 gold short. Maybe if they had that, they could try and set something up to contest Shopify around the pit. But without the blink on the Centaur, I don't know if they can afford to try and come down here. They might just have to let this one go.
It feels like they kind of do have to just let it go.
Ice Blast comes in, but at a point where it doesn't hit them all, so Arteezy's still free to walk in and start taking down the Roche with his Deso.
What the hell is this? We got a little critter cam. Where is that? I don't even know where that is.
Oh,
he's gone. Bye-bye, Froggy. Roche cleaned up. Abed, Midas, he's going to continue having that great scaling as well, too. So that is the other thing, too, right? The PL does have... That is the one big answer that there is for the PL, right? It's the Invoker. That is one hero that can always continue to scale versus PL. All of your abilities do thrive. Oh, there's the frog. Okay, well, I didn't know that's what it was, but... Wonderful. 6k lead. Aegis continuing to keep that progression going. But the blink now finished up for Collapse. Perhaps this could be the opening now for Spirit to start looking for some type of plays. Laurel also has his Blade Mail.
Yeah, definitely a bit better geared up for these fights that Shopify Rebellion are going to be continuing to bring towards Team Spirit.
If they can get some really long duration team fights, right,
Sure.
that's where Spirit will thrive. They get this magnetized spreading, they get the lances building up and stuff like that, but with the way the Shopify has this set up right now, they have a pretty explosive damage lineup with this Deso TA. Will shred almost anybody.
Yeah, no, Abed's ready with the setup.
Uh-oh, Collapse.
I've got eyes on the Centaur. Collapse, can he get out of this one? He's going to try and turn with the Hoostomer. He'll use the Stampede. That might just save him. Ah, okay, they've got the slow. Arteezy steps up, the damage is done. Collapse will fall.
Tier 2 time. They still have this aggressive ward that was placed from way earlier too as well. Okay.
He's able to take down Fly there.
Looks like with the Magnetize.
Yeah, set up there and for him to connect with a blast as Lara leads in.
Kills a kill at this point. They need anything they can get on Spirit. Level 13, and I like that Arteezy's doing this too. I mentioned it, I think, every time I see the TA. Buying the shard immediately at that 15-minute mark when you can, especially if you're getting good timings like this. It's so good. It is, especially this game too. It can even trip up heroes like the PL. Those elusive heroes then become quite a lot less elusive versus Silence.
Yeah, super nice, especially with the amount of setup, you know, to sort of buy time for the trap to get to its full potential.
Yeah,
laid down under a disruption or the slows from the beast, the invoker, the enchanter. They've got so much control to set up to ensure that Arteezy is always able to hit them with a max silence.
The other thing is too is it does give you more traps and trap vision as well too. So like when you're ahead and you're able to place these traps everywhere, you're gonna have tons of info too. So definitely a cool choice. The creep will get cleaned up. Yatoro, he'll be happy. Top collapse again.
Quite aggressive here.
It's pretty deep.
So do have the Aegis on Arteezy. Turning here, Sunstrike. Not quite connect.
Yeah,
He's able to get the egg off.
Uh-oh, Arteezy.
He's going to get caught underneath it. Look, he should respawn after the Supernova Explosion's gone off, and Arbed's ready to try and help him out. Throws out the Tornado, but Arbed, he's caught again by number 7. Arteezy, he's surrounded. Will die here as he ticks down to the Sunray. Fly as well, getting blocked off by Lal. Roll forward. They'll control the Enchantress. They'll put a stop to the push from Shopify.
Uh-oh, you can't make those type of mistakes. Yatoro, he gets both kills after also getting the one from earlier. Uh-oh, Yatoro now. He's going to pretty much have his Diffusal Blade enabled off of that.
I mean, was it sort of just what miscommunication you feel from Shopify? They weren't fully set up for the push that was started upon there, or what went wrong?
He's just going for a way too aggressive of a kill there. He doesn't have his whole team there to save him. Doesn't have the Beastmaster. It's just, what, 2 heroes pretty much from the side of Shopify. Uh-oh.
I mean, Arbed trying his best to kind of set up the place for him to get out Arteezy, but he's caught by that Blink Stun from Collapse, and at that point, it's all over for him.
A very awkward positioning. Abed, in the meanwhile, though, will be able to find a kill onto the AA, it seems like. But a big opening there found for Spirit, because Yatoro, he gets the kills. That's the big thing, too. He gets the last hit, so Ag's Diffusal, it's finished up. Don't want to make too many of those mess ups there on Shopify.
Not when there are Yatoro PLs in the server.
No. We'll be able to get this bottom tier 2, at the least, so we'll be able to get something good out of this. While those ults are on cooldown. And Arteezy will get blessed, of course, also with the Orb of Destruction. Nice neutral items. An instant smoke, still trying to accelerate the pace of things. Rallying around Saberlight, I think, is bribe. Yeah, they should just stick around him. He is the strongest hero on the map.
I mean, they're trying to make this play as the 4 of them. They don't have Arteezy involved for this one.
Yatoro.
He's playing aggressive with the Invis Room, but there's a sentry down in the mid lane. They'll be able to double away and Stampede's there. They'll separate themselves from Shopify. They might consider getting back in on this. See if Collapse finds a chance to jump. Still just the 4 of Shopify. Shopify just trying to keep some pressure on to make sure there's space for Arteezy to farm that top lane safely.
Nice play from Saberlight. Uses the Helm of Overlord on a creep, so they don't even get the gold bounty from it. Both teams will be able to disengage. I think Laurel's choice of taking Philosopher's Stone says a lot about the state of how they want to play the game, as you know, he's been saying. Very greedy kind of setup that Spirit's trying to go for this scaling. Midas, Philosopher's Stone, definitely the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get this BKB and then the Radiant Shiva's Guard, that's going to be pretty fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of money, though. Will take a lot of time. But time, definitely something that can play to the favor of Spirit if they keep this game going.
That's all they got to do. Just keep delaying for this PL.
I mean,
set up, Collapse.
He's going to turn and try and get the jump.
Fancy blink. Don't know if he saw that Crit had just purchased his.
Yatoro's ready to charge it. Does get caught by the Trap Silence. Going in onto Fly, roll forward for Lal. Open up with a stun, but the Roar's there from Saberlight. They turn, they burst the Earth Spirit. They'll be able to take him down. Ice Blast connects onto Arbed and Saberlight. Cold Feet, rocks on Fly. They should lose the Shadow Demon. Collapses in with another jump, gets him with a burst. He's able to set up for them to kill off Fly as well. The 2 supports at Shopify gone. And Yatoro, he's in hot on the chase, looking for Arteezy.
He's got to get out. Kenny, he's defused for a second. They're looking at Rigo.
Arbit and Stable are ready to help out from the side. Spirit in a bit of an awkward spot here. Grouped up on this little bridge area.
That's like everybody's just going to line up for the side blades there.
I think there was kind of hesitation. They're like, we're kind of in quite a tight area.
Yeah, that one looked a little bit weird for a second there. Miposhka, this is a really cool choice that he did too. He's playing versus this TA who's controlling the map with the traps. They buy a pretty early gem. They know they're at a bit of a deficit. They got to start controlling the map a little bit here. He's going to do that. They're going to be able to claim themselves a Tormentor also for him. A pretty good one, honestly. This one is very, very nice, actually, if you can get the connection from distance. And they will find a Wisdom Rune, just enabling your Torah at his maximum. And he is now second on that net worth, getting bigger and bigger.
Absolutely. It definitely feels like that initial sort of burst in power that was apparent from Shopify Rebellion. It's slipping away. And that, 4K, 3K lead, they're dropping the net worth lead. If this does start to swing back the way of Spirit, it's going to be very hard for Shopify Rebellion to reclaim that hold on the game that they had earlier.
It feels like the next biggest thing is they have to get this next Roshan and they have to kind of claim a pretty large advantage off of that.
They've got to get a set of racks with it almost.
Likely, it does feel like that, yeah. Otherwise, you're going to get PL'd at some point in this game.
Yeah, this PL, he's ready to carry. And he's very much set up for it. Second highest on the net worth. Give him one more team fight, likely to be there at the top spot.
I'm waiting to see if Abed, I wanted to see what item he does commit for. He also went for a Blink Dagger on this Invoker. He does have the BKB queued. Of course, makes sense for all this magic damage control and heroes to get on him, but see if he does actually commit for it if he goes for more scaling as well, too. Smoke. They're feeling their strength right now.
They can get aggressive themselves now.
Arcane Rune up on Laurel. Ult's coming back. Level 2 Egg up on Mira. Tough for them to bring this Egg down now at this point with everything that's around them. If they see the Egg isolated, sure, but there's going to be Centaurs jumping in, Earth Spirits rolling in too, so.
Yeah, so many stuns really between the two of them. I mean, Collapse multiple times, hitting these perfect hoof stomps. He's in and out of the fight.
Yeah, he's actually
time and time again.
Really nicely here.
They're going to twin gate over.
Ooh.
It's a bit spooky. Collapse. Out with the blink as soon as the smoke dispels.
They know how Shopify wants to play. And look at Shopify. It's, 30 seconds till Roshan. They're just completely positioned around here.
We'll see how patient they are here, Shopify, for the Roche spawn.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, I would imagine Spirit would be interested in having a look at the Roche pit.
It's a little difficult to contest when they're fully set up is the issue.
Sure.
Because then one of you might just get set, like they might have vision and you walk over and get roared or something and there's traps all over the place, so.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's the sort of attitude that they're like, well, we don't care if they have Aegis. We'll hold the high ground. We're going to be able to defend against an Aegis, so.
A possibility, yeah.
Maybe they're not too fussed if Shopify get that. They already feel that this game at this moment, it's slipping into their control, and as long as they don't make mistakes, Spirit's draft and Jatoro's PL should be able to pull through.
That is always going to be the end of the day question, right? I think that's what we've seen the most at this tournament too is, can you break the high ground? How much of a lead do you need to break the high ground too? Because I think we've seen, what, like 15, 25,000 gold leads before teams actually feel confident enough to do it, so. Yeah, they're just going to give it up.
Yeah.
It just felt like, it's just scary. You're running into this like darkness, you don't have any ward vision set up down here. Feels like it could have just been suicide. And like you said, they might just feel like
I think they're starting to feel pretty confident about the hold on the game, Spirit.
He's big. He has got his Manta already finished up now. So see what Shopify can do to, how much they can get with this Aegis to keep this lead going. A DD spawns bottom. That could be a nice enabler for them to go for that push. And they will also, pretty interesting, they give Saberlight the Aegis, right? Not Arteezy be getting it this time.
Okay.
So really feeling like he's the one.
What's sort of the brains behind this?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good question. Maybe just feeling like he's more important.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if he's able to use the Aegis to its full extent. Maybe he dies, respawns, and then gets a good roar off, but...
Or maybe they don't trust Arteezy with it after that last time.
Oh, no.
I'm just kidding.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, yeah. I mean, Saberlight's having a good game.
He is. He's having an excellent one. Mira, silence trap. Nice.
Very nice. Stopping mid-dive. It's a quick kill.
Nicely done.
See if they can do anything with it, though. They have been... Wave has been pushed all the way in top, so... Only so much they can get done with this 40 seconds, no Phoenix.
Mira also did spend his gold there before dying, so he did get the shard. And this shard, it is quite scary nowadays. The reason I say why it's scary nowadays is because of the the miss rate, of course. That egg can always be something that you're like, oh yeah, we've got the egg, and then the Sunray miss rate just adds up to like 50% onto you, so. It ticks fast. It's just everything is now 0.2 second ticks now on the Phoenix, so.
I mean, maybe they feel as well out of the heroes. They kind of want Arteezy to sit the back lines to team fight. And
probably.
The Beastmaster's going to be the one that's stepping up and hit. Ooh, well, goodbye, Miposhka.
Farewell.
Well, it's there from Arteezy. That is an easy one. And then, Beastmaster's going to be the one hitting the towers on the high ground.
Yeah. I was actually just checking. Miposhka, he did leave the gem at base. Okay. I was like, wait, where's the gem? But yeah, he put it up at base before he ventured out there again. And now Fly. He's buying himself a gem. They want to start cementing their lead even more. 7K lead still for them. Roar was used. Looks like maybe onto an illusion. I didn't actually quite see. Yep. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Full Daedalus done. Shopify back to getting the next round of items complete.
Yep. Getting some big scaling. I mean, they're getting a lot of gold out of this after they get these kills. The kill onto the supports even do matter. Sunstrike.
Oh, he might.
Big damage.
Oh! He kept his cool there. I think some Phoenixes might have pressed the supernova at the threat of dying, and sometimes you just got to let it out.
They're hunting.
Arteezy, he's hiding.
Ooh. In a very dangerous position.
Yeah,
we'll get out.
Well, that was, blinks back up.
BKB Saberlight. Gem being passed over to him now, too. They do need this gem whenever they're playing versus this PL now at this point, since he has this shard. Pesky little invis that can catch people off guard.
I mean, they've got to get back on with the pressure, Shopify. Only a couple minutes left with the Aegis on Saberlight. They'll surely want to at least get, ideally, these 2 tier 2s.
I mean, they have the double BKBs on the 2 more fragile cores. Arteezy, he's gone very risky. Just no BKB for him. Just feeling like he can go full glass cannon. They have vision right now and collapse.
Can they take him down? He has a Lotus. And he's heading back up to the high ground. The damage is not enough at the moment.
Laurel now, though.
And they'll dive forward.
They're on Arteezy.
He's going to roll and close the gap onto Arteezy. He's taking down to the Sunray. Arteezy in a whole world of pain here under the tier 2. They've lost the TA. Saberlight, he'll turn with a roar. Can they find anything without their carry? I don't think so. Saberlight, that's the Aegis gone.
Oh, God, and he has the gem. He's on the front lines.
And they might even lose more here. Chris getting surrounded. Collapse is able to get on top of Fly. This is pretty disastrous here for Shopify Rebellion, as this may be the fight that tips the game over into the hands of Team Spirit.
It absolutely is.
And from this point onward, it's going to be so difficult, Fogged, for Shopify to get their hands back on this one.
Oh, an overextension again. Arteezy, they really want collapse, but Laurel, he just jumps in, he gets the connection, he just sticks right on him. Look what Yatoro's able to do when he's just unaddressed in the fight. Kills absolutely everybody. Fresh gem, they just bought the gem too and lost it.
Maybe they didn't sort of check the items on the center. He just finished the Lotus.
True.
Maybe not prepared for him to be able to take off the Cold Snap and the Vestal and easily disengage. It was a risky move, and one that hurts them big time.
Oh, God.
Of course, throughout this whole fight, Yatoro's happily cleaning up, getting involved, and he is starting to step ahead. He's in that top net worth point, and I think every reason to believe that this PL, he's going to stay up there.
He really will. They're definitely in such a comfortable position now, too. Laurel, with his BKB, is even going to be able to now go for that Radiance if he wants to. Or go for the
he will.
Either one.
I mean, he's got 2,800 gold.
They're both so good this game.
Yeah, this man's going to have Radiance ready for the next fight at this pace.
And they get the gem. Fly, that's one of those situations. Like, Fly just purchased it, and they immediately lose the gem right after they lose the Aegis. Don't even get to use their cheese. And Phoenix Egg now, it's going to be coming back up in 15 seconds or so. So Shopify, not even a window to be able to take advantage of any of these cooldowns after that. Devastating. A full heart now on Yatoro. And he finds himself a Defiant Shell as well, too. So much tankier. And even Collapse. A heart as well. Cloak of Flames. The answers, they're starting to just be there for this lineup of Shopify.
And I mean, will we see Arteezy continue to commit for the MKB, or is this a game where you can just avoid the BKB?
I feel like he needs it. I think he needs it. I mean, we even just saw it there. Perhaps he needed it even earlier. Maybe just going for too much of this early glass cannon.
Because there's only so many ways the team can save him, right? They've got the disruption.
Sure.
And at this point, when you're playing from behind, that's, it ain't no swap.
No, exactly. I was literally going to say the exact same thing, because he's also caught in the midst of Magnetize, Vortexes, Eggs, Phoenix Illusions, etc. So it's not a repositioning tool.
Shopify, they have to get the setup. They have to start these moves with a clean jump, a clean kill, but with the last sort of 10 minutes of gameplay from Spirit have just not been allowing themselves to get caught out.
No. I'm wondering almost, like, I see Saberlight, he's going for this Aghanims, which in the past, it's literally, like, unkillable versus PL, but I almost feel like maybe a Blink Dagger now at this point. Like, they need somewhere to start the fights. Otherwise, it does feel like for Spirit, this overwhelming pressure might just be too much for Shopify. They need to kill a target at the start of the fights.
I mean, Arteezy's going to try and steal away the Tormentor, or at least was thinking about setting up for that kind of play. Very risky, and will not stick around any further.
Game plan overall does feel like it's been quite halted for the side of Shopify.
Yeah, much to the joy of Yatora. He is having a great time. Just the one death on this PL.
And he's hit level 20 of really big talents. He's got the two biggest talents, at least for me, when you're going for this Ags PL build. He's got the Lance cooldown, and he's got the Juxtapose damage now. So these illusions, they really hurt, especially on some of these squishier supports. Even out to something like an Invoker, to be honest with you. This hero is quite fragile once you actually just get on top of him. Only 8 armor.
And there's the Radiance for Lal.
Oh, wow.
Really catching things back up after a very slow start in that mid matchup. We saw Arbeg get a huge lead against him, but at this point of the game, Lali's caught right back up.
It's so much damage now in these fights. It's going to be something you can't avoid either, too. It's just Magnetize spreading with Ice Vortex, with Radiance, with Cloak of Flames, with all this coming into play. They're feeling their power here. Shopify is clustering back up together. They're getting the 5-man together. And Saberlight does have a good push going bottom, some information being given with that.
What moves does Shopify make? What are they waiting for? Like what could they be looking towards now as their next kind of state of the game where they're like, we can try for something?
I think it has to just be to play around that Roshan, but it's getting harder and harder to really just now secure it. Now Spirit, they'll 100 contest the next Rosh fight with all this.
They'll take every fight they can now.
Absolutely. So it does feel difficult. I mean, maybe it's Arteezy's MKB. He's getting closer to it. They will have, what, 2 or 3 timings at the same time. The Ags on the Beastmaster plus the MKB. Maybe that'll be the next timing. But definitely doesn't feel the easiest versus this PL, who's now absolutely massive.
Yeah, just one of those player-hero combinations that, at this point, Yatora, he just doesn't lose these kind of games.
Saberlight has to BKB. Fully defensive roar, and they're still
using the
chasing.
Stampede. They want to keep on top of this Beastmaster.
The slow.
Crit is going to try his best to help out. Lal is continuing to close the gap. Back up now to come in from Shopify.
Nice demonic cleanse. Very nice demonic cleanse there from Crit. Removes that slow that was coming out from the Sunray. They can distance himself. Mira.
Okay, he's forced to Supernova here as Arteezy does pressure forward.
Nice plays there from Crit. Saves his buddy and then forces an egg. Now they might look to Rigo. 2 ults on cooldown.
I mean, there's Shopify up with the 4 of them, but they're split back up across the map. Arbed and Saberlight straight down bottom.
This could actually be the hopeful Roshan spawn. They're like, okay, eggs on cooldown. They use Stampede. This might be our moment to sneak a Rosh if it respawns
maybe,
quick.
But honestly, at this point, I don't think Spirit will not
They'll fight. No, they'll fight without that.
They'll still look for the fight without these ults.
No, absolutely.
You know, Yatora is ready to go full cleanup mode.
Full MKB. I mean, Arteezy, he's literally gone as glass cannon as you can on this Templar Assassin. They have to protect him somehow.
They really do, because one stun and he will die.
He can't get gone on first. He has to be like the last one to jump into these fights, or it could just be an instant disaster for the side of Shopify. Rosh, it's up. Spirit. Scout it out. It's going to start making its way potentially top. Are they going to look to commit onto it down here first? Looks like they are.
I think they can take it down before it moves, right?
They should.
Actually... Yeah, no, they should.
No, they should.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math there.
They left. If they were all hitting it, yes, but they left. They sent the AA top and they sent the Centaur and everything too, so. All right, Ags Beast.
Okay.
Guess they're feeling, this is the timing. Ags Beast, MKB finished up, and I believe Abed also an Octarine finished. So, 3 different item timings that they've gotten here.
Let's see if Shopify can start the fight.
How
long? The way required.
How long on Egg? 20 seconds. How long on Stampede? It's up. Also, fun to point out, he only put 1 point in this Stampede. He's just going for stats, so pretty cool. Only 2 points also in his Retaliate. Feels like it's not useful.
Here comes the Roche, but here comes Shopify.
They scout it right away. Saberlight
Might want to start with a quick kill on a Maposhka. They will. Raw, they'll take out the AA. No buyback available from Maposhka. He can't enter into this fight again.
Okay. I mean, AA Blast, definitely a valuable tool. Laurel's in.
What's the play now? Lar looking for the angle. Trying to get in on top of Arteezy. There's the Supernova. Arbed puts the BK.
They're on the egg.
Focus the egg down. Arbed and Stabilite. They're able to take it down. Buyback will come out. Lar rolls forward on towards Arteezy. Arteezy caught by the stunner collapse.
He's still alive.
Disruption comes out from Crit. They're keeping Arteezy safe. And Yatoro, he's at his mana burn. Completely out of mana. Chased off to the side. The Sonic Trap will catch him. Only got a little bit left. That's the last doppelganger. He's trying with the jukes. I mean, this isn't going to work.
Arteezy knows.
This isn't going to work.
Arteezy knows.
He knows where he's at. Arteezy on top of the correct PL, takes him down.
Wow.
Shopify, they find the team fight. Coming in from an angle that I think Spirit, they just were not prepared for.
They did not see that coming in. Great roar from Saberlight just to stop the AA from doing anything, but Crit, honestly, what a play. He just drops the Demonic Cleanse. Arteezy, that's why he doesn't need the BKB. Watch the disengage while all this is happening. Besides them focusing on the egg, I'm just looking at Arteezy and Crit inside this fight. Beautiful way to reset, protect him with both the cleanse and with the disruption.
Yeah, great focus from Arbed and Saberlight. The two of them, BKB hit the egg.
Now look at this, he can just walk away because he's not slowed by anything there. He's fully protected. Yeah, great stuff there from Crit.
Yeah, and I think the disarm coming in as well onto Yatoro. A lot of that fight, I mean, just completely controlled really by Arbed's spells.
Wow.
A difficult fight, but they pull it off, Shopify.
And now they've got themselves Aegis and Cheese. Arteezy almost level 25, and an Aghanim is now finished up on Crit. Spirit probably feeling like they're in a way more comfortable position. Not the case. Oh. They all have it then. Money, money.
Now let's see if Shopify can go for the high ground.
Now they have a Refresher Shard too on Abed. And they were able to focus fire the eggs. Also, Mira tries to put in a position inside of everybody, but they were all just able to focus fire that there. Great angle. Now Spirit halted back. Definitely feeling the hurt there. They probably felt just so much more confident, just the way that the fight.
I mean, the way they walked into the pit, they felt that they were under no sort of threat.
And now
Shopify with a perfect initiation.
They recovered their gem as well too, and now Saberlight right after. He literally just had picked up the Ags before the fight. He has the blink, so now even if they don't have that angle, he has positioning to be able to get those roars off.
See what they can push for. And of course, yeah, this time, Aegis is in the hands of Arteezy.
Okay.
No Saberlight Aegis. They'll let the TA have it.
Seems a little more sensible. Full glass cannon. He really just has so much confidence, I guess.
He trusts in Crit.
Yep. And you know what? After this tournament, I feel like a lot of people are having some faith in Crit. You know, his Venge, his Shadow Demon has been quite beautiful. And yeah, now the Aghanim is online for Crit too, so he's got 2 Demonic Cleanses as well to protect his buddies. He's got the cast range as well too, and if he ever does see the real PL and he is ever to get this Purge, it's devastating. Very unlikely though. That's a tower fall.
Can they push for the high ground with this Aegis?
Yeah, you know what? The other clever thing is too, because Arteezy did go for this MKB, a lot of the timing with PL versus TA in a lot of situations is about getting the butterfly and stuff like that. This just prevents Yatoro from wanting to go for it, seeing he's just completely omitting it. He's just going for his Bloodthorn next and everything too, so. Definitely constricting and limiting the itemization that Yatoro can go for a bit too when he does go for this full glass cannon.
Yeah, I mean, we really saw as well in that last fight just how much of a nightmare Arbed is for the PL.
Yep. 1 EMP.
The disarms and then the mana burn.
And now there's going to be 2. Let's see this again. The Psyblade even going for it.
Oh, there we go.
Very nice. The Frog's excited.
All right, we're back in. Arteezy still with the 2 minutes left on this Aegis.
Spirit spending all their gold too. Buyback Yatoro, he's not going to have it. Buys the Mage Slayer, he's committing for the Bloodthorn. But I feel like he needs it. After how poorly that last fight went. Breaking high ground still always a feat of its own.
Radiant are scanning.
Getting themselves some big farm.
Got the setup there on Arteezy, but he's ready. He's ready.
He's 25 now. He's got quite a bit more liberty with all these refraction charges too. If they do even clip onto him, he's got 13 instances they've got to go through. And how the Hex is looking. Yeah, Saberlight, he's queued up his. Abed also.
Abed still yet to die this game.
Pretty remarkable.
2-0-10.
Saber, collapse.
Throw the roar. Miles thinking about committing in on this. Rolls forward. He's going to have to put the BKB Stampede as well to get him out of that.
My God, so much damage.
So we're starting to spam the illusions. To the team fight. Abed. Tornado and EMP down.
Fly, Dino Illusions.
Have to put the Supernova.
Okay. Mira also, yeah.
Chopper fight. I'm going to force some of these ults out. Abed with the pressure.
Phoenix Egg, way longer of a cooldown, of course, than that Roar. Saberlight, he'll have it back up in 30 seconds.
We'll be drawing towards the end of the Aegis, though, on Arteezy. Just under 30 for that as well.
They've kept Spirit inside the base now, though, for what, 5 minutes or so? From a 16K to an 18K to a 24K lead now. Remarkable stuff these last 10 minutes.
At the high ground.
The high ground's always going to be the test. Especially, like you said, once that Aegis expires, which is right now.
How do they proceed from this point? They've got themselves back up to a juicy lead.
Maybe finish up the hexes, at least one of them, I think. I think Abed's hex, and then perhaps they can look to go for it again, too. As it's gonna be a pretty big reveal since he still has that refresher shard too. He's gonna be able to throw out a flurry of spells and that double hex.
And he has been crushing it, so you know he's gonna get the catch.
And he just flat out sells the Spirit Vessel, keeps the Midas. He wants to keep scaling with it.
Yeah, this hex could surprise them.
Yeah, it's quite quick. Now they have multiple forms of being able to get that instant catch. And Saberlight is getting closer and closer toward his too. And Arteezy just continues. He's just, nope, does not want to have to go BKB. He's got Butterfly queued up next. So similar function of the PL versus the TA. Same thing now. PL can't really itemize as well versus a Butterfly. He actually switches it. I think he maybe saw the Bloodthorn finish, so does have to watch out for that, of course, even if he has the evasion. He's just going Silver Edge. He does spend his gold, though.
That is true.
Arteezy spends all of his money.
Has gone all in. Let's see if they go all in on the high ground push, because without the luxury of buyback, could be a risk. A very hard sort of call to make it for Shopify now. When do they go?
Waiting till they find like any type of catch or something.
Spirit's not letting them have it.
No.
Spirit.
They're looking to hit themselves now.
And they come with the smoke. Arteezy would be the big catch. Crit is relatively close.
Oh my God! If they find Arteezy, he literally just spent the he.
They're gonna sell for the jump on Crit. It's Crit caught by the silence. At least we'll give the information for the rest of Shopify to back out.
They get their gem. Instant ninja gears coming out, or was it actually a smoke? I guess it's still the smoke on the two supports from before. They didn't break. I bet we'll find himself a double wisdom.
I was going to say, nice little pick up for him. He's nearly hitting the 25 on him.
Spirit looking perhaps to claim a little more here, or claim at least some vision in these next few moments. How's Yatoro's 25 also looking? Getting closer and closer. And he has finished 2 items since those last moments. Bloodthorn and the Disperser now finished up.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Still keeping incredibly even between him and Arteezy. 31k on the both of them.
How long on the Roche? It's a pretty fast response. 90 seconds. Arteezy will find himself a DD. Spirit, yeah, they're going to take the way up top. That Roche, as they know, it's going to be the next biggest contestant point. They're going to set themselves up here.
I mean, last time around, this Roche
there's a cheese! Oh, wait, he killed it.
What?
He was so quick to kill it.
You're like, oh, there's something in the pit, kill it! Oh, it was the cheese from that
Whoopsie.
last fight.
Okay.
Last rush. Okay.
I didn't even notice that one there the whole time. Whoopsie. The setup. Spirit. Shopify all smoked. The Hex is purchased. Saberlight's also committed his goal.
Oh, now surely they're not going to get caught from the same angle again.
No, they're setting up in a better spot.
Watching a bit of a replay here.
Sunstrike to Scout. And look at Mira's, look at Miposhka's positioning this time. All the way on the top right. He's like, no. Not getting me this time, guys.
Fool me twice.
The push, though. I mean, Abed, he's getting that push going into the mid lane. Arteezy also cuts the wave. So they've got some push going onto the base.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're actually, they're expecting that Arteezy's going to keep going.
This will warrant a reaction from Spirit, and it's going to be a big one.
Whoa. Things very split up here, Arteezy.
Collapse. Not quite able to get a jump. Again, just playing around the the ninja gear and the silver edge to be incredibly elusive on this TA.
Good old ninja gear.
Mira still stuck up here, didn't have a TP. They don't know it.
They did not see it.
Rebellion, so
they're starting though, and they killed this Roche super fast.
I mean, Mira's made some major steals already this tournament.
Hey, Blast.
It's going to come in. They've got the Supernova, Shopify, they're just going to run. They're terrified. Saberlight's going to get the BKB up before the Hoof
Roche is so low.
I mean, Yatoro can move in and look to finish it. Shopify, they're going to get back over if they want to get them out of the pit. Raw's there, but the Lotus was already out. Abed in with the meatballs. They bring the Roshan down, but it's going to be snatched by Yatoro. Yatoro
Big meatballs.
gets the Aegis. Abed burning Miposhka with the meatballs will get the kill. Another Collapse is still in the pit. They'll spot him out with the Sunstrike. Saberlight moving in. Collapse. He's looking kind of trapped here in the Roche pit. Will go down.
Abed just literally completely oomed all three heroes. It lands the double combo on them too. Laurel, he's looking to go down as well.
The Lotus up before the Hex, but surrounded by the three of them. No way out for this Earth Spirit.
That was so sick from Abed. He doesn't care if he's running into all these heroes. He just drops the big combo from that refresher shard from earlier.
Yeah, also allows them to get the kill on Rush. Of course, Aegis was picked up by Spirit. Yatoro was able to retrieve that.
Who got
also
the shard?
Cheese.
Who got the refresher one?
I think might have been
Was
popped in the midst of that fight. Oh no,
Collapse
has got it right. Okay. So they got the pickups from the Roche. They didn't get the kill, and they certainly didn't get the team fight. A Shopify push further ahead, now a 30k advantage. Surely, this is going to be enough for them to drive the high ground fold.
They're respawning though, so maybe they're hesitant to without an Aegis. They're going to be playing into Yatoro Aegis, so could continue on for some time here. And we do, of course, also get an Aghanims on a Centaur. I have literally never gotten to see this in a pro game, so see if this isn't going to do much.
Again. Once more. Oh, no, we just...
This was with the cheese. All right, that was
the
just
team fight. Let's watch them kill it. And now here we go.
It was a cool play from Mira, right? He's trying to force the issue, force them to go onto him. It's a good decision from Shopify to disengage and then look for the re-engage. So we'll get back into the real game.
I should say, difficult to push in. Yeah. Despite the lead. Toro being the one with the Aegis.
It's still a very scary PL. And as you've said, you know, Abed is still yet to die, so continue to play very careful.
Literally flawless.
Yeah.
On this Invoker performance so far this game.
It's had a hell of a tournament.
It's alright. It's going to look for the lead on to fly. They've got the silence outside. Light tries to turn with the roar, but already rollouts there. They put the Supernova. They can't focus the egg. They've got to run. But already Yatoro's in on top of Saberlight. That's the dead Beastmaster for 100 seconds as well.
They're going to keep chasing. Laurel's in.
Oh, they certainly are. Can Yatoro and Collapse close the gap onto Fly? I believe that was Collapse. They're using the workhorse there to speed up to close in onto the Enchantress. Fly. It's a bit of an annoying kill to get with the Lotus and such, and the heals coming out. But another round of the Ice Blast will be coming in. Sproke off to the side. A Fly. He's not getting away from this one. They'll take him down.
On the back, Arteezy tries to go on Miposhka, but he's got Glimmer. Gotta be careful.
And Spirit, they get the 2 kills. They've got the creep waves with them.
Saberlight's got a push going bottom. He's got his creep down there.
Arteezy and Arbit, they'll look to cut the next wave, but they already have a wave with them.
Spirit's just going down mid. They've Laurel pushing bottom. Yatoro's still a big issue. I think they tried to go for the roar. I didn't see if it was reflected or something like that onto Laurel, and it just gets turned on. That's where Yatoro's able to actually get the success in that fight.
They do lose the creep wave, so I won't be able to go for more than the tier 2, but the tier 2 gone. More money for Yatoro, sitting on a very large amount of money here, 7k gold. Will easily be able to spend up towards his next item. We'll get the Basher sent out. So there's still nearly a couple of minutes to play with the Sages. They can get the tier 1 bottom.
And Yatoro still continues to grow, for sure. I mean, Laurel, too. He is... he's been pretty under-leveled this game overall in the Earth Spirit, too. Level 21. Always have to keep eyes if he's able to if he's actually able to survive a team fight for once. God knows how many levels he's going to get. He's the same level as a lot of these supports. So the scaling is still there. Oh, absolutely for Laurel. That magnetized undispellable talent is probably one of the more broken ones. I think when we used to talk about like the tree 25, this is very comparable to what it was, if not better. But yeah, still a ways away, so we'll see when we get there. An Octarine purchased up for Laurel.
Lucky Yatoro sneaking around here.
Oh.
It's pretty hot on the trail of Arteezy.
They know exactly where he is, and he's going to be able to get away. Yatoro was pinging right on top of him. This game still feels so tense, even though 25k gold lead for Shopify.
I mean, they've had this lead, and it's been sort of like 3 instances where they've had this advantage, but they haven't quite been able to push it up to the high ground. Team Spirit holding on to the game very, very solidly, considering how far they are behind in gold.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Shopify yesterday do a little bit of similarity in, yeah, kind of the same kind of thing, right? They're like 20k deficit, and they were still taking some fights, so we're still definitely seeing that. This still kind of feels like an even game somehow, even though there is that huge lead, just because of how strong this PL is.
You can see on the percentage there, indeed, pretty much keeping it close to 50-50, despite 26k gold going the way of Shopify.
Pretty unreal. How's Abed's refresher looking? He's soon going to be having him. His scaling is still continuing to be pretty absurd. All these talents definitely come into play as you get to those as well, too. He's able to get to that 30 as well, too. It does get pretty crazy how much control he does in the fights, too. And Arteezy now utilizing his Aghanims that he ate, jumping all over the map. I'm just going to bring up buybacks. 2 supports still down on the side of Spirit. A couple other ones as well, too. Laurel, of course, did commit his gold earlier for that Octarine.
Oh, they could go for some big stuff here. Abed finds an Arcane Rune.
Oh, baby.
He's ready to party.
He's got buyback also, too, to come right back into the fight. He has yet to die, but...
They've hit them with the scan as well. They know where Team Spirit is.
Spirit is playing right on top of their obs ward, though.
That is true. They've got the vision advantage.
Radiant are scanning.
What angle do you take? Crit does not have buyback.
He's going to be able to take the ward down, but he's going to get jumped in by Collapse. Not caught by the stun, though. He's able to sprint back to safety. They'll put the Stampede.
Laurel.
He's getting hit pretty hard by Arteezy, but will keep his distance off the side. Abed's able to turn. The tornado onto the illusion. Yatoro's in on top of Abed. Abed back into the Ghost Walk. They don't have detection. He's able to separate from the fight. Laurel blown up here.
No buyback.
Damage of Saberlight. Another turn with the tornado. EMP Doppelganger comes in. Yatoro, he leads forward with the Spirit Lance. He closes the gap in on towards Crit, but he's getting pushed back by the blast. He's disarmed for now. As Crit trying to hide. Dive for from
another
Supernova. Abed, he can't take this down. He's got to run, but he's not going to get out. The Sun Ray burns him out. As Abed falls, they'll find the Ancient Apparition Maposhka to die here to Saberlight. But Yatoro, he's still fighting fit. He could clean up more. Goes over towards Saberlight with the illusion. Saberlight tries to heal him with the cheese, but he's caught by the Bloodthorn silence. Yatoro, I mean, Arteezy's trying to focus the PL, but there's too many illusions. He can't identify the real one.
Buyback.
Hit him with the Hex. Abed. He's got the catch. Doppel. Is he going to be up? No, he's not. They've got him. Abed coming in with the grab there with that Hex setup. And that's enough for them to secure the team wipe. Abed with the buyback.
Beautiful buyback from him. He was saving that whole time for the opportunity to go for it, and does. It's looking a little scary for a moment there, but then the buyback comes in, and he's that cleanup for Yatoro.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. I mean, the one time that he does die this game, Abed making the most of it, coming in with that buyback and making sure Yatoro does not get the chance to run rampant and clean him at the team fight in Team Spirit's favor. It's Shopify, they get the team wipe.
It took look, I'm watching Yatoro hitting Abed and Crit for what feels like 40 seconds or something like that. They did such a good job of kiting him out. Bought a lot of time for Arteezy to be able to clean up the rest of the heroes, and then Abed with the buyback. Yeah. Spirit not looking to want to buy back. They only really have the 2 at the ready since Laurel used his gold. Mira doesn't have his at the ready. That's probably 2 sets at the least.
Big push coming in. This is what they needed to be able to break the high ground, Shopify.
Great stuff from Saberlight too. The whole fight staying alive. Laurel.
He's up to the high ground.
They will have the buybacks.
That's the two of them, and it's the big one as well. Yatoro's buyback forced.
TZ waiting in the wings. He's alacrity'd up.
Yatoro's trying to chase Crit. He's going to turn with the ultimate.
He's got the ult on him.
Be careful. Trying to jump out with the doppel. They're backing off though, Shopify. RTZ getting focused by the stun ray Lyle, closing the gap. They're in on top of the TA. RTZ's in trouble. The Crit will offer up the disruption. It will give a little bit of time, but the bashes are coming in. They'll force RTZ down to the side. Is he gonna live? But Yatoro's chasing. Laro's in. They're taking RTZ down. Ice Blast is going to connect onto Abed. Yatoro's chasing him. He'll put the refresh, but he's caught by the silence. He's able to put the BKB out. Abed turns with the tornado, goes for the TP out with the BKB, but he's not going to get out.
Oh god, 2 minutes.
They've taken Abed down. He's gone for 2 minutes. No buyback.
What a connection there. Crit is trying his damnedest to keep Arteezy alive with these cleanses, purge, and disruptions, but they get the catch, the AA blast. It hits right on top of Abed. Spirit now going the other way. They had to commit, what, 2 buybacks, I believe? Yeah, Mira and Yatoro. But they find some big catches. One of the biggest.
Abed gone for 100, and he has been such a crucial part of every single fight this game. What can Shopify achieve without him?
And Arteezy used the buyback as well, too. So, dangerous moments. Is this when he wants to buy the BKB? Could be.
I mean, yeah, you're right. He's
got the gold.
He's got 4,700 gold. He's going to want to spend up on something, and indeed there
he does. Yeah, I'd imagine so.
It's going to be coming out to him.
All right. 70 seconds, though. I mean, Abed, as you said, he's so important for these fights.
So important. And now they've got to do it without him, Shopify. Tier 3 gone. Moment. Collapse is having to deal with the pressure onto the base from the creep, so
they'll back it up.
Won't be able to piece together a full high ground siege.
They can also Roche. Exactly. They got to check to see if it's going to be an instant spawn. Let's see what it is. It's absolutely instant. 0 downtime. That is the dream if Spirit goes up and scans it out. 30 seconds. No, Abed. They're pinging it.
Yeah.
Laro's pinging it. He's like, yo, check it out.
Yatoro, of course, with his buyback used, he's spending up, will buy himself the Moon Shard.
Okay, he bought the bots too as well. He is pretty much full slotted.
Yeah, doesn't really get to go anywhere from here.
Nope.
He's done. He's ready to finish this one. He'll go towards the Roshan, might even get the luxury of getting the Aegis for the next fight.
Mira also, I think off of that one, he got quite a bit of experience. He's level 25, so that Supernova, a lot harder for them to bring down. Oh my goodness. Tense moments. Laro, I believe this is pretty much going to be his 25 as well, too. And he's going to have buyback off of those kills, too.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God, if he got the last hit.
that was close. He nearly did. He nearly did there, Abed. But the kill goes to Team Spirit. They get the pickups.
Does Laro know that there's a Wisdom rune up? He might. I think he might go check that one out. So that will be his 25. So Magnetize, Undispellable also will be online for these next fights. Things still in anybody's hands.
Unless Collapse wants to take it for his 25.
Does he give it to both of them, though? Oh, he gave it to Maposhka. Never mind. Maposhka's lower level.
Okay. 21 on the AA at the moment.
Wow, I feel like you would much rather give that one to the Earth Spirit than the... All right, well, there's another one up in a bit.
It's Collapse.
There's another one very soon, too, right? Kind of.
That is true. Wait.
Kind of.
Times tables. We're getting pretty high on the numbers now. 50... never mind.
Never mind.
There's a multiple of 7 in the 50s.
He'll farm some creeps. 60 minutes soon to hit.
Yep. But again, this lead, this gold lead that Shopify have had for so long...
It hasn't mattered.
It really hasn't.
Well, it's mattered for them to be able to fight like this versus this, the PL, which was that last pick, but...
And they have, they've got the one set of racks.
They do.
But at this point, this late in a game, doesn't mean a whole lot. Team Spirit, they can deal with that pressure of the creeps in one lane.
Definitely. They're giving Laurel the solo XP, so he's just jungling on the south side. Yatoro keeps running over and taking some of XP, but you can tell Laurel's really trying to get this 25 before that next fight. Yatoro, taking the port up top, they have vision. They do have some sneaky wards that they placed from earlier, so they have eyes on Saberlight right now.
I mean, Yatoro with the Abyssal and the Bloodthorn could get some quick grabs.
They have so much info right now.
Arteezy, oh my goodness, careful! He's going to blink forward, oh my goodness, they're going to see him! But they don't have detection.
Yes, they do.
Well, they do now! They've got him with the bash! I don't know,
he cannot get out.
Save him, that's Arteezy dead for 2 minutes!
2 minutes! And they're going to look for more. Crit, can he get away?
They just were not prepared for Spirit to be in that position. Arteezy blinks in, there's 4 heroes around him.
They didn't see this ward either. I mean, Saberlight, he actually walked right past this top ward when he has a gem. They're just really, really concentrated about other things, and it's giving a ton of information for them. Crit, still showing himself very far forward in mid.
He is.
I mean, that is a bold move.
Oh, he's out with the blink.
Okay, yeah. I guess he does get the Radiance illusion, so he cuts the creep wave. That's pretty cute.
But this is 100 seconds without Arteezy.
But he got the wave.
Still got the Aegis for nearly 3 minutes.
Oh, and he got the whole wave.
They're allowed to work towards the top lane.
Yeah,
They've
they'll
got
have to go
creeps
top.
coming in there. They can go for the tier 2 top. That's going to be the angle that they can enter into the high ground.
I mean, they're cutting it again. Forge Spirit's now Shadow Poison also. So mid and bottom, it's going to be starting to push in a little bit.
Yeah, the team doing their best to keep this game alive whilst Arteezy's dead.
Spirit. They want to strike hard here. Collapse will have to go back to the base. We'll have to address this push that's coming out from the Beastmaster.
What can they do? 4 versus 5, 4 versus 6 if you take into account the Aegis. The Lotus will be out, reflecting the Abyssal Black the way of Yatoro, but Fly's getting burst out by the Ice Blast. Lyle rolls in. It's Fly out. He does have buyback available. The Lotus
Reflective
for the Roar. Sunstrike coming out from Arbeck. Can they burst Lyle? They've got the Hex to follow up. They take Lyle down, dive forward with the Supernova. They can't focus the egg.
They can't touch this egg.
Towards the fountain. That's Crit dead. Crit also does have the luxury of buyback. We'll see if he feels forced to use it. Yatoro.
Laurel's back in.
He's getting very close towards the fountain, but he has got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2.
That's one. Abed has the refresher at the
And
ready.
he's making space. The rest of the team, they're focusing the barracks for now. Hex, immediate catch there on the respawn. Lyle rolls in. It's enough to allow him to get the doppelganger off. Caught by the silence Yatoro, but he's been Lotus. Tornado from Arbeck clips the 2 of them. Lyle rolls out successfully. Shopify being held in the base.
He's respawning in 5.
TP over for a side. TP's in, blinks out, Saberlight. They got the range racks. They didn't quite get the melee racks hit top.
They really wanted to just dive for these kills and just kind of force the issue there, but they actually only ended up getting like a few of them.
I mean, they forced out a couple of the buybacks. It was the 2 supports, Flies, and Crits. But of course, Lyle himself did use his.
Okay, now breathe time. Time to get back to these items, right? Saberlight, he was able to get his Giant Ring. We have hit 60 minutes, so let's see what the lottery gives.
Yeah, what are the big ones?
There's so many big ones, right? For Yatoro, he's got the Mirror Shield, so that's going to be one of the huge ones to protect versus those instant hacks.
We've got the Ex Machina on Lyle. One of the fantastic things as well, just being the straight up passive to give you the plus 20 armor is going to feel pretty fantastic against this TA.
Yep. Oh boy, and Collapsed, he did find, of course, the Giant's Ring. So the potential of a 10,000 plus HP Centaur, it's there.
Oh boy.
He can now stack up those double edges. Book of Shadows on crit. It's been his job. It's saving Private Arteezy. He's got another function to be able to do so with the Book of Shadows as well. Oh boy. These next few fights, the buybacks, they're going to be everything. PL, Yatoro, 20 seconds until his is back online. Arteezy about 1 minute. Same thing for Mira. He almost has his back online, 10 seconds or so. Laurel definitely having to be a little bit careful with his positioning since he does not have his buyback at the ready. But maybe not, because he can also just, Ex Machina and do so many different things. Fly. His damage is something that we all have, of course, we'll be having to watch. Pirate Hat now also finished up after the Moon Shard.
Yeah, Moon Shard.
He's got quite a bit of
Hat.
damage.
Woo!
25 too, right? So that impetus damage is online. Just difficult for him to really stand his ground, right? Versus like the PL versus this Earth Spirit and stuff like that. It's been hard. Some of these games you do see the Enchantress start kind of carrying, but this one difficult. Abed going for a reset positioning item, the Force Boots. He probably just wants the inventory slot too, right?
Yeah, I mean, he wants all the actors to play with, get that Blink Dagger upgraded.
Yeah.
He can treat himself to getting the Ags next. But of course, playing for the buyback gold is going to be the most important at this point.
I mean, Force Boots have always been, in my opinion, my favorite Tier 5, even though there's so many good ones. The fact that it's just so low cooldown and that you can just dispel people and it's not just usable on yourself.
That's true. Another way to save Arteezy.
Yep, more saves. It's 6-second cooldown. Everybody, whoever has it, can use it onto everybody. So yeah. And now 2 charge of disruption, of course, also for crit. So layers and layers being added into these fights.
Book of the Dead. Ooh, from the Poshka.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
More and more buybacks coming online. 2 on cooldown for Shopify. Laurel's on cooldown for Spirit.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom
They're already
tower
out of it,
is under
Spirit.
attack.
Back off to the base. They won't get caught by this wraparound from Shopify.
How the Lotus is looking as well too, since we're getting to crazy late team kind of timings. There's 1 greater healing Lotus up on, I think, the Mira. Okay, no, not 2 yet. So they need 3, of course. So no block of cheese. Don't think we'll see it either. Not a priority that they're thinking about. Shield Rune, though, could be a priority. Pretty big one. Especially for Saberlight. Look at that.
Look at him.
Oh,
Ooh,
yeah.
2400 shield.
Bad. Nice little 7,500 HP. We'll take that.
They're coming at them here, Spirit. Chasing towards Shopify. Shopify, they've got to prepare for the high ground defense.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was like, I just saw the cart behind him, but I didn't see anything afterwards. So I was like, wait, what? He's just trying to get move speed.
Yeah, pretty low cooldown.
Mm-hmm. They've got lanes in a pretty okay position. They're trying to take advantage of that there for a second. Arteezy, though, quickly will shove down top. Level 30's, of course, been hit for him. Abed still not quite there, but Abed is about to commit for his Aghanims. So Cataclysm will be online, on top of making. Let's make him a bit tankier. 10,000 gold on Yotoro.
He's got nothing to do with it.
He's got nothing to do with it. Well, he can switch one item.
He could treat one of his teammates to a moonshot. Not that there's
Not
really
that there's
anyone
one
that's going to use it.
Literally nobody uses one.
He's going to buy himself a Skadi. Sure. I guess we'll swap that in rather than the bots in the fights.
Yeah, I guess. It is very valuable.
That's
he is playing versus
game.
TA versus Invoker.
Yep.
Yeah, great Skadi game. So. Collapse.
He's chilling.
He used his gold on something, though, so he is a little bit shy of buyback right now. Same thing
Not
for
much,
Abed.
though, right?
Not much.
Just 150.
Saberlight.
They're looking towards Lyle. He's trying to turn for a roar. He's going to let it go down onto the earth.
Egg's on top of
the hex. The egg's out. Shopify, they've got to back off. Yotoro, see who can focus. He's looking over towards Stabilite. Jump forward with the Doppelganger. He's trying to close the gap in on the Beastmaster, but Lyle.
Big combo.
The Cataclysm coming down.
Not that
Lyle's
big.
fine, though. It's not enough damage to kill the Earth Spirit. Lyle, he'll be ready to roll back in again if he wants to. Saberlight trying to get back in, but Collapse. He's got so much HP to work for. Yotoro,
They're on
Arteezy. They found Arteezy. Yotoro focuses towards the TA. That's Arteezy out of the fight. And
Yotoro
now,
found him.
Over towards Crypt. Yotoro, he's ready to try and clean up more. He's got the book here to protect him for now. Also forced out of the side here. But Crypt, he cannot escape the PL. It's a double kill for Yotoro.
Uh-oh. I mean, Abed throws everything down, but it actually didn't do anything. It just tinkled, and Yotoro's just cleaning up.
He's over towards Saberlight. They've also got the Ice Blast passing over, lands bang on target, straight on top of the Beastmaster. Saberlight out as well.
Oh, he got right on top of Arteezy.
Oh my goodness, he's not going to get out.
Got him.
Lyle, he hits the angle over the roll. They've caught Fly as well. A third one going to be taken down here from Shopify. 3 dead. As buyback condition, they had to use 2 here on Spirit, the 2 supports.
Arteezy's feeling the desperate times. He buys the Rapier.
And he bought back himself.
He buys Rapier too, and he boosts buyback. And Abed lands a combo. It looks like it hits almost everybody, but it didn't do anything.
It didn't do a whole lot at all.
No.
I guess at this point, they just got too much HP.
Yep.
Everyone's too tanky.
And Yotoro just kind of waltzes right through everything. I mean, the Aeon Disc, of course, coming into play to block a bit of it, but Yotoro, these illusions just running rampant.
Yeah, this is the point of the game that if things start to sort of slip out of position, the team fight, this PL cleans up.
Yeah, honestly, Saberlight is the biggest carry, it feels like, for his team. He survived throughout almost everything there. Did like 12k damage, but it's not enough. They don't have the way to bring down Yotoro. Rax falling. Bottom also pushed from the book.
They're going to get a fair bit from this team Spirit.
Might get the Megas here.
3 versus 5. What does Shopify do? For so much of this game, they've held the lead, but it really is starting to look like that just hasn't mattered at all. Team Spirit perfectly comfortable and confident, just playing from behind as they're cleaning up the base of Shopify. They're trying to slow them down, but there's only so much you can do at this point. Mira.
The Egg just confidently plays.
And Mira's able to dive, and he also gets the Hex opening onto Arteezy.
wow.
Mira gets the catch, and that should be that. 4 dead. No buybacks available. GG is called.
Unreal.
Team Spirit will take this game 1.
and in fashion, of course, a GG easy because it went past 60 minutes and has to come out.
Yeah,
of course.
Customary.
It's customary. It's needed. What a play. I mean, Yotoro, have to give him tons of credit for carrying, but Mira, I think he was probably the biggest difference maker for me on this Phoenix.
Great eggs.
So just the confidence that he was placing them. A couple of them, yeah, sure. They got brought down. A couple of them, you could laugh at them because, oh, wow, he put it right in the midst of everything. But he was forcing engagements by jumping in and getting these eggs off. That was huge. Definitely credit, of course, to Crit. How many times did he save Arteezy in this one? But just not quite enough. Spirit, the last pick PL does reign supreme.
Yeah, it was always going to be hard for Shopify Rebellion the longer this game went. And if anything, very much credit to them that they were able to keep up such a fight towards the later portions. But they couldn't break the base. I think they were at the end of it, they took sort of just the 1 set of racks beyond that. They couldn't do anything more despite the lead. Team Spirit, they play it cool as they often do. They know if they can stall this out, they can turn it around. It just takes a bit of outplay in the team fights, and they certainly came in with that in those final moments, Team Spirit.
Look at the GPM. He broke the 1,000 there on Yatoro. They didn't even have a pirate hat, and he's able to break 1k GPM. I mean, a phenomenal performance. A great last pick, and he executed great. Honestly, that Scotty pick up at the end, too. These little things, everything matters, right? He actually just shredded Arteezy. Nobody could move in the fight. So
not at all.
Spirit, reigning supreme.
Yeah, Yatoro PL, it was in the early stages of this game where that feeling was there that he doesn't lose these sort of games, and he certainly did with the excellent backup of his team. What a game one. What a start here to the grand finals. Team Spirit, they'll take the first game win.
Oh, that's just game one of a best of 5, and it hit the spot. This game, of course, very back and forth, and I think what took this game to the next level, Purge, it was the team fights, back and forth.
Yeah, it really was. A lot of the fights, when they went well for Shopify Rebellion, was Saberlight going in and roaring somebody. And for a good 20 minutes in this game, it was Team Spirit always reacting with the Lotus and basically saying you can roar me if you want, but you're going to roar your own BKB, and it's not going to go so well because they needed a roar guy and TA needed to kill him, and then Shadow Demon needed to protect the TA when he showed. So they did a really good job with that, but man, what a game.
That game was classic Team Spirit, right? Playing from behind, looking for the good team fights, holding their formation. I mean, they found opportunities to have just a way to fight back in this game. When they were pushing with Aegis the first time, they just rallied around their Phoenix, got a very good egg, and then got the key kill on TA. And then the next Aegis that Shopify pushed with, it was on Beastmaster. I think that had to be a misclick because you don't prioritize the Aegis Beastmaster over the TA, but unfortunately, when they were taking that fight, they managed to take down the TA first, and then they got the Beastmaster twice with the Aegis. So Spirit just found their entry points into that game beautifully off of the shoulder of their team fight.
Yeah, good luck playing against Team Spirit in the super late game. This is post 60 minute. I think this is the team that thrives the most between because they have super strong laning stage. So does Shopify throughout the whole tournament. But when it comes down to split decision making and how they approach team fights, Team Spirit, they're the best team in the world without a doubt. They know how to itemize. Purge pointed out these Lotus Orb. There was a crucial against the Hexes, the Primal Beast, the Beastmaster Roars overall, and they had 2 of those. They had the Mirror Shield as well as the tier 5 item. They're just so good. And at this point, I think there might be trolling. Team Spirit, they have Earth Spirit, they have Fire Spirits, they have Spirit Lance. Every single hero that has Spirit in the name, they're picking it.
Yeah, they actually didn't have BKB on TA for a very long time, but I actually thought it was good, to be honest, because he needed his damage to be really high. That way, when they roared somebody, they died quickly. And if Kessler talked about it, if the Butterfly comes on PL, it's already not the best matchup, then they just can't touch them. So the reason it was good was because Shadow Demon's Shard was the auto dispel basically, and you're against an A. Cold Feet's never going to proc. The slows from third skill's never going to proc. Who is the other heroes? I'm forgetting. Earth Spirit's abilities, basically they're doing damage, but they're being dispelled right away. So it basically allowed him to not buy a BKB if Crit didn't die at the start of the fight. And he did that really well for 3 fights in a row. So it allowed Arteezy to get this really quick Daedalus, which got them some crucial kills on Laurel when Laurel would go in. So I actually thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah, I think they were ahead in gold on the side of Shopify Rebellion almost the entire game. Jenkins?
Yeah, they were. They couldn't end. Just playing into the high ground defense of Phoenix, Centaur to jump in, and the AA, the Spirit Lances constantly coming out. It just didn't look. It looked impossible. And you go late game against a PL with the TA. I have had people literally delete their items in pubs. So I'm not going to name names, but there have been some pro players who delete their items in pubs when it gets to 45 minutes as that TA because it's at some point you're just going to lose. The BKB doesn't matter. The Daedalus doesn't matter. None of this stuff matters. There's no items you can get barring hexing the PL and then getting a Revenant's Brooch or something like that. Legitimately, that's actually what you have to do. And that's such a weird thing to have to do to deal with the PL, and even then you have to deal with all the illusions and stuff and catch him out, and all these conditions have to be true to win that. Spirit just knew if they go late game, they win. I don't think they wanted to go to 60 minutes. Maybe they did. These guys are freaks.
Ever does.
Maybe they did. This is the one team that maybe they actually did because they're just insane. But they knew that if they just held out the game, they were going to win, and they were correct. And you could see that Shopify also felt that when Arteezy picked up the Rapier. He's we need some drastic measures here to win the game.
Yeah, I'm actually incredibly curious. We chose for our Acer Predator head-to-head, we chose the carry matchup, Effie, and it was a while ago that we chose this, and we chose for the hero damage because we thought, Arteezy's hero damage is going to probably be quite high considering the way the game is going. But this is what the matchup ended up to be.
Yeah, I mean, when you're PL in a 60-minute game and you're the brunt of the damage on your team, it would make sense that your damage numbers get this high. And the TA, like Jenkins mentioned, it's a losing battle versus PL. You are on a timer, so I think for as far as this game could go, RTZ played a great game. I'm so curious about that second Aegis because I really feel like the game might have looked different if it was just on the TA there. Like, was that a misclick? Was that intentional? Because for them to win that game, they needed to just play their pushes very cleanly because they understood that they couldn't go to that 60-minute mark versus a PL. And it just felt like a mess up. I mean...
What I recall is that they finished Aegis and I expected TA to go grab it and TA just left and walked away out of the pit and then Beastmaster and Invoker walked in. Beastmaster took the Aegis. So I think they did it on purpose. I don't know why. But that's what I remember happening. I could be wrong, but it seemed like intentional. Like you're not RTs and you just forget to grab Aegis on a carry.
I have seen that a couple of times recently where Beastmaster picks up an Aegis just because like I know some players will call out to kill the Beast because he's like the aura carrier. So if you take him out, you lose all the auras and then the team fight gets a lot weaker. So I have seen it. And then there's also carries that will say like, I'm not going to die anyway, guys. And then they go die.
And my assumption is that because Beast was like their initiator, and he has to play in the front of the fight, he could make a mistake, get caught, die. He also didn't have BKB, I think, at the time.
Yeah.
So, like, if he just dies, they don't get a kill anyway. So, like, that was my guess, but I'm not sure.
Well, if that was intentional, it was a mistake because the TA died first in that fight and then Beastmaster died twice. And if you're playing on a timer, your Aegis needs to go on your carry so that they can hit
the tower hitter. Yeah.
Like, it's not about, oh, our Beastmaster, what if he dies? You're trying to end the game, right?
I have a very quick question. We are ready to go to break. Very quick question to all three of my panelists. Why did nobody sit in the orange chair? We put it down because we thought, you know, they want a bit more space.
Purge will make some space. Oh no!
Whoa,
Hey,
whoa,
we're sticking
whoa,
together. We're a team.
Excuse me. We're gonna fix that right now, but we're also gonna fix up a game number 2 of this best of 5. Stay tuned.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's all about the way I feel inside, the way that we're moving side to side. It's all about the way you hold me tight, the feel of your body close to mine. It's all about the passion in your eyes and feeling the heat begin to rise. It's all about the promise in your smile. It's all about l'amour. It starts when you walk into the room. Your lovely brown eyes look my way. Your smile awakes the stars and moon come out to play. It's all about the way you make me feel when dancing closely as your body starts to sway, while the band starts to play.
In the books already for this best of 5 grand finals here for DreamLeague, and a game like that, the real true winners are we, the viewer, because I think both teams, their game purge didn't go the way they wanted it.
Not Shopify fans.
That's right, Sheever.
Not Shopify fans.
That was a great game.
You start from this side of the couch. I've seen how this works.
You said my name, actually.
You start from this side of the couch.
I was going to say Jenkins, but then I saw Purge sitting here, so you gave up your spot?
That was a bullshit game. PL late game. Bullshit. Just let NA have one goddamn tournament.
It's all part of the big script, Jenkins. It's going to be a great comeback from Shopify Rebellion, as stated on the board. You know, Shopify uninstall 3-1.
Wait, do I have the power to change the chalkboard?
To be fair, though, I mean, Shopify
Erase.
played a really good early game.
Yeah,
I mean, they were completely dominant, and if it weren't for the strong PL win condition, I feel like Spirit comeback into the game would have been a lot more difficult. So now I feel like Spirit are a bit on the reactionary foot now, where they have to deal with the potential Ench and the potential Beastmaster.
I think they might ban Enchantress in this pick and ban phase, as I like to call it, during the Dream League, because we are using the band after all.
Pick and ban phase?
Yeah.
With that in mind, is there any particular request you want for this pick and ban phase?
I want to spice it up, you know?
You want
Some
something
Eye of
spicy?
the Tiger.
I would Tiger without obviously being...
The remix.
When we say Eye of the Tiger, we mean the letter I of the Tiger. It has nothing to do with the other song.
Yeah.
Just a coincidence.
Because the Eye of the Tiger is the second letter in the word tiger, and
That's exactly right. So it's about the letter.
I do think Shopify as a whole played better than Team Spirit for that game. I agree with what Effie said. The strong win condition made it really tough. Maybe their lack of disables, it was harder for them to initiate, and that was one of the things they lacked, having Enchantress and Shadow Demon, but they had a really good shot.
I wouldn't say that they played better than Spirit. They just played incredibly well, right? But Spirit played their draft as well as they could too. So I don't think there were any flaws in Spirit's gameplay that game. It was just that their draft was exploitable in that laning phase to 20-minute phase.
Shopify throughout the whole Dream League, they had extremely good first 10-15 minutes of the game. There were maybe like 1-2 games that they lost the laning stage, but other than that, they've been pretty flawless. I think it comes down to Fly, who had pretty amazing tournaments so far, and so did Crit. We already mentioned the other day how Crit feels really good in this patch because some of his heroes are really popular right now, and he plays heroes that feel good right now. You know, it's not a position 4 Klings that scales with damage. I think that was the biggest nerf that ever happened to Crit, but he's feeling himself with these Tusks, with these Dark Willows, these swaps. I think he had the best performance on Vengeful Spirit throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah, he's been playing very well. He has huge assist numbers consistently every single game. He's definitely been one of the big figures that's keeping them in these wins.
I will also say in the previous game we saw first phase Invoker coming out. Abed absolutely smashed it with that as well, considering overall first phase, there's Team Spirit had the counter pick, didn't end up, well, obviously worked out in the win, but I feel like Invoker still did what he needed to do.
Yeah.
That's also something to keep in mind. Obviously, Invoker banned out now, though.
Yeah, his control of the PL to defend his supports in fights was amazing. Tornado one time, Deafening Blast. He did great.
Is this it? Is Centaur becoming the hero of this series?
BSJ was right, ladies and gentlemen. He was saying this hero was OP. The moment the patch dropped, he said, you go Blade Mail, you get a heart. He was actually right for the first time in Dota 2 history. Back to you, Effie.
Sorry, I just had to take a moment to appreciate the genius of BSJ, even when he's not here. But I do find it... I think while Centaur is a really great hero, when he comes out this early in the draft, he can get bullied on lane, right? It opens up things like Monkey King, potentially even from Team Spirit. And now that they've taken the Enchantress for themselves, they know that they stole away the hero that set the tempo in the first game for Shopify, so they don't have to worry about it. But now they have a way to enable the potential Centaur killing hero.
Did we forget about PA and Gyrocopter? Previous game, they're both first phase banned. This time, nobody cares. The cost?
Yeah, we already mentioned that this Phantom Assassin kind of became the hero of the tournament, because how many comebacks did we see? You're like 20, 30k gold down, doesn't matter. PA gets axed.
Every game.
This hero is just glitched. Like you don't see her with the blur, and you can't see her. She refreshes with axe, she kills you during that time, and then she's invisible again. You cannot target her. So far, Team Spirit did not play against Phantom Assassin. I don't know if Shopify wants to go that route, but they gave respect to Arteezy's Muerta.
But we have seen people deal with the PA by just blitzing towers early, and Enchantress is very good at doing this. Not that it matters, because PA just got banned.
I think it was cool to see Shopify use the Faceless Void as well, because that's one of the abusable things about the hero. She has a very low cooldown spammable spells that gets her around. If you just hit her with Time Dilation, a simple basic ability, if she doesn't pop BKB, she's actually just not doing as much. So I think that was another cool solution to it too.
I think also the Centaur gave them a little bit of leeway of, okay, maybe we'll allow these heroes to potentially come through. I mean, they take out the PA because she's really not worth dealing with, but Centaur lanes quite well versus Gyro, where other offlaners may struggle. He's got a lot of HP, and then he naturally builds into Vanguard, and he can sustain better than most heroes can. So maybe they feel like if they don't give Gyro a winning lane, they can play off of it here. But I know that Yatoro hates Gyro. I know that he does, but I feel like if it's still in the pool.
He said he disliked the Bloodseeker also, and that series he did play it, so he will play whatever.
But he last picks his stuff, and it was like a perfect Bloodseeker game.
That's true.
That's the Yatoro classic.
But do you think Shopify is going to play it?
The Gyro?
Yeah, I mean they've got the option.
They're thinking about it.
Ancient Apparition is still in the pool. Spirit could still run the Ench as a 4. Same thing goes for the other side. If Shopify wants to pick the AA against the Gyro, I feel like a Gyro will come out.
I would
but in the
prefer
later picks.
the Vengeful Spirit route. If you want to go with that, we've seen so many times Gyro against this Vengeful Spirit where he gets aggressively swapped in and just bursted by heavy magical damage, rest of the team unable to back him up.
Ooh,
So,
that is a crit special.
The thing about the Gyro, if it had come out here, was yes, the Ancient Apparition is still in the pool, and Team Spirit can play the Ench on 4, so it would have been a very strong flex. But because Team Spirit have that first pick, they have the overall 18 to close, and they could do something very much a nuisance to Shopify's draft. They could have gone for some really high mobility hero for Laurel on that 18 pick, or potentially even the Beastmaster, and we've seen how strong that is. So I think that just securing a strong support here for Shopify and not putting themselves in a position to have their Gyro countered right now is the easier approach to take, and that's the one that they did do. And now you've got the Sharpshooter burst damage versus Enchantress, right?
Plus break, yeah.
Plus
this is going to
break.
be the killer lane for Shopify. These two heroes paired up together, they feel super strong. And this time around, it's going to be Shadow Demon into Centaur.
That's
in the previous one, it was the other way around because you wanted to have something to run away from this Shadow Demon. But
did you see his win rate? It was 9 and 20 on NA.
Yeah, it's like 38%.
That's really bad.
I think these are wrong numbers in terms of like they don't show the whole picture of how strong Shadow Demon is because he's a strong laner. He really scales well. We've seen in the previous one. And also in terms of stacking, like if Shadow Demon has good positioning in a team fight, he can easily pop off some of these targets like post BKB. You stack those Shadow Poisons and they just die.
The upside, though, is that of picking the Shadow Demon here is that there's great setup so far in Shopify's lineup. So they're already ready to go to like stun and kill a guy.
Ooh.
So if Shadow Demon can break that combo and allow somebody to press a BKB, that can swing a fight.
Collapse Mars. You can't run away with the Stampede. Hoodwink doesn't like to play into this hero. You can easily find it. They need some low cooldown stuns coming out from the offlane because right now they don't have any.
So
And it's good against Gyro, too.
So this is what I wanted to mention. This second phase in the second pick team is always so difficult. Like this is the hardest drafting position that any team can take, where you have to pick 2 picks here in preparation of whatever gotcha pick comes out to close out the phase from the other team. So they took the Terrorblade, which is basically saying, take the Gyro, we beg you to, right? We have our idea of what is good against it, but it's still a good game for it. But now they have to prepare for the potential Laurel or Collapse hero coming out. So the support pick coming out of Shopify right now is very vital. And I don't necessarily think that Warlock could stop something like a Laurel Spirit hero coming out now.
Maybe they're just trying to solidify the lane. At least the Gyro Warlock lane is obviously a classic. So yeah, it is spooky not knowing what they're going to start off with in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mentioned this Mars. I think it's still a good pick. The other one is probably Legion Commander, Blade Mail. You can dispel these like early things that Warlock loves to do, use Fatal Bonds. But for now, they're going to pick Laurel's hero. I don't remember seeing Collapse playing offlane Kunkka, even though some of the teams did, especially Shopify. They did ran it 2 times on the offlane.
I mean, a very successful hero this Dream League as well.
Yeah, I think so too. The damage mitigation that comes out from Kunkka with the boat gives you a lot by way of like Gyro's early game power when he shows up with 1 or 2 items and just doing this massive amounts of AoE damage. Kunkka's great against that. It's not the strong gotcha that I was scared would come out of Spirit here, but it's a stable enough hero where they don't have to extend a lot of bans in the space to protect it, so that they can set up for Collapse as a hero a little bit better.
And the Rum's pretty cool against Fatal Bonds too, because it's delaying the damage that you take. That means the damage that you're going to be taking later might be once Fatal Bonds is worn off. So it kind of is decent against the Warlock in that sense too. Good disables. They were definitely lacking that. Some nice catch. They can basically force Gyro to fight if they catch him, or catch somebody that's about to be stampeded away.
I agree with these bans from Shopify. I think that Team Spirit wants a tanky blade mail offlaner. The last time they played against Gyro and pretty much nullified it, they had Kunkka Mars, and they both went blade mail. He went Mana Boots, blade mail, and Mars, which is obviously banned out, but I still really like the idea of Legion. This double blade mail against Gyro, you walk in, he shreds you, and then he shreds himself.
Could be LC, could be... now that they banned Dazzle, I mean, it might be just for the matchup against Kunkka, but I could also see Axe popping off in this one.
The issue with LC and Axe is that they seem like the most obvious choices, but they just don't have the burst to combo with them early on. Like, Enchantress and Shadow Demon aren't the type of supports to kill a hero in 2 seconds in a duel, and neither will Kunkka. But maybe LC is strong enough on lane where that's good enough, right? Maybe they don't even care if he wins these duels, he just needs to set up for them and win lane, or just do well potentially.
I like the LC because she rushes blade mail, whereas Axe doesn't. Axe will eventually get it, but I feel like at that, like, 15-minute mark is when you really want to start running in and like blade mailing the Gyro, the Hoodwink. Like all these heroes just have like ground targeted stuff you can walk into and then kill them on.
I don't even know if blade mails are going to be that effective against Shopify, because when we saw Hoodwink played the other day, I don't remember if it was them or not, they went Boomerang and Veil. That's amplifiers. Fatal Bonds is the same thing, so these blade mails are going to give less value than normal. They might be able to just blast through it.
Kraken Shell should dispel Fatal Bonds on lane that first line.
After like a lot of damage,
yeah, it's gonna be a ton of damage.
But
go ahead.
Okay, I like what Tidehunter gives you. It's not the blade mail we were talking about versus the Gyro, but it gives them the team fight that neither LC nor Axe would have given them. Because if they picked LC or Axe, they would have kind of pigeonholed themselves into the pick-off game. But now they have a more rounded out lineup, so I think they want this Tidehunter just to preserve their draft integrity, honestly. And I feel like that Tidehunter shard is pretty solid this game. I mean, Hoodwink and Warlock and Centaur should all struggle versus the Tidehunter shard,
you
right?
can slow through the Centaur ulti, right?
It beats, like, it's a really good
For
shard
some
game.
reason, it slows through max move speed.
But how does it do versus the Warlock Gyro lane? Because that lane feels unstoppable.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't feel like the Fatal... Like, if you're taking 400 damage to remove the Fatal Bonds with the Kraken Shell, that's already how much you're taking with the Fatal Bonds anyway, so...
I like this Earthshaker pick. It gives them really good kill potential in the mid and late game. Mid versus the supports. They're not very good at stopping him from running at them, so if he gets out of control, it gives him some opportunities. And he's got to worry about X, I guess, but yeah, it should give them some nice burst damage. Another way to set up fights and defend Gyro.
I like what Shopify drafted for themselves. I think they got the heroes that they wanted in this one, you know, going in with a different mentality compared to the previous game. And I feel like I'm going to give them slight advantage in this one. They also need to back me up as well, because I backed them up throughout the whole DreamLeague, you know, saying that they're going to win the whole thing.
And
so they better step it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shopify have draft advantage here because Gyro was given away, and Team Spirit did play a Shadow Demon versus Gyro on lane where they did kill Gyro a few times. So, but they didn't have the rest of the solutions through their offlaner that they usually do, which is the Mars with the blade mail that would come in.
I think they wanted Mars, to be honest.
Yeah, that just does not exist for them. So I feel that the Gyro is quite unaddressed, honestly, and I don't think Spirit's lanes are strong enough to slow Gyro's timings.
Urge, any final words on this draft?
You are still an
No,
analyst.
that's right. I am? Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. I was trying to co-host. I do like Shopify's lineup better. They have tons of amplifiers. They have tons of damage sources. They have mixed damage. Yeah, I think the Tide has good potential with the Anchor, but yeah, I just like Shopify's draft better.
We're going to find out if this Gyro is as strong as everybody's been saying, or if Spirit is going to be proven right in saying Gyrocopter is a trash hero. That's what they said. We're going to find out, of course, but first, PogChamp Pandas, take us into Game 2.
and gentlemen, here with Shopify Rebellion and Team Spirit. Folks, we heard from the panel. They like what Shopify Rebellion has got going on this time round. But indeed, as Shiva mentioned, we heard in a post-game interview from Yatoro that Gyro is a trash hero.
That's what he thinks. And I mean, he is playing as legendary Terrorblade, so we'll have to see what he's going to be able to do with that one. I do have to agree with the panel, but there's a Yatoro Terrorblade. I think that's literally the whole thing that switches for me. A Yatoro Terrorblade and a Miposhka Enchantress. I don't see these two lose on this hero combo. When they play these two together, I swear they always dominate. So that's the one thing that I'm looking at for the side of Spirit that can have a ton of control. But if Shopify can get off to a good start, their draft looks incredibly strong.
Oh, they get some good damage onto Yatoro here. They won't quite be able to kill him, of course, but we'll hold the position around the bounce rune. And one thing for sure about Shopify Rebellion's lineup is if we do get another 60-minute game or so, this is a draft that's going to be able to have a pretty good impact from all points of the game.
Oh, yeah.
Both sides, right? This is not a game where either team needs to run it down mid and end it in 25 minutes.
No, this should be, I mean, this is just this last game was super exciting, so it's going to be hard to beat down. But this one, for me, we should have more just straight-on team fights that go on with the way that Shopify's gone for their draft. It's just all about this fighting. And Abed, of course, playing this Earthshaker, the potential for Wombo combo is massive.
Yeah, for sure.
They've got the Fatal Bonds with Gyro and Earthshaker, so
I think one of those last picks that Shopify Rebellion and Abed in particular will be pretty happy with. Getting the Shaker mid as the last pick feels pretty good.
Yep, and let's see overall how Tidehunter does. We saw in the stats there, this hero is having a rough tournament, 2-10. So Collapse, of course, as they were talking about on panel, a lot of heroes were banned away. Probably wanted to get his Mars in this position here, but he'll have to play the Tide, and we'll see what he's going to be able to get with it. This is a tough lane to play versus 2. This Gyro plus Warlock, Fatal Bond plus Flak, you have to kind of hide, and that's exactly what Collapse did in the first wave. He actually did not play in the lane. He sat in the trees, so he didn't get hit by the Flak.
I mean, why is it that this hero has struggled as much as it has this tournament? And what do you think it was about this game that Collapse sort of said, I don't care, I can make this work?
I think he was just down to very limited heroes, but as to what's been making it lose, I think teams are just getting really good at just playing and waiting, and then they just get BKBs, and then it's good luck getting a Ravage combo off or anything like that. That's at least what I've seen a lot of the times for these Tidehunters is everyone just gets a BKB at some point, even though it's not the most value item. Versus Tide it is.
We'll see what he can do this game. Collapse.
Yeah, so far he's been hiding, just playing around inside like trees, just trying to dodge any of these Flaks and Fatal Bond kind of combos. The Gyro should have pretty much free farm down here, though.
Yeah, looking over the other side of the map up top. I mean, one of those sort of safe lane duos, you should say, Enchantress, I mean, is reaching up to, like a 70% win rate, right? This hero has been looking great, and in the hands of these Enchantress players that they've been playing this hero patch to patch. Miposhka, one of the classic Enchantress players, it just ends up looking fantastic in the laning phase. I mean, pretty much in all phases of the game, right? This support hero can really pop off.
It always happens too, where there's just a moment at like the 10-minute mark or something like that. There's like a Dark Troll Summoner and he like solo takes a tower. I feel like it's been the case always for this Ench. Speaking of the Ench though, Miposhka, they try to get aggro, but they can't. So a very aggressive lane that Shopify's tried to go for up top, but I feel like you just get the heal on the Enchantress and you stop a lot of that aggression. Mira? Fly does not have a Blood Grenade, right? Yeah, he does not, so Mira should be just fine.
And for Crip, bringing the Hoodwink out, Crip, one of the rare players that is willing to do that this patch. A lot of other teams just completely ignore this. Do you like sort of seeing Shopify bring this out for Crip, one of the heroes that he can kind of carry the game sometimes with the position for? It's a very aggressive support. Doesn't, of course, provide some of the saves that we've seen Crip pull off big plays last time and last game, with regards to kind of keeping Arteezy safe. But he could go full aggressive with this.
Nice play there, Fly. Yeah, he absolutely can. It's definitely a little bit of a weirder one compared to what we're used to seeing, but if Crit's comfortable on it, right? He's one of the few that's been playing that and the Tusk. We've been looking at these side lanes a decent amount. Looks like both carries not really getting pressured whatsoever.
No, not at all.
But the mid lane, that's the other one.
Yeah, as
gotta look at the denies.
Abed on this mid shake is definitely going to be able to take away a decent amount of XP from Larl in this matchup.
But Larl is keeping him, keeping him low and steady, and the beauty about with the Kunkka is they do have a Shadow Demon with it. So they have potential to get these ganks and the Enchantress for early rotations, so do have some setups to perhaps get onto this Earthshaker anyway. So far, Collapse. Not too shabby, 12-1, a little bit behind Saberlight, top Yatoro. Won't be able to distance himself.
Yeah, how are they doing on regen up here? Yatoro still got a Tango on top of the one he's already munching on.
I'm gonna have to keep looking up here. Top Yatoro.
Whoa, they've got the burst. Same time in the mid, Lyle was able to get the X mark dragged back onto Abed. But no follow-up, so Abed will manage to reset, TP back to base. Mira also heading over to see if he could find him, but he's already out of there. And D, able to burst the Terrorblade.
And they get a side pull off at the same time, too, so they're actually going to deny quite a bit of creeps there.
What are we getting the XD for?
Making mistakes.
I didn't see what did
I'm sick and tired of these XDs in chat.
I looked
And now
top.
we're getting them in-game.
I looked top for a second, I didn't see. Did he get a deny or something? I don't even know.
We might be able to... We'll get our crew on the replays
Yeah,
to find what the XD was for.
I was looking top, because I think we've seen that now like 3 or 4 times. It's like they get the TB low once, and then they pop him once, but then they usually don't kill him another time inside that laning phase. They usually end up getting like rain drop, they get like strength treads, and then they're usually durable enough to survive. But a big kill, Saberlight, that's going to enable him to get that, pretty much that Vanguard finished up anytime soon. And Miposhka looks like he is starting to look for some creeps to try to work around. Will find himself that Hellbear Smasher. Very strong one. And okay. So it looks like we see what the game plan's probably going to be from them in these next few moments around the Power Rune. Likely to make a dive play, maybe even with both supports to go for that.
Oh, we're getting an XD replay.
What was it?
Was it just for the upheaval just being off point?
Maybe. I don't know.
Is that worthy of an XD? I don't know. But apparently it was.
Laurel, cut the tree there. Crit trying to go for an angle.
Ooh, there you go.
Hey, he tips him. He's like, nice try. Yeah, Laurel, he was ready with that Quelling Blade there. Stops the stun.
Same time, I mean, now Fly's going to get chased down by Mira. We'll manage to walk it off. They've still got eyes around the mid. Crit's got to be careful tanking these Tidebringers.
Catapult. We'll die now after that. Crit will get the last hit there. But Laurel now enabled to be able to get this Power Rune. So he's going to have 6. He's going to have the Power Rune. They could look to set up again even onto Abed pretty soon.
Certainly. I mean, that Arcane Rune could help out, get a few extra rounds of the Tidebringers off in the aggressive plays when they set them up.
I mean, that's pretty huge. I think this is... I mean, it's an Earthshaker versus the Kunkka, and Laurel's playing it super well. Yeah, he got some help at least there, but he was handling his own versus Abed's Earthshaker this time around. Some really good stuff. And Mira, in the meantime, since the lane for Collapse actually has gone quite well, he's been able to just sit back and stack. So there's going to be some massive stacks for either the Tidehunter, actually for any of the 3 cores to work on if they'd like to go back to it. So pretty damn hot start here in the lanes for Team Spirit. As the panel said, and as for a long time for Shopify, they've been ones who usually win lane, but Abed...
And Lars going to be able to get the setup here. Gets the drag back into the... Bro, do they have quite enough Fly TPing over?
Lara looking for an angle.
Can he get the angle? He can!
Not enough.
Still not enough. Abed will manage to walk this one off.
But all this is an Arcane Rune, and he's getting heavy damage onto the tower there. So the boat, it's going to be back up in almost 30 seconds. And Abed, he has to walk all the way back out there, or TP in 10 seconds. So the boat's pretty much almost going to be back up as soon as he does make his way back over there. Saberlight should be fine.
Yeah, even with the Metamorphosis up, only going to be able to tickle this.
Oh, but look at this.
With the Vanguard.
Easy. This is a cool rotation.
Oh, it certainly is. You don't expect the 7-minute Gyrocopter gank. In they go. Stun setup from Crit. As they're able to bring down Yasoro.
And just can make his way back toward bottom right afterwards. A very clean rotation from Arteezy. Will be spotted. Ward being placed there from Mira.
Still going. This mid lane, Miposhka, he keeps sort of ducking in and out beyond the tower, seeing if he can set up on towards Abed. A lot of pressure being put on this mid shaker. They know that they need to shut Abed down.
And they really are so far. I mean, that's why we saw that ward play so early on. Mira steps a little far. Crit coming down. Can he get the connection? He will.
They've got enough damage. Crit chasing him down. A couple of body blocks and a couple of right clicks. The flat coming in.
He's got a fairy.
He's juking it out, and he's got that fairy fire, but the flat cannon will be enough to take him out.
But they can't touch Collapse. And this Tide, this is, I think, the best lane that I've seen so far for the Tide in this tournament. 0-3-4 skill build. He's got the Meteor Hammer. He's going to just start throwing onto this tower. Really cool play so far from Team Spirit, though, to put that attention heavily onto mid. But 3-1 so far for Shopify. They are getting their good farm, but Abed is struggling this time. He's going to need some help.
Yeah, I mean, Miposhka's just being a complete nightmare around this area of the map. Not a chance for Abed to find anything. He can't step up to the lane in mid. He can't back off, clear a camp. This Enchantress presence, they've got to do something about it. They need to provide some help for Abed.
And this is the Miposhka specialty. We see it so often, this tower. They're going to look for a kill onto Laurel.
Gonna go lead straight in with the Echo Slam. Lyle, is he able to get the boat off, get that run buff? He is.
He is.
Turns around,
And now
throwing
Abed.
the boat down on towards Abed. Lyle walking away. He'll get out of this. He's got the X mark off onto Abed, drags him back once more.
He's alive.
Whack. Crit. Coming in just in time to hold back the two supports to make sure Abed's able to survive.
Oh my god, the raindrop saves him, and then he gets fed a Lotus right afterwards. I think he was fine anyway, but either way, the Lotus feed afterwards, just in case of anything. But Laurel, he'll be able to back up. He had a regen rune. He's going to just be able to quickly reset, farm up these stacks. Good aggressive move. In the meantime, Saberlight, I believe he finished off the top tower, and I think Yotoro, he finished off his Midas.
I definitely feel it was sort of the pressure that Spirit's putting on in the mid. As we saw Shopify, they've had to bring in the two supports around here to keep Abed safe and give him a chance against these players.
Look at Maposhka
He's
go!
going to walk past the two supports and threaten Abed.
Is he really going to get him?
Surely
Abed's
not.
hiding.
Abed indeed keeping it out of the vision. He's going to step back in, go for another enchant totem, snap on him at Poshka.
Oh my god.
Abed might still die.
The bounce
he
is-
does.
the speed
Maposhka
shot.
gets him.
What a beast!
I mean, poor old Abed. They've got the two supports here, but they can't keep him alive.
The Pine Cone.
The three of them against Enchantress and his Pine Cone, and they can't keep Abed safe. So much pressure from this Enchantress around this mid lane area.
These are rare. This is rare situation to see for Abed. When's the last time you saw him at the bottom of the cores like this?
I mean, they're just going all in on him.
They
know
really
that
are.
They know that they've got to shut Abed down. They shut Abed down, and they can hold the game in a great spot.
I mean, Abed is the biggest answer, I would say, for the Terrorblade, right? He is that big magic damage, that big control, so this definitely is working out really nicely. But in the meantime, Saberlight, he is getting a really good start because they're putting so much attention onto the Shaker. Should have good timing on his Blink Dagger. But he's gonna put a different route of build that we'll talk about afterwards.
A little bit low here.
The Ghost is slowing Collapse. All right. I mean, maybe wouldn't have been able to get off to him anyway, but I mean, every little thing could matter. So that's funny. But yeah, Saberlight's gone a very different route. So last game we saw Collapse. He actually went for a lot of points in stats. I think because he was playing versus Quasquix Invoker to, you know, not have these mana problems versus this EMP and stuff like that. Saberlight's just maxed the Retaliate. So interesting stuff. Last game, the Retaliate is super useless when he's playing versus TA, so I can understand that. But
Stampede in time. Just before Lyle was able to get the grab on him. Bottom lane, Abed. Moving around with the two supports. They're going to try and go for Collapse. They've got Arteezy here as well. They'll pop the Ravage.
Does he have backup?
I mean, Poshka's heading over. Surely he can't walk out of this one. Collapse. Maybe he can. He's still alive.
Are
After
you
this initial
kidding me?
go. He's able to target the Express. They have to drop the golem for him. They'll get him.
That's two
It takes a
big
lot.
ults. Okay.
And only just getting him as well.
Yeah. Holy moly, Collapse almost actually able to walk away from that one there. Two big ults committed there, and even almost losing a hero. But trying to protect the area for Arteezy, which they will be able to do. Artur still top of that net worth. His timing on his Ags should be pretty damn good after the crit.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Spirit
attack.
looking to strike back. Is that the blade mail done on the Kunkka? It is.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And they're hunting for Abed.
No Purge yet online for Mira, but they know exactly
Oh,
where
and
Abed is.
Lyle opens up with the torrent into the boat. Starting to get that poison stacked up. TP's coming in. They have to keep Abed safe.
One more poison.
The disruption. That's what's sort of the fourth one. Get the final one. It is
He
5,
does.
and that's enough. Abed taking down Shopify, coming in with a mass TP. See if they can punish Spirit in any shape or form. They're looking to Lyle.
The upheaval.
Lyle's not going to be able to catch them with the torrent, as he will get caught. The setup's there for Crit to land the sharp shot. They'll punish Lyle.
Oh my god, they really just don't. They do not like Abed.
They're going in for Abed.
Does end up giving a pretty big kill. Who got the last hit? It was crazy. Trying to make space, I guess. Just trying to open up. Always there for Yotoro, but so far, game state. Even though Abed's struggling, Shopify's getting quite a lot here. Arteezy is very, very farmed, but there is a Yotoro who's getting all this free farm, and he does have that Midas, so we'll have to see how that matchup ends up going. This TB versus the Gyrocopter. Can they get on top of him? Can they answer Yotoro?
I mean, what's the stack situation here for Shopify? They haven't really... I guess with sort of all the focus around mid, there's just not really been the chance for Crit and Fly to step away from the mid lane and get some stacks going for the most part.
No, I think it's been more... I think Mira's been getting, just quite a lot more, just naturally as the Shadow Demon. Wisdom Rune soon, 20 seconds.
Shopify.
Looks like Shopify's looking for a gank.
See if they can take down Collapse. They open it with a Hoot
Break.
Stomp. Again, super tanky on this tide.
Nice Hurricane.
Ravage is going to be back up in 15 seconds. Arbet will drop the slam here to take Miposhka out.
You killed me with a pine cone earlier. I'll take
that
your
is
life.
the Blink Dagger gold for Arbet secured.
Collapse. Should be able to get fly. Yeah, they've got the connection. And Shopify will take what they can get. An Echo Slam from Miposhka, but as you said, the Blink is now finished, so he can make more plays. Saberlight also with the Blink, so I mean, a very, very aggressive game that Shopify can start playing now with all these timings. Still waiting in the trees here.
They are. They might
see Mira.
Yeah, they do. Good setup. As Mira.
Nice try there with the
back
Hurricane.
one of them with his destruction. He's actually got the ult to slow down Crit. Crit is looking for the sharp shot and he'll land it perfectly. But Yatoro and Collapse, they'll turn up to take Crit down.
Oh, and that's a dominating streak actually going for Yatoro. They will be able to find this Shadow Demon, but ends up giving a lot to this TB. Nice little Hurricane plays. I mean, this is what, 2 or 3 times I've seen him use them to kind of bail his teammates out of these situations. But the Aghanims is done. Arteezy's timing's still looking good, but not that far ahead of Yatoro.
They might not have the Echo Slam online for still a full minute, but Arbet's still wanting to try and make a surprise play with the Blink Dagger as they smoke up to join the forces top. See if Arbet can get in under the tower. Fly has got the Golem to follow up with.
Spirit might not expect this, because that Echo Slam's on cooldown.
Ideally, they want Yatoro. They might have to settle for Mira. Doesn't look like they want to try and make the jump under the tier 2 for the support alone.
Really nice scouting from Mira. As soon as he sees them still lingering in the area, he's probably telling Yatoro too. He's like, be a little careful. Something's up. And in the meanwhile, too, Collapse, he's actually just taking the tier 2 bottom. Him and Miposhka have pretty much finished that one off. So when they're not seeing reactions going down there, they're probably expecting that Shopify's playing around this area.
He's going to try and set up here onto Saberlight. Oh! Right away, but still the Stampede's there. Ravage will come in to cancel it. As they've got the slow, Saberlight should get left behind on this one. Actually, maybe if the uphill was slow, he's able to step back. No, X-Mark's back up. As Lar will be able to drag him back once more. Oh, the Blink!
He's got it off.
They couldn't get any damage done in time. Saberlight actually able to get out of there despite being dragged back by the Blink Dagger, by the X-Mark. Get the Blink Dagger up.
And the Fissures perfectly. The Tidal Wave again won't connect.
They all get out on Shopify.
That first Tidal Wave was really weird. I felt like it was gonna hit the center, but it didn't move him at all. That was strange. And yeah, everybody's able to get away. Spirit trying to mount themselves for some setup of kills, but can't find anything. That was strange. That Tidal Wave looked really weird.
TP's in on the top lane. They don't want to allow Collapse to get too much free damage onto the tower with a Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, Crit's in the area here, so he does have that break if they do see an opportunity. Crit also commits for the Shard, this Boomerang, so he's got the Veil plus the Boomerang, high spell amp.
Collapse. Just sort of walking past the 3 of them. See if they can burst him. They're going to give it a go here with the Sharpshooter. Boomerang out, and with the cooldown, there should be a solid chance of taking him out. He's actually able to turn and get the Gust off. In fact, he's keeping his distance.
He's walking away, and now Abed's in trouble.
Saberlight's trying to finish him, jumps in with a Blink Dagger, but can't quite close the gap. Collapse is able to walk off, and meanwhile on the other side of the map, Lala and Miposhka, they find Abed. They couldn't kill Collapse.
Miposhka is literally Abed's kryptonite, it seems like. Every time I see Miposhka, he's on top of Abed looking for these kills. Effort there made by Shopify to get some type of kill, but can't quite find it. Collapse just walks away, and Yatoro, as we see, he's laughing his way to the bank. He's feeling good.
Oh, yeah. The money's rolling in for the TV, but still same to be said for Arteezy on his Gyro. Underneath tier 2, Saberlight. He's going to go for Mira. Mira. With a hold back onto the Gyro, with the Stampede forward. Still managed to finish him off. Arteezy getting the final touch. More gold, more glory here for the Gyrocopter.
Hero that it feels he has to stay ahead versus
They really want to
TB.
kill Collapse.
Collapse?
See if they can do it this time round.
He got the tower.
It's a decent echo here with the opening. Fisher off the mark, but it doesn't matter. The break's there, the damage is done. They'll kill Collapse, but indeed, the tower lost at 17 minutes in.
I mean, Abed's trying to get anything he can out of these Echo Slams because he's just getting hunted so often. We'll at least get that. But yeah, a tower to fall. And Yatoro just continues to get freedom. But as you said, yeah, Gyro still sticking ahead. It's just, how's this matchup between the two of them going to go? That TB, the distance, I've seen many a times.
It's kind of the Skadi timing.
Exactly.
In which it gets really tricky for the Gyro.
There's also a Shadow Demon that you have to always factor in that's going to hold the Gyro in place. Saberlight, do they have this damage for him? The Tidal Wave. Maybe trying to push him for the impetus damage.
And you know what? It worked out.
Okay.
They'll take him down. Saberlight, not quite as tanky as the Team Spirit counterpart has collapsed. They can, Team Spirit, they can kill the Centaur.
Can we get some damage numbers when we get a chance to? Because I feel like Miposhka's been doing an insane amount of DPS.
He's been everywhere.
This one. I feel like he's just throwing impetus killing heroes, so. Yeah, it's been pretty wild from him. We'll get them in a moment. Growpo, so talking about Miposhka, his scaling, absolutely there. We did see, Fly got a crazy amount of farm that last game, but it was in a position where he's versus like this PL versus Earth, but it was hard for him to actually use it. This is definitely a game where I feel like Enchantress can stand his ground. He's going to be doing a lot with these impetus. Could even see him killing any of these cores. TZ.
Oh, just chilling out, waiting for his TP to come off cooldown.
Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
3k lead now, though, for Spirit. Manta online. Yatoro. Ulti Orb also finished up. And he does have the saves. That is the important thing. Like you mentioned, this time around, Arteezy, he doesn't have crit. Well, on the side of Spirit, there's always going to be the Shadow Demon to protect. And the Rum.
Talking about crit. Could be in a spot of bother here. The combo hit. Dragged back by the tidal wave.
These two are killers. Menaces.
They've just really managed to get sort of that mid-presence snowballing in their favor this game, Team Spirit, with how much focus they put on in this area very early on with their two supports, joining forces with Lal and making sure that they just have this edge.
And they're being a little bit split up about everything too, right? Yatoro's playing one side, Collapse is playing another. There's not really opportunities for them to get a 4-man Golem, a 4-man Fatal Bond, a big Echo Slam. It just hasn't been there because Spirit's not giving that opportunity for Shopify. They're farming well. But Spirit's just farming that much better and slowing down Abed over and over and over again.
DD room for Yatoro. He'll be passed over the bottle and they'll have that ready for the next fight. He wants to get involved now. He feels strong.
They could even look to set up for this next Roche for the first Roche, that is, pretty soon. Fly.
They want to settle for Fly. No, they want to go for more.
They want a big target.
They can sneak around the Warlock. They might catch Arteezy.
Oh my goodness. They see him for a second there, Laurel.
He's going to want to chase up to the high ground for this one. They've got the vision. And Yatoro, he's waiting for him on the high ground. The BKB is there. So Arteezy is going to attempt to stand his ground.
They're on Yatoro.
With the Hoostomp. They're going to look to burst the Terrorblade. They're able to do it with the Sharpshooter.
Nice game.
A Shopify. They'll punish this play from Team Spirit, take out Yatoro, and maybe be able to find even more. Abed comes in with a jump, takes Miposhka down. 2 dead. The Ravage is there from Collapse. It'll set up for them to finish Saberlight. But it's only 1 kill in return for losing 2 their own. Laurel drag back onto Crit, but he's very, very low. Same to be said for Arteezy.
Another catch.
He's able to kite out the anchor smash, so he won't have his damage reduced for now. Abed.
Oh, he's stuck in the spot.
All right, he's stuck in the spot. He still managed to get the Fisher off over towards Collapse.
But Laurel gets away. The disruption. Beautiful save from Mira.
Yeah, and just a little short there on the Blink Echo attempt from Abed. Collapse. See if they can still get him. Yes, they can. Damage is done once again. Another sharpshooter from Crit lands perfectly.
Abed, he's getting poison stacked, but he'll be able to get himself away.
I'm in a good turn there. The BKB from Arteezy.
Perfect timing.
Coming in hot on that one.
That plus Crit, just getting the stun. They get the connection with Saberlight on top of Yatoro. They've 100-0 him. Great counter gank. This time, Spirit gives them the opportunity to use their ults. That's exactly kind of what Shopify needed. Maybe a little bit of bait play. Good positioning there from the supports. But Laurel does get away. And a good save there from Mira at the end of it all.
Yatoro feeling strong with the DD.
Did it just get delivered on the courier? I think it did, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
I don't think he had it much before.
Maybe they didn't see it as he walked up.
And just too much burst for the TB to deal with right now. The Hoostomp into the shot from Crit. Very nice start to the fight there, despite Spirit being the ones that entered into it.
And Laurel Yatoro, somebody was saying, please cancel this upheaval there, because Laurel is just stuck. So Collapse just has to use that Ravage to be able to do so. And it does actually end up saving Laurel here, so this disruption there from Mira, kind of perfectly timed.
As we see Abed trying to get in onto Lal. Couldn't quite make it there.
I can't believe that spot still exists.
A strong showing there from Shopify in that performance.
A perfect timing
last
too.
fight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like they kind of like removed the spot, but it's still there. It's still there to catch these pros. Collapse.
Now they probably do have the tools to be able to tackle this Tide Hunter.
Big break. Yeah, there's the damage.
Easily done. They can look for the kills now, Shopify. They're feeling strong.
Playing around Artur, just keeping him protected. And we're seeing the build that we used to see from the Hoodwinks. Okay, nice. He's going to go for that big burst build. Can even one-shot these supports if they're not prepared for it.
Yeah. Scardy's done on Yatoro, but yeah, he's going to be feeling that that BKB needs to come out for him.
Absolutely.
And he won't be messing around. BKB queued up next.
Do they try for this Roche setup here?
I mean,
looks like they're going to look for a fight.
It is a bit risky, to go into the pit because Golem's up, Echo's up.
Lara was pinging it. Oh, they're going to appear right on top of Crit. Can Crit get himself away? No.
They've got the X mark. RT's just going to consider fighting to try and help out here on this one.
He's purged up.
He might have a BKB TP. Golem's going to get dropped. He's going to try and stand his ground. He's got Sableye backing him up. In with a Hoost up on towards Yatoro. Lali's just running at RTZ. The X marks there. They'll be able to drag him back once more. Fly from the side, challenging the upheaval, but the impetus damage is too much for Artur. RTZ falls. Collapse leads him with a gush over to Sableye. Arbed, he'll opt for the TP out. He's actually going to stick around. I think he cancelled his own TP on this one.
He did.
With the Fisher. I mean, he's fine. He's got the Ag, so we'll be able to keep his distance. But not able to stick around and turn the fight, that's for sure. As Team Spirit take the advantage there this time round. Sort of Shopify's attempt to turn, coming in a bit too piece by piece.
And it's just always a scary position there when you're a Gyrocopter and there's this Shadow Demon. It's the anti-carry for a reason. He just holds him in place. See, the support's even getting a decent chunk of damage with Impetus, but more than that, just Yatoro's able to freely rain onto him. RTZ does have to be.
Collapse. And with the pace things are going, Yatoro likely to have that BKB for the next team fight.
Yeah, Arteezy has to be a little bit more careful of how he wants to lead the charge inside of these, when he is just fully isolated versus 3 heroes just being able to control and wail on him. That was the Ags reveal, I believe, also there from the Kunkka. I don't know if the Torrent Storm is really connected on too many heroes, but either way, the control at the end of it was able to finish off Arteezy. He did use the BKB again, right? So 2 usages now, down to 7 seconds for Artur.
He's very close to his butterfly.
That'll be a big timing. Because Yatoro, as you said, he's going for that BKB next, so that evasion definitely could come into play. Fly. He will get caught. Feels like Spirit, I mean, they have everything up, and they also don't feel as cooldown reliant as it feels like for Shopify. It feels like Shopify does need the Golem or the Echo Slam in most instances to take these fights. And that's a big stack, actually. Yatoro's starting to work on a Triple Ancient stack.
Yeah, with that in the tower, probably will be very close to the BKB being complete.
Yep, pretty much does have it finished up.
So not an easy hero to kill anymore, this Terrorblade. Not only the BKB, but just the backup right with regards to the Rum, the potential saves from Mira,
he's so
and of course the pipe from Collapse.
Yeah, he's 3,300 HP, or 34 when he's on Strength Treads, and then he's got the saves. As you mentioned, Arteezy does not have those saves, and they didn't itemize either for it. I was kind of checking around. Both supports, they're building completely for themselves on Shopify this time.
They really are.
No Solar Crest, no Force Staff, so that's...
Hell yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
My kind of support here. Midas Ags on Fly, E-Blade Rush on Crit.
I don't know how I feel about the... I mean, no Solar Crest on the Warlock. I mean, Solar Crest Warlock feels like... I feel like I've seen it every single game, but they want to build for themselves, and let's see if that ends up working out.
Everyone wants to be a carry here on Shopify.
Yeah. And even Saberlight, right? He's building a heart. Yep. Literally everybody's building for their own game.
Auras, nothing.
Good luck, Artur. We ain't Force Staffing you. They're like, you're going to be Shadow Demon purged anyway. It's not going to do anything.
I can't
maybe that's
more Mirror.
Honestly, that's maybe what they are thinking. So, Abed.
They want to kind of split the...
Oh my, Abed. Can he get himself away out of this? I don't think so.
Yeah, he's not jumping out of this one. They've got the Stampede.
Impetus. See you later. Oh boy, that's a big catch.
I mean, it is. And of course, the space was there. They've got the Aegis on Yatoro. Level 20 coming up soon. When that Metamorphosis is up again in a couple of minutes, that push from Team Spirit could come in pretty hard.
Yeah, and he's level 20 now also. Arteezy is still matching, of course, with the timings there, but the TB, that strength growing with how he's enabled from his buddies. Defiant Shell also picked up, and yeah, 20 talent's gotten, so Conjure Image duration. This talent is just too damn good. Miposhka, Hurricane Pike's done so. They do have Drum, they have Hurricane Pike, they have Auras, they have buff ups. More and more ways to enable this Yatoro TB.
Now, how close are Shopify supports to their items? We're
pretty close.
400 gold off the E-Blade, 500 gold off the Ags.
I'm unsure. The E-Blade is the one that I'm a little bit... I don't know how I feel about this.
You would have liked to see a Force.
I mean, the thing is, like, the Dispel is going to be happening and stuff like that. Maybe Crit doesn't... He's not sure what else to do, because this is, like, the old school kind of natural build-up, but we'll have to see if it ends up working, because they're very tanky, and yeah, it's going to maybe get Dispelled off also, too, so... Yeah, just unsure about it, but... I can never really complain about an Ags Warlock, Top.
Arteezy's on his own. should be fine. BKB and TP is there.
He's getting anchored up. He's going to have to perhaps use it.
I think he might.
And if he doesn't use it too soon...
I mean, he is completely on his own.
He's not using it. And now he's surrounded, and even if he uses it, he might just die. Let's see.
They should be fine with the TP. I don't think they don't have the damage. He's fine. Oh, no, it's
Oh my god, no, it's going to bring him back.
Oh, it is.
It's got him.
It's going to last long enough that it can pull him back after the BKB.
Oops, he's going to say. Oh, he forgot. He's like, oh man. I thought he was just going to BKB TP way sooner.
He pushed the limits there.
Maybe he didn't expect Laura to be in range there, but pushing the limits, Arteezy gets punished.
See once again. No. Back in the old days, this wouldn't have done it.
Welcome to new Dota.
That exit's on you. BKB or not, and it comes to an end. The exit is still there. You're coming straight back.
I'm sure he's sitting there and he's like, oh no. Well, it happens to the best of them.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
As now timing, Yatoro just continues to be massive, and he's got meta back up.
He's ready to go for the base.
Yep.
30 minutes in, they're in a sweet spot right now here, Team Spirit.
All right, let's see if the Ags Golems are going to make the difference.
And this is why they're built for themselves, you know. Sometimes your gyro carries out of the game. You got to do a bit of carrying yourself here on the supports.
Fair.
And they've got the items for it.
We'll get Demonic Cleansed back up. Let's see he'll reset. They forced heroes back to base. They're happy with that. They still have the meta at the ready for the fight. They have Ravage. Ooh, they're actually perhaps going to continue here. Illusion Rune up in top. How's Laurel's progression gone? He's got his BKB now, so.
Oh, yeah, out they come, Shopify.
It's just difficult for them to 100-0 most of these heroes. They're so damn tanky on the side of Spirit.
I don't think they can burst Yatoro. There's just too many ways to save him, too many ways to keep him alive.
And they need to find Mira. He's got a blink and they will find him.
Disruption in time.
Will he get the blink?
Whack. No, they'll get him.
Pretty big catch. One of the important ones. That's a Heart Centaur, by the way. It doesn't
pretty much
matter.
Losing more than a half his HP there to Mimposhka's impetuses.
They're looking to try to keep going because 30 seconds on Mira, but Yatoro's running in.
He's just picked up a Silver Edge. He's going to catch them by surprise. Sneaks in, closes the gap. On towards Arteezy. And it's going to be popped. Yatoro standing his ground, trying to take down the Golem.
X again on Artur.
They're going to take the Golem, and indeed the X dragging back Arteezy. Arteezy's going to get E-bladed here by Crit in an attempt to save him, providing some sort of safety from the right clicks alone, but they cannot keep him alive.
This is just the Yatoro specialty. He loves silver edging right on top of Arteezy, and
well, you know.
I always wish, like, I wonder what he's saying. He's like, don't tip me, you fool. I won't try for it. What a play again, though. Arteezy, he can't stand his ground. Everything gets popped there. They're tanky. They're just way too tanky
There's
on
Silver
Spirit.
Edge on Yatoro as well. He's sneaking around the map.
Oh, will he find Abed?
He's going to be able to enchant Tome now.
Should be the jump, yeah.
He's okay. He's all good. He's out, but again...
Fight's getting harder and harder.
Arteezy dead again. They just don't have the ways to protect the gyro, right?
Nope.
Arteezy gets caught in the front. I mean, sure, in that situation, caught a little bit by surprise by that recent Silver Edge pickup on Yatoro, but still, it's seeming hard for him to stay alive against this just immense amount of damage that Yatoro is dealing right now.
Yeah, no way to bail him out at all. And also, I think that Yatoro, he dodged the initial first stun of the Golem that came out.
I think he did. I
think he got hit by the secondary one because it does do that two little stun things. But either way, it's like these little things all do add up. And Arteezy, his BKB's gone down so low at this point now where every single time he is just getting X'd, he's getting dragged back, he's getting hit by so much connection. And the tankiness of these heroes means that he's going to be able to get these anchor smashes and stuff, reduce the damage, etc. So, yeah, so far, game plan for Spirit, it's been working perfectly. Even though Arteezy's been keeping this farm up, the fights just haven't been going in their favor.
Damage just...
it's not there.
It isn't being done by the gyro at the moment. Arteezy, it almost feels like they've got to slow things down, allow him to get the Satanic, and then at least the Daedalus.
He needs the Daedalus. So yeah, or even the Silver Edge, whichever one. He needs some type of bigger damage for him, because right now it does feel, unless Abed lands a massive Echo Slam with Fatal Bond, they're not going to be killing most of these cores.
He's level 18, so chances for big echoes are there.
Spirit leading the charge. Laurel, a shield rune, even tankier now.
Spirit. See how much they want to push for. They don't have the Aegis, a minute and a half until Roche potentially is back up.
See, crit, he's pinging. He's like Shadow Demon. Gotta watch out for this SD. Mira, they did find him at the start of that fight, but then it ended up not mattering just because of the positioning there from Yatoro getting the jump. It's always going to be hard to find Mira with the blink, the lens, this headband.
It's easy. We'll have the Satanic finish for the next fight, but still the damage, which is likely to be an issue when it comes to taking down Team Spirit's incredibly tanky lineup.
Even a Shiva's Guard now on Collapse on top of the Rum, on top of everything, and Saberlight.
He's got the Ogre Steel Totem.
He is anchored up, though.
And DD's on the ground, ready for them. A Collapse, he'll grab that. Shiva's Guard popped. They're standing around the Saberlight Centaur. Is there going to be any sort of assistance from him? There is, and Saberlight's gone in an instant. And now Arteezy, he's got to run. He has got BKB and Satanic if he wants to try and turn. The Ravage is going to catch him. Collapse turns with a gush, burst through crit. Up to the high ground they go as they chase out Fly. The Torrent Storm clips him. As the three of them go down, Arteezy this time, the BKB TP will manage to save him. But it's 3 dead on Shopify Rebellion. They can't take these team fights right now.
They can't take anything right now. Even Saberlight, who's a Centaur with 4,000 HP, a plate mail, etc., he dies in seconds. He gets disseminated. All this damage that comes out from the pure damage, he just gets shredded. I mean, Disseminate always does make heroes look a little bit squishier as well, too, but full MKB now. The timings are there. That Butterfly doesn't feel like it really did too much before anyway. Now the answer is fully there for Yatoro. And Arteezy? Oh, he's dead. He dead.
He's very dead. No BKB, no TP, only a Satanic that might let him live a little longer, but not a lot longer. Caught outside of the base, and that's him gone. No buyback money available for him. He is out for 80. Spirit, they'll look to proceed to the high ground off the back of that one.
They're just playing so damn well. They seem like they just have all the information every single time of where these heroes are hiding. They've found Abed all game, ganking him, shutting down any of his timings, and they just keep finding Artor. 60 seconds, no gyro.
I mean, they have got good team fight. They've got good wombo combo. But I don't know if it's enough wombo.
No.
They're going to try. Saberlight, in with the hoof stomp.
The pipe's out. They don't want to go.
And the barracks are gone. Spirit, they can absolutely go for more if they want to here. Still 45 seconds, no gyro.
Can he land a 5-man echo?
Saberlight.
That's going to be the question.
Try and step up here. They'll get the Fisher out onto Yatoro. Collapse. He just goes straight back in on the wall. Saberlight. They have Shadi blade breakdown. Oh, that's it with the jump. It's a decent jump. But the BKB's out for Yatoro. Thunder over towards Mirage. Yatoro's back up to full HP. Beats into Saberlight. The Torrent's for catching them all.
That's their big hurrah. That's literally all their ults, and it kind of just tickles. Yatoro gets the BKB off.
Another set of barracks, and they'll be looking for the mega creeps.
They're looking to close it out.
They certainly are. 17k lead. Team Spirit built this game up perfectly to this point, in which there's just no stopping them.
We'll respect the buyback a little bit here. Meta is gone. All their ults have been expanded. Actually, they still have Ravage, but they'll back it up.
No need to take any risks here, Spirit. They know how comfortable of a spot they're in right now. They can close this game up however they want. Potential for Roshan. We see ourselves on the screen. It will be 30 seconds. They can fall back, get the Rosh, and then look to push once more.
How long ago has it been since they killed one of those big cores? I think it's been like almost 15 minutes since I've seen one of the tanky cores, either the Yatoro Collapse or the Kunkka. Yeah, it's been quite a long time since they got any of them. They've just found some support kills, really. Yeah, itemization and just the durability of these heroes has definitely proved to be a huge issue for Shopify to get through.
Frustrations from Arteezy. He's got the quad Midas queued up.
Oh boy. Not the quad Rapier? How upsetting. Hey, Spirit, they just know how to play versus this. Yatoro, you know, he has said he doesn't like the gyro.
That's true, he said gyro's a trash hero. And he's certainly looking good in the matchup here today against it.
Yeah, it's just been clean. Even though they've gotten 17 kills, that's the thing. It's like Shopify, they've gotten a fair amount of kills. It hasn't been on the really big important heroes in these moments. And Abed has had one of the roughest games of the tournament.
I mean, they went all in on him.
They did. Even though he's really 5-5, but it's still just like his timings came out so late. His echoes were used on single heroes so many times of how Spirit played. That's been quite beautiful by them. 19k gold lead, everything at the ready. Shopify looking to catch them off guard, can they?
Look at the hoof stomp. They should have follow up. The Sin of the Burst through Lava. Last able to get the BKB off. Mirror with the defensive disruption. Yatoro Stepping over the wall, Sableye. Lyle gets the BKB, turns with the boat coming out. BKB's there from RT's time. Arbed's in with the Echo Slam onto the two of them. The focus lava, Lyle heals back up. They've lost Fly. They're losing Sableye as the Stampede comes to an end. He's caught outside the base. Collapse, he's just charging in on them. Gets him with the Anchor Smash. Gush as well. Sableye slowly but surely falling as they've lost Gyro once again. RTZ does have buyback, but Sableye, Fly, they do not. They'll tap out. GG is called. Team Spirit. They'll take the second game of this best of 5. 2-0 right now.
And in the second half of this one, they made it look pretty one-sided.
They did.
I mean, pretty devastating performance. Flaro in particular, just knowing his strengths, a beautiful game on the Kunkka, honestly. I have to give him a lot of commends. The supports, though, enabling so much on the map over and over again. I feel like that's been the story for Spirit a lot. Yes, their cores are beasts, but these supports, the amount that they do, the amount of pressure that they're able to place on the map, it's insane. How much damage did Miposhka end up doing in this game, too? I feel like he was one of the highest.
He did as much damage as his Terrorblade, basically, at the end. 26k on Yusura, 25k on Miposhka.
He's feeling himself. I mean, look at that. He's jumping up and down. If he's going to get his Enchantress, if he's going to be able to get these type of performances,
yeah, I mean,
with
both of these teams, right? We're seeing Enchantress is a pretty important hero between these two.
Absolutely. I mean, they knew exactly what to do, and we'll see what adjustments Shopify goes for. Maybe not building for like themselves on the supports or something like that, or maybe switching up the draft entirely because something didn't seem to click, especially with how Spirit, they just danced around the map. It seemed like they were doing whatever they really wanted to this game. That was crazy good.
I know we saw on the faces there from Shopify Rebellion. It was a rough game one to lose, a game in which they had such a lead, and now this game too, feeling very much helpless for pretty much the majority of that second half. They're going to have to pick themselves off the ground like never before if they want to try and swing their way back into this best of 5 against Spirit, because right now, Team Spirit looking primed here to take this game 3 and get the 3-0 unless Shopify change something up big time. Team Spirit with the lead right now, 2-0.
Quite the convincing performance from Team Spirit in Game 2 of this best of 5. They're now at match point. One more win will secure them the victory here. We'll see what Shopify Rebellion will come up with in game number 3. But first, let's break this one down because it did get out of control quite rapidly, Lacoste. I know your prediction score-wise is ruined.
Yeah, unfortunately, but there's still hopium for NA boys. Supports made all the difference in the world in this one. Like the first clip that just played, Enchantress, I don't know if you can give Miposhka his signature Enchantress. This might be his probably best hero, because he puts a ton of pressure onto the mid lane. Like some of the trades that he did, he kills the enemy mid laner, dies afterwards, and they shut him down. They managed to also get the tower early on with this troll creep, which opens up the map a lot. Collapse, he had a couple of deaths because, he was chatting it up, sitting like near the tier 2 tower, and they did punish him, but they also needed to relieve some of the pressure that from the Terrorblade so that he can get the free farm.
Yeah. The pivot that Spirit did in this game too, where they didn't allow Shopify to play their tempo. They excel when they have this Fly Enchantress and they have this Beastmaster and they're just oppressing the map early on. They gave away so many heroes in that first phase, took the Enchantress for themselves and allowed them to have whatever they wanted. And it really worked out so nicely for them, because if Spirit can go toe-to-toe with Shopify with not losing lanes or not getting choked out, they just out-execute. They outfight them, because it felt like the net worth was even at some point, but then all it took was one fight where Spirit just outplayed them, and it was a snowball from then.
Yeah, and they also just did such a good job pressuring Abed. I mean, the casters talked about it constantly. They just roamed both of the supports, the Enchantress, and they killed him, and they pressured him, and his net worth was just really small compared to Kunkka's. And then in the mid game, it just became the game of like X marking the gyrocopter. They got him like twice at crucial moments, got kills on him, and the opposite didn't happen because Abed's damage potential was basically thrown at Tide. It works sometimes, not always. So they were just playing from behind, and it just feels to me like the magical thing about Team Spirit is they just get ganked less and they gank more than other teams, and that's something that just gives them gold advantages.
Gyro went from S tier carry to S tier carry pretty much throughout this whole tournament. Like he became so popular at the start, and Yatoro, he might be right in the end. This whole thing about Gyro being first phase at the start, now we see him second, third pick, still can't really carry the games.
Yeah, and what Lacoste said, we actually have a replay showing how ass tier this carry can be depending on the matchup that you're in. So Kunkka, a hero, coming out later on in the tournament, you've got this X into BKB TP, which, the BKB TP is one of the great strengths of these natural BKB builders. Not only does Kunkka build into a Blade Mail, which absolutely owns the Gyro, in the early game if you so pleased to go for that. You got that BKB TP. And then this next clip I just wanted to show because it's really funny. We're going to see that here from Collapse. Just give him a second. There goes the gyro again. Very pathetic. And then the Ravage for the Warlock.
Yeah,
there it is.
I mean, that was great plays by Spirit, but calling Gyro an ass tier carry is so
Except
crazy.
for the Ravage. Except for that one.
That is so crazy. Gyro is a top tier carry. He has a 56% win rate at DreamLeague with being first phased. That is
Don't throw in the joke, Effie.
But I just cannot, like, Gyro is not the problem.
Well, ass tier is still A tier. That's ass for A for ass.
We will debate about this. I think the reality is the players are the ones at the end of the day that will decide, is this gyrocopter good to go for first phase, or are we going to just pass up on it? Team Spirit definitely seems to know how to deal with it. What will happen in game number 3? Stick around, you'll find out.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule, dare to triumph against all odds, dare to rise above fate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
In the mix right now. With DJ 31. Killing the ones and twos. It's DJ Set It Off. Brand new. Yeah, he makes your body rock. DJ D-Rock is in the mix. Haters, step back. DJ Spin that. DJ Willie D's in the building.
2023. Aliens are real. Valve is listening to the community and improving Dota. People are playing Artifact. The paranormal is real. To ensure perfect package deliveries in these paranormal times, DHL has created a new subdivision to investigate mysterious happenings in Dota 2 and beyond. They call it the DHL Dark Division. Okay. Take your time. Attention DHL Dark. This is the director. Now you better listen to me, boy. The force 50%, the shadow pool, high variance behavior score, it's all real. It's all there. You just gotta believe. But forget about all that now. Mysterious happenings are going on in Malaysia. Nah, I ain't talking like nobody picking support in the last 15 years in sea servers. I'm talking, about paranormal packages being delivered by couriers and stuff in Dota from our on-site facility. Now get your team, get in that facility, and figure out what the hell's going on down there. Bring Shiver too, she's bored. Shiver!
Yes?
We gotta get to the bottom of this. We have to uncover the truth. This is big, Shiver. This is bigger than the mystery behind who thought the immortal matchmaking party system was a good idea. The KO facility is heavily guarded and by all accounts perfectly functioning, but we know that it's the source of these mystery packages.
We will have to get in undetected.
Yeah.
We do not know who to trust.
We don't.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Okay, if we want to get in there, we got to go off the book, Shiver. We need to do IRL smurfing. I'm sorry, Bobo. All right, Shiver, you ready for this?
Yes.
Let's do it. Our mission is simple. Get in, find the person responsible for the mystery packages, and get out. It could be anybody, Shiver. Ice Frog, Purge for the 100th time. It could even be a fan that signed up with the link below to win an all-expenses paid trip to the next ESL event in Kuala Lumpur. Really anyone, especially probably the fan that signed up with the link. Look, we'll find out. This is a promo, by the way. Sign up with the link. Click the link, win a free trip to the next ESL event.
An all-expenses paid trip for two to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. That does sound like a great trip. Get to meet Slacks. Potentially you're a bad guy, apparently. That's what...
Thank God it's
don't
not
use
me.
that kind of language.
Yeah, it definitely is not going to be Purge for the 100th time.
It's been a couple.
It's been a couple.
My evil
I
laugh
stared
is
evilly
being
at the Purge.
delivered.
Yes. That means, by the way, that you should go to esl.gg/DHL. That's where you can sign up and have a chance to win the trip. The all-expenses paid trip for two. Did I mention you don't have to do anything? All you have to do is probably roll up to an airport near you and everything is taken care of. That sounds like the dream. So make sure you do that. esl.gg/DHL. You got this. And let's see who got this game number 3, because we are in the middle of our grand finals here at DreamLeague Season 21, and so far, Team Spirit's got this, Purge.
That's what it kind of seems like. I mean, the ones that went through the winner brackets, so they had a lot of steam. But honestly, Shopify's been playing really solid considering Game 2 is a little bit more disappointing. But their morale's got to be a bit lower. They're down 0-2. They broke Lacoste's prediction. You got
really mad about this one.
You got a new prediction?
New prediction. Jenkins has a joke, by the way.
I do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I get the camera?
Can we get the camera on Jenkins, please?
I think we're going to see Artreezy on Muerta this game.
If they give it to them, because Shopify do have first pick, but is Muerta first phaseable? I don't know. The Enchantress is still in the pool. Shopify banned out the PA themselves with having first pick, which means that this is not their priority hero in this phase. And I just feel, yeah, it is the Enchantress. I just feel like this hero was the hero that controlled the pace of both games in the early game. In that first game for Shopify, it was tempo, 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 especially paired with Saberlight's Beastmaster. And in that game too, Miposhka was an absolute menace on it throughout the entire game in terms of damage dealing, but also shutting down Abed. So taking this Enchantress, I think, is the only correct approach right now for Shopify.
Are we going to run it back? They definitely need some like magical damage. We've seen Enchantress in Game 1 and Game 2 causing a lot of issues, just being super tanky, annoying in your face, dealing with the towers early on. And there's the Earth Spirit to run it back from the Game 1. Bit of a different order, but...
This time around, there will be no Abed Invoker, as we saw in Game 1, though. Also have the majority of the carries banned out that we worried about, other than the Gyrocopter, which I mean, I'm very curious to see what the teams are going to do with that. Maybe it's still a great pick if you can pick it later on, when you know what you're up against.
Yeah, you could potentially do it. Spirit might just take the Ancient Apparition again with the Earth Spirit, because it worked out so well in terms of heal reduction versus heroes like Enchantress, and that would be their solution for the Gyrocopter also. In terms of taking it for themselves, Spirit generally just don't want to play the hero. I feel that they will always go the Terrorblade route if they're given a choice between Gyro or TV.
I am curious. We have the most picked hero ignored so far this series. Most picked hero in DreamLeague, which also a very high success rate in a Vengeful Spirit. But Perch, we've rarely seen, we've not seen her this series at all.
Yeah, that's a little surprising to me. Typically, Shopify Rebellion picks her as their second support, but I think they've just had other priorities this game. I also think Dark Willow's moved up a little bit in the last, 3 or 4 series into a first or instant second phase ban. So I think that one's just kind of overshadowing what the Venge wants to do a little bit. That's all.
I think that the Willow is moving up in ban priority, not because she's stronger than Vengeful Spirit, but because if you leave the Willow through, you have to worry about the Willow Beastmaster lane, which we've seen being run for the last couple of days, and it looks unbeatable. That lane has not lost yet. So if you take out Willow from the equation, you're denying a good support, while also not being as threatened by the Beastmaster, because a lot of teams will want to take it for themselves or just solve it through their laning phase. Like we saw with the...
And Willow just combos so effectively with so many good heroes, so many melee divers. So it's kind of like a 1-2 punch. It's safer to ban it, probably.
Makes sense. We got the Centaur and the Terrorblade removed on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Team Spirit will now get to ban one hero, after which they'll be allowed to pick. What are you guys giggling about, Lacoste?
There's a fly on Jenkins's foot. And maybe EG Fly or Shopify Rebellion Fly, he already gave up. We don't have the angle, but it is right there. Let me just show it. This is the fly. There it is. It's on my hand right now.
Wow.
There it is. Shopify Rebellion Fly attacking me.
He's just looking at the fly.
I also need to shower, probably. Look, it's not moving. What is this?
Slap it. Jenkins.
No, I don't want to.
Jenkins Skit.
I don't want them to play 4 versus 5.
This entire panel, he's been trying to set up that joke.
I was wondering, what you guys were doing.
We were trying to aim where the fly is.
It's like the first time with a 5-man panel that nobody has anything to say during the draft.
I was still. I was on my foot. I was trying to get his attention.
They're the best friends now.
We got fly stats now as well. Sorry, Effie. Go, please take us into the draft.
Bat chest.
I'm just I'm curious for Scared because they have 2 different takes they could go now. They could potentially set up for a gyro again because their TB is taken out, so they have to address it. Their solution has been Shadow Demon, so that was one of the approaches. The other would have been obviously the Ancient Apparition from Poshka, but they prioritized Mira SD instead, and I can understand why, right? The utility of a shard is so good when you have a hero like Earth Spirit, and the ulti is always going to be... It's just always going to be good, regardless of whatever carry comes out of Shopify. I mean, Purge is pretty broken. Not the Purge next to me.
Yeah, it's anti-carry. You can,
You're pretty broken too. You're smart.
You can kick him out. You can use Shadow Demon's Purge on top of him,
I don't
which
want to
makes
kick him out. He's doing a great job
not able to move. Yeah, just keep doing that. Me and Jenks are having too much fun.
My bad. I like the Storm. We've seen this do very well against Earth Spirit and Earth Shaker in the mid lane. It's one of the answers to the melee heroes that people are picking in this patch. And then it's very good against the SD as well. It's a hero that can... honestly, the best backline jumper in Dota, period. anytime Storm is not viable, the heroes like SD and Oracle instantly become broken. So I like that they pick it here. They've played it before, and then they pick the Coddle with it as well, which I see a lot of people spamming in pubs, by the way. It seems to be one of the broken floor positions.
I thought coming into this tournament, this hero is going to be much more popular because of the so many broken combos that you have with Chakra Magic. But seems like that's not the case. You know, Bet Boom, they tried to run it a couple of times, looked really good in their hands. What I want to see from Shopify Rebellion is pick some offlaner that has the stun. Because right now you're relying on Storm Spirit. All these heroes are really squishy. If you get a jump with Earth Spirit +1, these heroes are going to die.
Yeah. But speaking of stun, Spirit needs some lockdown of their own now that the Storm is here. They need some kind of Lion. I mean, Mira hasn't played that in a while because so many other heroes have come to popularity. But I think Lion could address some of their Storm problems.
It's a good hero.
Or
there it
silence
is.
from Skywrath Mage.
Yeah.
You could also go the double silence route with... Okay, they didn't. Dawnbreaker.
That's a very, very strong lane between these two heroes. Like, that's like the strongest level 2 power spike lane you could imagine.
But don't you think they're counter... Like, Storm just buys with BKB, and then both of these heroes are... They don't really do much. I mean, they'll counter-initiate his own...
Yeah, you're banking on pretty much killing the Storm pre-BKB.
I feel like these drafts are an evolution of the previous game, which was basically like they couldn't buy defensive items to protect their carry because the Shadow Demon ulti was so annoying to deal with. It just would have instantly dispelled the force of the Glimmer or whatever. So now they're just like, we're just gonna murder the backline with the Storm Night Stalker. That's all they care about. Kill the backline supports, then deal with the rest of the fight. The lanes are still scary, and Team Spirit still has really good heroes, but at least it gives Shopify better ways to enter the fight that they struggled with against Team Spirit in the previous games.
It's a good Night Stalker game to start with. You have Chakra Magic, plus you also have your ulti, so it refreshes your cooldown, so you might get hit by triple silence, which is going to be super annoying for both Skywrath Mage, Shadow Demon, even Earth Spirit. Like, he gets to roll, you get on top of him. Like, they're going to need to be able to protect each other really well.
Yeah, this is an excellent NS game. Earlier when I was saying they could go the double silence route, I meant they could take the Night Stalker for themselves because it's a good hero versus Enchantress as well because of the shard, and then instead of playing 4 stuns, you could just run at the Storm early on with your silences.
Saberdark, he had a really good performance against Bet Boom in the last series that they played.
Yeah, but that means that they prioritize the Dawn over the Night Stalker. They think that the kill threat that comes out of Dawn on lane gives them more value.
It also gives them
wonder if
more
that's the
save.
case.
Like, they have a lot of sustain on Spirit because of Dawn ulti, so they can protect their supports with that ulti, and also Shadow Demon. So it's going to be really hard. I don't see any team fight coming out from Shopify Rebellion. This is pretty single target oriented until later on Storm Spirit gets the Aghanim Scepter.
But don't you feel like, sure, it gives them save, but it also gives Shopify a way to play the game, because usually Dawn drafts are played in a way where she's farming on a side lane or somewhere in the jungle, and then Shopify can just set up a smoke, go on her first, and it just simplifies their ability to play the map this game, this Dawn pick on Spirit's side, because it doesn't give them the team fight that they needed. It's just a counter initiate, and Shopify are already playing for pickoffs with their Storm Spirit pick. So I just don't like it very much, the Dawnbreaker, if I'm being honest.
Why?
Even though it's a good hero.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering why Lifestealer here? Is this like Spectre coming out from Team Spirit?
Who predicted the life stealer? Oh, it was Effie.
You did?
Effie, Effie.
The last
1 point. Here we go.
It didn't come out though. It got banned.
That was close.
It got banned.
As the co-host, I'll give you a quarter point for that.
Thank you, co-host.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't get that power, so you don't get that power.
I don't. I think I make the rules as the co-host.
Okay. I guess.
I will say, the trend that we've seen from Shopify Rebellion, where they have in the games that they do well, they have such a great early game, loads of movements and stuff, and I know Flyon as Enchantress will have those movements. I just don't see it as much from the Keeper of the Light. I feel like when I see Crit being absolute dominant in a game, it's not really Coddle.
I mean, Coddle really enables Storm, so I think that enough is worth it, because Abed can be the playmaker and Crit can just run around with him. Faceless Void potentially could make it so that the Coddle plus Enchantress are stronger supports, right? Because they'll be able to 2 damage, and it'll be able to jump out of danger when the Dawnbreaker and Sky play aggressively.
Alright, onwards to our final picks then. Yatoro and Arteezy. Endless battle. Gyrocopter ignored. Nobody cares at this point. It will be an Alchemist for Arteezy.
His 5th most picked of the tournament.
I could see I do worry about Ursa against like the Night Stalker Silence, but it's very good against, or Slark. Like both of these heroes do very well against Night Stalker and Link. So I was looking for some like melee owner. Night Stalker's super punishable by these illusions and these melee owning heroes, and I think they're also very good against
What about
the
Bloodseeker? Is that a possibility against Night Stalker?
Yeah, it kind of ruins him, but I was maybe thinking Troll, you know, just to match have something to go late against this Alchemist. It's going to be the combo. They have a decent amount of damage they can throw inside a Chronosphere.
Yeah, they're playing for the team fights.
Pretty much. They want to have superior team fight. I do like what Shopify Rebellion went with this game, because they needed to change things up a little bit. It was not working out in the second game. So get this Alchemist, try to play slightly more aggressive, like hit your earlier timings, but still gonna be tough not to crack. I think Saberlight, he needs to pop off, and so is Abed. Not the easiest game for Storm, because they don't have the save for the Chronosphere. You get caught inside, you're gonna die.
Yeah, I think Shopify look like a different team when they have their Enchantress. They suddenly become this incredibly oppressive laning team, taking all of these towers. So I think that enough is going to make this game look very different for them. But I just worry about this Alchemist's ability to play into the Void later on in the game. I mean, if there's one player that I won't doubt on Faceless Void ever, it's Yatoro. I've seen him win games that he shouldn't win. And on paper, it does feel like Spirit's draft is slightly weaker than Shopify's. But like I said, I've seen this guy 1v5 on Faceless Void in games where he had a 5% win probability, so who knows?
That's a little worrying, but I feel like Shopify is going to be able to pick off those supports in the back line, and even though Yatoro's amazing at the role, like he might have to 1v5 in some of these fights.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen. Team Spirit, they won the most recent tournament they attended. Will they do so 2 times in a row in the best of 5 grand finals, or will Shopify Rebellion extend this series? We're finding out together with ODPixel and Fog.
Time for game 3. We're getting some action straight away. We're going to get on this with the disruption setups there on Saberlight. This is going to be first blood for sure. Saberlight goes down. Yatoro, first blood for him in the mid lane.
When would you expect this? They're just high-fiving. They're just having Yatoro's hitting him, having a good time. Disruption. Boom.
Straight in. They were ready to go with the 5 of them there in the mid. Team Spirit. First blood for Yatoro.
And Abed gives him a nice little have fun after Saberlight does die. Right?
All right. So game 3. 2 games so far. Spirit, they've been able to take the 2 of them. Fogged. Are we going to see Shopify Rebellion able to turn things around, get a win in their favor, or could we be on the verge of a 3-0 here from Spirit?
Spirit just looks too good, honestly, and they always have this late game potential. And yeah, look at this again. They're just, he's okay. Look, it's just a Void hitting an NS. Haha, 5 heroes. I rarely do you see heroes die under the tier 1 like this. You're usually too tanky, just because of that armor and everything, but yeah.
A bit of a head scratch. What can you do there?
Yeah, there's not much you can do. You can't expect that. You can't predict that all 5 are going to just be right there.
So overall, what are you liking from Shopify Rebellion's approach with this draft?
The Enchantress, and honestly, there's 3 things I really like. The Enchantress, the Night Stalker, and the Storm. I actually think that these 3 can take over if they do have this good early start. Might be a little bit difficult for Abed as the game does progress, because there's the double silences, there's going to be this chrono that comes out. But I think Saberlight, he's probably the biggest one I have to look at. What type of game he has is probably going to dictate the pace of how they're going to be able to react versus Spirit. Because for me, they have to play pretty quick. I think if this game slows down too much, it's going to be this Void that super scales. They have a very strong scaling lineup.
Yatoro, Grandmaster Void. He's been doing some good carrying this series. I mean, some good carrying this tournament.
He's
been on fire.
And he got first blood. So he's got extra tangos to work with. He's got the Wraith Band already coming out. So his lane could be one thing that could have been a little bit difficult maybe before that first blood, just in getting some lasted sometimes versus NS because the base damage. But I mean, with the Wraith Band freely given, he's going to be able to freely farm up here.
Yeah, and sort of considering the things around the carry matchup this game, you would say Shopify, they are going to be on a bit of a timer.
Timer, absolutely. Yeah, you got to play aggressive and you got to get this advantage early. And, they do have the Enchantress and the Night Stalker to thrive off of that early game. Every single time Nighttime's there, every single time the Ench has a creep, they can look to apply that pressure. Early silence pressure. We'll be able to remove at least 100 of that damage, but it took a fair bit.
And we'll see if this time around this game, Arbed gets a little bit more space. Or could you sort of see Spirit doing a similar thing? Are we going to get a lot of pressure on the mid early on from the supports of Spirit?
I don't think we'll see as much this time around. That being said, though, maybe they will just because it is Abed and he is playing one of his most comfortable heroes, but I think with the way that their heroes are, it's not the same. You know, they don't have this Miposhk Enchantress that just can easily make those type of moves. Feels like he does have to play a little bit more around the Void, because that silence is going to start coming out very early on. It is going to be annoying. 13-2, 10-1, not bad. Slightly ahead. And the Enchantress fly, as we've seen time and time again, this hero just seems to guarantee most lanes. Did get that Satyr creep to be able to burn some mana. This is a very potent lane, though, that Team Spirit does down in here. Way more kill threat, I would say, on this Dawn Sky in comparison to the NS plus the Coddle. The Bushka could maybe die, but Yatoro should be pretty safe in most situations. And he's always got to have the time dilation. Mira!
Healing power.
Got a Fairy Fire. He'll be alright. Only just.
I'm starting to see once again how much this Ench can do in the laning stage.
Just pokes you. Top poisons.
They're going to go for Artesia with the combo. He'll throw down the concoction, but he's just dead straight up there to the combo for the two of them. The damage output from Collapse and Mirror too high.
Crit, one more poison.
See what they can get from this crit.
He actually lives.
Yatoro, can he find some bashes?
He's got time dilation in a second. He should be able to have crit.
At the same time, back down bottom, Artesia back in action. They'll get the revenge. They'll take down Collapse.
So much burst damage as we see right there, though, from the Sky and the Dawnbreaker. Even a hero like Alchemist can suffer. Artesia's going to go for early Soul Ring just to tank himself up a little bit, too. Natural item, of course, for the Alch, but any type of bits of armor you can get for Dawn is nice.
Yeah, so there's the little items coming for Artesia.
Yeah.
You know, Fly gets his levels. This lane should get safer and safer.
Absolutely. And he's an Alchemist, so he's always going to be able to get that. Anytime that it slows down at all for him down here, he gets that extra bit of gold, too. But Yatoro absolutely set up for success with the way he was given first blood, getting that second kill, too.
We are seeing some focus around the mid. Team Spirit bringing in both supports for the water runes here 4 minutes in.
Roll off the mark. And does look like they are going to bring that attention to Abed again.
Yeah.
Poor
They
Abed.
want to shut Abed down. It worked last game. They want to do it again here.
Crit is in the area there to give him the salve and give him some chakra and stuff like that, although he does not get the bottle fill up.
Thank you.
Does mean Saberlight left alone up top. Not the most kill threat, no. The Shadow Demon plus the Void versus this NS. Especially if the creeps are this close to his tower, he's just fine.
Yeah, should have enough freedom to allow Crit to hover around the mid, make sure that Abed gets sort of a bit of a safer start than he did in game 2.
And so far, the last hits, yeah, they're looking pretty good. 25 on Storm, 26 on Alk. Even though he did die the once, he's able to just back up and be able to get that farm going. It looks like maybe lanes are going to be quite actually just broken completely here 5 minutes. So, as you said, you know, the attention probably will come to that mid from the two supports. It looks like Shopify probably going to match that. And nighttime, it's now been hit. So Saberlight, see what he's going to be able to do with this. Likely just stay in the
They're
lane.
going to try and go for Lal, but he's able to keep his distance.
Tough kill to go for, pre-6 on the Storm.
Yeah, he's got the full 1 belt straight. Very hard to burst, and Mira's here ready to back him up. They're leading on to Abed. They'll get the stun. Abed will be able to turn with the Vortex, but against the two of them, not a chance. They take Abed down. We'll see if Flying Crit can get anything in return. Chasing out Mira. Might be able to punish the Sky, though. Good blast there from Crit. Does not lull fairly under the tower.
He's in a little bit of a weird spot. Is there going to be a push away?
I mean, the supports are making magic happen here with the two of them. Not quite enough to get the kill, though. Lal just a bit too beefy for these two at this stage.
Power Rune. Abed's respawning in time for it. Can Laurel claim this one? Crit is very low HP.
It's going to be down on the bottom. Mira able to get him with the deny.
Oh, can Fly get the kill? He's got the slow. Gonna take him a bit of time. Mira, he'll be able to claim a bounty rune.
What have we here?
And maybe he just gives up his life. Yeah, he buys the boots, he buys the sword. He looks good. Good kill for Fly. Tons of rotations.
I mean,
Artesia now
all action
jungling.
on the mid again.
Yep.
As top, they'll come in with the Solar Guardian. Bashes are there to set up for it to come crashing down to Saberlight. Good knockback there from Crit.
Dodges.
Time dilation, a couple of stacks of poison.
Another
Third
dodge.
Connect. He should be able to get away from this, Saberlight.
Okay.
That was the Solar Guardian.
Bit of a rare miss there from Collapse. Just missed the hammer there. A little bit of sidestep there from Saberlight. Will survive. 7 minutes. Fly trying to get in to sneak the Wisdom Rune on the other side too. Look at Miposhka. He's going for it as well too. Looks like Spirit might be able to claim both of them.
Unless he's quick with the clicking hit, Fly. And he won't be able to. Mirror indeed picks it up first.
And he TPs. Saberlight used the nuke.
He's instantly out.
Oh, another mistake.
They get away with that. Not punished at all. No. Not punished at all for that. The double Wisdom steal.
I guess maybe Saberlight thought the Chakra would give him enough of a cooldown reduction, but yeah, using the Void there just gives a free TP out. Support's going to be quite high level now off of that one. Void matching the farm of this Alchemist at the moment too. Spirit, although Shopify's farming well in this laning phase, so is Spirit.
Let's see if they can get a kill out of this. As Crit turns up to help out, Fly, he's going to be able to get the heal off.
Got the slow as well.
And he's already used the hammer, so not much more that Collapse can do to drag himself away or try and swing back in with the Starbreaker. Maybe look for a neutral deny. Not going to get it. Damage is done. And Shopify Rebellion take the kill. Same time up to Saberlight. Oh, a little bit of all chat there.
Oh.
What is that meant to be?
I mean, just maybe he was typing like an LOL or something there. I don't know. Oh my god. So, another L. He's just giving him the L.
Just giving him the L. Okay. I mean, he kind of, okay, and then he gets a P in return.
Low prio?
Yeah.
Oh, what a play.
I mean, if he's just trying to get he kind of messed up. It would have been cool maybe if he just did it the first time around, but the fact he had to clarify and type it again capitalized it.
Fair enough.
It wasn't as smooth as he hoped it to be there, Saberlight.
I mean, now it's sick. No, that's the power of this ult. He just gets the double silence, double fear onto him, or double damage, and killing the Void. That's big.
And Fly.
Can he get away? Doesn't look like it.
Takes a lot of mana though, a lot of effort to kill this Enchantress.
Yep. A rare death by Yatoro, enabling Saberlight. He's now, I mean, very high up in farm now after this Laurel. Can he actually get himself away with the silence?
Good movement from Arbed, he's able to block it off. Disruption holds Arbed back for now. But Arbed, he's going to want to try and find Lal in the trees, Lal.
Oh, he's juking.
He's hiding.
Arbed.
You'll see him now back on the wave, but now the distance in which he can't go aggressive towards Lal.
It's a level 2 silence. Yatoro's running over to connect for him too.
He's got the Chrono if he wants to drop it. And he will.
They stack the silence on top. Do they have enough?
They'll have the damage. No messing around. Absolutely worth it there. Drop the silence, drop the Chrono. You want this Storm Spirit dead.
Oh, yeah. 5 to 7.
Saberlight.
He's got to be super active on this Night Stalker.
And he certainly is. Silence setting up for a good duration from the stun of the concoction. The TPs are coming in.
Oh, that bonk actually working in Collapse's favor.
I mean, they're diving pretty deep here for this. Lal's turned up.
He's low mana. Laurel.
I mean, they turn towards him. Solar Guardian coming in with a heal, though. Lal, he'll be saved. A big dive, punished hard there.
What
as they get caught beyond the tier 1 tower. Crit also stuck here on the low ground. He's... Oh, nice little...
Wait, what?
It's actually going to get him out of there.
Oh, okay, no, he's caught.
No, they've got him. Concussive into the Ancient Steel. Yatoro ready to run down the Cottle. As Crit... He's only got so much he can do on the retreat. The bashes come in, the two of them going down.
Oh my goodness.
Making the fight a bit too close to tier 1. At least over in the mid, Fly able to make some magic happen with the space given as he takes the tier 1 tower down with the pressure.
He tends to. What a bait play. And Laurel comes in and he's like, okay, yeah, I have no mana, guys, go for me, right? He had, literally 0 mana, a half HP. Gives the space, though, for the Solar Guardian. That was actually super cool. And they get the big connection. You can see Saberlight's trying to do as much as he can. He wants to put pressure to give space, because this is an Alchemist who is not getting that big explosive farm. The Void is actually just straight up matching him. So Fly, he's trying to do his best here, too, trying to get this damage onto these towers, enabling his cores, getting that extra gold. But so far, Spirit, they're the ones actually leading versus Falco early game.
He's taking the Twin Gate over. They're going to just try and run down Arteezy.
He is looking in trouble.
He's
There's a silence.
He might not even get the concoction off. Indeed, the Ancient Steel, the Starbreaker, he's only going to end up stunning himself. Mystic Flare comes down. They've taken Arteezy out again.
He's getting no space to farm. They're getting farm on Saberlight the least. They're getting some pressure with him and Fly, but Arteezy's not getting the space again.
Dire's top tower. Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Yatoro has 5 kills somehow. The Void just getting involved in so much in this early game. It's definitely a game here too where the Void only really has to watch out for the most part about that Night Stalker. So set up for success. Smoke looks like looks like they want to, and they kind of need to make this aggressive play for Saberlight. Has the Dark Ascension ready. Can he find a target? Blade Mail finished for Laurel.
Rather difficult for them to commit for the Earth Spirit now.
And always difficult too. It's like with the Storm Spirit for Abed. Yes, he has a Shield Rune now, maybe he can, but so much silence he has to worry about. Okay.
Big zip in from Abed. They're in on Mira, but the Solar Guardian's coming in. Mira is getting healed up. He's able to step back. He's going to be fine for now. And finally falls.
Laurel's in.
As Saberlight's caught on the front. They catch him with a Starbreaker. He ticks out to the Magnetize. They'll lose the two of them here. Shopify Rebellion. Null will continue to attempt to chase Abed, but with the Invis Rune, Abed manages to get out.
Can Fly get away though? Collapse, he's stalking him. They're gonna just let this Enchantress walk away.
The aggressive moves though that are getting punished. Saberlight
Every time.
trying to start these plays, but he ends up losing his life.
He probably feels like he needs to make these plays, but every time the Solar Guardian just came, the little bit of save from a disruption, and then the Solar Guardian comes in and everything's turned around quickly. That was their Dark Ascension, and they lose the fight. Void 500 ahead of Alchemist. Never something you want to see if you're rooting for this Alch.
Dive are scanning.
His timing's going to be quick. Does he actually have it finished already? I think he does, right? Yeah, he's got the Maelstrom already done. Holy crap. It's one of the most farmed. I think it's the most farmed Void I've ever seen. 7,000, 13 minutes.
An absolute beast on the hero here, Yatora.
And they are shutting down all three cores, effectively. You know, the Night Stalker is hurt now, Abed's hurt, and Arteezy, an Alchemist who doesn't have this super fast timing on his items.
Mira?
They're just keeping it going. Mira looking for a solo play.
Really now? You should have seen that.
Doesn't quite find it.
And they're in the jungle of Team Spirit. Team Spirit, they're kind of in position to try and push Shopify out of this.
They see Collapse, but this is a very these heroes are so tanky right now.
So start to play around with Fly.
They're just going to throw the Purge on him.
He's got the heal out. Again, it's a slow kill, but it should be a sure one.
I mean, they literally see Collapse, but I think they click him, and they click the Earth Spirit too, and they're like, do we really want to commit resources to go for these 1,600, 2,000 HP heroes? Do they even have the damage to be able to kill them? I don't know. I don't think so. And now Solar Guardian's back online too, so difficult for them to set up onto either of these tanky cores. And not giving opportunities to find Yatoro. How long till Dark Ascension? Okay, it's back up. And nighttime soon to hit. Gonna need a pretty successful night.
They're gonna try and bring together a fight around this mid, or at least try and stop Team Spirit from getting away with the push.
Yeah, they're grouping up. This is gonna be the moment for Shopify to strike back, get things back going for themselves a little bit here. But everything is at the ready for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, highly likely that Yatoro can swing by and drop a good chrono.
And if you don't make the first move onto Collapse, he's just going to join in with the Solar Guardian, and he is going for the scaling build. He is going down this Desolator build that we've seen.
Right, in they go, Shopify. Can they find some sort of kill, some sort of quick pick off against these ultimates? They're going to go for low. Disruption there. Be able to hold back one. Arbit turns his attention over towards Miposhka instead. Now the Solar Guardian comes in. They've killed Miposhka off in time though. Collapse. Turns with the Starbreaker onto Saberlight. Roll forward from Lal. They're in off the Night Stalker, but they've lost the two supports this time, Team Spirit.
Here comes Yatoro.
Almost in. He's holding back on the chrono for now.
Good connection so far.
Got the two kills. They don't lose anything in return.
Thinking about re-going.
They're going to try. See if they can jump Collapse again. Collapse. Bursting Saberlight low, but Saberlight can keep the distance. Concoction out from Arteezy. Shopify Rebellion. They'll get a third.
Beautiful. Really nice fight. They get on top of the... They get on top of everybody. The Solar Guardian actually comes in and the SD's already dead. They completely dodged it. Great aggressive move to get them back into the game.
Not easy for them to force these plays, but they pull it off this time, Shopify.
They dance beautifully. Just dancing around, not giving the opportunities for this Earth Spirit Void to connect properly. And now Arteezy does have his Radiance finished up, so...
I should imagine if Shopify Rebellion can avoid rough fights and continue to get these quick pickoffs, should allow the state of the game to show this out, the difference between him and the Void in terms of how much farm they can find, right? Yatoro obviously running this Maelstrom, but it's not like he's running a Midas build, so the Radiance Alch and the passive gameplay should start to get a bit of a lead.
Should. but they're gonna be making these moves. They're not gonna play passive on Team Spirit. They've got this. I mean, they've got the Asura Spirit plus the Skyrest, super aggressive combo. But Collapse shows himself.
I'll look for him. Just done with the concoction. It's enough.
Good gank.
Arteezy able to get involved.
Mid.
Eyes on Saberlight, Lol. Quite a connect with the stun. He'll get the slow. Doesn't want to go any more on towards Saberlight. A missed opportunity there for Spirit. Shopify being able to start to take over some presence here on this top half of the map.
Just keep giving Abed mana. I think just keep letting him make these moves on the map as the Storm Spirit. Him and Crit just paired up.
Radiant's middle tower.
Thought he was gonna give him mana, but guess not. Running toward Arteezy instead. Still that nighttime for a few more minutes. Collapse respawning, Solar Guardian is back online. And Yatoro is getting toward a healthier function of having a BKB to protect himself versus the silence. Fly.
He's gonna have Saberlight by his side to help out. The heal's out, Fly's fine.
Here comes Abed.
Maybe Saberlight could chase something down. Abed closes in on Miposhka. They'll get the easy kill onto the Shadow Demon, and now they'll try for Mirror. Abed with the last bits of his mana. You know where he is.
No way.
Oh, they couldn't find him in time. Mirror's out with the TP.
Oh, the tumbler into the perfect spot. Able to sneak himself out, but they don't get the kill. They try to go for an instant pop onto Fly, but he survives and quick TPs from Shopify to help out.
Abed.
Abed.
Oh, it's a three-man chrono for Yatoro.
And the Solar.
It's coming in to follow up. They've taken out Abed. They should be able to get them all here. Fly and Crit cleaned up. Triple kill for Collapse, because why not? As Yatoro, there was no hesitation on that one. He sees the three of them. He drops that chrono immediately.
Literally perfect. Picture perfect. The level 2, I think it was level 2 chrono. You actually put the point in it too. Usually you don't see the carry players do this, but a perfect catch.
They were not ready for the Void to be here.
Right on the edge.
Does not get any better than that.
Collapse will take those kills. I think that's his Desolator finished up now too. And Saberlight. He's going down. This Void's just way too big. BKB finished. He has pretty much no threat now to die. The silences, the control's just not really there for Shopify. Arteezy's still farming well, but Abed now starting to fall further and further behind. Same thing for Saberlight. When you see even a slight gold lead for the team that has a Void versus an Alchemist, that is concerns. And with the way that they're playing, they're scaling. They're scaling hard on all three of these cores. That Desolator for Collapse finished up. How long? I mean, they still have this 40 seconds until daytime. Do they have time to be able to look for a strike back here? Laurel, going a little bit deep. Can they punish him? He's so tanky now. Might have to just settle for Mira.
Now Mira's stepping up pretty far.
They got him. Give it Abed. Give it to the cores.
They've got to
They got to go more.
They
honestly.
have to. They can't allow this.
Especially not when these cooldowns are down, right? Right now, Chrono, 40 seconds. How long on Solar? Solar's actually back up in a few seconds. Collapse is actually doing another interesting build. I always like to talk about these because he's actually just omitted the second point in it again. He's actually just 4-4-4 and then just the 1 point. I'd imagine he does level this one, though, in comparison to him not leveling his Stampede from earlier. It is quite valuable, but yeah, always interesting to point out. Daytime has been hit.
It doesn't look like they'll find anything off the back of this smoke.
Nope.
Are scanning.
Miposhka keeping the spot and wave pushed in. Might get punished for this one.
He's definitely... That's a bold play there from Miposhka.
More money for Abed. Going straight for the BKB next.
Needs it this game versus the double silences. Still could get killed even with BKB though versus this Void. Yatoro's just so farmed, holy crap. BKB, almost a Mjolnir now finished up. He's just continuing to match the farm of an Alchemist.
Yeah, just not the difference between them that Arteezy on the Alch would hope to have.
No. How's his itemization though? Blink, BKB. I think now is the time when Arteezy, I think now is like they're gonna probably start calling, hey, Artur, we need you to start getting involved. You're very strong, and we need you to start helping us a little bit. Get this Storm and this Night Stalker back into the game a little bit. Problem is, Chrono's back up, and same thing with that Solar Guardian.
Now with this BKB on Yatoro, it's just almost impossible for Shopify Rebellion to set up a play onto the Void. They have to find the heroes around him.
If you can chain stun and kill, maybe, but the problem is there's a Shadow Demon too, right? So the chain stun is very unlikely. He'll get that BKB off and he's going to turn it.
Yeah, as Shadow Demon and so of course the Solar Guardian. These little things can make it that much harder for Shopify to get the quick picks.
And they're just going to force a Roshan during that daytime. Difficult to see Shopify wanting to contest this by any means. And they got both Wisdom Runes also on the side of Spirit before, so the levels just continue to be there.
Full me on it for you, Tora. Saberlight has got his blink.
Oh, and you know what else they also have too on the side of Spirit? Triple Philosopher's Stone. They're looking for the scaling. They're making that money. How many Phillies on the side of Shopify? 0.
Oh, there you go.
Now an Aegis also, so Yatoro even harder to kill.
I don't think they can even take him out the one.
I don't think so either. And Laurel too, right? He's 3,000 HP. He's got the Blade Mail Heart already finished up. Things are seeming harder and harder for the side of Shopify. Can they maybe catch Collapse here? Seeing him over here on the sidelines. But Spirit want to fight.
They seem prepared for
They're
this.
very ready.
Themselves. And Yatoro, he's ready to join them. He's down here.
Arteezy.
They've got eyes on him. Lal, leading in, gets the slow off. Sees Saberlight jump over towards the back lines. The Chrono comes out. It's going to be catching the two of them. Allows them to bring Saberlight down low. Not quite enough to kill him. Saberlight's still alive. As Saberlight will be able to dodge out to the side of the fight. They're taking out the two supports. And Arteezy will fall. Fly now getting focused by Yatoro. The Enchantress out of action. Same for Saberlight. Lal just cleaning them up here with the Magnetize. Crit will try for the TP out, but Lal, he's got the kick. He's got the cleanup. 4 dead on Shopify. Abed, the only one able to get out alive.
You can kill the supports, but you cannot touch these cores. Look at this. They're like full HP after the fight still. A beautiful Chrono again from Yatoro. Catches right on top of the Night Stalker.
Doesn't lose his Aegis. Didn't even need to press his BKB in that one, Yatoro.
Look at that. Just gets 100 to 0'd on this Night Stalker pretty much.
I mean, he was lucky to sort of survive that initial Chrono as long as he did on Saberlight, but it didn't matter.
He just ticks out, right? Yeah, I think he just ticked out to the Magnetize. He walked back in, and I think that stone right there actually spread to him right when it was about to expire.
Yeah, Lal getting some crazy damage out in that fight.
Yeah, Saberlight knowing it.
Stone.
It's just who do you focus fire, right? They wanted to jump the Shadow Demon because they saw an opportunity for it, but the backup, it always is there from Spirit.
Yeah, they just went for that move expecting Spirit to not quite be as prepared as they would. Maybe they felt that they could find like Miposhka plus one, Miposhka and Collapse, but wasn't to be.
No,
they were ready for that Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Miposhka was actually looking for the aggressive play himself of just disrupting the Alchemist, getting those illusions going and everything too, but yeah, either way, another fight, Spirit continue to just reign supreme. And now Laurel, Assange, a shield rune, couldn't, I mean, you could barely even touch him before.
What do you do?
What do you do? I mean, Saberlight's game is just non-existent, right? He had an amazing performance on the Night Stalker earlier today, but this game, it just feels like he's very much so addressed.
A couple of moves where he's tried to go in and it's been punished. They just never quite had that lead. This game, Shopify Rebellion, and as
they never
continues on the net worth, Yatoro keeping on par with the Alchemist.
And they're scaling all 3 cores, right? That's the build from the Dawnbreaker 2, what it allows. He has now a BKB on Collapse too. He's hitting hard. Level 18 already been claimed since they've gotten all these Wisdom Runes in all these fights. It's tough to see when the big timing is, when it's going to be like, all right, Shopify's got a good way to take a fight back into this because of how tanky and durable these 3 cores are, and just the lack of answers really for this Void. It's very just too comfortable right now.
They can take what they want.
Yep.
Tier 2. Soon to be theirs.
Still 90 on the Aegis. They've got Solar Guardian if anyone wants to try to make a move too. It's nighttime again for Saberlight, but not much he can do. And there's the 20 talent on the Void. That attack speed. Anyone is dead.
And he's ready to just run at them, Yatoro. I mean, they're all ready to fight here. Smoke up from Spirit. Lal.
They see the shield and they're like, oh my god. No way they can come. Can they dispel it at least? They will. Okay.
Silence. On towards Crit. He's out.
But they just look at Laurel. He's just getting tickled.
Arteezy will get the concoction off on a Collapse. They're going to try and fight the Dawnbreaker first. Gonna get caught by the stun and return as Lar goes back, and the BKB's pop. Yatoro deals the Saberlight on the back lines.
Abed.
The silence catches Abed. Yatoro, he's got the chrono, catches the storm. Abed in trouble. Solar Guardian also thrown in the mix just to make sure there's no hope for Abed on the escape. As once again, a clean team fight win there for Spirit. It's 4 dead. They don't lose anything. They don't even lose the Aegis on Yatoro.
They can't even kill the...
I mean, again, he's not losing the Aegis, and he's not even needing to press BKB.
He's not. He doesn't even
He's
need
not being
to.
forced to do anything in these fights. Yatoro's just going to get into play these fights as freely as possible.
All right, look at Laurel.
There's
He's
no
just
pressure on him.
getting tickled. They jump the Dawnbreaker. They throw Glimmer. They throw all the protection onto him. There's just... The damage just isn't there for these cores. Look at this. This is everything thrown onto him, but there's just not that follow-up. Abed, he's terrified to jump in and follow up. And then even then, he gets caught.
Looking pretty impossible here.
Yeah.
For Shopify Rebellion. We're going to have to see something from them that we've never seen before if they turn this one.
Nice. This one is so convincing, really. Like Spirit is just, they're absolutely dominating every single one of these fights. Now without even Chrono, they're looking to take this one.
Can pressure the backlines. They'll go for the 2 supports. They'll get them. Mira, also the fall. But in return, this time Yatori's ready with the BKB. He'll pop it.
And Arteezy's isolated.
And
BKB CD.
Yatori can come back in if he needs to take down Arteezy. Concoction's going to be there. She's speedy enough to separate from both of them.
He's stunning himself.
Yatori's got a full Skadi. In with the hammer. They're on top of Arteezy. Pop the BKB.
Can he run? Can he hide?
He's trying to juke through the trees. He'll be able to blink away. Saberlight gets him with the silence on towards Yatoro, but Yatoro's too beefy to fight, and indeed Yatoro, he doesn't care. He just jumps straight towards Saberlight.
They're just still full HP on all 3 cores. Saberlight runs in and silences, but he's like, oh god, I can't do anything.
Oh, he's pulled them over towards Arteezy. He's like, Arteezy's like, why have you made them chase you over here?
Saberlight, no! Are they gonna keep chasing? I mean, TP's on cooldown for Arteezy. Collapse. Can he get the connection? All right, they're cutting him out a bit here.
Oh, Mira.
Whoop. Whoop.
Hasn't got any TP cancel himself, so Saberlight's out.
Arteezy, can he sneak the wisdom? No,
should
not.
Yeah, he's going to be okay to TP.
Yeah,
TP's
he's
back
safe.
off in a few seconds. So Arteezy makes it out of there.
Yep. The fight without Chrono, convincingly again, still for Spirit. And now Chrono, it is going to be back up. Can they get the jump here onto Lal? Can they kill him? He's so tanky.
Solar Guardian's up. 4 heroes trying to take down Lal, and they only get about a third of his HP. Lal's fine. As
And here comes
Yatoro. He's got the chrono if he needs to line it up. He will, and he catches them perfectly on the tip. Saberlight caught. Fly as well. It's getting painful now, this game 3 for Shopify Rebellion, as this is the team spirit show through and through.
Oh, nice try there from Collapse, the fancy blink play with the Starbreaker. At every single fight, convincingly. Yatoro seems to be landing every single chrono perfectly. Just on the edge, catches 2 heroes again and again and again. And yeah, like you said, has a Skadi out of nowhere. Just so much farm that he's been able to find.
Yeah, they're up to the base.
And they can't even hurt Laurel. They take out, what, a third of his HP or something with that Solar Guardian
4
coming in?
heroes trying to go for him.
Damage just not there.
It really isn't. Few seconds, and they will have the full lineup up, Shopify Rebellion. But what sort of defense can they offer?
They haven't killed a core in 15 minutes again. Similar to that last game. The last time, I think it was, 15-minute mark or so when the Dawnbreaker died. Besides that,
Taurus just taking the barracks here.
The cores just always live.
Some backdoor protection kicking in.
Kicks him. Time walks back in. Oh, it's funny.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
They can't push him off it.
Nope. Can't touch
The
him.
racks are gone.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks.
And fly.
Jeez.
Quick with the force. Abed quite able to get the grab on Collapse, even if he did. Just the amount of HP that these cores have.
At the least, Abed does have a BKB now to protect himself versus this silence that has literally not letting him really do too much inside a lot of these fights. See if they can find any catch here, though.
Dire are scanning.
Not easy.
Can they 100-0 Yatoro?
He's got a DD. Brings out the courier to solo smoke himself to maybe give the chance of a setup here. They've got to take risks. Shopify Rebellion.
It's got to be 5 heroes, it feels like. Is 4 even enough?
And they burst the void. Ooh.
He's got Solar Guardian.
There's the stun. Solar Guardian's coming in. It's not close.
It's not even close.
Yatoro's perfectly fine. Time walks out. Time walks back in to take Arteezy down low. As Arteezy's gone.
And the 2 on the side isolated. They're going for Miposhka, but he might just be baiting them in.
It's 4 dead. For 3 dead. They get 1 of them.
They get 1.
Abed's pretty low on the mana.
Oh.
And he does not have TP. They might be able to chase this storm.
It's out of stones, but they might just keep persisting. Collapse wants him. Oh!
They see
Oh, he saw him.
There's
Pudding
last
pop.
bit of mana there. Abed
Farewell.
into the silence. His body kicked to the side by Lal.
Laurel having a hell of a game as well, too. You know, we've been kind of distracted by the beauty of the Yatoro, but honestly, all three cores, they're just playing perfectly. He's, what, 8-0 and 17 on this Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
And every time the Solar Guardian just comes out, and there's just, even before the Solar Guardian, it didn't look like they had the damage. They needed all 5 hitting Yatoro. Too tanky. The cores just continue to live. And the hope for Shopify becomes pretty much 0 now. Chrono at the ready. Can still keep going. A full butterfly also. Oh my goodness. Disassembled that Mask of Madness.
I mean, yeah, the amount of farm Yatoro has is pretty disgusting. He's playing the level he's playing at.
He had
12-1-15, level 24.
Game 1, 1,000 GPM. Game 2, 960 GPM. Game 3, he's sitting at 800 GPM on a Void.
Probably one of the highest average GPMs you'll get from a character performance in a best of 5.
I would imagine so.
I gotta say, yeah.
Get themselves a free Roche and Aegis a cheese, being as careful as possible anyway, just in case. Full Octarine now for Laurel.
He's got a cheese. If he even needs it.
If he even needs it.
If pass it over to Maposhka, Lal knows he's not going to need to pop a cheese anytime soon. They can't kill him.
That's actually pretty funny. Yeah, wow.
Axon Mira. They're all getting to have some fun this game, Team Spirit. This whole series they have.
Ags with the Void. That's the dream. He also has the Shard, too. As the final push commencing. Crit doing a dance.
It's alright, teasing around with him. His chrono's absolutely on point this game. The connections he's had.
They've been perfect. Like 3 or 2 heroes every single time, it
Every
feels
single
like.
time.
Yeah.
They're going to try and go for him.
Jump the back line.
He's looking for Maposhka. Collapse. He's in with the Starbreaks. Let's get this
It is our
the
tour.
chrono's out to Ortiz. He's out. Ortiz dead for 75. Stabilized out as well without buyback. They can't even find Mira. The defensive disruption comes in. Nobody dying on the side of Team Spirit. As Fly and Arbed, they'll try and retreat. It is over. GG, it's called. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Spirit are the champions here at DreamLeague Season 21. They take this best of 5, 3-0 against Shopify Rebellion. And Fog, it wasn't really very close.
Only game 1. Game 1 had a little bit of moments. Of course, their first Shopify, but
game 1.
Game 2, Game 3, I mean, Game 3 in particular, this was a beatdown. Spirit from start to finish this one. This Void, this Earth Spirit, domination, collapse too. This team, when the money's on the line.
When the money, and it really was $1 million prize for Team Spirit. They'll be taking home $300,000 here with this victory today. They're looking good. They're looking more than good. This team coming into TI, I think a lot of eyes are going to be on them, Fold.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not just one player. You know, we did say Yatoro, God, breaking records, 1,000 GPMs, 900 GPMs, etc. It's everybody. You know, Laurel got a lot of flack. I always like to bring it back to him a bit because in the beginning of the year, a lot of people were giving him a lot of, shit, to be honest with you, and he's honestly just been amazing. He's been so good in every single one of their games. Dictates the pace, they all play, and they just play so well off of each other.
And we've kind of heard it from them in the interviews. We've seen it on the cams. A pretty relaxed approach to this tournament, and they look this good whilst they do it. I don't think I've ever seen a team sort of throughout a whole tournament just smile and laugh as much as these guys. We've seen it on the cameras every single kind of play through these games. They've just been having a great time.
Even when they deny each other, they're killing each other, they're doing all this kind of stuff, just laughs all around. You can literally highlight every single one of the players. I'm sure lots of people always say the supports, they make the cores look so good, but no, it's just literally everybody doing their job perfectly. 800 GPM, again on Yatoro, averaging 900 GPM in the series.
It has to be. It said in terms of carries in a best of 5, one of the highest average GPMs across the board. With the performances coming out from Yatoro, but as a team, incredible stuff. And it's this sort of relaxed energy. It's the kind of energy you got to watch out for going into TI. They did it here at DreamLeague, as I say, when money's on the line. They proved it a couple of times this season. They just know how to do it. They just know how to do it and come out in these grand finals and make it not look close whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Spirit, your champions here at DreamLeague Season 21.
Beasts. Absolute beasts. You know what energy they give to me? Winner's energy. That's right. Team Spirit 3-0 here. Grand finalist champions of DreamLeague Season 21. Boy, did they... I mean, okay, game one, really close, really cool back and forth. But after that, I feel like Jenkins, Team Spirit's like, you know what? We know how to beat this team. Let's just do it as fast as we can.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit is not the type of team to take a 70-minute game, have that momentum, and then not 2-0 the next two games. I mean, this is the TI winning team, the Cinderella story, and it looks like we actually have them back. They are back in prime form right before TI. I'm very interested to ask them about it in the interview, but good lord. Yatoro, currently best player on the planet, hands down.
They're just so good. I mean, we've talked a lot about Yatoro, about Collapse, about Mira and Miposhka even, but Laurel, most improved player of this year, hands down. I mean, he was criticized over and over again by the fans. He was seen as the weak link on Spirit, but they persevered with him. They stuck with him. They just wanted to guide him because they believed in his potential, and he looked incredible this tournament.
Sometimes we don't see some of these things because you're like, you know, he's having a bad performance, but it's not an easy one playing with the 4 TI winners, and you could see like the steady improvement throughout the year. He popped off at Riyadh Masters, he popped off in this tournament, the second and third game, especially the third game. He was really feeling himself, rolling in, sitting at like 4,000 or 5,000 HP. Like, what are you gonna do about it? You can't kill me. And the good thing about this team is they're just having so much fun. I feel like every single time I would see them on camera, they're smiling, they're tipping each other. They're also like tipping each other aggressively when someone misuses their ability, which I really like. This shows that the spirit in the team is really high.
It gives them their power.
And they're just, all of them are looking good. It's not just like Laurel improving a lot. I think Collapse had an incredible tournament. I think Mira had an incredible tournament as well. I think they just look so good on every single position, and they're crushing. And they just look like the best team the whole tournament, basically. So, yeah, their TI form.
They only dropped 2 games, one against Shopify earlier and one against BetBoom, and that's it.
That's it. Flawless performance, almost flawless performance. In this grand finals, definitely putting all the lessons that they've learned throughout the tournament in one ball and just smashing with them. I mean, Shopify came close in that first game, but yeah, they just did level up, and we could highlight every single player to commend them as an MVP for the tournament. But James, I'm going to put you on the spot. MVP for the tournament.
Their coach.
Oh, you're going for Silent, yeah?
Silent, the drafting was amazing, beautiful. This tournament, they're the only team that had the balls to let Gyro through and say, this is not a good hero. Everybody else is wrong. We're going to pick our own stuff. We saw the Ancient Apparition come out in the first game.
Yeah.
Like, these guys are next leveling the draft. The thing with Spirit is they're always the type of team that has the Spirit, right? You don't want to go 60 minutes against them because that's when they're in their element, when shit gets really crazy and chaotic and the pressure is on. However, when they look in their TI form, not only do they have that, also, they win lanes. Also, their drafting is amazing. Also, Yatoro's playing about 50 different heroes in a tournament. It's like all of these things are true when they're in their TI form, and it makes for such a monstrous team to try to beat. Like, I would be very afraid of this team if I'm Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, like looking toward TI. This is the team you need to look at.
And especially when they're coming into a best of 5. It's been a while since we've seen them lose a best of 5 purge.
What's the number? I off the top of my head. I mean, it seems like once they got back to good form, yeah, they just like crushed every game that they play, basically.
Yeah, they did crush every game that they played. This tournament, no exception. We are gonna get one of the champions to talk to. Team Spirit, your champions here at DreamLeague Season 21. Such a great performance, and we are joined by not one, but 2 legends. That's right, we got Miposhka, we got Yatoro. We got a band playing just for you guys. Congratulations, the both of you, and of course your entire team. This was a fantastic performance. We loved it. I have to ask one question about the match, Miposhka, for this question for Miposhka, because it seemed to us that game number 1 of this best of 5 was super close, but you figured something out, and then the other 2 games were like, boom, walk in the park. What did you figure out?
Do you hear us?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I just want to say that if you have some questions for Yatoro, just
Oh, okay. Then we'll when we have a question for Yatsura, we'll let you know, and then you can give the headset over.
Okay. So no, in our first game, I think our draft was just not that good as that in previous games. No, in other games, because no, we picked Operation, we picked our Spirit, but Invoker is good against our Spirit, and we didn't even need that Operation in that series. That's what we understand after first game. So I think we just played better in first game, but our draft was much worse, I think.
All right.
Hey, Big M. Good to see you again, winning once again. Everybody says Team Spirit, they power up when there is money on the line. I want to ask you what you think about this. Is that true, or is it just coincidence that you guys win whenever there's millions on the line?
I don't really know. It's like 50% true and also 50% false. I think. Like, no, for example, that tournament, probably Heroes is not biggest prize pool, but we still win. I think that tournament we just was focused on practicing some heroes, some strategies to be more confident before international. So sometimes it just happens. Like, I don't know why.
And coming into the international, like, what's the plan? You just won the tournament? Are you guys gonna chill for a couple of days and straight into boot camp, or what's the plan?
Yeah, exactly. Like right now we're gonna have some. We're gonna take a rest, like for 4 days, and after that we will start playing some Converse again.
Okay, so that's good to hear. A couple of days is enough for you to stay in the form. I just wanted to ask you more about like your late game decision making, because every single time I watch you guys play, it doesn't seem the game is over until you decide it's over, pretty much. Well, what do you think is that? Like, what's so special about your mid and late game decision making?
Yeah, understand. I think Yatsura will answer because he is our late captain, I would say. So,
Hello.
Hey, Yatsura.
Hey, Yatsura. Big Y.
Hello. So, what is the question?
So the question was like, what makes you guys so strong when it comes down to mid and late game decision making? Why do you pretty much always win these fights?
I think we just calm in the late games, and we just can speak each other and talk about which targets we want to focus, where is we want to play. Как бы это обсуждаем? Discussion. We make some conversation in the game, what we need to do, and then we take some solution, and something like that, I guess. Yeah,
I've heard from a lot of teams that like in the late game, there's like carries are very vocal. Are you also one of those carries, understanding like what your timing is and then making the calls around the map?
Yeah, of course. Like every one of us calling, but I think my personal mission, it's about Roshan and Tormentor maybe, and towers. Like I'm talking when I'm ready, and then team doing their stuff for be ready with me as well.
Thanks for that answer.
That's cool. Yatsura, you averaged about 900 GPM across the 3 games. Incredible performance. Do you feel like you have an excellent read on map movements right now? Are you guys able to predict where your opponents are going to be? Because it feels like you guys often have the initiating advantages in team fights.
I think, especially me, like I try to think where is enemies should be, like every second in the game, and then making my road at map where is safe, where is no. So I guess something like that.
Okay, and then last question from me at least. What's your now that the tournament's over? What's your feeling on Gyro in terms of his strength as a carry? Because you guys ignored him a lot.
I think Gyrocopter it's a trash hero, like what you never should pick, because he's too slow, too bad like spike. He can kill enemy carry only with rapier, I guess, or if he got some super over farm, if teams pick him on 18, like you see all lane, you understand what he's gonna free farm, and I guess something like that. But now meta like Blade Mail and Heart of Tarask at mid laner, so you're gonna kill yourself at Gyro, but you don't kill enemies. I think he's just too slow to play Dota, I guess.
Hi, Atara. With that being said, the carry meta has evolved a little bit through this tournament. Do you think there's space for new hero picks to come out at TI, or do you think we're still going to see the Sven, the PA, the Gyro? Or could the meta evolve?
I think meta, of course, evolve like usual, because teams gonna understand which heroes better against meta heroes like PA and Sven. But I think it's still gonna be OP heroes at the international, like right now. I think so.
Okay.
But some teams gonna try to counter them.
Okay, cool. And I also wanted to mention that you said that you wanted to win Riyadh so Laurel could feel what it's like to win a big tournament. So how proud are you of him right now? Because he played such a big role in your win this tournament.
Yeah, I'm very proud of my son. I think he super grow up like a player. And I'm very proud for him. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just curious. So what's the quality that what's the quality that you guys saw in Laurel that other people couldn't see? Because clearly you saw something in him and you believed in him and you tried your best to grow with him as a player.
I think the most important part of him is like he never stay on the same place. He always growing up. He very disciplined player. He understands what he should do, and he very always calm. Yes, and he like grow up like a player at macro as well, and he can do some shot calls in the game. What is like 90% always right, like something like that. And he like very disciplined. I guess it's the most important part.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. And on a lighter note, what are you guys gonna do to celebrate today, now that you've won?
Today I'm gonna delete Dota and try to get some sleep, and that's all, I guess.
You're not gonna go out together? Have some dinner, maybe?
No dinner. Too late.
Hey, Big Y, I got one more final question for you. What's your favorite thing about your teammate Miposhka? What do you love about him?
About Miposhka, what I love? Everything. Yeah, everything.
Wait, what do you love about everyone else on your team?
I guess they're just very good guys. Like, they never set. They always can rise some... Я не могу разговаривать на английском, это тяжелый язык. I'll give...
Okay, I'm here. He's too tired already.
What do you love about your team? Your teammates?
Yeah, I love how every one of us can make some jokes. Like, also how it's always nice to just take some time with each other. Like we can do some different stuff, not only play Dota. Like, yeah, something like this. And also I like that every one of us still motivated, and everyone trying to find something new in Dota, keep practicing, everything like this.
And just now, Yatoro said, he's gonna delete Dota for a while before continuing with it.
Every one of us will do the same.
Yeah, because what we saw because obviously we have you guys' cameras on the whole time when you're playing, and we saw you having the bestest of fun, like smiles all around. Is that like you can only replicate that in tournament setting for you?
To be honest, I don't know why my team is smiling while they're playing, because I never smile. I'm always focused. So,
of course.
I don't know why. Probably they was not focused as me. I hope but we will change it in the next tournament.
All right. Our next tournament is TI. I have one more comment, because earlier we heard from Mira in an interview. He said that the form of team spirit at the moment He said it's good form, but he would rate it a 6 out of 10. I was wondering what you thought about that, and if you have a new number now that the grand finals is in your hands.
Actually, I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to rate our team. Like, I think we always will say something like this, like we 6 out of 10, or 5, or even less, or maybe a little bit more, but we will never be 10 out of 10, I think. No, till we won TI, I guess.
Again.
Yeah. So, no, I think that's why. But no, right now, I would say it's the same, but maybe not 6, 7.
I have one more question for Yatoro, if you can give him the headset now that he showed his hair. Hey Yatoro,
Yes.
what's gonna be your haircut for this TI? You have anything special planned?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna change my color of hair and maybe a bit cut, but not too short, like
Not
on
full-
the TI-10. Yeah.
Okay, not full anime style. Okay, love that. Can you reveal the color? You have a particular color in mind already?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna talk about it. It's gonna
don't
be
wanna jinx
surprise.
it. Secret.
Okay.
Can you? Okay, I have one more question now. You guys are really fun to talk to. You mentioned the secret Ursa build. Now that the tournament is over, you mind revealing what the secret Ursa build is? Because we had some speculations about it.
I think it's Octarine Core, upgrade Yule, and Strange Blink, and Aghanim as well. So you can fight like 1.5 minute. So without any, with 15% reducing damage, like on the Ursa. So I guess it's secret build, but we never tried.
Why not? You guys were too afraid to try it, or what?
No, I guess it's trash hero.
All right, on that note, Yatoro and Parshka as well, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. And congratulations once again. Fantastic showing. And of course, we'll see you back in action for TI. Good luck on the preparations. And of course, enjoy the break before that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you both. And of course, congratulations. Team Spirit. They come in, the first series we had on the Monday, they come in against Gaming Gladiators, who won the tournament right before then, with Gyrocopter was the hero of the tournament. Spirit leaves Gyrocopter in, smash it, and basically I feel they've never really let go of that vibe that they gave us during that first opening series.
I mean, they have banned it out a lot, actually. I was looking at their drafts earlier today, and versus a lot of teams, especially BetBoom, they banned it out. But it's interesting to see Yatoro's logic. He thinks it's just too slow. He said you need a rapier to kill the other core. So this man thinks in terms of pure
He just
savagery
thinks
and
late
blood.
game
Like,
already
how
as
will
well.
I kill him?
Barbarism.
That man is a monster. But I think that clearly their ideas work. They're the winners, and you know, whatever Yatoro says, when it comes to the carry role, nobody does it better.
He's the GOAT. Team Spirit seems to be having quite the head start, maybe even Purge. Do you believe in the whole you can't win the last tournament before TI?
I feel like superstitions affected me a lot more in the past years. No team could win TI twice, that kind of thing. I think they're looking amazing coming into this tournament. They won Riyadh. They had a little break. They won this one. Like I think they're the favorites to win TI now, without a doubt.
Absolutely. I mean, there's just some like magical vibe about this team because they're so wholesome to talk to. Every single time you watch them play, it's just very chill and for a good reason. And they're on top of Dota. The one thing that strikes me the most is like 4 of their players started to play in 2020. Laro started to play professionally in 2021. Miposhka has some more experience from 2014, 2015. But these are all like relatively new players to the scene. These are not like your Kurokis, your puppies of the scene that they've been playing Dota for 20 years. They are coming in and they're bringing some new, fresh ideas to the table.
Poster boys at this point.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And they get along so well. I don't think people overvalue the ideas of friendship in a strong Dota team, because a lot of people think that doesn't matter if you're all good. you'll win. But I just feel like that friendship and that trust, especially when it comes to Laurel, for example. I mean, a lot of teams may have overreacted and kicked him at certain points earlier in the year, but they really believed in him because they believed in him as a friend and as a player. And I think that like that trust and that communication that only exists between teams who are really good friends, like Game and Gladiators or Liquid, even though they did badly, and Spirit, it really shows in the way that they play.
Yeah, they powered him up too much. Laurel is now too powerful because he's been dominating. Ever since Riyadh, this guy had amazing performances, beating some of the best mid laners in the world, and he made it look relatively easy.
And they said he's always progressing.
Yeah.
So I wonder what sort of absolute monster we're going to see at TI.
I mean, they all say they're always progressing. If you're always considering yourself to be like 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10,
yeah, it's a good mentality.
You always have something to work on.
You can tell. You can tell that they think like that. Yeah. I mean, even pre-Laurel, this team has had ups and downs where a lot of people were saying, they should disband. They bomb out of a certain tournament, and then they go on to win the next one. Mm-hmm. So it's like they have been through the ringer in terms of ups and downs, and I guess it doesn't surprise me that with Laurel, it was kind of the same thing, where he had some weak performances, but they give him time, because this is a team, they've given each other time before, plenty of times. And I don't see that they're going to stop doing that with anyone.
I just love that he said that that Laurel's very calm, and he's just like patient and really focused, basically. So that's what you want on your mid laner. He's going to be so consistent, and his performances are going to be the same. It just makes your draft easier. You don't have to feel like, oh man, he's off his game right now, I have to pick him comfort. You can instead always pick him the best possible hero for the draft.
And it helps that Laurel and Yatoro are father and son as well. That definitely helps for
definitely helps.
Dynamic duo.
The blood buff,
Yeah, the blood buff.
The blood buff was strong. Jenkins, do you want to see the brackets one more time?
Sure. Let's take a look at what digressed through this tournament.
Yeah, because I mean, we say that Team Spirit has their ups and downs. This tournament was one up, just the whole time. Upper bracket.
Yep.
They did drop a game, but
Didn't drop a game in groups, but they did drop a game to BetBoom and Shopify, and then just a clean 3-0. I feel like we've had some really amazing storylines, even though Shopify, they got destroyed in these grand finals. I feel the team has really showed that they can grow together as well. Yep. Because throughout the year after Lima Major, they didn't have the best performances, but they're really on point in some of the stuff.
And they were having fun together.
Yeah, it seems like on camera that they're also having laughs, having good funs, using the old chat and everything. And it's a good sign coming into TI.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a much needed confidence boost too, because you can only bomb out of tournaments so often before it really starts to impact you and the way that you perceive your team. But they've really persisted, and they've tried to work on their issues, and Saberlight mentioned that they've worked at it, and it feels good to finally see the results of it. So I'm just happy that they could have this kind of performance here. And even Arteezy was laughing when he was getting X'd on Gyro and killed, because I feel like they came into these grand finals happy with whatever result that they got.
It is about that time, though. I mean, we got ourselves a champion. The best of 5 was only 3 games, which is unfortunate for viewers. But of course, Team Spirit, they crushed it. They smashed it out of the park.
And they needed to uninstall Dota.
Yeah, they needed to get to their break, and they did get there in rapid time at this point. But I'm gonna ask my panelists to relive, the week a little bit with me. It was DreamLeague Season 21 Purge. It was a little bit shorter than previous times. But what was your favorite moment?
Favorite moment? I think watching the different drafting style has just been really refreshing. I think it changes things up. It feels less repetitive than some of the past tournaments. So just the Dota through that lens has been really enjoyable for me.
Shopify Rebellion Fly harassing me on panel while also doing some of the drafts for the squad. Jokes aside, I think this whole tournament gave us the good old chill vibes of Dota, how it should be, and also great quality of the Dota when it comes down to watching.
Yeah, for me, it's just seeing the narrative shift a little bit, right? With Western Europe doing so badly this tournament and Eastern Europe climbing to the tops, NA finally looking good again. Just having the tables turn right before TI.
Thank Gaben.
Is always exciting. But, just being with you guys is the best part of DreamLeague for me every time. It's just a lot of fun hanging out with all of you.
Was it my turn?
No,
yes, it is your turn.
I think we are at the best point in competitive. What are you laughing at?
Your appearance just looks funny. You look like an elf. That's all.
It's lovely.
Will Ferrell?
I think that we are in a golden age, a new renaissance of Dota. How many teams could we actually sit down and argue are going to win TI? Entity, Watson, #1 guy. OG, they're not going to TI, but they got MC.
That's right.
Liquid.
EG could win TI. You know, what are you shaking your damn head for? You show some NASA pride.
They've been not doing good lately.
Yeah, but they could. Beast Coast, they got Parker, the craziest motherfucker on the planet. Finally, Spirit's back in their TI form.
Where's this going, Jenkins?
My point is, we are at a golden age of Dota. We saw a throne rush from Zai at Riyadh Masters that actually worked. 23 Savage popping off and then having to sit back down. We are back in a golden age of Dota. And there's no DPC next year. Who knows all the crazy lands that we're going to have. We are blessed by Gaben himself.
Yeah, I can get behind that. Next year is going to be bonkers, I feel like. Not having a system. Anything could happen. Any team could surprise you at any point, and who knows what next year will look like.
This is the start.
But also, gaming, they won everything this year, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, Spirit's going to win TI. But what about the team that everybody was talking about? We forgot about them.
What about
Second place in everything. Liquid could do it as well. What about Shopify?
We can actually talk about every single team and make a case for them. We'll have to wait and see who comes out victorious in Seattle at the end of October. But for this week, for this Dream League, it has been an absolute pleasure. I think I can speak on behalf of not just myself and my panelists, but also everybody that has worked so hard on the other side of the camera. Thank you for joining us in this fantastic adventure. We've had so much fun on putting on this show for you. And yeah, we hope you enjoyed it even half as much as we did, because then you'll have had a great time. The Dota was fantastic as well.
That's the new one, Jenkins. Jenkins showed me this new one. It looks like you're showing money, but it's actually a heart. This is the Zoom away.
That's the new one?
This is the Zoomer heart.
I thought this one was the new one.
That is the new one, Cheever. You're doing it right.
Oh, damn it. I'm doing the old one. The old new one.
Yeah, the old new one. I also want to give one big extra thank you to the PogChamp Pandas. Dream League would not be the same without you guys. It's fantastic having you in the studio every single time. It's amazing. You cannot understate the impact that these guys have on our show live every day from morning till finish. They have very long days as well. But yeah, that's it. That's the end of the road. Team Spirit victorious. They will be your champions here for Dream League Season 21. From all of us here, thank you so much. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. For now, though, all I can say is see you in the next one.
As I feel it burn slowly in my fingertips.
Past few months have kind of bored me, stuck in my own story, kept it untold. I've been chasing something bigger, dances for my mirror, don't cut it no more. There's a world beyond the bad side, had to take it elsewhere. Took a gamble, took a fall. It can take me anywhere. Draw me in the middle of a new beginning. I wanna feel beyond my senses. I wanna get behind the message. Dark, deep green, you're taller than you've ever been. Tell me how I can let you in.
Dawn of time. All have submitted to one true ruler. Fate. Moments of euphoria. Sorrow. Acceptance. All are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. It's the darkest sleep in a bathroom stall.